In the past, a young girl was pulling up a ginseng root in a frozen garden. That's Eve. I was born to a poor ice sorcerer and a half-wolf mother. She happily held the precious herb, thinking how lucky she was today. This was how she supported her entire family. Our family survived by selling medicinal herbs I found digging in the snowfields. Eve placed the ginseng in her basket. This is a great herb for pregnant women, so I'll give it to my mother. But poverty wasn't a huge problem. As she was about to head home, loud laughter stopped her. Looking back, she saw a group of boys gathered together, laughing. Their leader, Edmund, suddenly noticed and turned to look at Eve. He was the nightmare of her life. But what made me suffer even more was what came next. As soon as he saw her, he shouted to his friends, "Hey, look over there. It's her again." They spewed hateful words at Eve. Is she out picking grass again? What is this, a vegetarian? She can't even hide her ears. This always made her tremble, the verbal abuse and violence from the pure-blooded wolves. Then a rock flew straight at her forehead, knocking her back. Their voices echoed, "Get lost." Blood dripped down, and their contemptuous glares were fixed on me. Eve collapsed to the ground, enduring their insults. Wiping away the blood, she felt a deep hatred. Their scorn for a half-breed hurt more than the icy winds of the north. Is it wrong for me to be a half-breed? Edmund, emboldened, aggressively approached her and yelled, "Half-breed, why don't you answer me?" Internally, she screamed, "Stop. Those are the herbs I gathered for my mother." Edmund smirked wickedly, reaching out to mock her further. "What's this? Are you so scared your knees are shaking?" But Eve fought back, blasting him with a burst of icy energy. Edmund touched the scratch on his face, completely stunned. He was shocked to see her holding an icicle pointed straight at his face. This is ice magic. Edmund furiously cracked his knuckles, ready to beat her. "Are you out of your mind? A half-breed like you dares to attack me." Eve raised the icicle, trembling as she shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you come closer, with this piece of ice?" Edmund's eyes turned demonic, glowing in the dark, and a treacherous smile spread across his face. The whole group looked at each other and mocked her. "Hey, did you see what she just did? What are you going to do with ice magic when it's everywhere in the north? Is it because you're a half-breed? Your actions are incredibly stupid. If I teach you a lesson, you'll learn your place, won't you?" As he finished speaking, he lunged forward and grabbed Eve's shoulder. Then his eyes widened as if he remembered something. In that moment, a vision I had never seen before appeared. An image flashed through my mind. In that vision, there was a woman. Was that me? The novel Little Red Riding Hood lay in her lap. In an instant, I realized this was my past life. At that same moment, memories of the novel I loved to read flooded my mind. In it, the main character of Little Red Riding Hood was the leader of a species with dragon blood. She met a half-wolf boy during a battle with the wolf tribe. The boy pleaded, "Help me, so I can recover my sister's body at the very least." Little Red Riding Hood developed a crush on the wolf boy Anshin. She lifted his chin, a selfish plan forming in her mind to make him hers. Their eyes met, only a kiss away. Their lips drew closer. Then the scene returned to the main character engrossed in reading. Yes, this was it, the story I always wanted. The boy's stunning looks made her heart flutter. "You're the best, author. You're the best, Little Red Riding Hood." The amazing beauty of the handsome boy. The one who warmed Little Red Riding Hood's heart. Thinking this, she rolled around on her bed, her cheeks flushing like a girl in love. Perfect. The author is a genius. The male lead's crying face is the best. I wanted to see it for myself. Suddenly, the scene shifted back to Eve's dazed face. She trembled and clutched her head. "I can't believe this." She looked at her trembling hands. Oh me. Only one thought filled Eve's mind. I've been reincarnated into the novel. Her voice was a whisper. Wait a minute. But her mind was a tangled mess. If this is Little Red Riding Hood, then that means... Edmund was still mocking her. Your brain finally decided to work, huh? Cursing inwardly, damn it, before he could finish his foolish sentence, she lunged forward and punched him. Eve quickly ran away, The boys behind her shouting, she's really gone insane. She ran straight home, still thinking to herself, damn it, you're crazy, author. Edmund's group wouldn't let her go that easily. They shot after her like rockets. Hey, stop right there. Don't let me catch you. But she kept running desperately, even though I had said I wanted to see it for myself. Eve lived in a very modest house. Inside, her mother looked out the window, waiting. When will Eve be back? We can't have a warm dinner until your big sister gets back, my love. She rubbed her large, pregnant belly. But the novel's plot still haunted me. How could I have known that the male lead of the novel was my own unborn little brother? My mother's voice gently asked the baby, isn't that right, Zion? Just then, she ran home with this mind-blowing truth. Every word of the plot appeared in my mind. In the novel, Little Red Riding Hood, humans and those with mixed blood coexisted. Wolves and those with dragon blood held a deep hatred for each other. It all started when the wolves stole the heart of the dragon ruler. The dragon ruler, who had lost the heart she meant for her mate, was said to have died from rage and sorrow, losing control of her immense power. The story continued. Little Red Riding Hood's older brother also had such a heart. In the end, he faced death because he couldn't control his power. She blamed the wolves and massacred them across the north. And in that novel I was the male lead sister who was killed like a dog by Little Red Riding Hood. Back at Eve's small house. Her face darkened as she rushed home, her heart in turmoil. That author is insane. She picked up an axe, cursing her fate. I had a difficult childhood. But is my future going to be just as bleak? All right, I have to get out of here. The axe blades swung down on a corner of the wooden house. Eve used all her strength, her mind racing. If nothing unexpected happens, I can avoid that death. Eve's mother heard the noise and ran out, shocked. What was that sound, Eve? She pointed at the smashed wooden wall, shouting indignantly. Mom, the wolves destroyed our house. They said if we don't leave, they'll come and kill us all. Eve's mother froze on the spot. Eve thought to herself, after realizing everything, I have to prevent the two main characters from meeting. Her mother hugged her tightly, her worry clear. Eve, you must have been so scared. To do that, I had to leave this place while keeping my reincarnation a secret. That's why I lied to my mom. Eve's mother held her tighter. It'll be safer if we go deep into the forest, my daughter. I'll protect you. But she had no idea her daughter was a true warrior, with the noble purpose of protecting everyone's safety. However, as if someone was mocking my decision, not long after, Eve's mother gave birth. Eve picked up her crying baby brother and soothed him. Her mother's condition wasn't good. After giving birth to Zion, her health gradually worsened. Because no wolf was willing to help deliver a half-breed child. Eve placed her hand on her mother's. With what little strength she had, her mother squeezed back, whispering her instructions. Eve, they say good things come to good children. Instead of hating others, show them your kindness. With tears in her eyes, Eve said, Mom. Her mother managed a few last words, my daughter, I'm sorry, before closing her eyes and passing away. Little Zion was still crying loudly. As for Eve, she was like a soulless shell, trembling with grief. Reincarnated into a novel, this was my reality now. With both my parents gone, I decided to protect Zion no matter what. After years of living deep in the forest, Eve had grown into a beautiful young woman. One day, while she was gathering herbs, she saw a little girl lying unconscious in the snow. Looking at the girl, she wondered why a child was out here. The little girl had a very high fever. Eve walked closer to the girl, but quickly turned to leave. Someone will find and help her. But then she remembered her mother's words, Eve, good things come to good children. Eve bit her lip. She decided to follow her mother's advice, turning back to carry the child away, her mind still in turmoil. Was it because I felt sorry for this freezing child, or because my mother's words came to me at that moment? Something compelled me to take this child home, but I had no idea what the consequences would be. As soon as Eve got home, Zion ran out to greet his sister. She happily hugged the boy. Did you have fun by yourself? No strangers came by, right? The boy obediently replied, "Of course not, sis." She praised her brother. "You did great, Zion." "Hasn't that girl woken up yet?" she asked Zion, looking over at the little girl. The boy lowered his voice. "No. I think she's still tired even after sleeping for so long." They both approached the little girl. "It's been 3 days." Eve told Zion, "It might be because she still has a fever. Can you get me some cold water and a set of warm clothes?" The boy happily agreed. She gently touched the girl's forehead. Even with the best herbs, the girl didn't seem to be recovering. But taking her to a hospital would be difficult given their circumstances. She sighed deeply. Lying down beside the girl, she wondered, did I do something unnecessary? But leaving her there was too dangerous. Eve reached out, transferring her ice energy to the girl. "I'm sorry I can't do more to help you." And it worked. The little girl stirred slightly. Eve shot up, asking worriedly, "Are you okay? How's your head?" The girl was still drowsy. Looking into her eyes stunned Eve. The girl's eyes were red, like precious gems. Wait, red. In this world, only one race had red eyes. Just then, Zion arrived with the items, calling out, "Sister." Eve quickly hid her brother behind her. "No. If I remember correctly, this child must be." Looking at that face, it could only be her. "After killing me, this person captured my brother, the main character, Little Red Riding Hood." Eve remembered the story clearly. In the novel, Little Red Riding Hood had asked the male lead this question. She stepped forward and asked coldly, "Zion, what am I to you?" The boy could only remain silent, quickly prompted by her right now. At that moment, he spoke through his tears, looking pitiful. Zion sobbed, You are my savior." Right at this moment, those same words came from the little girl's mouth. Eve gave a hollow laugh. But why am I the one hearing this conversation now? She hastily pulled her hand back. Then she forced a smile and told the girl, "I think savior is a bit much. The character before me was extremely important in the novel. If this child really is Little Red Riding Hood, why did she appear in the north?" According to the original story, their first meeting should have been after they grew up. Could the novel's plot have been altered? She pondered for a moment. Zion, who had been hiding behind his sister, tugged on her skirt and whispered, "Sister." Eve was startled and whispered to the boy, "Zion, you can't come out yet." He cried out, "Huh? Why can't I meet her? Can I meet her later then?" She pictured her brother and the little girl. A cold sweat ran down her back. If they meet now, what if they end up like they did in the original story? Zion only dared to peek at the girl. Eve pushed her brother behind her, whispering instructions. She might be scared, so just wait outside. Zion obediently agreed. The boy dejectedly walked outside while she approached the bed. The girl spoke up, Savior. It might be late, but I still want to thank you so much for saving me." The girl bowed her head gratefully. Eve smiled and waved her hand. "It's okay. It was the right thing to do, wasn't it? I was very worried, but I'm glad you seem to be okay." She said that, but thought something else. She doesn't seem scary at all. Is it because she's still a child? As long as she doesn't meet Zion before she goes back, my plan can proceed without any issues. The plan to survive in this crazy novel is a castle, to buy one. Eve imagined a magnificent castle, then quickly dismissed the thought. No, not this kind of castle. That's a bit over the top. I long to leave this place for the human world for our safety. However, the broker only agreed to help wolves with clear identities enter the country. Poor commoners with no family name couldn't. At that time, the siblings had been politely rejected by the broker. Sorry, kids. But nothing is impossible in this world if you have money. So, my ambitious goal is to buy a castle to live with Zion and then move to the human world. That's why I memorized the herb book my father left behind. And I saved money from selling precious medicinal herbs. Although I don't know why the novel's plot changed, but if I return Little Red Riding Hood home safely, without any complications then. Thinking of the two of them living happily, wow, the sunlight in the human world is so bright. It only made Eve more determined. It's just a matter of time before we get our happy ending. The little girl, noticing her distraction, spoke up, savior. She immediately paid attention. What is it? The girl looked around and asked a familiar question from old stories. Excuse me for asking, but where am I? And who am I? Eve's face froze. What are you saying? Her hand gripped the bedsheet in confusion. This line, it's not that kind of situation, is it? Please, author, it's not that, right? The girl was silent for a moment. Then she looked downcast. I can't remember anything. Eve officially gave up. She was horrified. Oh my God, no way. This crazy author, since when did she have amnesia? Eve shut up and asked the girl again, you really don't remember anything? You can't remember a single thing. The girl answered honestly, no, I only remember the feeling of being hot. A moment of silence gave Eve a headache. The image of the girl passed out in the white snow still haunted her. Maybe she had some kind of accident before she fainted. But could this be the result of? Using information from the novel, Eve thought, pointing at the girl, you're Zeicho, a dragon warrior who can use fire. And your brother is the ruler of the south, so you can go home right now. Then they would both cheer excitedly. But how could I do that? I can't say that. Should I take her back myself? No, a wolf setting foot in dragon territory is like suicide. Rachel still looked at Eve with wide eyes. The girl blushed, her voice shy as she told her, I'm sorry, savior. I can't even repay you because of this situation. Eve awkwardly waved her hand. It's okay. You don't need to repay me. In her heart, she had only one wish. Going home is the best way to repay me, little one. Rachel quickly moved closer to her, declaring clearly, no, I really want to repay you. If you don't mind, until I get my memory back, can I stay here? The girl sincerely clasped her hands, just short of kneeling before Eve. Her face turned pale, and she stood at a distance. I can hear it. The sound of my plan going off track, the sound of my life falling into a deep pit of poverty. She felt her body go limp. Meanwhile, night had fallen. The search party was still running around, desperately looking for someone. One of them ran frantically through the mountains and forests. He panted heavily, struggling to stay on his feet. Just then, their master spoke up. Have you found her yet? He answered worriedly, not yet, sir. The master's gruff questioning made everyone bow their heads. What in the world are you all doing? Find her now, or I'll kill all of you, Nellie ordered, taking off his hood. The troops received their orders and scattered in all directions. Yes, sir. He angrily gritted his teeth. Where the hell are you, Rachel? The next day, in a crowded square. Rachel asked Eve, savior. She quickly replied, just call me sister. The girl changed her address, though not by much, and expressed her curiosity. Yes, sister savior, where are we going? Eve, with her face covered, turned to answer, to get you a checkup and buy some clothes. Rachel, seeing them both covered up like ninjas, couldn't help but be curious. But why do we have to cover our faces? Sweat dripped down Eve's forehead as she quickly came up with an excuse. Because we might catch a cold. Anything can happen. Even she thought what she just said was stupid. Damn it, this silly excuse is like a conversation between the wolf and Little Red Riding Hood. They arrived at a small alley to wait for someone. The doctor approached and greeted Eve. She questioned him irritably. Why are you late? I told you I'd bring something good for you today. It turns out this was how Eve made a living. In the square, a well-known place, I would sneak into a nearby secret alley to sell herbs to my regular customers. The doctor took the herb in his hand, unable to help but exclaim, oh, this precious thing. How much are you selling it for? It turned out to be fire herb, a type of herb that can only be found in the mountains, easily catches fire, and emits a pale red flame, according to Father's Herb Dictionary. Eve's price made him pale. 10 gold coins. The doctor, thinking he misheard, asked again, what? Why so expensive? She didn't budge. Don't be surprised, this fire herb is a special type. Even if you buy it in bulk, I won't lower the price. He hesitated and sighed. She had been using a deep, masculine voice to communicate. When dealing with customers, I had to cover my face and use a hoarse voice because I was afraid my true identity would be revealed, and they would look down on me just for being a woman. Eve continued, well, there's still one way to get a discount. The doctor immediately asked what it was. She hugged Rachel next to her and made her request. Check this child's condition. He was momentarily surprised. But then he smiled and asked her, oh, but who is this stranger? Eve was direct. My sister. He was surprised for a second time. Sister? Why did you bring her here? Seeing the doctor was about to drag things out, she said bluntly, just check her, that's all. You're a doctor. The doctor complained to Eve, so demanding, then approached Rachel. Hello, what's your name? The girl fearfully hid behind Eve, who comforted her. It's okay, he's not a stranger. Probably. This angered him. What do you mean, probably? Rachel finally peeked out. The doctor checked the girl's temperature. Now, be a good girl, won't you? After a while, having gotten a general idea of the girl's condition, he hesitated for a moment. She said she doesn't know why she fainted? And she can't remember anything. Eve gently adjusted her scarf and turned to ask him, is her current condition not good? The doctor hesitantly replied, I'm not sure, but her after effects seem quite serious. Of course, she might regain her memory in a few days, but... Eve prompted him, but... The doctor just shrugged. He kept prying, what on earth happened to make her like this? It's a bit much for a child. Moreover, her body temperature is abnormally high. Eve answered him awkwardly, it's because she had a high fever a few days ago, so maybe she's not completely over it yet. His face suddenly turned serious. There's a rumor that in the South, a child has gone missing. And people say that child is the ruler's sister. Hearing this, she was terrified. Damn it, have I been found out? He asked her, you know, the relationship between the North and the South? She clenched her fists, gritting out each word. Shut up. Actually, Eve didn't know a damn thing. Seriously, I don't know anything, but she had to shout for him to hear. Of course I know, you fool. I'm a wolf too, how could I not know? But what does that have to do with me? The doctor turned to leave, not forgetting to warn her, I don't know what you're planning, but you have to be careful. His departing figure left the two of them standing there dumbfounded. Eve took a deep breath. As I thought, I have to return this child to where she belongs at all costs. If things continue like this, according to the original story, I'll be killed by the dragons. Rachel beside her whispered, Sister Savior. She snapped out of it and turned to the girl. Let's go home now, shall we? Do you want to eat anything? The girl smiled brightly like a flower and replied, I want to eat the food you cook for me. That sunny smile could even melt her heart. Is this the main character's aura? She's so cute. But Eve quickly reassured herself. Come on, hang in there, Eve. Everything will be fine. There's no way she'd kill her savior, right? Rachel suddenly looked to one side, seeing something. Huh? Pointing at a stall in the distance, she asked curiously, what is that? Eve quickly explained, that's a dream catcher. It takes away terrible nightmares. Hearing the word nightmare, Rachel's face fell. Eve looked at those red eyes, and a terrible image appeared. Rachel's gloomy red eyes reminded me of the novel's plot. Nellie at that time screamed for help, it hurts, save me. But the world isn't all sunshine and roses. After losing her only family, Little Red Riding Hood couldn't get a good night's sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, nightmares would constantly appear and torture her. Only until she met Zion. Was she able to overcome this pain? Eve glanced over, calculating. It seems the plot won't start for a while. She turned to the girl and asked, do you want one? But Rachel just waved her hand and said, no, it's just, before she could finish, Eve was already gone. Wait here. She stopped by the stall and bought a dream catcher. Rachel received the pink dream catcher from her. Here. From now on, you'll only have beautiful dreams. The girl touched the dream catcher, delighted. Thank you, Sister Savior. It was getting late. Eve stood up and told the girl, we should go home now. Rachel hugged the dream catcher like a treasure. Then she replied to her with excitement, yes. The two sisters held hands. That's how I coincidentally met Little Red Riding Hood. And so, I became the savior of the female lead. The one who will kill me one day. The following days were a repetitive cycle. Eve would come home and happily greet her two siblings, "I'm home." Rachel and Zion would respond with beaming faces. "Sister, sister." They both rushed into her arms. Rachel asked, "How was your day? Did you sell a lot of herbs?" She replied happily, "Yes, I stopped by the market on my way home." "You two are so cute. Are you playing?" Zion proudly showed his sister, "That's right, now I can help you braid your hair." Eve stroked the two kids' heads, smiling gently. "Really? I can't wait." Then she suddenly leaned in close, whispering to Zion, you didn't let her see your ears, right?" The boy nodded repeatedly, but she still couldn't feel at ease. "She hasn't noticed, has she? I have a bad feeling." Rachel, beside them, also happily boasted, "Sister, sister, I can help you braid your hair too." Eve looked at the girl's expression and felt a little relieved. Looking at her expression, she probably hasn't found out yet. The moment I decided to protect Rachel. We gave her a new name, Ruby. Eve stroked the girl's head. "I'm looking forward to the new hairstyle you'll give me too, Ruby. It's time to prepare dinner, so you two go clean up this mess." She thoughtfully watched the two children playing happily together. Although I've read the novel and know her name, I still can't tell her that her name is Rachel. It's good that they treat each other well. As expected, her red eyes sparkle just like rubies. How beautiful. There have been a few small changes since Rachel came to our house. Eve brought out a bowl of hot, steaming soup for Zion. "Let's eat." Then another bowl of soup for Rachel. The three of them said grace before the meal. "Enjoy your meal, everyone." Rachel, as usual, held out her hand. "Sister, your hand." Eve reached out and took the girl's hand. "Here." Zion watched with great curiosity. He asked while chewing his food, "Sister, why does Ruby only eat cold food? Why does she have to hold your hand while eating?" Eve hesitated for a moment. That's in her mind. She remembered something. People who get cold easily like me and Zion always want warm things, and food is no exception. At first, she had given Rachel a bowl of hot soup, the steam still rising to her face. She cheerfully placed the soup on the table. "Enjoy your meal," not knowing the girl's face had already darkened with fear. Rachel hesitated and didn't eat. Eve, seeing this, looked embarrassed. I guess you're tired of eating the same thing for 3 days straight, right? Actually, my business hasn't been doing well lately, so." The girl, hearing this, felt sorry for her. "No, it's okay." She watched the girl slowly eat each bite. Although her sad face made me a little sad, seeing her finish her food made me feel at ease. That night, the heat from the meal combined with Rachel's abnormally high temperature made her fall ill. Because she's a dragon, the fire element inside her is very strong. I was so stupid not to realize it sooner. Eve touched her forehead, and magic flowed out, soothing the heat in Rachel's body. She said guiltily, "I'm sorry, this is the only thing I can do for you." The girl looked at her drowsily. Then she closed her eyes and went back to sleep. Eve felt relieved. Luckily, by spending the whole day cooling her down, Rachel was able to recover quickly. Back at the dinner table, Eve explained to her brother, "Ruby still has a fever, so she needs cold things to bring it down. Right, Ruby? Eat up." She turned and stroked Rachel's head. The girl obediently nodded, yes. Zion saw his sister giving attention to someone else and pouted, "Sister, what about me?" Doting on her brother, she turned and gently stroked his cheek. "Ah, my dear brother, finish your food." And so the family loved each other. Eve held both their hands, feeling rich. But how am I supposed to eat my dinner? Change of scene, it was now dawn. Zion was still rolling around in bed, sleepy. "It's so cold." Eve, who had woken up early, put on her coat to go earn money. Just as she was about to step out, she heard Rachel call, "Sister, are you going to the market again?" The girl, not fully awake, walked over, rubbing her eyes. Eve caught the girl in a hug and said gently, "Why are you up so early?" "I'll be back soon." Rachel started whining, "Don't go. Sleep with me a little longer." She gently stroked the girl's hair, explaining softly, "If I don't go now, we won't be able to make any money." Rachel asked again, "Money?" She smiled and replied, "Yes, that's right. I need a lot of money." The girl quickly asked, "For what?" Eve wanted to say bluntly, "So I can survive before you kill me in the future." But she couldn't say that to her, so she had to make up an excuse. "I need to earn a lot of money so we can move to a better place." Rachel looked confused and asked innocently, "A better place?" The girl remembered something. "Oh, and this." Rachel took something out of her pocket. The girl held out a gold ring towards a stunned Eve. "I found it in the forest." She bent down to take the ring, still amazed. "In the forest?" At this, Rachel spoke up, "I'm sorry, sister. You told me not to go out without your permission." She looked at the girl in front of her, not knowing how to be angry. "Because I don't know what the wolves would do to her, I've repeatedly told her not to go out, but..." Eve carefully warned the girl, "Ruby, you'll be attacked if you go into the forest alone. I know you're bored staying indoors all the time, but..." Looking at those sparkling eyes made her unable to resist. "Oh, I can't resist her cuteness again." Eve promised the girl, "I'll come home early today, and then we'll have a snowball fight with Zion, okay?" Rachel was overjoyed, her excitement showing on her face. "Really?" she asked lovingly, "Will you wait for me until then?" "So cute. You still look sleepy, so you should rest for a bit." As she spoke, she didn't forget to turn back and say, "Oh, and about your ring, I'll keep it safe." Rachel happily sent her off. "Come back safely." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl turned and went back inside. Approaching the fireplace, the girl grumbled, "She'll keep it safe. Such a busybody. I gave it to you to sell. Why are you so naive?" A spark shot out from Rachel's fingertip. The girl lit the entire fireplace, her face unusually stern. Being too naive is also a sin. A few days ago, in the South, Rachel was bedridden with a high fever. Nellie stood by worried. The doctor gently touched the girl's forehead. Nellie asked hastily, "How is she?" The doctor sighed deeply. "It's a fever of unknown origin. I've tried my best, but..." She was silent for a moment. Then she said something that stunned him. "It's best if you prepare yourself, sir." In his memory, it all started after Rachel developed an unexplained fever. He was on pins and needles. "No, I can't lose Rachel." Suddenly he cried out, which made the doctor worry. "Leader." She tried to explain, "The heat inside you, leader, will put you both in danger. Please take a deep breath and stay calm." Nellie gasped for air and slowly replied, "It's just temporarily difficult to control. For Rachel, it'll be quick." Soon after, Rachel woke up. She called out, "Brother." Nellie immediately paid attention. He reached out, wanting to touch her. "Rachel, are you okay?" The girl slowly reached out her hand as well. As their hands were about to touch, the doctor's words reminded him, "The heat inside you, leader, will put you both in danger." So Nellie pulled his hand back, turning away in confusion. "You suddenly fainting scared me." Rachel, not getting a response, was stunned. She also pulled her hand back, biting her lip as if about to cry. Following his voice, the girl slowly sat up. "Are you really okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Rachel was drenched in sweat. She whispered, "I keep having nightmares." This had always worried him, not knowing what Rachel had been dreaming about. After that day, there was a legend about a dragon with one heart. I wonder if it has anything to do with me. A few days later, at the castle. The door was wide open. Nellie shouted, "Rachel." And just to save me, she secretly left the South. He looked out at the balcony and saw a letter on the ground, probably from Rachel. After reading the letter, he learned it was all her plan. "You and I are connected to that legend. I will resolve it and return." After a long and arduous search, he realized, only much later did I learn that Rachel had gone to the north. The army was in the northern forest. A subordinate called out, "Leader." He reported respectfully, "I received information from the administration that they saw a child who looked like the young miss. They said the young miss is with a masked person." Hearing this, Nellie was taken aback. "Are you sure?" The subordinate continued, "Yes, they said that person bought a dream catcher at the shop." Nellie sneered. "So this is what he used to lure my sister away? How bold." With that, he turned and left. "I'll go check it out myself." The wind blew his hood off, but his determination remained. Daring to touch my sister. That insolent wolf. In another development, Eve was selling herbs when she felt something strange. That tickles. Is someone cursing me? She pushed on. The kids are waiting for me, I have to hurry. Suddenly, a man stepped out. Hey! He pointed at her bag and asked urgently, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Do you have anything good? Eve immediately saw the man for what he was. Where did this addict come from? Even though I'm poor, I live by my own rules. Which is that I won't use dirty methods to sell this stuff. With that thought, she bluntly walked away. I don't have anything like that. Get lost. The addict cried out in frustration. The reason she did this was simple. The biggest reason I avoid dealing with drug addicts is morality. The addict suddenly pointed to one side of his jaw. It's clearly this side. His gaze made her even more certain. And also because none of them are good people. He saw the bright gold ring on her neck and hastily made a request. Hey you, that ring looks expensive. Sell it to me. It doesn't suit you at all. Eve was stunned. Just like now. What is this addict talking about? Seeing she didn't answer, he pressed on. Why don't you answer? How much? She quoted an exorbitant price. 50 million gold coins. Bring the money here and I'll consider it. The addict's jaw dropped. He was completely floored. What? What? Be reasonable. I couldn't earn that much in a lifetime. Don't tell me you're looking down on me? He flew into a rage, standing there muttering, in my day, which only made her dislike him more. This is why I hate addicts. Eat this and sober up. Eve held out her hand and shot ice magic at him. The addict, busy cursing, had let his guard down. The energy blast numbed him. His head now felt like it had been struck by lightning. My head. He knelt on the ground, and she just turned and walked away. I didn't see anything. I need to go wash my eyes with the sight of Rachel and Zion. She didn't forget to add a parting shot. Oh, by the way. Even if you bring the money, I won't sell this ring. It's very precious. It was now dusk. Eve walked on the white snow, thinking to herself, I have to return the ring. Even though she said she found it, there's no way it was just lying in a forest like this. It might be hers. Whatever the case, the dragon is slower than I thought. I'm scared, but as long as I hide my wolf identity carefully, it should be fine, since Rachel didn't realize either. I heard her brother adores her, so I thought he would have come sooner. But what's there to be afraid of when her house is just a grain of sand in a vast pine forest? Actually, I live deep in the forest, so searching will be difficult, and I also told the kids not to go out. As she was walking, Eve suddenly stopped, seeming to realize something. Oh, wait a minute. Remembering the image of little Rachel, she was hit with a realization. I look like a kidnapper myself. She'd been so lost in thought that she didn't notice something strange behind her. That rustling sound kept echoing through the vast forest. Eve wondered, what was that? Is someone following me? To follow me all the way into this forest, they can't be an ordinary person. She pulled a frozen apple from her basket. Eve's face grew serious, her voice demanding, I know you're there. Come out now. At home, Zion was playing with a stuffed animal. The righteous wolf appears. Turning around, he sneezed. His nose was irritated from the cold. Zion shivered all over. It's so cold. Rachel looked over, slightly surprised. He can't stand the cold much. Maybe I should make the fire bigger. Then she held out her hand to control the flames in the fireplace. Like a bolt of lightning, Rachel froze. This feeling is... Sensing something was wrong, she immediately turned to leave. I'm going out, I'll be right back. Zion didn't understand what was happening. What? Sister told us not to go out without permission. Rachel lost her patience and snapped at him. Times like these, it's okay not to listen. I have to go save someone right now. The wooden door was flung open by the girl. Zion, walking beside her, was still shouting. Save. Who? Who is it? As soon as he finished speaking, Rachel dashed straight into the forest. Who else could it be? It's my sister-in-law, of course. Meanwhile, Eve was very uneasy. Who's following me? She glanced around. a thought flashing in her mind. Has Little Red Riding Hood's brother finally found me? No, if it were a dragon, they wouldn't follow like this. They'd appear right away. Could it be? Her mind replayed the doctor's words from the other day. I heard the leader's sister from the south has gone missing. She gritted her teeth in anger. Don't tell me that damn doctor sold all the information to the wolf pack. The rustling of leaves grew louder behind her. Eve aimed straight in that direction, grabbed the apple and threw it. There. Thud. The apple landed right in the bush behind her, a direct hit. But contrary to her expectations, there was absolutely no reaction. Eve couldn't believe her eyes. Why isn't there any sound? Even a blockhead wouldn't be this quiet. After a moment of silence, she called out, "Hello? If you're not a stranger, could you come out?" Eve looked at the surrounding bushes. But it was all in vain. Just as I thought, he won't come out willingly. Instantly, dozens of pairs of fiery red eyes focused on her small body. Eve turned to look, unable to hide her shock. I guessed it wasn't just one or two, but this is way too many. And I'm all alone. Looking down at the ground, a raging fire was spreading towards her. Eve looked around at the sea of flames, her anxiety rising. This fire. In the original story, when Rachel massacred the wolves, her house was also engulfed in flames. And Eve was just a lifeless body on the ground. This made her extremely worried. She clenched the apple in her hand. Then she was startled by a voice. Are you going to attack with just an apple? A man stepped forward. He cleared his throat. Where? Who else but Nellie? He approached, making the flames roar even higher, and asked in a menacing tone, "Tell me where you've hidden my sister." Eve stood in the sea of flames, her face a mask of pure confusion. In the ever-growing fire. Eve was gasping for air. What is this? There seems to be some misunderstanding, but with this toxic smoke filling my lungs, I can't breathe well enough to speak. Nellie stepped forward, cornering her like a cat with a mouse. Why are you suddenly so quiet? Eve panted, struggling to reply, I didn't do anything. He glared, his voice chillingly cold. Don't even think about deceiving me. I'm not merciful enough to listen to your nonsense. His words made her furious. He's already convinced I'm the kidnapper. It was so unfair. She gritted her teeth. What did you say? Nellie reached out to touch her, but she quickly grabbed his hand. Eve shouted angrily, just listen to me. He pulled his hand back, and she followed, moving closer to him. Nellie looked flustered, and Eve couldn't keep her composure either. The two of them stood there in the middle of a swirling storm of snow and fire. Then the large fire was quickly extinguished, and white smoke billowed up. The subordinates waved away the smoke. Nellie, caught off guard, was bewildered and asked the girl in front of him, "How did you do that?" Eve trembled as she answered, "Your sister, He just said coldly, what?" Her hands clutched his shoulders. "I said I'm her protector. Even if you gave me 100 million gold coins, it wouldn't be enough. You pathetic jerk." After insulting him, Eve fainted, forcing Nellie to catch her limp body. He was alarmed. "Hey!" Suddenly, a little girl's voice shouted, "Sister." He heard the familiar voice and turned to look. Rachel strode forward aggressively, surprising him. "Rachel." The girl growled, "My sister." "Don't bully my sister." "You evil man," the little girl yelled angrily. The next day, a heavy snow fell over the entire pine forest. Cold air seeped through the window. Eve finally woke up. She slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the familiar surroundings, she felt some relief. Home. Was I dreaming? Eve remembered the scene from last night. Rachel had screamed and run over. What did she say? At that time, she had snapped at her brother, "Don't bully my sister, you villain." Thinking of this, she shot up in bed. She covered her mouth, still unable to believe it all. That crazy dragon wasn't a dream. Instantly, her two siblings ran to her and threw their arms around her. "Sister, sister." Eve asked her siblings gently. "You've been by my side?" Zion was anxious. "Are you okay?" Rachel was just as worried. "Are you hurt anywhere?" She smiled gently to reassure them. "I'm fine, thank you for worrying about me." Zion sobbed, I thought you were dead. I was so scared. Rachel, beside him, also had tears in her eyes. You weren't the only one who was scared, really. Eve looked at the two very worried kids, who were even crying. These kids, anyone would think I was dead. Rachel pouted, hurry up and get well. Zion's face was streaked with tears. Don't leave me. She hugged her two siblings tightly and comforted them. Don't cry, I'm fine now. Deep down, she was very touched. They really do worry about me, it's special. Zion hugged his sister and whispered, that man went out for a bit, said he'll be back. Eve was momentarily stunned and asked the boy again, man. It could only be him, Little Red Riding Hood's brother. Remembering when he grabbed her hand. My power was just drained away. Remembering this, Eve suddenly froze. Wait. She fearfully touched her head with her hands. Nothing was sticking out. She breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily my ears aren't showing. Right, if they had been discovered, I probably wouldn't have been able to open my eyes. Just then, Nellie walked in from outside, opening the door easily. As she was wondering, he took off his hood. Eve froze the moment their eyes met. I couldn't think of anything else to say. Nellie was unusually cheerful. He introduced himself. You're awake? I was worried you wouldn't wake up. In contrast, she only cared about one thing. He's crazy. I wasn't clear-headed before, so I didn't get a good look. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Seeing Eve staring blankly at him, he asked, Hey, is there something on my face? Realizing she'd been caught, she cleared her throat a few times. No, I'm sorry. She quickly led him to the living room. This way first. A cupful of ice was placed on the table in the middle of the freezing winter. Eve and her two siblings stared at Nellie like he was an outsider. A drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek. He started to speak. My name is Nelia Rammer. I have many things to ask, but first, I apologize for what happened in the forest. Eve didn't hold a grudge. She laughed it off. It's nothing. This excessive politeness seemed strange to her. More formal than I thought. I guess I really don't know anything about wolves. Actually, it's not that I don't understand why you attacked. Her eyes darted elsewhere, just as they met Zion's. She stroked the boy's head. If I were in his shoes, I'd be angry too if Zion was kidnapped. But the truth is, it was a bit much. I almost died. I should get a lot of compensation money. But can money buy that priceless beauty? Eve placed a hand on her chest and sighed. It's probably okay to let it slide a little. My wolf instincts are showing. Nellie, seeing her dazed expression, broke the oppressive silence. Are you unwell? Your expression. At this, Eve burst into a coughing fit, but still politely replied, No, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something else. She smiled warmly and asked him, So, what's the matter? He quickly got to the point. Sorry, my explanation is late. I'm Rachel's older brother. She suddenly disappeared, so I came looking for her. Rachel, sitting nearby, heard the name and wondered. Who's Rachel? Nellie immediately caught on that she had been pretending not to know all along. Rachel ran over and hugged Eve, whining, Sister, that man is so strange. He keeps saying I'm his sister. Eve looked at the innocent little girl, confused. She thought resignedly, My dear, that handsome man is indeed your brother. I can't let on that I know, so I'll just keep pretending to be clueless. She was determined to protect her sister to the end. The child says it's not true, so how can I believe you? Nellie insisted, I'm not lying. Then he held out his hand to his sister. Rachel, your hand. Eve hugged the girl and reassured her. It's okay, just do as he says. Rachel hesitantly reached out and touched his hand. Both of them activated their dragon blood. The flames in their hands gradually flared up. This is proof that we're siblings. Rachel panicked and pulled her hand back, screaming. I'm scared, there's fire in my hand. Eve gently comforted her. It's okay, I'm holding you. Zion, witnessing the event, was very curious. Sister. She had anticipated this and answered with a smile. You were startled, right? That fire is, well, she hesitated, unable to think of a plausible reason. Zion has probably never seen fire like this before. How should I explain it? Rachel, wanting to be the center of attention, pulled her face close and whimpered. Sister, I'm scared. Eve's face was squeezed out of shape. Then looking at her brother, she called out to him. Zion, hold my hand. Zion froze and asked back, me? Why? Eve thought, just go with it. I can explain later. First, I have to comfort Rachel. Rachel held out her hand, her voice like a gangster's. Quick. Zion timidly held out his hand. Okay. Nellie sighed in frustration. Honestly. Eve gently patted Rachel's back. You seem better now. The girl's mood had calmed down. Yes. But who knew she had just been acting all along? She turned her head halfway to look at her brother, a smug smile on her face. But Nellie didn't seem to notice and continued to tell his sister, Rachel, try to remember. Why can't you remember anything? Rachel turned her head away decisively. This made him cover his face in helplessness. Eve looked at his expression and couldn't help but feel guilty for suddenly turning him into the bad guy. She offered some comforting words. Nellie, don't be too sad. When I first met Rachel, she seemed to have lost her memory. That statement was a spontaneous decision on her part. Nellie's reaction was, so I explained everything at that moment. After hearing this, Nellie was stunned. Rachel fainted? Was it because of those damn wolves? He gritted his teeth. Eve felt a knot of anxiety in her stomach. If my identity as a wolf is revealed, it'll be a huge problem. He quickly turned to ask her, are you okay? Eve was flustered. Yes, She smiled to herself. So he's worried about what happened earlier. Nellie glanced away. It was the first time I extinguished a fire like that, so I didn't know what to do. Seeing him like this, Eve remembered the novel Nellie Ramir. In the original story, he was the one with the strongest magical power. Thanks to his superior magic, he was described as being able to control his own body heat with just one heart. But that means suppressing emotions and controlling magic becomes progressively harder, and at some point, it will explode and could create a dangerous situation. A fire that even Nellie had trouble controlling, yet I extinguished it. Eve still couldn't believe what had happened then. Is it because I have ice magic? But there are many mages with better ice abilities than me. I guess Nellie doesn't know the reason either. After thinking for a while, she answered him that, what happened earlier, was it because I have ice magic? But as you know, there are many wolves in the north with ice abilities. But it seems that last statement was a slip of the tongue. Nellie asked back, so you're a wolf? Internally, Eve was screaming. She cleared her throat. That was just an example. I am. She took a deep breath but couldn't finish the sentence. But Eve's other self wanted to claw at her. Why can't I say it? I've practiced, I'm not a wolf, I'm a human, so many times. Eve continued her unfinished sentence, I'm not. Suddenly, Rachel tugged at her. Sister, can't you make that person leave? I'm scared. The little girl cried and pleaded. Eve looked flustered. Then she quickly replied to the girl, he's not a weird person, Rachel. He looks a lot like you. If you took those two faces for a DNA test, the doctor would probably kick you out. Rachel still hated him, looking at her brother with loving eyes. But he's a bad person for bullying you. The little girl turned to Zion for an ally. Right, Zion? The boy joined in, shouting, right, that man hurt my sister. He's mean. Eve was stuck between the two kids, her face scrunched up. What am I supposed to do if you're like this too? Then the two of them started listing all of Nellie's bad points. He's too big, so he's scary. Right, too muscular. His eyes are too red. His eyes are really weird. After observing for a while, Zion finally realized, but they look just like rubies. Rachel shot him a dark look, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Eve seized the opportunity. See, his eyes look just like yours. Nellie, who had been frozen this whole time, finally spoke up. I don't know what to do anymore. She gave a hollow laugh, only able to reassure him. I'll be right back, don't worry too much. He pointed at Rachel and said coldly, but touching her like this, even if it's just pretending. Rachel immediately got into character, hugging Eve and shouting, I don't want to. I'm going to live with you. She was exasperated and could only laugh. What are you talking about, little one? Picking the girl up, she said gently, Rachel, your brother is in a difficult position. Rachel turned and shot her brother a sideways glance. Nellie responded to his sister with a look of concern, while the little girl continued to pout and puff out her cheeks. Seeing this, Eve gently shook her to get her attention. You can't look at your brother so fiercely. Then Rachel thrashed around like a fish out of water. No. If I go, I'm going with you. Take me with you. She was completely helpless. Rachel, I'm really sorry. Even though you're a very cute and adorable child, we have to break up. She put the girl down and lowered her voice. It's time to go home now. Rachel looked at Eve blankly. Soon, she started to sniffle again. Nellie watched his sister whine helplessly. He clasped his hands together. He let out a long sigh. Eve had been dealing with the two siblings for a while and felt like she had aged 10 years. I've already refused gently, now hurry up and take the girl home. Hurry, just as she thought this, he spoke up. There's no other way. I'm sorry, but could you please do me a favor? A bolt of lightning struck Eve. She froze, unable to believe her ears. The wooden cabin shook under the sun from her loud voice. Sir? Eve asked again. Sir? Nellie explained worriedly, it won't be for long. Just until Rachel is no longer wary of me. She sat there, unable to say anything more. Her mind was now split into two schools of thought. One side was the emotional angel, when will I get to see a face that's so my type again? I'll take care of her for a few more days just to enjoy the view. The other side was the rational devil. What are you talking about? What if you get caught? You'll die immediately. The two fighting within her made her even more hesitant. Of course, it's the handsome face I want to see again and again. But if he finds out I'm a wolf, I'll be roasted wolf. For her own safety, Eve forced herself to reply. I'm sorry, but Nellie quickly realized her hesitation and cut her off. I know my crime is great. It's shameless of me to ask. But please, for Rachel's sake. A handsome man pleading like this made it difficult for Eve. I can't fall for it. Get a grip. She cleared her throat and replied calmly, but it's a bit difficult. I have my own problems. Then Nellie suggested, I will repay you handsomely. Eve's face went blank. Repay me? Since the deal was good, she probed, can it be money? Nothing is impossible for a rich boy. He calmly replied, of course. Her face darkened. She cleared her throat and told the dazed kids behind her, kids, can you go play somewhere else for a bit? After a long talk, it was time to leave. Nellie gave a final instruction before leaving. I hope you'll consider the conditions we discussed. And again. What you did was entirely my fault. I sincerely apologize. The person in front of her was so honorable that she felt embarrassed. It's okay, because if it were me, I would have done the same. Who would believe it? It's so surprising. I thought the dragon leader would be arrogant, but to bow directly like this. That's not all. Nellie shamelessly asked her, if it's not too rude. Could I hold your hand just once? Eve's eyes and mouth formed an O. Sir. He held up his hands to explain. I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to check something. She quickly understood and agreed. Yes. As their hands were about to touch, a very annoyed childish voice cut in. What is it? Why hasn't this person left yet? Who else but Rachel? She stepped out, surprising Eve. Rachel. Nellie, unable to hold the girl's hand, was extremely frustrated. Seriously. He covered his dejected face with his hand. Being shooed away like that was embarrassing. He said his goodbyes. I have to go now. Being so vigilant. Eve smiled awkwardly as she saw him off. Yes, travel safely. Nellie had turned to leave, but still tried to ask her. Please try to persuade the child for me. Eve waved goodbye to him, then looked down at Rachel, who was hugging her tightly, and said, let's go inside. Going inside, Eve sprawled out on the bed, unable to stop thinking about the scene from earlier. I really can't stay calm. Hand, you want to know about my ability? Lost in thought while staring at her hand, she didn't realize Rachel had climbed onto the bed. I don't know, even a storm passing through would be gentler than this. But the most awkward thing is... Eve spoke her mind. Rachel. The girl turned her attention, looking curious. Just calling me like that is strange. She replied softly, you might still be a little embarrassed. Were you very scared just now? The girl obediently answered her sister, yes, I was very scared. Fire suddenly came out of my hand. Eve nodded. I see. She stroked Rachel's soft hair, her mind still on one thought. It's so hard to convince her. The little girl wondered, what about you? Eve recalled the image of Nellie when they first met, which still scared her. I was scared too. But first, I have to make her feel good about her brother. With that thought, she tried to persuade the girl. But he's really cool. Rachel rolled around on the bed. Cool? How? Eve was still gentle. The girl held up her hand to count, but couldn't raise a single finger. What points? Be specific. She thought helplessly, you like this kind of talk? She began to list Nellie's good points. First, he's very tall. Rachel was still listening. And Eve couldn't hide her infatuation, imagining his broad back. And his shoulders are very broad. It's the first time I've seen someone with such broad shoulders. The girl said with interest, so you like guys with broad shoulders. Your type. Seeing this, Rachel asked further, is his face just average? Oh my God, of course. His face is absolutely stunning. After hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up as if she had struck gold. So he's your ideal type? As if caught in a trap, ideal type. But it seems a bit difficult. Of course, he's exactly my type, but he's a dragon who has a grudge against wolves, so. To get out of it, she was forced to answer, it's not like that. Hearing this, Rachel's face fell. I see. Sister, do you want to get closer to that person from earlier? I'll try to meet him. Hearing this, Eve was startled and shot up. Really? Suddenly? She thought to herself, is she already convinced by the good points I mentioned? She listened intently to Rachel's innocent words. We can meet 3 times a week. In return, you have to come with me. I'm scared to go alone. Eve was overjoyed and hugged the girl, whispering, okay, I can do that much. But meeting once is fine too. The girl insisted, 3 times. Eve thought meeting so often was a bit much. No, 3 times is a bit, but Rachel was stubborn. 3 times. She looked at the girl's smile and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Will this be okay? Meanwhile, in the pine forest, a cold, biting wind was blowing. Nellie was with his troops. A subordinate saw him walking alone and asked, isn't the young miss with you? Moreover, that girl, his subordinate's unease caught his attention. Nellie looked at his hand and pondered. The moment she touched me, the heat I couldn't control vanished in an instant. This is really, he clenched his hand tightly. Then he ordered his troops, first, add more guards around the house. I'll monitor further. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. All his subordinates respectfully knelt on one knee. Yes, we obey. Back with the loving siblings, Zion walked in while they were talking and asked suspiciously, what are you two doing? Eve quickly replied, we're talking about Rachel's brother. The boy was a little surprised. That guy from before? I hate him. He hurt you. Seeing her brother's clear attitude, she had to explain. That was just a misunderstanding. He already apologized. Even so, the boy still disliked him. But it's his appearance. You said there are many dangerous people out there. Besides, I also hate him for calling Ruby by a different name. Eve looked at her brother with concern. I managed to convince Rachel, but Zion is the real problem. What now? After a moment of silence, Rachel spoke up. Sister, you said it was okay to go out and play today, right? Eve, who had been worrying about all sorts of things, suddenly realized. Ah, right. The girl whispered, I want to go. Zion said it's dangerous outside, so we can't play. Zion stood up and bargained with Eve. It's okay to play near the house, right, sister? I want to go out and play too. Seeing the kids demanding so much, she wanted to let them try it once. Maybe I can let them out for a bit today? Eve touched her chin and told her siblings, I'm busy, so I can't go out. Instead, just stay close to the house. Zion and Rachel, given permission, grinned from ear to ear. Yes! Zion, full of excitement, ran off. Wow, so fun. I'm going to make a snowman. Eve called after the two kids, bundle up so you don't catch a cold. Hearing that, they both obediently did as they were told. Zion's scarf was too tight, so he complained. But my neck is too tight. Rachel stepped forward to adjust it. Let me tie it for you. Seeing the two get along so well, she felt at ease. She gave a final reminder, I'm going to make some delicious food, so don't be late. The two kids obediently replied, yes. The two kids had already run outside. Eve stood there and called out, if any strangers come, you have to come home immediately. She smiled in relief. Luckily, Rachel changed the subject at the right time. The whole house was now just Eve. Well, I guess I should start tackling the remaining housework. Rachel walked into the snow-covered pine forest, leaving Zion trailing behind. The boy, seeing they were going a bit far, called out to her, Ruby, where are you going? Sister said to play near the house. Rachel turned back, smiling and inviting the boy, Zion, I'll show you something you'll like. Zion was curious. The boy imagined a list of things he liked. What is it? I like stew, I like toys, I like being comforted by my sister. This made Rachel sigh in exasperation. Such a child. The girl held out her hand. Here. Suddenly, a flame erupted. Zion's eyes widened as he watched. The boy's face lit up with excitement. Wow, that's right. I like this. Rachel still held the flame in front of him, her face showing clear satisfaction. Yes, you like my fire magic. Last time at home, in front of the crackling fireplace. It was none other than Rachel who was the master of that flame. She felt it wasn't enough. This should be warm enough. Suddenly, Zion walked over and asked, Ruby, what's that? Rachel looked at the yawning boy and was very surprised. Zion. The boy continued in a sleepy voice, it's amazing. Do it again. The girl felt guilty and quickly hid her hand behind her back, hastily changing the subject. What? I didn't do anything. Zion insisted. I saw it clearly. The girl quickly brushed it off. You must have been dreaming. The boy was half convinced. Then I have to tell my sister about such a magical dream. This immediately scared Rachel. Wait. I'll show you, so don't tell my sister. Just this once. Zion was happy. I know. The boy had always loved her magic. Ruby's fire is so warm. Rachel remembered and couldn't believe it either. It's strange though, he didn't tell his sister. She smiled. Warm. Zion hovered his hands over the hot flame, extremely excited. It's small, but it doesn't go out. I love it. Then Rachel immediately clenched her fist, and the flame went out. Should I coax this innocent soul? The two kids stood frozen in the biting cold wind. Zion, who was enjoying the warmth, asked with a distorted face, why did it go out already? It's cold. Rachel suddenly lowered her voice. Zion, the north is really cold, isn't it? The boy didn't hide anything. Yeah, even though sister wants to go to a warmer place, she always says no. As expected, Eve never allowed it. Not yet. Rachel found it strange. Why? She said she wanted to go to a better place too. What about the south? Zion slyly made a demand. If you light the fire again, I'll tell you. Rachel was helpless. At times like this, he's just like his sister. She had to light the fire to coax him. Now, answer me. The boy, with a very smug look, replied, Sister said there's another place to go. It seems to be a place no one knows. According to Eve, a new start. Hearing this, Rachel's face turned pale. What? The girl's face was a mask of shock. A place no one knows? The fire grew stronger with her surprise. Zion couldn't contain his excitement. Wow, it's bigger. So cool. Sister said she would earn a lot of money to buy a castle. A magnificent palace appeared in her mind. A castle. She wants to live in a castle. So the things she wants. 1. A handsome man. 2. A castle and lots of money. 3. A place no one knows, a place with no wolves. What is this? My brother can provide all of this. Thinking this, Rachel's face lit up with joy. As she spoke, the fire burned even brighter. Zion, like a country bumpkin in the city, kept shouting more, it's getting bigger. Ruby is the best. Rachel was silent for a moment before speaking. There's a way to grant my sister's wish. The boy, hearing he could help his sister, perked up. Really? Eve didn't have to do anything. The little girl herself would coax Zion. Yes, just follow that handsome man from before. The boy looked dumbfounded. But that man is a bad person who bullied my sister. Rachel quickly explained, it was a mistake. He already apologized to my sister. But the boy was still uneasy. Even so, the girl then made an irresistible offer. That man is very powerful and can give my sister everything. He can take you to that warm place. Just as she had hoped, Zion stretched out his arms in joy. Really? That's great. Wow. Rachel looked at the boy affectionately and spoke with love. Zion, you're so smart. Hide your ears. Zion was so happy he forgot to hide his wolf identity. The boy fearfully lowered his ears. It was an accident. You didn't see anything. Oh no, his tail had also popped out. Rachel reminded him, you have to hide your tail too. Zion asked Rachel worriedly, you won't tell my sister, will you? I'll get scolded. The girl seized the opportunity to make a deal. Then you have to promise too. That you won't hate my brother. With that, she walked away. Zion ran after her. I know, let's go together. But, do I have to call you Rachel too? The girl said cheerfully, Zion can just call me Ruby. Zion went along with it and smiled. Another day, the sky was bright and the chirping of birds echoed through the forest. Eve finally woke up. She slowly opened her eyes. Hearing a knock on the door, she rubbed her eyes and ran over. Yes, coming. Who is it so early in the morning? Still yawning, she saw a familiar face. Nellie stood at the door in a perfectly dapper suit. Long time no see. Eve stood there, rooted to the spot, feeling extremely embarrassed. That's right, today is the day Nellie comes. After tidying up for a bit, she came out with a shy attitude. Because I mistook you, I let you see me in such a mess. Nellie, looking dapper, smiled and waved his hand. It's all right. It seems I came early and disturbed your sleep. She quickly replied, not at all. He entered Rachel's room and looked at the soundly sleeping child. The child is still asleep. She followed behind and replied, yes, she played so hard yesterday she's dead to the world. He bent down to look at her face. She looks so happy. Rachel didn't cause any trouble, did she? Eve sat down beside him, smiling as she answered. Of course not. She's very cute and well-behaved. Nellie was slightly surprised to see his sister so happy. It's the first time I've seen her listen to someone else so well. She maintained her gentle demeanor. Is that so? She's very cute and has a lot of ego. He paused at that word. Ego. Before he could ask, Rachel woke up. The two of them said in unison, you're awake. The girl, having just woken up, said something that shook the heavens. You two really get along so well. This made them look at each other in confusion, while the mischievous girl hid under the covers. Eve laughed it off. Rachel must be dreaming. Sometimes she talks in her sleep. She said this and suddenly felt awkward. Not answering is even more awkward. Nellie slowly asked her, is this the first time? She had been lost in thought and turned her attention to him. Sir, he began, we've met. So, it's not strange at all. Eve looked at him, confused. What is he talking about? It's so old-fashioned. In her mind, she only pictured a cheesy scene like in a soap opera. Have we met somewhere before? Don't you think so? Eve's face was blank. Of course, that's not what he meant. Eve smiled shyly. I'm not sure. I've always been in the north, so I don't think we've ever met. Nellie scratched his head in confusion. She kept that gentle smile. Maybe you've mistaken me for someone else. The atmosphere was incredibly tense when Rachel chimed in with another line that sounded like it came from another era. The two of them looked over in confusion. Eve was surprised. Rachel. The girl, having just woken up, radiated a bright sunlight. Sister, good morning. Then she glanced at the other person, and her budding smile vanished. That person is here again. Ignoring her sad-looking brother, she turned to Eve. Sister, I'm so hot. It's like someone touched me. She was flustered. Your brother touched you a little, so is that why? Eve looked at the two siblings, completely confused. Huh, does dragon magic make you hot? Or has she gradually gotten used to my magic and the northern climate? But what kind of siblings are so distant? I have to help. Thinking this, she raised her hand. Then what about this? Then she moved closer to the girl. The two sisters intertwined their hands. She said, "One hand holds my hand. One hand holds your brother's." The other girl's hand gently fell into Nellie's. Then the three of them held hands, but only Eve was happy. This way you can get used to your brother's temperature, right? Playing hot and cold, hot and cold. Rachel froze, her face dark. No. The girl pulled her back. Like this. Eve yelped. She didn't spare her brother either. Then like this. Rachel deliberately made the boy and girl hold hands. I like it like this. Eve seized the opportunity and squeezed the handsome man's hand. What, do my brother and I have to hold hands too? Seeing the person in front of her looking tense, she felt flustered. Maybe he doesn't like it. So she quickly let go of his hand. She said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I was holding on too tight." Nellie finally spoke up. No. This is the first time I felt so cool. I also suddenly feel nervous. With that, she intertwined her fingers with his. So, is this okay? Nellie was happy. Yes. Their hands slowly touched. Through their intertwined hands, I felt a warmth. Is this what he wanted to check last time? As they were holding hands, their faces about to touch, Zion walked in from somewhere. Hey, what are you two doing? The boy ran towards them, but no one caught him, so he fell onto the bed. I want to join too, hold my hand. Eve was shocked. Huh? She looked at her hand in contemplation. What a pity, it was so warm. Rachel, on the other side, flew into a rage and shouted, "You idiot! What are you doing running in here?" Eve sternly scolded her brother. Zion, you can't do that to a guest. Come sit next to me. Zion stubbornly talked back to his sister. No, I want to do that too. This made her feel troubled. Why are you being so disobedient today? Even so, she didn't use an iron fist, but gently persuaded him. Rachel and her brother are meeting. You can't be stubborn. In fact, she was worried about something else. What if his ears and tail pop out next to Nellie? Nellie replied politely, "I'm fine." Then he held out his hand to Zion. Hot and cold, we're playing, right? Do you want to play? The boy's face lit up with excitement. Yes, I'd love to. Touching his hand made the boy freeze. Huh. Zion was so into it that he hugged his arm tightly, while Lela told Eve, "Sister, this man is so warm." She was fuming, not knowing where to hide her face. Who does he take after? Suddenly, something popped out from behind the boy's back. A tail. Her face turned pale with fear. This is a disaster. Waving the white flag for a sad ending. But when no one was looking, Eve quickly used her skirt to cover her brother's tail. Opposite her were three people huddled together. Rachel was dazed. Zion was melting. She assessed the situation. First, it seems neither Rachel nor Nellie saw anything. What do I do? His ears will pop out soon. Maybe Nellie will fly into a rage. How dare you mix the filthy blood of a wolf with Rachel? Seeing her pale face, he asked with concern, "Are you unwell somewhere?" Eve forced a smile, waving her hand to signal that it was nothing. No, I'm just a little hot. Hearing this, Nellie suddenly felt guilty and lowered his head. It must be because of me. I'm sorry. Seeing this, Eve's heart screamed. Don't look down, you have to look somewhere else. She awkwardly grabbed his hand to change the subject. Because it's too cold, I misspoke. This is so warm. Nellie's cheeks turned red. He smiled and replied, I'm glad. Zion, who had been enjoying the petting, had completely let his guard down. Eve, behind him, was scared out of her mind. Zion, pay attention. Nellie softly called her name, Eve. She replied with a straight face, Noelle's hands are as warm as a baked sweet potato. Internally, she just wanted to escape this awkward situation. What am I doing? Someone save me. Rachel on the other side suddenly leaned over. The girl smoothed down Zion's hair, actually trying to hide his ears. Then she turned to Eve and said, "Sister, Zion's hair points are so cute, right? It's like curled ears." The tail hidden under her skirt, Zion also quickly realized and tucked it back into his shirt. It disappeared. Thank goodness. Looking again, she saw she was still touching Nellie's hand. She let out a small gasp. Eve hastily pulled her hand back. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't notice." He just chuckled. "It's okay. Zion is so lively. I'm not used to children, so I was a bit tense." Hearing something different from Rachel, I'm very grateful. He reached out and stroked Zion's head. The boy slept peacefully. Officially inside, Zion rushed to Nellie. "I like you." Eve was exasperated with her godforsaken brother. No prejudice at all. "Why did you melt like that?" Her face turned purple with anger. "Zion, come here." Rachel, seeing the tense situation, quickly ran over and grabbed her. "Sister, it's too hot." She gradually calmed down. Let me hug you." Eve comforted the girl, but her eyes never left Zion. "I can't stay calm. I hope he doesn't cause any more trouble." She smiled and told the boy, "Zion, don't make him uncomfortable. Come here with me." The boy hugged Nellie tightly, his face full of glee. "He's like the sun." He doted on the boy. "The sun?" Zion reached out. "Yes, so big and warm." Hearing this, he was very happy. "It's the first time I've heard that." "Thank you." Zion was immediately captivated by his handsome features. "And he's handsome too. He's my sister's type." The boy said something that made the handsome man freeze on the spot. Eve looked like she wanted to kill the kid. What is this kid saying? But on the outside, she had to maintain a confident smile. "Are you sleepy, Zion? Do you want to come over here?" He must be talking in his sleep. He's not usually like this. Before she could finish her sentence, Zion cut in. "My sister said she likes handsome crying boys." Eve hastily shouted. "What nonsense are you talking about today?" Nellie looked at the two siblings, completely bewildered. She put Rachel down, ready to deal with her brother. "This won't do." "Rachel, wait." Zion, being pulled by her, started screaming. "No, I want to stay with him." Her face had darkened completely. "This kid, where are you going? How dare you reveal my preferences so casually?" When Zion was little, she herself had told the boy, "I love crying boys so much." Every time Zion cried, she would tease him. She never expected it to backfire like this. Eve could only pray in her heart, "Please don't have heard that." Unfortunately, Nellie had heard everything. He even covered his blushing face with his hand. A handsome crying man. Eve could only cry silently, her heart torn apart. After talking for a long time, it was already late afternoon. Nellie stood at the door, bending down to say goodbye to Rachel. "I'll come again." The girl was silent. He stood up and smiled at Eve. "I'm leaving now." She shyly turned her face away. Yes, sir. Please go." Nellie suddenly spoke up. She quickly asked back, "Do you have something to say?" He hesitated with each word. "I wonder if I could." His red eyes were fixed on his sister, Rachel. Catching her gaze, he quickly dismissed it. "It's nothing." Eve looked down at Rachel, confused. Just now." Then Nellie truly left. "Well, I'm off." Eve raised her hand to wave goodbye. "Yes, travel safely." She stood there dumbfounded, watching his retreating figure. What did he want to say? Nellie walked through the snowstorm. He looked at his hand and pondered, "For me, contact with strangers is an unpredictable danger. Because of just one heart, I have inadvertently killed many people, including my own parents. Even I can't control this terrifying power. How is it possible?" The scene was painted very romantically. A girl's hand reached out to touch Nellie's face. In his daze, he saw Eve. How could she stop it? And for some reason, when the heat stopped, I thought of her. My chest fluttered as if there was a fire inside. Why is it that when I think of her, I smile unconsciously? An unanswerable question. I remember the dream from a few days ago. At that time, Nellie was lost in an endless void. Here. One of his arms was charred black, veins bulging on his skin. Nellie was horrified. "It hurts so much." In the raging fire before him, a girl as white as snow walked towards him. He was confused. Who is that? It's too blurry ahead, I can't see anything. If you come this way, you might be in danger because of me. Nelly gasped for breath, his voice trembling as he told the person, don't come here. He was in extreme discomfort. Damn it, I can't speak. The more he spoke, the closer the person came. He screamed in terror, I told you not to come. She reached out and touched his hand. And then he saw the fire gradually extinguish, replaced by a cool sensation from the freezing ice. Nelly's eyes widened. It doesn't hurt anymore. How? He looked at the person in front of him, trying to question them. Who are you? Name, tell me your name. The girl spoke, my name, I don't know what it is. At that point, his memory began to fade, and he couldn't even remember the person's face. Nelly stood dumbfounded in the pine garden. It's just that I thought she might be the solution, so I got my hopes up and smiled like that. Love at first sight is just a fiction in novels. So this feeling is, suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder behind him. Nelly turned around, his face showing clear vigilance. He looked at his sister running towards him, unable to believe his eyes. Rachel. The girl strode forward aggressively. You clueless idiot. Before anything else, she let her foul mouth run at full capacity. Idiot, moron, dog crap. Fire-breathing reptile. Nelly was dumbfounded, his lips trembling as he asked his sister, what? What did you say? His face went blank when she called him fire-breathing reptile. Rachel calmed down and slowly told him, that feels better. I've calmed down now. Well, it's fine anyway. Because my sister gets scared easily, it's a bit dangerous to take her away suddenly. Nelly knelt on one knee, his voice full of worry. How did Rachel get here? It's dangerous. The girl decided to ignore him. That's not important. A handsome crying man. Did you hear what she said? Rachel crossed her arms and questioned him. Nelly didn't understand. What are you talking about? Not giving him a chance to finish, the girl held up her hand in an indigo bee gesture. It's not over yet. The most important thing is to be handsome. She said broad shoulders, the taller the better, and lots of money would be good too. She said she wants to live in a castle later. I don't know exactly what it is, but it seems she's very clear about what she likes. Rachel rattled off like a machine gun. Nelly listened intently. Castle money. He asked the girl, why, exactly? Rachel was exasperated. Huh? Are you stupid? You can provide all of that. What are you waiting for? Could it be? Don't tell me you're in denial. Nelly hit a nerve, blushed, but still tried to deny it. It's not. The girl took the opportunity to curse him even more fiercely. You idiot. You really didn't notice? That's what it means to have fallen for someone. He was scared and could only let out a cough. Rachel, out of options, had to take matters into her own hands. I'll help you. So don't forget, a man has to be bold and make a move. The next day, the sun rose, illuminating the clear blue sky. Rachel stirred and woke up. She went out and saw Eve preparing to leave, so she called out to her. Sister, are you going out? The girl ran over and hugged her leg. Eve said softly, you're awake? I have something to do. Rachel looked up at her and asked, are you going to the market? Your brother, no, that person didn't give you money. She smiled gently and replied, he gave me a lot. Today, I'm just going to meet a friend. The girl was curious. A friend? Eve quickly told the girl, I'll be right back, so don't worry. Get some more sleep. Rachel, getting her head stroked, obediently replied, I know. The girl stood behind her to see her off. Be safe. Eve hurriedly replied, I'll be back soon. As soon as she saw her leave, Rachel ran into the house. She brought her herb basket. In front of the girl was a bundle of something. He clearly gave her enough. Could it be that this still isn't enough? Look at this ambition. That's how a sister-in-law should be. Rachel ripped open the cloth, and a pile of sparkling gold coins glittered inside. The girl was momentarily stunned. Wait, going to sell herbs like that looks a bit noisy, doesn't it? Is she really going to meet a friend? Could it be? The girl imagined Eve walking when someone called out to her, Eve. The girl had a suspicion. That friend is a boyfriend. The girl imagined the scene of Eve running to hug a handsome wolf and saying, "My love," and couldn't contain her shock. She clutched the cloth in her hand. So the need for a lot of money was to live with her boyfriend? No, I forgot about this possibility. I have to go check. Rachel put on her coat and was about to leave when Zion approached and asked, "Ruby, where are you going?" The girl jumped, startled by the boy behind her. Rachel wanted to escape quickly. Well, I have to go out for a bit. But Zion was nosy. Where? I want to go too. The girl grimaced. I was afraid of this, so I was planning to leave and come back quickly. She didn't want the boy to follow. So Rachel just gave a vague answer. It's just a very cold and boring place. Zion stubbornly insisted on going. Where is it? I'm so curious. Rachel was exasperated. What? If I tell him, he'll definitely follow me from home. And what if he gets lost? Thinking this, the girl decided to let Zion come with her. All right, come with me. The boy was waiting for just that, and his face lit up with joy. Yay! Rachel pointed at the boy and warned him, but you have to stay right next to me. Zion obediently nodded. The door was quickly opened. Good then. Let's go. Let's go find my sister-in-law. The two of them headed straight forward together. Meanwhile, Eve was walking along the snowy path when she suddenly remembered Rachel's innocent and incriminating question. Your brother, no, that person didn't give you money? She pulled down her face scarf. Money? Of course he did. And a lot of it too. She dazedly remembered that day. Nellie had placed 2 bags of money on the pedestal. Eve stared in amazement at the 2 large bags. She looked at the pile of gold coins inside and opened her mouth to ask him, what is this? Nellie replied, it's what I mentioned before. She imagined a haughty Nellie. You said you like handsome crying men? She could only feel helpless. I thought I'd be scorned for having a weird preference. This much. And why do you look so happy? Do you like giving money that much? She hugged the huge bag of money, feeling embarrassed. Is this too much? Nellie gently told her, I think it's still too little. If you like, I can give you more. Eve froze. She thought to herself, I want to ask how much more he can give, but I can't be honest with my instincts. I have to refuse. As if he understood what she was thinking, he smiled and said, don't feel burdened. Because I can give anyone as much as I want. So that's the comfort of a rich person. Eve awkwardly shifted to the side, her mouth open, about to scream. Regaining her composure, she slowly made a suggestion. If it's not too rude, instead of more money, could I receive something more valuable? She boldly requested something that made Nellie blush. Your smile. He was stunned. Miss? Her wolf instincts were showing, making Eve shameless. Yes. His voice still faltered. Miss Eve. Eve called out. Yes. Only now did she realize she had gone too far, letting out a small shriek. Then she laughed it off as if nothing had happened. Haha, if I really need it later, I'll let you know. Internally, she was cursing nonstop. Damn it, my wolf instincts again. But I said if I wanted it, so what was I planning to do if I had named a huge sum of money? He really has a very naive side. Thinking back on it now, she still felt a flutter. His face turned red when we held hands, right? Shy boys are my type. Anyway, I've received a lot of money, so my herb selling days end today. Lost in thought, someone approached and asked, how have you been? It's been a while, hasn't it? Eve met an acquaintance and replied politely. Hello. The young man was a regular customer of hers. This young man is one of my few regular customers. Also, because of his business, he has a lot of information. The green-haired man smiled and asked her, have you found what I told you about last time? He was a talkative person who would occasionally tell me interesting stories. Eve pulled up her face scarf and answered, I've almost found it. He told her another strange story. The tigers of the West are very fond of healthy herbs, so they also like to eat medicinal plants. Even so, she listened attentively. Among them were some incredible stories like that. She announced to him in a serious tone, I have a lot today. It's my last day of work. The green-haired man was shocked. Last day. Why so sudden? Why is that? Where am I supposed to buy herbs now? She replied bluntly, that's something you'll have to figure out on your own. He turned away, hurt. Is that all our relationship was? Eve once again doused him with cold water. Yeah, that's all. But you have the information, right? The green-haired man calmly replied. Ah, the connection with the illegal immigration broker. That, you know about it too. Our leader has changed. Eve searched her memory. The leader of the North? It's been a while, hasn't it? Why? The green-haired man continued. This time, a few brokers have been arrested. From now on, they'll be cracking down on illegal immigration. That statement successfully stunned her. What? She thought to herself, why would they crack down at a time like this? He told her with a sad expression anyway. It's hard to hear it so suddenly. But there's still plenty of time. Let's try waiting until the regulations are loosened. He didn't know Eve's situation now because she didn't have time. With that, the green-haired man took something out of his pocket. That's right, Eve, I'll give you a farewell gift. He handed her something carefully wrapped. She took it, wondering, what's this? He calmly replied, a rare herb. I couldn't buy it recently because it was out of stock. Eve suddenly realized. Could it be a drug? But the green-haired man wasn't flustered at all. Something like that. She immediately flew into a rage and threw the drug at him. You crazy bastard, I don't need it. He just laughed teasingly. Oh, this person. More upright and honest than you look. His mischievous hand quickly reached into Eve's basket and stuffed his stash of drugs inside. The green-haired man smiled shyly and whispered, try it once later. You'll get a taste of a new world. Eve sighed deeply. A new world of freezing to death. I have to throw it away on the road. The green-haired man even added a few more lines. Then you have to freeze to death in the north. Not die of heat. For Eve, that was entirely possible. I really could die of heat. With that, he said goodbye to her. I'm off. Thanks for everything. She watched him go and waved goodbye. Then she quickly left, her mind a tangled mess. I thought I'd earned enough money to leave immediately, but now there are controls? First, let's go home. Eve's basket was filled with delicious fruit. She let out a breath. Running frantically on the road to get home quickly, her mind was already calculating a plan. So I'll have to stay and take care of Rachel for a while longer and prepare money to buy connections. But if it's revealed that I'm a wolf, maybe Nellie will eliminate the two of us. How dare you, filthy wolf blood. She stopped to reassure herself. No, don't think negatively. There will be a solution. I'll just look at my cute kids at home and forget about it. Arriving at the door of her house, Eve was suddenly taken aback. Huh? Why is the door wide open right now? She stepped into the house and called out loudly, kids, it's me, I'm home. She was completely frozen. Huh? She couldn't believe the scene before her. Going to the bed, she called, Zion. From the living room, a voice called back Rachel. But there was absolutely no one there. Eve dropped her whole basket of food on the floor. Then she bolted to find the two kids. The kids are gone. Could it be? Something has happened. Meanwhile, the two kids were also facing a danger. Eve ran, shouting loudly, Zion, Rachel. She had run around the forest. They're not in the nearby forest. Remembering that she had once taken Rachel with her to sell herbs, could they have gone to the square? Rachel looks different from the people in the north, so she could be exposed immediately. I have to find them quickly. She ran desperately forward, her heart pleading, please. Be there, kids. Meanwhile, in the square, a large crowd of people was rushing from all directions. Eve was running for her life when she bumped into a handsome purple-haired man. This guy shouted. Handsome, but with a foul mouth. He spat out an offensive line. Don't you have eyes? But she didn't care at all. She looked around, searching. No. Not even in the alley where she did business with Rachel. On the path she once walked, they weren't there either. Eve frantically ran forward. Her mind was in a turmoil. Where on earth are they? I should have paid more attention. At the same time, a figure approached. She kept running and once again ran into someone. Eve panted, sorry. I'm sorry. The other person didn't mind. It's okay. Oh, it seems to be an acquaintance. He called her name. Eve. She looked up at the person in front of her. Who is that person? A handsome man, who else? She was stunned. Nellie. He looked at her distraught face and asked, "What's with your expression? Is something wrong?" Eve didn't hide anything and told him, "The children have disappeared." Nellie was shocked. "Sir?" She lowered her head. "I left them at home and went out." She couldn't help but blame herself. "It's all my fault." Just to get the money, the more she thought about it, the more she blamed herself. She told him with a pale face, "When I got back, they were gone. I was so irresponsible. It's all my fault." At this point, she burst into tears. Nellie stepped forward to comfort her. "Eve, calm down first." But she quickly avoided him. "This isn't the time for me to be like this." Eve bowed her head to him. "I'm sorry. I'll go find the children." Nellie was also alarmed by her. "Wait." Eve didn't have time to say anything more. She had already run off. She ran around the square, silently hoping, "Kids, you have to be safe." In another development, Zion's face was drained of all color as he called out the name of the girl with him. "Ruby. Are we in the right place?" The boy looked around at all the strangers and was terrified. But Rachel remained calm. "Well, it should be around here." The boy shouted, "I don't think so." The tall men behind them were laughing heartily. Zion was scared and only dared to whisper to the girl, "Let's go home, okay?" But Rachel quickly brushed his hand away. "We have to find sister." The boy was horrified. "But I'm scared." Rachel crossed her arms and shouted, "Don't cry. I hate crybabies." Zion shyly said, "But sister said she likes crying boys." The girl didn't care at all. "That's her taste, not mine." Zion's eyes filled with tears. Rachel couldn't stand it and burst out, "Sister already has such a strange preference, and now you like to cry too. What are we supposed to do?" The boy immediately retorted, "My sister isn't weird." The girl replied nonchalantly, "I didn't say that. Just that she's a little special." Zion was still sulking. "What's wrong with my sister's preference?" The two kids argued back and forth. Who would like a crying man? There might be one or two in the world, but my brother would never cry. Don't look down on my sister. When did I ever look down on her? The two were talking so loudly that the two tall men behind them took notice. They whispered, "What are those kids talking about?" "A crying man." Rachel saw an opportunity. Too careless. A drop of cold sweat ran down the girl's cheek. Thinking this, the girl held out her hand to Zion. "Let's go first." But the boy, whose pride was bigger than his age, turned and ran away. "I don't want to. I'm not going with Ruby." Rachel was horrified. "What?" Zion stubbornly ran forward. "I'll go find my sister by myself." Leaving the girl behind, still calling out to him, "What?" "Hey, Zion, stop." The whole sky seemed to shake with the rhythm of the two mischievous kids running. Rachel ran desperately after Zion. "If we go any further, it will be the center of the square and will attract even more attention." The girl, out of options, stopped. "There's no other way." Rachel used her magic to create a flame. "There. Stop." She immediately shot it up to surround Zion. The boy was startled by the fire. But then he felt warm. This was clearly something he liked. This is what I like." The girl shook her hand to cool it down. She shouted at the boy, "You idiot. When did I ever say I liked my sister? No matter how much of a hooligan she is, I still like my sister-in-law the best." Now I can finally breathe again. As expected, when dealing with naive wolves, fire is the best. But the joy was short-lived. A strange man suddenly appeared behind the girl. He spoke with a voice that seemed to come from hell. "Fire." Rachel jumped, startled, and immediately turned around, her face full of panic. There was clearly no one there. The addict smiled slyly. "This kid can use fire." He closed in on Rachel, who was backing away in fear. The girl quickly tried to cover it up. "You must be mistaken." But the addict had seen everything. "Trying to hide it under your hat too late. You think I don't know?" He pointed at the raging fire next to her. "You created that too, didn't you?" Zion trembled. "Ruby." but Rachel held out her arm to protect him. Zion, get behind me. The girl stared at the addict without blinking. His eyes have no focus. He's too dangerous. A small flame appeared in Rachel's tiny palm. Don't pay attention, just go. But the addict kept approaching the two of them. So scary. You're a dragon too, huh? Ruby screamed in fear. Don't come here. The girl threatened, if you don't stop, this fire will. While Zion could only hide behind her in fear. The addict suddenly noticed the ring on Ruby's hand. That? He reached out to grab it. That ring, I've definitely seen it somewhere. He remembered Eve, then slowly walked towards the two children. So that's what she did then. An inhuman smile slowly spread across his face. That addict's maniacal laughter made both Rachel and Zion tremble with fear. He raised his hand high. You dare bring a dragon to the north? Where did a stray like you get the nerve to talk back? Suddenly, someone shouted, no. Zion pounded on his back. You bad man, let go of Ruby. He was naturally annoyed. Zion, I have to protect him. But she herself was feeling exhausted from the lack of oxygen. It's hard to breathe. Suddenly, the addict's eyes widened. The fire had reached his back, making him panic. What is this? Rachel also escaped because of this. Immediately, Zion ran to her. Ruby. Suddenly, someone intervened. How insolent. Nellie appeared with a murderous look on his face. You worthless thing. Who do you think you're touching? Are you not afraid? The two children had finally found a reliable protector. Brother. He pulled the addict back, then grabbed his shirt. The addict was shoved into the fire by him. Nellie knelt down, his hand tightly gripping the man's coat. He draped it over the two children. Then he asked softly, are you okay? Suddenly, the addict shouted, interrupting them, I'm going to die. Next to the three of them, the addict was constantly sending out SOS signals. It's so hot, help. Nellie looked at him with a merciless expression, his hand summoning fire. What should I do with this disrespectful wolf? He clenched his hand into a fist. Killing one should be fine, right? But the man's terrified screams continued without stopping. Suddenly, the sound of water made Nellie pause. Zion placed his hand on his. The boy cried and pleaded, brother, don't. I'm scared. Hearing this, Nellie quickly reassured him. Zion, brother. Zion gripped his ring finger tightly. Finally, Nellie calmed down. I'm sorry. He reflected, blinded by a little peace. Nellie thought back on himself. I forgot what kind of person I am. He opened his eyes. Even if I want to fight the enemy wolves. Eve's image suddenly appeared next to Zion. But he worried a little. If she's scared of me, what should I do? Then Nellie clenched his fist. Looking down, it was as if his heart had stopped for a beat. Finally, the fire on the addict's back went out, but it left a large black mark on his shirt. Is it out? He just stared. You were going to kill me? He shouted threateningly. A dragon dares to touch a wolf? From now on, it's war. This addict hadn't finished his sentence before he knelt down. I'll go find the leader and... A frozen apple rolled on the ground. A frozen apple. Is someone coming? The leader, how did that girl get that apple? How dare you? Eve's face was grim as she held up the apple. You piece of trash. The addict collapsed in everyone's surprise, but they were more concerned about Eve. She angrily grabbed his collar. You crazy bastard. Eve shook him. Who do you think you're messing with? The addict's face was dizzy, but he still had to listen to her. I've been looking into you ever since you started using drugs, you piece of trash. Eve grabbed the ice apple. Someone like you. She must have been planning to throw it right at him. He deserved to die. Neelio held her tightly. Calm down, Eve. She struggled. Why are you stopping me? He tried to quell the fire inside her. She was too angry right now. But it seemed Eve didn't want to stop. Let go. This guy is better off dead. Let go. Suddenly, Rachel called out, Zion, Zion, making the boy look confused. The little girl asked a truly confusing question. Do we really need a sister-in-law? Zion obviously didn't understand what she meant. What are you talking about? Rachel looked at Eve with admiring eyes. Can't you just be my bride forever? Finally, Eve stopped. He spoke softly, Eve. Neilio touched her cheek and the rim of her ear. Pardon my rudeness. He looked at her with a gentle gaze, completely different from before. Have you calmed down now? Eve froze for a moment. Then she herself shattered the romantic atmosphere. She was stunned. What did I just do? Neilio was relieved to see this. It seems she's stable now. He was a little shy about his earlier action. I'm sorry for touching you without permission. I just wanted to help. But Eve didn't seem to mind. Oh, it's okay. On the contrary, thank you for taking care of me. Zion ran over to Eve, panting. Sis, are you okay? Eve knelt down. Zion. Zion wanted to hug his sister. Sis. But Eve's hand suddenly slapped his shoulder hard. You. She scolded her brother. How dare you go out on your own? The boy, being scolded, easily gave in. I'm sorry. Eve recalled what she had done. I was afraid this would happen, so I... She pointed directly at the wooden door, which was partially burned. Then she remembered the time she stayed by Zion's bedside. What did she have to do? Eve bit her lip. What if you got hurt? Her eyes welled with tears. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Seeing his sister so vulnerable made Zion feel even more guilty. He quickly wiped her tears. I'm sorry, sis. Don't cry. The two siblings hugged each other tightly. I'm so glad you're safe. In the middle of this touching atmosphere, a third person chimed in. Sis. Rachel felt that she was also partly to blame. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. The little girl apologized. I was the one who asked Zion to go out. Zion quickly denied what Rachel said. No, I asked Rachel first, but she insisted and then ran off. Eve hugged them both. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have gone out and left you kids at home. Rachel took the blame again. No, it's because I thought your ideal type was too weird. Zion was still crying his eyes out. Rachel doesn't think it's weird. It's special. Eve was at her wit's end with these two stubborn kids. Rachel kept mumbling nonstop. Zion, I'm sorry. From now on, I'll respect your ideal type. I'll tell my brother to cry more. Zion was no less dramatic. No, I'm the one who should apologize. Sis, your ideal type is so strange. My God, who likes a man who cries beautifully? Now Eve's ears were ringing. Can you two stop? Neilio stood behind them, witnessing the entire story. His dry cough startled Eve, so he had to find an excuse to explain. He scratched his head. Sorry, but this is a rather miraculous sight. Eve gave a weak laugh. It seemed she was also a bit embarrassed. Her taste was indeed a bit miraculous. She quickly comforted the two tearful kids. All right, stop crying now. Let's go home. Zion and Rachel, with sparkling eyes, heard Neilio say they should thank him before leaving. A silence fell over the four of them. Zion hugged Neilio. Thank you, sir. If it weren't for you, things would have gotten much worse. Neilio denied it. No, I was the one who... Over there, Rachel was a little embarrassed. Thank you. The shy girl turned her face away. You. Neilio smiled. Rachel was still very shy, so he called her name. Rachel. Neilio opened his arms, wanting to hug the little girl. Rachel was surprised for a moment. Then she smiled and ran towards Neilio. The two hugged each other tightly. The moment of peace had come, and, perhaps because of that, someone's stomach rumbled. Sis, I'm hungry. Eve suggested, since we're out, should we buy something? I wonder what you want to eat. Neilio suddenly remembered something. It seems Rachel left something in the alley. Eve was a bit surprised. Really? She offered to go with them. Let's go get it together. What did you forget? But Rachel only wanted to go with her handsome brother. I want to go with my brother. It's a secret. Neilio said, I'll be right back. You go ahead with Zion. Then he led Rachel back outside. Seeing the scene made Eve happy. It was good that the two had become closer. The addict from before looked like he was scared to death by someone. What on earth happened? He screamed hysterically. You almost killed me earlier. What more do you want? Rachel replied nonchalantly, that was for me and Zion. Though her words were gentle, they were full of menace. You also have to take responsibility for making my sister-in-law sad. The addict screamed in despair. at a house deep in a snow-covered forest. Eve gently tucked in the sleeping Rachel and Zion when Neilio's question startled her. Are you all right? Eve turned her head towards the source of the voice. Seeing the two kids sleeping so peacefully put the two adults at ease. Especially Eve. It seems so peaceful, isn't it? But that wasn't what Neilio meant. That's not what I was asking about. A big question mark appeared in Eve's mind. Huh? Actually, the handsome Neilio wanted to ask about Eve. I was wondering if you, Eve, are okay. She tilted her head. Me? Neilio reached out his hand. Then his large hand gently touched Eve's beautiful face. Your face is swollen. She was probably a bit shy in this situation. This. Eve stammered, I'm fine. I was just so surprised then. It seemed this girl wanted to take all the blame. It's all my fault. Neilio quickly denied it. It's not your fault, Eve. He knew what she meant. She seemed to be trying to shoulder everything. Then Neilio glanced at the two soundly sleeping kids. Don't blame yourself too much for what happened to the kids. His comforting words made Eve blush. You're doing a great job. Neilio knelt down. It's just that. He knelt before the beautiful girl. You just wanted to protect the children. This young man looked at Eve with an infatuated expression. If you, Eve, are okay with it. He was about to suggest, then with me, but Eve cut him off before he could finish. I'll go out and get some herbs. She walked away hastily, leaving Neilio stunned. He was completely taken aback. Huh? Although it was very cold, instead of going inside to get warm, Eve leaned against the door. Her silver-white hair fluttered in the wind. So much happened today. She gently placed a hand on her chest. This is just because I was so surprised. Her beautiful face was gradually turning red. That's why my heart is fluttering uncontrollably like this. Eve tried to calm herself down. I'll go back when I'm calmer. She sobbed. What was the result of one day of recklessness? The next day, Eve caught a cold, of course. Seeing her like this, Rachel couldn't help but worry. Sis, are you okay? Of course, with her body shivering like that, she wasn't okay. I'm not feeling well. She must have regretted her actions from last night. How could she catch a cold just from going out for a bit? But to be more precise, she had been unwell since she went out. It's cold, but why is my face so flushed? Eve felt a little ashamed. And in front of them, too. It was a blow to her pride. Even Zion didn't catch a cold. Seeing his sister like this, Zion was extremely worried. Sis, are you okay? You can't die. Hearing this, she quickly replied in a hoarse voice, It's okay, I'm not going to die. Neilio's hand once again brushed against Eve's face. Eve, may I be so bold? He used his hand to check her temperature. Your temperature is too high. I need to go buy medicine. Eve was now exhausted by her fatigue. Medicine. Neilio pointed to the pile of leaves on the table. There are herbs there. They're very good for a cold. I'll brew them for you. Eve felt guilty for making him worry. Thank you. I'm sorry to trouble a guest like this. But Neilio didn't find it troublesome at all. Not at all. I'll be right back. Zion eagerly wanted to help him. I want to help too. Rachel followed the boy. You idiot, you can't even use fire. I'll help. Eve's head was fuzzy, catching only bits and pieces. But which bundle is it? There are two types. The one that's good for a cold is the pretty one, right? Her vision started to darken. So it's the blue bundle. I've never seen that before. Then slowly, she drifted off to sleep. A while later, someone called her to wake up. Eve, wake up. She moaned wearily. Neilio came with a cup in his hand. It's ready. Drink a little and then rest. Eve struggled to sit up. My head hurts so much. Neilio quickly supported her. I've warmed it up, so it should be more effective. She slowly drank the medicine. Finally, the cup was empty. And the first thing Eve felt was, is it supposed to be this bitter? Neilio gently supported her again. Good. Get some more sleep. I'll leave the rest of the medicine on the table, so drink more when you wake up. Eve had no strength left to argue, so she did as he said. Okay. He rested his hand on the bed. I'll go find some clean water with the kids and come back. Eve was touched by his attentive care. I don't know if it's because I'm sick, but his hands. Gradually, she closed her eyes. I feel like I'm drifting between heaven and hell. Ah, it's so warm. Perhaps the pain made it hard for her to sleep, otherwise she wouldn't be able to think like this. Feeling his affectionate hand made me fall into a deep sleep, completely unaware of what was happening. A long time later, Eve woke up. She couldn't believe she had slept so much. Did I sleep until now? Eve felt something was a bit off. I wonder if they've found clean water yet. She raised her hand, no, her paw. My hand? Eve looked around frantically. And a tail too. She panicked. What is this? Have I become a wolf? Eve's bedroom was engulfed in a rare silence. Finally, she woke up. Did I sleep until now? I wonder if they've found clean water yet. Suddenly, she felt something soft near her. Whose tail is this soft? But something was wrong here. Wait, a tail? She quickly used her hand to touch the white tail, but even her hand was no longer a hand. A hand, no, a paw? Have I? Eve panicked at this reality. I've turned into a wolf. Eve rubbed her eyes, unable to believe it. Did I become a beast in just a moment? She tried to comfort herself. This is just a dream. I must have fallen asleep like this. This white wolf was trying to deny reality. Come on, Eve, calm down, Eve told herself. Just close my eyes and count to 10. Then everything will go back to normal. The count was approaching 10, and she still couldn't return to her human form. This made her face pale. 8, 9, 10. Eve cried out in despair. A dream, my foot. I'm just denying reality. She didn't understand how this happened. Suddenly, Eve smelled something. She realized the scent was coming from the cup she had used to drink the medicine earlier. This smell. Eve grimaced. Is it because of this? My nose was stuffy earlier so I couldn't smell it, but it's truly awful. She tried to recall what happened before she turned into a wolf. I clearly asked him to make it from the herbs I had. For some reason, a flowery filter appeared around Neilio in her mind. Trust me, Eve. He never said that. The wolf quickly jumped off the bed. That was a herb with no side effects. With great difficulty, Eve climbed onto the chair. Did he put something else in it? And then Eve found a purple herb. Could it be? The green-haired guy had promoted it heavily. It's a rare herb that's unavailable lately, so it can't be bought. Eve looked at it with a horrified expression. Did I drink this? She finished crying. If you can't buy it, why don't you drink it yourself? Why give it to me? Then her sadness turned to worry. No wonder. Since learning about my past life, I've never turned into a wolf. How do I get back to normal? Eve thought of Neilio and Rachel. What if they returned before she could get her old body back? She imagined their reaction. You're a wolf and you dared to deceive us. This made Eve shudder. My life is over. She waddled away. First, I have to get out of here. Eve used all her strength to push the door open. When the medicine wears off, I'll turn back. But her efforts seemed futile. She howled in frustration. With wolf paws, she couldn't open anything. After a long struggle, the door finally opened. All right. But the first thing that caught Eve's eye was Rachel. She must be sleeping. I told them resting is the most important thing when you're sick. Her eyes widened and she broke out in a cold sweat. This is insane. This white wolf caught Rachel's attention. Eve was in a state of utter panic. Rachel had no idea what was going on. Seeing the girl's expression, Eve became even more scared. Rachel has this kind of expression? Have I been found out? Zion stood behind Rachel. Rachel. Eve, already confused, became even more so. Zion. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. What is this? It's so magical. Eve was just as surprised. Zion doesn't recognize me either. She recalled, he was born deep in the forest and has never seen another wolf. And I've never shown him my full wolf form. The boy stared at Eve's ears. These ears. Eve put on a pitiful face, but Zion ignored her. The tail looked so familiar. All Eve could do was pray, please don't recognize me. However, it seemed Zion had recognized her. It looks like our sister. But before he could finish, Rachel covered his mouth. A dog. The girl quickly concluded, I've seen this before. It's definitely a dog. Zion was curious. Huh, you've seen it? Did your memories come back? Eve looked at the two kids with a weary expression. Why are you so sharp-eyed today? Zion was about to do something. I have to show Sis. Huh? Where's Sis? Seeing something was wrong, Zion began to suspect the wolf standing right in front of him. Wait, Sis disappeared and a dog appeared. Eve sent out a distress signal. No, don't dig into it. Don't be so sharp right now. The boy looked at his sister, now in animal form, with a sharp gaze. It seems there's a connection. Seeing the situation was not good, Eve immediately went into acting mode. If I don't distract him like this. Zion was mesmerized by this adorable appearance. Ah, so cute. Rachel looked at her friend with disbelief. She sighed. As expected, it's a dog. However, someone seemed deeply hurt. To be acknowledged as a dog was a major blow to her pride. Rachel told Zion, Sis must have gone out for a bit. You get hot when you have a cold, so she probably wanted to go somewhere cool. Zion believed every word she said. I see. Rachel rested her hand on her chin, looking like a little old lady. What's wrong with Sis? Before she could finish, Zion caught her attention. Rachel. The boy was fascinated by the wolf. Look at this, marshmallow paws. But Eve was not as happy. To survive, she had to roll around like this, and her brother didn't even know he was even openly enjoying it. Rachel suddenly dampened his mood. That's not important, you idiot. The girl's next words startled Eve. What if my brother comes back? She panicked. Oh right, because of the kids in front of me, I forgot about him. From outside, Neilio's voice echoed. Kids, are you back already? His footsteps frightened Eve. The final boss. It's unclear if it was because she was overthinking, but even though Neilio was standing right in front of her, Eve believed he hadn't appeared yet. He spoke coldly. Why is that thing here? Neilio suddenly entered the room, startling everyone. The most worried person was definitely Eve. Why is he here? She probably wanted to dig a hole to hide in. Her mind was in chaos. This is big trouble. Eve was looking for a way out of this awkward situation. Should I act cute? No, I probably can't fool him as easily as the kids. She trembled. What do I do? What should I do? Rachel quickly hugged her. It's just a dog. Neilio's eyes widened in surprise when he heard his sister. Huh? But he certainly didn't expect Rachel to scold him to protect the wolf she was holding. I'm going to keep it, so don't touch it. It does a lot of cute things. The girl hugged Eve tightly. If you're also planning on living with us, take a good look. This isn't an ordinary dog. Neilio was speechless at the girl's stubbornness. Rachel, I don't understand. Why is she suddenly acting like this? Living together, ordinary. Finally, he realized something was unusual. Wait a minute, now that I think about it, where's Eve? He saw a messy table with a pile of scattered herbs on it. He shifted his gaze to the bed, which was messy as if someone had just rushed out. Then finally, he looked straight at the wolf that Rachel was holding tightly in her arms. And a dog suddenly appeared. It seemed he had a hunch about what happened. Could it be? Seeing Neilio like this made Eve even more scared. His expression had gotten worse. She thought of the disaster that could happen. At this rate, Neilio would explode. How could he shoot fire at the kids? The scene she imagined was Neilio's reaction upon discovering the wolf was her. I'll burn everything. Of course, she wouldn't resign herself to her fate. No. She jumped out of Rachel's arms. I have to stop that no matter what. This surprised the girl. Oh no, puppy. She was full of spirit, but when she felt Neilio's aura, Eve immediately faltered. However, she didn't show it, still looking straight at him. And so she moved forward. Eve tried to act cute to get past the man in front of her. Please let it go this once. I'm this cute. Neilio swallowed hard. Seeing his unchanging expression, Eve gradually lost heart. As expected, it's not working. She closed her eyes in fear. Am I going to die so meaninglessly? And as a dog know a wolf? Suddenly, someone praised her. That's cute. This was unbelievable to Eve. Neilio knelt down. Rachel, I know why you're like this now. Eve's beautiful turquoise eyes. This eye color. This for color. This must have been beyond her calculations, which is why she was gawking at Neilio's compliment. It's a cuteness that I recognize. He looked at this little wolf with an affectionate face. Then he petted Eve's head. Was he fooled? Really? Neilio caressed her chin. It looks like a special puppy. Hearing that praise, Eve wasn't happy at all. But then she changed her mind. Well, if I can live, what's a little cute act? Neilio's eyes were still glued to her. You don't have to go this far. But there was something distant in his eyes. Neilio instructed his sister, I'm going out for a bit to find some wood and I'll be back. It seemed Rachel was still not at ease. So, what about the puppy? He smiled gently. You're taking good care of it. It looks like it just got lost. Hearing her brother say that, the girl was overjoyed and hugged Eve tightly. Rachel asked, when will you be back? Neilio replied gently, it'll be a little difficult for me to come back right away. I'm going to go quite far before I return. He distracted the two kids. It seems Eve has gone out for a walk. So you two have to take good care of the house. After saying that, he left. I'm leaving. Neilio leaned against the door. Then he slumped down. I almost attacked. I can't believe that wolf was Eve. He thought back to what had just happened. If Rachel hadn't stopped me, I would have attacked the moment I found out. Neilio sat there, exhausted. He was helpless. What should I do? This rage that clouds my judgment, this power I can't hide, and myself. Suddenly, there was a noise inside the house. Both Rachel and Eve breathed a sigh of relief that the storm had passed. The girl suggested, let's go to sleep. But it seemed Zion didn't want to sleep yet. Oh, so soon? I want to play more. But the girl had made up her mind. Dogs have to go to sleep early, right? Zion sobbed. It seemed Rachel herself had guessed what happened to Eve. We have to sleep so she can come back comfortably, right? The girl carried Eve to bed and tucked her in. Now, it's time to enter the dream world. This surprised her. Rachel. She owed this little girl a lot. It was thanks to her stopping Neilio that I survived. Thank you. Although I'm thinking of wings. However, that wasn't enough to dispel her worries. But how can I return to my original form? Although I did manage to put out the burning fire. The more Eve thought, the more she worried. What if my body can't go back to how it was? She slowly closed her eyes. Is it because of the medicine's lingering effects? My eyes keep wanting to close. Maybe I can take a little time to recover. Eve's flowing hair had returned. She was back in her old form. What a busy day. The fire crackled, warming the entire house. In bed, Eve, Rachel, and Zion were all sound asleep. Seeing Eve like this, Neilio felt a weight lift from his shoulders. She's back to normal. He pulled the blanket up for her. She must have been very surprised to suddenly turn into an animal. Then he thought about the little white wolf from before. That form was very cute, wasn't it? Neilio silently watched Eve for a long time. He wondered, if I told her I knew she was a wolf, how would she react? A slightly negative thought crossed his mind. Would she run away? He recalled the time he saw her initial anger. To find out her identity, I used Rachel as an excuse to keep her by my side. If she is indeed the wolf of legend, she must get the heart back. A terrifying scene appeared. Neilio was standing in a pool of blood, a hand holding someone's heart. Beside him lay a motionless white wolf. But as I realized my feelings and spent more time with Eve, his current thoughts brought him back to the past when Eve was instructing the two children, kids, be careful. A smile as bright as the sun bloomed on her beautiful face. Neilio, you be careful too. He opened his eyes wide in surprise at that radiant smile, and emotions I had never experienced before began to ignite. I don't want to hurt her. I want to stay by her side. To do that, I have to do one thing. So that Eve might choose me. A cold gust made Eve shiver. It's so cold. He reached his hand towards Eve. I must become the man she likes. Then he gently touched her long, platinum hair. If I could control my power, I could warm her up as much as she wants. This unexpected touch startled Eve slightly. It's so warm. She grabbed his hand. Neilio lost his balance. For some reason, his face turned as red as a tomato. Ah, It turned out the distance between him and the woman of his dreams was too close. My only heart is beating wildly, gently as if floating, and sinking heavily again. In that chaos, I prayed to a god I had never sought before. He held Eve's hand tightly. Oh God, if you exist, please let her choose me and let her love me. Eve slowly woke up. Is it morning already? The weather is warmer than usual today, isn't it? Then she sat up abruptly. Huh, warm? The sight that greeted Eve was Neilio sleeping peacefully in her arms. Her face flushed red. Huh? Why is he sleeping while holding my hand? Did he stay up all night holding my hand because I was cold? Huh? Could it be? He probably didn't see my ears and tail, right? Maybe when he wakes up, he'll capture me for questioning. What should I do? Should I run away now? Suddenly, someone called her name. Eve. She stammered in reply, Oh, Neilio, good morning. She looked awkwardly at Neilio's sleepy face. The first thing he did after waking up was to take his beloved's hand. You're still very cold, aren't you? Eve stared blankly like a deer in headlights. Huh? Neilio looked at her with genuine affection. You came back late from your walk yesterday, so your body temperature dropped a lot. That's why you kept seeking warmth. Hearing those words, Eve didn't feel touched, only cold. What is he talking about? So Neilio thought I went for a walk yesterday. She was flustered. That's right. I was out for a walk for so long I was freezing to death. Could it be, did I hold Neilio's hand? I'm not usually like this. Thank you. Neilio found her flustered state incredibly cute in his eyes. So cute. It was already bright outside. Neilio prepared to leave. Well then, I'll be taking my leave now. Eve turned to Rachel. Rachel, now that you've remembered, do you want to go home with your brother? The girl looked innocent at the question. Rachel doesn't remember anything. Eve patted the girl's head comfortingly. Oh, is that so? Then you'll have to stay here. I held Neilio's hand earlier. I was so rude. Neilio waved his hand in dismissal. It's fine, don't worry about it. She still felt a little guilty. Even so, you must have felt uncomfortable. If you need anything, I'll help you. Anything. Neilio repeated her words. Anything? Eve agreed without hesitation. Yes, if it's something I can do, I'll do it. Neilio leaned his head close to her. Then, if you don't mind, could you stroke my hair? While Rachel was covering her mouth in surprise, Eve didn't understand what he meant. Huh? Why is he so determined and positive? Even though I don't know what it is, I'll just agree for now. So this clever little girl made an excuse to slip away. Zion is calling me. Sis, I'm going inside now. Eve couldn't believe this little girl would leave her all alone like that. Huh? She felt embarrassed too. It was very awkward to be alone with him in this situation. Neilio's voice called from behind. Eve. When I touched your hand, Eve, my body temperature dropped. Eve, already shy, became even more so. Too close. She stammered, then, let's hold hands. But Neilio's next suggestion made her eyes widen even more. That's good too, but it would be more effective if you touched my hair. Could it be? You don't like it? Are you going to do it for me? Neilio's pouting face made Eve even more embarrassed. That face is too dangerous. He feigned sadness. As I thought, this is too much to ask, isn't it? Because I liked the warm memories with Eve last night. If she heard him say any more, Eve's head would probably explode, so she quickly interrupted. You, don't say such strange things. We just held hands. I'll stroke you. Her hand touched his cheek. Eve cupped Neilio's blushing face. Is this okay? Her heart was racing. My heart is pounding. A wolf was just stroking the leader of the dragons. Why am I so nervous? I must look so strange, right? A few days later, Eve carefully instructed the two children, you two are absolutely not to take off your hoods in the square, understand? Zion obediently replied, yes. Rachel did too, yes. The three of them went to the Apple store. It seems the last incident happened when I left the kids at home. So I decided to let the kids go out, on the condition that they go with me. Zion gently tugged on Eve's sleeve. Sis. Can we go over there? The direction he pointed was a bookstore. A bookstore? Eve put a hand to her mouth. Since we're here, should I buy a book about the human world? She agreed to her brother's suggestion. All right, but in return, you have to browse quietly. Zion and Rachel jumped for joy. Yay, I love it! The bookstore door opened, and the two kids looked incredibly excited. Seeing this made Eve happy too. These kids are so excited. I have to be careful not to let them take off their cloaks. This is. They sell adult novels here too. Looking at this reminds me of the novels I read before reincarnating. Is the male lead's hobby to cry for the female lead? Maybe I should try reading one. I have time for reading now. Let's do it, I'll buy one. But why is the bookshelf so empty? I don't see any books related to the human world. She asked the bookstore owner, "Excuse me, I don't see any books about the human world on that shelf. Are they all sold out?" The bookstore owner naively asked back, "You don't know yet?" What she heard next was like a bolt from the blue. "Those books have been banned for a long time." Eve's eyes widened. "Banned books?" The man calmly put a book in a bag. "Lately, there have been too many illegal immigrants to the human world, so that's why. The king of humans is very angry. We have to restrict it before things get more serious. Because humans probably can't overcome them." Eve was sad. "I bought a book, but it's not what I like. If I have to live in the north without being able to do anything, what should I do?" Not far away, someone was staring at her without blinking. Rachel looked at Eve with a not-so-friendly gaze. In the evening, at Eve's house. While Eve and Zion were sound asleep, someone entered. She was clearly talking about the human world at the store, wasn't she? Does that mean she wants to move? If she leaves, I probably won't get to see her again. I have to stop that at all costs. A fire phoenix appeared from Rachel's hand. She requested, "I have a favor to ask. Bring me the book she bought." Rachel believed that if she bought it secretly, it must be a book related to moving. I need to know what she's planning. But when she held the book in her hand, she was dumbfounded by her own overthinking. Huh? Isn't this an adult novel? Rachel flipped through the pages, not believing her eyes. She likes this stuff? She ordered her phoenix, "Don't skip this part. Convey everything to my brother." It didn't understand what she wanted. But Rachel didn't change her mind. He must know immediately. This stubbornness made the phoenix bow in defeat. It flew out of Eve's house that very night. Nelia was holding something tightly. What is it? This stuff is Eve's preference. At the mansion, after resolving to please Eve, Nelia slammed his hand on the table. Damn it. He was trying hard to cry to become a man who cries beautifully. In his hand was a book titled 10 Stories That Will Make You Cry. He growled to himself, "How can I make myself cry?" Nelia remembered aggressively ordering, "Bring me a book that will make me cry just by looking at it," which confused the servant. "Sir?" He helplessly rubbed his forehead. Reading dozens of sad books doesn't help at all. Suddenly, he saw something. He stared at the firebird outside the window. That's Rachel's phoenix. The window opened. The phoenix flew into the room. Nelia immediately left his seat. Did something happen to Rachel? A circle appeared from its rear. An image of Rachel appeared. You need to know about her preferences right now. Nelia was completely shocked when he saw it. She showed a book with some not-so-innocent pictures. Huh? This is Eve's ideal type. Moreover, it's a hyena. He's the complete opposite of me. This is not the time to practice crying. It would be better to go confirm it myself. The brown-haired aide hurried after him. Huh? Chief? Leader? Where are you going at this hour? He simply replied coldly, "To the north." The aide broke into a cold sweat. Again? You just got back not long ago. You can't. You know we have an important meeting tomorrow. Nelia walked away decisively. I'll be right back, so don't follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a dragon and flew into the sky. The aide stood there, papers flying everywhere. What on earth is in the north that he keeps going there so often? Scene change. In a northern forest, snow covered the ground and lay evenly on the tree canopies. Rachel sat on a sled, pointing. Zion, go faster. He crawled on the ground, smiling. Okay. Zion turned and eagerly waved. Sis, come here. The girl next to him agreed. Sis, come play with us. Eve happily waved back. I'm fine, you two go ahead and have fun. She leaned on her hand, thinking, I should have let them out sooner. They look so happy. I'm so jealous. Yesterday, I was also planning to have a happy time. Eve had a perverted expression. How long has it been? This is the first time since reincarnating. I suffered from the heat all night, so I came here. The hyena man said. His bronze skin and sharp facial features. Seeing the hot guy, Eve thought, what is this? This is completely different from my taste. She helplessly lowered her head. It's been a long time since I've read a captivity novel. It's my fault for buying it without checking the content first. She rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. I like healthy types too, but I prefer men who have a more pitiful feel. If they're also handsome, that's 100 extra points. I like someone with large fingers, but not too large. Dark hair contrasting with fair skin would be better, and a very affectionate smile. If I had to choose, I would choose someone like Neilio. Suddenly, images of him flashed in her mind, startling her. Huh? She waved her hands in confusion. What am I thinking? Demons, be gone. Suddenly, something zoomed past. Eve stood up, blocking the wind with her arm. What? What was that? Neilio, he blushed as soon as he saw her. Eve? She quickly approached him. Is today the day we agreed to meet? He looked at her and said softly, that's not it. He stared at her bright face. Zion clearly said that a man who cries beautifully is Eve's preference. But the illustration Rachel showed me was a completely different type. Which one is the truth? Neilio reached up and loosened his collar. No matter what, he was determined. I have to try it once. He shyly turned his head to the side. I suffered from the heat all night, so I came here. Eve stiffened, thinking of a wolf in heat. Heat? She quickly shook her head to clear her thoughts. What is this? Why is this man suddenly? Moreover, that line, I suffered from the heat all night, so I came here, is a line from the book I read yesterday. That's just a coincidence, right? Maybe he was just too hot, so. Neilio leaned in closer. Eve, cool me down. Eve looked up in confusion. She imagined a wolf howling on a cliff and thought, well, I am a wolf after all. Elsewhere, Zion handed the rope to Rachel. Now it's your turn. You pull me. Rachel, are you listening to me? The girl was gritting her teeth in anger. What on earth is he doing? I told him everything, so why is he doing this? If he can't do it all, at least he should make his skin bronze. I gave him that hint, and he still can't do it? If that's the case, it would be better for me to marry her. Zion, being ignored, pouted. She's not even listening to me anymore. I'm not playing with Rachel anymore. The boy stormed off in a huff. Zion frowned sadly. Rachel sometimes says things I can't understand. I want to play with my sister. And what about her? Tears welled up in his eyes. He sobbed, she always plays with me, but now. I'm good at playing by myself. In the future, even if you guys beg to play with me, I won't bother. Hey, what is this? Wow, it's so beautiful. Behind a nearby tree, a man in a cloak was hiding. He smirked triumphantly. Neilio leaned down. Eve, cool me down. She was flustered. Eve grabbed his shirt. No. She pulled his shirt closed. Even if it's hot, you can't unbutton your shirt like this in front of the kids. He was a little disappointed. He thought disappointedly, I'm not the hyena type, so of course she's not satisfied. Then Neilio immediately said sorry. Eve gently touched his neck. Last time you said touching your head would be more effective, right? He hesitated. Yes. Recalling the old scene, he thought, I was just jealous that she touched my cheek, that's why I said that. His face was as red as a tomato. Is it still the same? She smiled with her eyes crinkled. How is it? Has your temperature gone down? Neilio stared, stunned. For someone so affectionate. Experimenting to find her ideal type. He closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Yes, I like it very much. He was drooling with pleasure, but he still thought, this is so embarrassing. Eve took her hand away. Are you better now? Neilio smiled with his eyes crinkled. Thank you. Then she suddenly realized. I buttoned it up in a hurry, so it's messy. I'll fix it for you. Why did your shirt suddenly open up like that? Even your face is red. He quickly made an excuse. That's because I was in a hurry because it was so hot. He raised a hand to cover his face. What I did was so rude. His flushed face didn't dare to look her in the eye. I'm sorry. I'll be careful from now on. If you don't like me blushing, I'll try to control it. Eve was frozen by those words. Mom, Dad, what should I do? It's the first time I've met my ideal type. It's him. Elsewhere, Zion bent down to pick something up. What's this? It's beautiful, like Rachel's eyes. And it's so warm. I have to take it home. Suddenly, the boy bumped into someone. He spoke up, hello. The boy looked at the cloaked figure waving in front of him. Who is that? He approached cheerfully. It's not a bad person. Zion quickly hid what he had just picked up. This person's smile is strange. Sis said to be careful with people who don't have eyes. The boy remembered her instructions. Be careful if their eyes are droopy like a black curtain. At the time, the boy was a little confused. Droopy, a curtain. But it seems he understood. Despite the theory, Zion asked him directly, my sister told me not to talk to strangers. Camel gripped the brim of his hat. As expected, it's not easy. But dealing with wary kids is my specialty. It seems the boy saw something miraculous. He took off his hood, his hair color changing from blue to white. Zion stepped forward in fascination. Your hair color changed. Camel smiled proudly. Cool, right? It's my ability. Because I'm a chameleon beastman. The boy was so excited his face turned red. A chameleon? He replied knowledgeably, oh, you don't know? We can change our body color freely. The boy's eyes widened. So cool. Camel was pleased to see Zion's expression. He's won over. So, should I try the main mission? His eyes opened with a calculating look. But, what's in your hand? Zion smiled brightly. I found this. He inquired probingly, it looks warm. The boy replied happily, yes, it's very warm. Camel took the opportunity to lead the boy like a cow. Is that so? It would be great to bring it to your sister. The boy stopped at his words. Zion frowned sadly. Sister. He exhaled smugly. A little more and he would have fallen for it. Taking the opportunity, he continued, I know a place with many of those things. Zion suddenly sobbed. Camel's mouth dropped open in panic. What, crying? He scrambled to comfort the boy. I didn't expect him to cry. The boy trembled with anger. My sister really likes Rachel. Camel was a little confused. Rachel, who's that? Zion imagined them hugging affectionately. Sis said Rachel is warm and wants to be hugged every day. Eve said happily, oh, our little water drop is so warm. The boy stood alone at the door. But I'm just cold. Zion looked sadly at his small hand. Then he remembered the red gem. If I have this, will you hug me, sis? The boy sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Sis doesn't like me. Even picking this up won't do any good. Camel broke into a cold sweat. What's so sad about that? Then he started crying too. It's heartbreaking. I have a weakness for tears. Then he cried even louder than Zion. Hey, don't think like that. Why would your sister hate you? The boy kept sniffling. But she likes Rachel more. Camel, half crying, half comforting, said, no, she loves you a lot too. You'll understand when you're older. Zion burst into tears. You can just tell me now. He thrashed about. That's right, if you love someone, show it now. You'll regret it later. The boy's voice trembled. Right. After a while, Zion finally wiped his nose. Camel tilted his head, his eyes also red. Even so, don't hate your sister. She doesn't show it, but she loves you a lot. The boy nodded slightly. I know. But thanks to you, I feel better. He held the soaking wet handkerchief. Really, that's a relief. My handkerchief. Anyway, the gem is very warm, so if you give it to your sister, she'll like you for it. Warmth can soothe the heart. Although it might hurt a little. A calculating look appeared in Camel's eyes. Even though I cried a river, I still have to finish the job. If this guy takes the bait, I can get close to her. That's the mission. The figures from the mansion had said, "Chameleon, you go handle it." As they were sitting together, a voice came from a distance. "Zion." Camel turned and was startled. "Ah, milady." Rachel saw him and asked, "Why are you here?" Rachel turned to look at Zion. "And Zion, who told you could just disappear like that?" "Because of you. Your brother and sister couldn't see what happened, right?" A series of memories flashed through the girl's mind. Rachel frowned. "What was that? The atmosphere seems better." The girl looked at them and thought to herself, "That's like liking a shy man." Rachel suddenly shouted, "Zion, Zion, Sis's preference is not the hyena." "Huh? Even if you can't help, how can you just disappear like that? Are you surprised to see a stranger you don't know?" No. Then when you can talk better, come here." Zion was flustered and speechless. Camel cursed silently. "This traitor." "Did he cry?" The boy obediently hid behind the girl. Rachel tilted her head and asked, "So who sent you here?" "Tell me everything." Camel froze for 5 seconds. A flashback ran through his mind. At the Rammer mansion, before I came here, not only the young lady, but also the leader was worried about not returning from the north. The brown-haired aide's eyes were very serious. "It seems the leader has hidden a pet in the north." Everyone in the meeting was in an uproar. "Huh, a pet? If it's the north, could it be a wolf? Is there any basis for this?" The other guy continued. "Of course. I said we shouldn't speculate like that. He not only frequently goes to the north, but also looks for romance novels." Another person panicked. "It's the leader." Behind them, Camel was snoring. The brown-haired aide shouted, "Camel, you must go to the north immediately." He replied dazedly, "Huh." He was sleeping when he heard something knock on the door. The other guy knocked hard on his head. "This brat, I told you not to fall asleep during the meeting. You are to follow the leader on his next trip to the north." He tried to resist. Hey, but why follow him?" The other guy gave him the gem. "You should try to approach the person next to the leader and try using this." Camel asked blankly, "What is this?" The brown-haired aide explained, "This is a gem refined with the leader's power. To ordinary people, it's a deadly object. Although for us, we can endure it a little better. This time, it has been specially imbued with more power. Absolutely do not touch Lady Rachel, who uses the power of the same flame. If the person the leader meets is a worthy companion, as soon as they touch the gem, they can still absorb the gem's power." He was still curious and spoke up again. "What if someone unworthy touches it?" The other guy frowned. "Of course, they can't withstand this power. They'll burn up." Emerging from the flashback, Camel was weighing the pros and cons. "If I tell the truth, she'll get angry, but I absolutely can't say it." He quickly made an excuse. "We had no other choice because the leader and the young lady didn't return." Rachel glanced at Zion. The girl watched his shyness and thought, "These guys, are they planning to use my brother's power to test my sister?" Rachel's face darkened. She remembered Eve's beautiful appearance. "She treated me so well. I don't want to test her against her will." The girl quickly spoke up. "Zion." The boy was a little flustered. "Huh?" Rachel said calmly, "Give that to me." Zion handed over the gem with both hands. "This." The girl frowned sternly. "Yes, that's dangerous. It's better if I hold it." The boy was scared by her words. I understand." Seeing the gem about to be handed over, Camel panicked and held his head. "No. If there's a clash of powers, the young lady will be in danger." Having it snatched away, Rachel quickly reached out to grab it back. "What are you doing? Give it to me now." He tried to hold it up as high as possible. "If it gets snatched away, what do I do?" The girl shouted, "I told you to give it to me." Camel pressed his lips tightly. "At this rate, it's only a matter of time before it's taken." "I can't take it with me, so I have to swallow it." Rachel screamed in horror. "That idiot. Spit that out now." He clutched his mouth in pain. The girl ran over. "Give it here." "Where are you going?" "It's dangerous if you keep it." Camel's face was pale. But he was still very worried about the girl. "I told you it's more dangerous for you, milady." Rachel rushed forward with fire in her hand. "If you don't spit it out, I'll use force." Camel kept his mouth shut tight. Absolutely not. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and burped. The girl angrily scolded, Are you crazy? What will happen if you swallow that? Black smoke came out of his mouth. Camel clutched his throat in pain, his whole body writhing. His face turned red. Lady, save me. Zion hid behind the girl in fear. Rachel was flustered and didn't know what to do but stand there frozen. He's going to die. Because I swallowed my brother's power, I'm going to die soon. The fear I had forgotten resurfaced once again. This dream is pushing me towards the north. I'm so scared, I don't want this. Suddenly a hand touched the girl's hand. Rachel, who was usually so fierce, had tears in her eyes. She looked over. Zion. The boy was also scared but tried to act brave. Don't worry. I'll protect you. Zion's small, trembling hand gave the girl strength. He's protecting me even though he's scared. Get a grip. If I show fear here, Zion will also be in danger. Rachel quickly stepped forward. Zion, step back. The boy still wanted to protect her. But. The girl swung her hand, shooting out fire. Camel, even if it hurts. Before she could finish her sentence, something flew past. The person threw it straight at his head and cursed him out. This damn bastard. Camel was dazed. His mind was still a little clear. What was that just now? A stone. That person spoke clearly. It's been a bit quiet lately, hasn't it? It was Eve, rushing over. Did this strange guy come all the way here? Don't you touch my kids. Eve grabbed Camel's collar. How dare you? Where is this? Neelio ran after her, calling out loudly. Eve. Her emotions were extremely intense. This guy picked the wrong person. Rachel had to hug her tightly to try and stop her. Sis, no, it's dangerous. Eve suddenly realized. Wait. This person is abnormally hot. Black smoke billowed from Camel's mouth, his eyes rolled back. He grabbed her wrist, the heat spreading and causing her to pull away in pain. He screamed in panic. Eve. Neelio worriedly checked on her. Are you okay? She pulled up her sleeve to look. Yes, my sleeve just got a little burnt. Then he turned to look at the boy. Why is Camel here? Furthermore, that state. Rachel hesitated behind him. He ate the red gem. I thought he was in danger, so I asked. He put his hand in front of her. What? That? Eve's eyes widened with anxiety. Do you know what that is? His face fell. It must be the gemstone forged with my power. Neelio observed his pained expression, trying to think. If the reaction is that strong, it must contain a relatively large amount. If we leave him like this, Camel's life is in danger. But what can I do? With my abilities, I'll only make the situation worse. He frowned sadly. A cold chill spread, making him shudder. She was now sitting beside him, using her power to cool him down. Neelio panicked and shouted. Eve, that's dangerous. This seemed a bit difficult for her. Her expression was uncomfortable, but she was still very determined. I can't let him die. My magic can dispel Neelio's heat, so I'll give it a try. Neelio stood frozen to the spot. No, it can't be. The sky had changed color. Camel was breathing evenly. He sat up abruptly, not forgetting to yawn. Camel looked around. Where am I? He couldn't believe his life. Could it be, am I dead? Eve entered through the door. Oh, you're awake. Are you okay? The man froze for 5 seconds. Camel's mouth hung open as he saw her enter. She came over and touched his forehead. The fever's gone. He was dazed and bewildered, his face as red as a tomato. An angel? Eve brought a glass of water. Drink this, it will help reduce the heat. Camel timidly accepted it. Thank you. He was ecstatic inside. I think I've gone to heaven. There won't be any superiors or annoying jobs here. Suddenly a voice rang out. I've brought back the herbs, Eve. Camel drank while glancing to the side. Eve is the angel's name. Neelio walked in, holding up a handful of leaves with a dark expression. This is it, right? Camel was startled, unable to even swallow his water. Sir, leader, am I still alive? Eve smiled brightly. That's right. I prefer this type of herb, so I'll go cook it right away. He regretfully wanted to hold her back. Angel, don't go. I'll really die. Neilio's face darkened. Now then. Let's hear what excuse you have. Camel quickly knelt down. Please forgive me. We only wanted to invite the leader's person. He clenched his fist. I'm not blaming you for that. I know very well that you acted that way thinking of me, but the problem is, Eve and the children were almost in danger. He slammed his head on the floor. I'm sorry. For this crime, please let me atone with my death. Eve walked in, a little surprised. What are you doing there? Seeing her, he quickly lowered himself to help Camel up. No, even if I show my good side, I can't show my tyrannical side. An ideal type might not be handsome, but at least he should hide his ugly parts. Neilio touched his forehead and pretended to shout. Oh, your temperature is rising again? You need to lie down. Huh, why so suddenly? Drink this quickly. I'll bring a cold pack. His sudden concern made a few question marks appear above his head. Camel was a bit suspicious. Sir, why is the leader acting like this? It's like he's pretending. On the other side, Eve frowned. Neilio, did something make him heat up? He obediently bowed his head. It seems so. Camel looked down at his cup of water in silence. Thinking back, I was so flustered that I forgot. That person saved me, right? I remember receiving magic. But isn't ice magic in the north a wolf's ability? In that case. He lowered his voice. Earlier, you used magic to lower my temperature, right? Eve hesitated. Yes. Camel didn't hesitate to ask directly. So you're a wolfkin? She broke into an anxious sweat. Why does it always flow this way whenever I meet someone from the south? Eve quickly waved her hands. A loud voice came from outside. Big brother. That person opened the door and entered the room. Zion eagerly ran inside, with Rachel following as if she had arranged the whole thing. The boy went to Camel's bedside. Are you okay? I was so shocked just now. He replied cheerfully, yeah, I'm fine. Eve breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily Zion came in suddenly. Perfect timing. Rachel smiled secretly. Sis. Hug me, I'm so hot. She reached out to take the little girl. Oh really? Come here. Seeing Neilio, the girl cursed silently. Oh, that idiot. Even deep breaths aren't enough. This won't do. I'll save myself. Eve gently asked, are you feeling better now? Rachel beckoned to him while saying, yes, it's very cool, but you look hot too. Let's stay together like this. She was a little flustered. Rachel likes this? The little girl smiled brightly. Yes. Camel observed the happy little family, feeling a bit speechless. He was a little curious. I wonder what your relationship is? Eve quickly explained. We're just staying together because of some business, it's not. Rachel turned and interrupted. She's my sister. The little girl pressed close to her, smiling slyly. Then she said something that froze her in her tracks. My new sister. As soon as she finished, Eve immediately thought of a wedding between her and him. What is she talking about? New sister, is that what I think it is? He also tilted his head. From now on, Rachel will call Eve new sister, right? She was also happy and smiled brightly. Oh, so pretty. Eve's face flushed red. I must have misheard, right? There must be something between us. Memories flashed through her mind of Neilio kneeling beside her, or his blushing face when she touched his head. She frowned, thinking, did something happen? No, I have to think calmly. It could also mean a new sister, right? The South and North have different cultures, so even if it's the same word, the meaning might be different. At this point, she imagined the family scene she wanted to think of. Our new family. Then she kept thinking. In the West, tigers also eat grass. It seems there are all sorts of things. The tiger in her imagination munched on grass. It's said to be healthy. She closed her eyes, trying to calm herself. Eve put Rachel down. Of course, there's no way it's like that. I should explain. Suddenly Zion spoke up. New sister. My sister is Rachel's new sister, so I'll call you new brother. New brother. Then the boy turned to hug him. Camel forced a laugh. Haha, seeing the young lady follow suit, there's no way she could be a wolf. If I was rude, I apologize. Eve was a little confused. Oh, there was no big reaction. Aren't you surprised? Neilio noticed eyes focused on him, so he glanced over. He turned away, smiling faintly. She felt reassured. It seems nothing's wrong with Neilio either. Does it really mean a new sister? Rachel pressed close again to be affectionate. Hey, sis, hug me one more time. So Eve reached out again. That's right, an innocent child like this wouldn't know such a form of address. I'll have to ask Neilio later. The sun was gradually setting behind the trees. Eve spoke up. Are you already heading back? Camel seemed to be in a hurry. Yes, my body has recovered, and I can't impose any longer. She was very worried and wanted him to stay. At least have dinner before you go. You must be very hungry. He nodded politely. It's okay, I can buy food on the way. Zion waved hospitably. Take care, sir. Come play with me again next time. Eve sighed softly. We probably won't see each other again. I've met so many people from the south in such a short time. Moreover, does new sister really mean new sister in the south? She decided to ask the brother. I'm curious about something, Neilio. He gently turned his head. About what? She seemed confident in her judgment. Are there cases where the south and north use a special word with a different meaning? For example, the word new sister. Neilio paused for a moment. Eve hesitated. In the south. Suddenly he exclaimed, Oh, I don't see Rachel anywhere. This made her panic as well. Where did she go? He ran ahead. I'll go look. I think she went to see Camel off. Eve clutched her skirt. Just in case, I'll search around the house. But her mind was still troubled by the previous matter. I didn't get an answer. It doesn't have any special meaning, right? I have to ask again next time. The orange hue gradually deepened. Camel walked on the snow. I can't believe the young lady has a new sister. His pace quickened, he was running. Thinking of Eve's budding love, his heart ached, his eyes filled with tears. Then she must be the leader's mate. A new era will begin. I have to let the people of the South know about this. I have to tell him to prepare to bring his girlfriend and her brother here immediately. Suddenly, from behind, the phoenix flew and hit him on the head. Camel yelped in surprise. This firebird. Milady. The leader. My lord, the benefactor is your mate, right? I'll go right away. Neilio lowered his voice. Camel. What did you think when you directly felt Eve's power? He hesitated for a moment then spoke. That was the strongest ice magic I have ever seen. That's why we must quickly bring her to the south. We need to support her now. Neilio put his hand up to stop him. No, Camel. We must prepare before welcoming Eve. If dragons were forced to bring human siblings living in seclusion in the north to the south, how would they react? He replied hesitantly, they might get scared and run away. I will tell the southerners to prepare thoroughly so they won't be scared. Rachel replied excitedly. That's right. He carefully instructed. And there's one more important thing. What would the southerners think if they were ice mages from the north? Like a teacher-student dialogue, Camel continued, I think they would think they are wolves. Most ice mages are wolves. I'll have to make it clear so they don't misunderstand that she's a wolf. So Neilio praised him. That's right, Camel is so smart. I will entrust that task entirely to you. It will become your most important mission. He hesitated. Entirely? He immediately spurred him on. Can you do it? Camel declared loudly. Yes, I will try my best so they don't even think of the word wolf in wolf. Neilio said coldly, Good, now go and see. At the magnificent mansion of the Rammer family, a man's voice spoke up. You said you met someone who can control the leader's heat? Camel bowed low. Yes, I experienced it directly. She's a resident of the north. The old man put a hand to his mouth, thinking. Strange, among the humans who use ice magic, there's no one I don't know. Camel, tell me the location where that person lives. I must check for myself whether that person is truly human. Camel broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Are you planning to go to the north now? Hopper turned away in annoyance. Yes, it seems strange no matter how I think about it. He flailed in confusion. But, The old man's face suddenly fell. I can't possibly not know a human who uses ice magic. Tragedy has befallen the South where anger swept through. The day the former leader and his wife died because the current leader couldn't control his power, I made a resolution. I will do everything for the leader and the young lady. I gathered famous ice mages from all over the world to control the leader's power. I even secretly dealt with werewolves who use ice magic, but I wasn't capable enough. Has an ice mage appeared who can control the leader's power? It could also be a trick of those legendary wolves. I must protect the leader. At the bookstore, Eve took a book down from the shelf. Nothing special, right? Neelio tried to make an excuse. I mainly buy books here. Even so, it's quite diverse. I wish there were more books for the kids to read. She raised her voice. That's what I'm saying. Because there are few types, I can't find the book I'm looking for lately. He lowered his voice. Are you looking for something? Eve's answer made his face stiffen. Books related to the human world. I wonder if it will be helpful when I return to the human world. She thought to herself, it would be great to be human one more time. Then she turned and winked at him. There must be many books like that in the South, right? Besides, Neelio is the leader of the South, so the library probably has a more diverse selection of books. He froze for a moment. Then he smiled faintly. Let's see. I haven't tried looking for it myself. Eve clasped her hands in front of her. I wonder if there are cases where the North and South use words differently? Neelio frowned slightly. Different cases? She glanced sideways slyly. For example, new sister. Here, that word is often used to mean an older brother's wife. Yesterday, Rachel called me her new sister, but Neelio and Camel didn't have a big reaction. Neelio went silent again for a moment. Eve tilted her head shyly. I asked a useless question, didn't I? It was a bit much. Neelio said slowly. Eve. New sister is. The meaning of that word is just as you know it. Her eyes widened. What? Moving from the bookstore to another place, Eve was still troubled by what just happened. New sister really has that meaning? Why did Rachel suddenly say that? Why didn't anyone say anything? She slumped onto the table, sighing deeply. Neelio was a little flustered. I'm sorry for making you uncomfortable. I should have corrected it right then and there, but I couldn't bring myself to speak. I also hoped that what she said was true. Her face flushed red. What? His eyelashes fluttered slightly. As you've realized, I can't control my ability. Because of that, Eve and my subordinates were in danger, and it also caused heavy damage to the South. And my parents too. All of this is because I was born with one heart. It seems Eve is quite knowledgeable. Normally, dragons have two hearts to control their magic. Neelio explained carefully. Yes, my power is uncontrollable. Of course, I've also made those around me suffer. I became even more afraid after losing precious things. Because I can't ignore the possibility that the same thing could happen again. I've tried many ways to control my power, but with no particular success. In the end, I received help from many mages. I was forced to wear restraining devices and auxiliary tools to supplement them. However, my magic power grew stronger, and controlling it with just a bridge became more difficult. But then I met Eve. The moment I touched Eve, I felt a powerful force I had never experienced before. No one has ever been able to control my power to that extent. So, even though I knew it was a childish act, I still had to ask you to pet me. This is the first time in my life I've felt so refreshed. That's why Rachel couldn't deny it when she called Eve her new sister. He thought to himself, even so, I can't tell someone it's because of my feelings. Neelio said nervously, it must have been difficult for you. I'm sorry. Eve quickly waved her hands. I'm fine. Next time, if you explain clearly to your subordinates, there won't be any problem. She began to ponder. Hearing Neelio's position, I can understand. I wish my unremarkable ability could be of help to Neelio. But I'm just a supporting character who disappears quickly in this original novel. Even if I think about my future death by fire or for Zion, who struggled in the masterpiece novel, I can't say I'll help Neelio with my fragile sympathy. Rachel's memories have returned to the South. Before illegal immigration becomes more difficult, I have to think about moving to the human world as planned. The only thing I can do for Neilio is hope he can find a mate. Oh, her voice sounded a little sad. Why me? In front of the rows of buildings, Hopper was completely cloaked, his mouth grumbling. Damn it. Why is this damn north so cold? Hopper's body shivered. I came in such a hurry that I couldn't think about the weather. I was too careless. I forgot my money, so I can't even buy winter clothes. The old woman narrowed her eyes suspiciously. What, you have no money? The old man fumbled for something. That's right, my wallet. Hopper's face was pitiful. I will definitely pay you back, so please let me buy on credit. The woman said angrily. Really, who would be so foolish? Where are you trying to scam people? Get lost. That's what the old man had just experienced. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn wolves. The weather is chilly, isn't it? Hey. Achoo. Hopper cupped one hand to create a small flame, the other covering his nose. Damn it, it's so cold the fire won't even light. Anyway, I'm not happy with anything related to wolves. I can't believe a human's mate lives in a place like this. They clearly used a cunning trick. Suddenly, a ball of gold approached. Uncle, are you cold? Seeing Zion's round eyes, the old man was a little suspicious. This kid, what is it? A curious wolf cub. The old man waved his hand to shoo him away. Kid, go play somewhere else. The boy frowned worriedly. But you look cold. I saw your nose running just now. Hopper's pride was hurt, and he clenched his fist. My nose was running? It seems you don't know who this is. With this kind of weather. Zion offered the scarf he had just taken from his neck, smiling brightly. I'll give you my scarf. Even though the old man's nose was bright red, he stubbornly said, No, I'm not cold. But it was just talk, inside he was thinking. Damn it, but it feels so warm when I touch it. Should I refuse? Finally, Hopper shyly accepted it. Well then, I'll just borrow it for a while. Then the two of them walked hand in hand. The old man lowered his voice. Did you lose your sister? Zion remembered running after a puppy. He recounted the story with a very determined expression. Yes, while I was playing with a cat, my sister got lost. Both my brother and Rachel too. Hopper was at a loss. So this kid is the one who's lost. But the old man still replied gently. So the scarf was because you wanted me to help you look for her? The boy quickly denied it. No. Even if I was with my sister, I would have given you the scarf. You're helping me because I'm in trouble. My sister said so. If you do good things, sometime you will be blessed. You helped me, so you will receive many blessings. Hopper's lips curved slightly. In the north, I never expected to find such a gentle child. Right now, it doesn't matter if the boy is a wolf. I'll use all the honor of the south to find his sister. Zion suddenly pointed forward. Oh, sister. Eve recognized the boy from a distance and called out loudly. Zion. The boy ran over with a joyful expression. Sister. Hopper stood frozen. Solved so foolishly. She frowned angrily. How many times have I told you not to go off on your own? The old man thought in surprise. So that person is his sister. Behind them. The leader and Lady Rachel. Why is the leader here? Wait, if that's the case. The mate camel mentioned is. Eve bent down. Did that man take your scarf? Zion answered nonchalantly. No, I lent it to him. The old man spoke timidly. Kid, this person. The boy introduced eagerly. She's my sister. The old man's voice trembled as he repeated what they had just said. If you do good deeds, you will receive many blessings. The boy smiled brightly. That's right. Hopper said nothing more. His lips were pressed tightly together. For sure. If she's such a gentle person, then the leader's mate is clearly human. I apologize for daring to doubt you, my lady. Eve looked after the old man suspiciously. He's not a strange person, is he? Zion was very naive. He's a good person. Looking at the two siblings, the old man feigned ignorance. I don't know that look from the leader. Their faces were grim. Rachel's face was as cold as the iceberg that sank the Titanic. What did you call me? Neilio exuded a threatening aura. I didn't. Hopper shifted his attention to the boy. Kid, thank you. If you do good deeds, you'll receive blessings, right? That blessing, you're about to receive it. See you again next time. After saying that, the old man left. Zion called after him. Uncle, take the scarf with you. Hopper turned his head back. The old man placed a hand on his chest. Because of you, kid, I don't feel cold at all. The scene was like something out of a romantic movie, which made Eve suspicious. He's not a stranger, is he? Neelio agreed. Yes, he could be. Rachel let out a helpless sigh. I don't know why, but it seems he's pleased with Zion. Is that a good thing? In the middle of the snow-covered town, her sweet voice rang out. So let's buy some more groceries and then go back. The other three replied in unison. Yes. Scene change. Eve held a bag of groceries in her hand. Phew, that was close. She skipped down the street with a bright expression. I thought I wouldn't be able to see the market because I had to watch Zion, but my little kid knows how to help now. They're all grown up. At that moment, Zion eagerly raised his hand. Rachel and I will go buy meat. Rachel acted mature. I'll go with him and come back. Her pace slowed. Come to think of it, 3 days with Neelio. I also hope that it's true. This is the first time in my life I've felt so cool. Is it right for me to pretend not to know Neelio's situation? Suddenly, a very loud sound rang out, startling her. Eve ducked into a small alley. Inside, the blonde-haired guy cracked his knuckles. You think we can't catch you if you run away? The wolf girl with cropped ears said, We've lived in silence and caused you no harm. Why change the policy all of a sudden? Can you believe that only wolves with mixed blood are being arrested and investigated? Eve was startled when she heard this. She worried silently. Arresting wolves with mixed blood? The wolf girl continued. This is clear discrimination. Leader S. Eve broke out in a worried sweat. Arresting wolves with mixed blood? Why are they being arrested? The white-haired guy squatted down and pointed. What, you're not happy? The one who secretly went to the human world and tarnished the reputation of the wolf species. Just thinking about being insulted by humans because of you. Edmund, standing beside him, crossed his arms. Enough. I have a question for you. If you cooperate, I will ensure the safety of you and your brother. Do you know this mixed-blood sibling? They have rare silver hair and blue eyes. Tell me everything you know. From outside, an apple rolled in. The white-haired guy shouted, Who is it? An apple. Eve had already run off. She leaned against the door of her house. It can't be. They're not looking for me and Zion, are they? I've always lived quietly. She recalled his words. Rare silver hair and blue eyes. Her expression was clearly tense. But if they find us. If that's the case, Eve trembled, her breathing heavy. She spread all her documents on the table. We have to leave the north quickly. But how? Besides a legal entry, are there any other options? Is there no way to get there by land? I'll do anything to get out of here. So please. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Eve. It's Neelio. You're back? Is something wrong? If you need help. She lowered her head. It's okay. I just needed to find something. On the table was a pile of books about the human world. I'll be right out. Can you wait for me in the living room for a bit? And it caught Neelio's eye. Eve, that. Rachel stepped forward assertively. Sis, are you planning to go to the human world? She turned to hide it. No, not at all. The little girl approached decisively. You don't have to hide it. I know you've been looking for a way to get to the human world. Eve didn't dare to face the little girl. That is. Her words were cut off. She thought, what? How much does she know? Did she realize I'm a wolf? At that moment, Rachel suddenly pressed herself into her arms. Sis, I understand. Life in a different land is very hard, isn't it? Let's go together. I've been there before, so I know. Eve then realized. Of course, she's remembered. Rachel put her index finger to her cheek slyly. Although I only remember vaguely, it's still okay, right? I think my brother just told me that there's a road from the south that leads to the human world. Wouldn't it be easier than going from here? Neelio's face froze. Then he caught up, sincerely extending his hand. That's right. There was once a treaty between the South and the human world, so a road was opened. It's both fast and safe. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her heart heavy. If I go the way I said, there's a way to go straight to the human world. But isn't it very dangerous to go to the South? If my identity isn't exposed now, it will be eventually. Neilio lowered his voice. Eve. She looked up sadly. He held her hand tightly. Can I go to the human world with you? Don't let anyone think you're a wolf from the north. I will protect you from unnecessary dangers. Eve seemed mesmerized. So warm. She spoke politely. Thank you for the offer, but wouldn't that be a bother to everyone? You've all helped me so much already. He let go of her hand. Haha, don't worry about it. Isn't this an opportunity for Rachel to go to the South as well? For me, that's enough. The little girl suddenly caught Zion's confused gaze. Rachel quickly ran over. Sis, even if we go to the human world, we still have to visit the South sometimes, right? She didn't quite understand. Huh? The little girl held Zion's arm tightly. I want to see both you and Zion often. The boy was clear. I also want to see Rachel often. She bit her lip, trying to hold back the coming storm. She looked down at the messy documents and thought, maybe this is the last chance. If things continue like this, the road to the South might also be blocked. And the number of meetings will decrease, right? Children often forget promises quickly. Rachel's face darkened, her eyes gradually becoming sinister. Huh. The little girl calculated silently. The human world? What's that? She will be my sister-in-law. I will absolutely not let her go. The two adults knew nothing of Rachel's plan, so they continued their lively conversation. Neilio suggested, then I'll go prepare for an early departure. Eve was very grateful. Thank you. Rachel's plan was very clear. I will make her fall in love with the South so she will never think of the human world again. At the wolf leader's office, the man with two-toned hair stood with his hands behind his back. Sir, I've brought the person you mentioned. Edmund rested his chin on his hand. Let him in. The person who was brought in knelt hard on the floor. He read the document while looking at the trembling doctor with a very smug face. You illegally searched for herbs. Edmund nonchalantly tapped his fingers. Who is the supplier? The man quickly defended himself. I, as a doctor, just wanted to find good materials. But Edmund caught him. So a dedicated doctor will be forgiven. Actually, that was herb hoarding, but I understand. You have to make a living too. So, tell me about the person who supplied the herbs. Edmund requested great detail. Seeing the glittering gold coins, the doctor's eyes lit up. It's true that money makes the world go round. He confessed immediately. That person. I couldn't see clearly, but it was a person with a slender figure. And they said they were a man but looked very much like a girl. I don't know if they were intentionally speaking in a low voice, but it sounded a bit awkward. Sometimes I saw silver hair. The two-toned-haired man leaned in and whispered, in short, with the testimony of the merchant investigated last time. Edmund smiled smugly. All right, so it's the same person. The doctor looked up. Sir, what do you mean? He arrogantly closed his eyes. There's someone I'm looking for because I suspect they illegally immigrated to the human world. You helped fund smugglers. Take him away. He panicked and shouted. Leader, it's a great injustice. I really didn't know this would happen. He replied nonchalantly. But on this occasion, you should also know that not knowing is also a crime. After everything was settled, Edmund leaned back, putting his feet on the table. Now I can help you. Eve. In front of Eve's wooden house, Neilio began to speak. Moving requires some procedures, so I'll go to the South for a bit. It won't take long. I will come to pick you up as soon as possible. She smiled warmly. Okay, I'll wait. Oh. He transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. He beat his wings decisively and moved forward. Eve watched in amazement. So beautiful. The wind made her hair fly. After leaving the north, will I be able to live freely? I heard there's a vast desert in the west. Zion likes warm places, so wouldn't it be great to go there once? First, I have to get out of the south. If Rachel gets home safely, she won't come looking for me anymore. Then we can quietly leave for the human world. Suddenly, Neilio's expression and words came back to her. This is the first time in my life I've felt so cool. Suddenly, Eve froze. She bowed her head and chuckled softly. Haha, who am I worried about? Anyway, if Neilio finds a mate, he won't need my ability anymore. I will just, until I get to the human world, help Neilio whenever he needs me. To repay everyone's help. At the majestic palace of the Wolf Clan. The two-toned-haired man asks suspiciously, "Are you also making a personal appearance today, sir?" Edmund replied casually while reading a document. That's right. That's what I ordered when I became leader, but it hasn't been resolved yet, has it? What can I do? I have to step in myself. The man bowed respectfully. I will do my best. Only then was he satisfied. Yes, all right. I want to be the first one to see her. Suddenly a person entered and shouted, "Leader, urgent news." The two-toned-haired man scolded angrily. Has this kid lost his mind? Daring to enter the leader's room without permission? Edmund remained calm. Don't overdo it. If he's being this rude, it must be something urgent. The green-haired man immediately bowed. Forgive me, there's nothing else. I received a letter from the dragon leader. The letter's content was specific to the northern leader Edmund. In 3 days, a few people will visit some forests in the northern mountain region. Please check the coordinates below for the specific location. On the day of the visit, we will leave within a few hours, so there is no need for much preparation. Southern leader, Neilio. The two-toned-haired man threw a fit. Even if it's a dragon, what kind of notification is this? I object. He gently slapped the paper against his face. Yes, you see it as an ignorant act, don't you? The man lowered his voice. Moreover, this way of speaking is quite suspicious. I didn't expect the elegant dragon to act like this. He strode into the room. Edmund's tone was a bit annoyed. Is there anything special scheduled for 3 days from now? If so, cancel it all. What are these guys trying to stir up? I have to check with my own eyes. At Eve's house, she was cleaning up to move. Zion eagerly approached. Sis, Rachel and I have packed everything. Can I go out and play now? The boy excitedly pointed to their accomplishment. So she spoke up. Really? I'll check again. But before she could finish, Zion pulled Rachel and ran off. Hurry up, Rachel. She was at her wit's end. These little mice. She turned to look at the now empty room. Well, there wasn't much to bring in the first place. Everything necessary can be bought in the human world. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream came from outside. Eve immediately ran out. Zion, what's wrong? The boy stepped back in fear. Sis. Even she was startled. Oh. From above, many dragons were landing. Her mouth hung open. What is this? Neilio smiled faintly. Eve. I've come to pick you all up. Eve broke out in a cold sweat. Neilio, these people are. He replied gently. Sorry if I surprised you. I've chosen the most trustworthy people to take you all to a safe place. Although there are few of them, they all work very well. Eve couldn't believe her eyes. A few? He came over and pushed her to one side. You must be tired from packing. Rest for a bit. I'll take care of the rest. Eve was dumbfounded. Huh? Zion suddenly called out. Sis, are we leaving the north now? She just replied nonchalantly. Yes, are you sad? The boy shook his head obediently. No. As long as I'm with you, I'll go anywhere. Eve immediately hugged Zion tightly. Me too. Let's hurry to a warm place that Zion likes. Suddenly a voice rang out, freezing her. The bond between siblings is beautiful. I've lived my whole life in the South, so I never knew the North could be this beautiful. Eve glanced behind her. That's right, it's not just us. Another person spoke up reproachfully. Honestly, this human. Eve shyly scratched her cheek. I have to be more careful in the South. Then he added another sentence that made her freeze. Do you think his mate is hiding in the forest? The other person replied, that's right. His mate has excellent taste. We could hold the leader's wedding with his girlfriend here. The other one answered, no way. Even so, the wedding must be held in the South. Eve froze upon hearing that. Mate? Why on earth are the Southerners calling me a mate? The culprit was none other than Camel. She reached out to stop the conversation. Why is there such a rumor? What should I do? How do I correct this? From behind, a voice both strange and familiar rang out. Huh? I sent an official notice and said there was no need for a reception. I wonder what's so urgent. It seems the South has been leading the illegal immigration to the human world. Eve recognized him immediately. Edmund. He approached closer. To avoid suspicion, you pretended to be frank and even sent coordinates, right? Do you think we would trust you and obediently wait like a dog waiting for its master? We know very well how much you look down on us wolves. What are you trying to lure the Northerners for? What? To dig up information on wolves? I never thought the King of Beastmen would use such a cowardly method. He was speaking enthusiastically when he suddenly turned to look at Eve. His face suddenly flushed red. You! He didn't expect Eve to be here. Eve? She was startled when she was recognized and wanted to run away. Suddenly Edmund turned to look at Eve. It's Eve, right? It has to be. Finally found you. From behind, Neelio grabbed his hand to hold him back. Edmund broke out in a cold sweat. What are you doing? Let go of me. His eyes widened when Eve spoke. Why did you come here? Like you said, we've lived in seclusion. Zion looked at her worriedly. Sis. Tears welled up in her eyes. Eve shouted, leave us alone. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Edmund started to get flustered. Why are you angry? Let go of me for a second. Eve continued. You said it yourself, get out of your sight. I'll do as you wish, so don't bother me anymore. He lowered his voice. I've thought about it. So you're the one who wants to immigrate. Her face turned pale. Huh, you were really looking for me? She hesitated. What do you want from me? Edmund stammered. That. I missed you. Eve couldn't believe what she just heard. What? He continued. The Southerners are helping you get to the human world? If you want to leave the North because of what happened before, you don't have to worry anymore. I've changed a lot from before. Besides, I also have a strong force to protect you. At this point, Neelio spoke up. It seems there's a misunderstanding. He replied angrily. What did you say? His presence overwhelmed him. Eve is not going to the human world. We are going to the South. Edmund's face gradually contorted. Huh, what nonsense. Are you sure you're going to the South and not the human world? Neelio calmly replied. I know very well. Eve then explained further. I don't know how strong your forces are, I just don't want to live in the North anymore. If you were me, would you want to stay here? Edmund was stunned by her words. His voice was sad. Why no? I tried so hard to climb to this position, just because you had to deal with the racial policies in the North. Eve didn't feel moved, but tensed up. Wait. Could it be that my wolf bloodline is exposed now? No, please shut up. If the Southerners find out my identity, both I and Zion. And as usual, Rachel was always the one to save the day. Camel found his sister-in-law. He shouted excitedly. So you're here, my lady. It's been a long time since I've seen everyone. Have you been waiting long? All the luggage has been packed and we just need to leave. But the atmosphere seems a bit strange. Oh, the wind? Eve stammered. Wait a minute. That's what's happening. Edmund heard this and froze. Huh? You are the mate of the Southern leader? She hesitated slightly. That is. She put her hand to her chin, thinking for a moment. Then she stepped forward and affirmed strongly. That's right. I am Neelio's mate. He hesitated. Eve. She whispered softly. I'm sorry, Neelio. I have to do this so that guy will let me go. I'll explain when we get to the South. I'm sorry for causing trouble like this every time. Neelio stood frozen for a moment. Then his lips curved slightly. I understand. Let's go, madam. Let's go. The people around them replied in unison. All right. Edmund immediately went into a frenzy. Who gave you permission? Eve, tell me the truth. Are you being threatened by the Southern leader? He's a dangerous man. You don't know what terrible things dragons have done. Eve was startled and looked back. She bit her lip. She gritted her teeth in anger. What you did to me as a child was even more terrible. He stared in horror. Then they all turned into dragons and flew up into the sky. Edmund stood stunned on the ground. Memories flashed through his mind. I'm always ready to protect you. I learned a lot from my father, who was the previous generation's leader. He wasn't a wolf. Harassing people of mixed blood was like breathing for him. I also used to think it was natural. However, the first moment I saw you, I had a strange feeling. You were clearly a useless mixed blood. I don't know why I kept staring. But back then, I was too young to realize my feelings. It was the first time my pride was hurt by someone of mixed blood. The stares of the people around me were also terrifying. I shouldn't have done that. I regret that day a lot. When I returned home, I was determined to quickly grow up and become the leader. His eyes at that time were extremely resolute. The image of the beautiful Eve was always present in his mind. So that no one could touch this weak person, I will definitely be by her side. He turned to speak to his subordinate. Let's go back. The man asked in confusion. Sir, aren't we going after them? Edmund walked ahead. How can we fly? There's nothing we can do now. So, quietly select a few people who can move quickly. They quickly replied. Yes. He pulled up his hood, thinking, Eve is of mixed blood, so her power will be unstable. Those vicious dragons are aiming for that. Maybe they've brainwashed her. Only I can save her. Sitting on the phoenix, the strong wind blew Eve's hair. She looked down below with some surprise. We're finally here, the south. I really couldn't have imagined coming to the dragon's territory. Life is truly unpredictable. Nelio suddenly spoke. Eve. She turned to answer. Yes. He said gently, we're about to arrive in the south. Try looking down, the scenery is beautiful. She exclaimed in panic. From up here? He stammered. If you don't mind. I take my hand. Eve was also flustered and hesitant. Are you running a fever? Even Rachel covered her face in embarrassment. Nelio held out his hand. No, that's not what I mean. I just want to help you look down. I want to show you the good things you've always thought about when coming to the south. So that Eve won't regret her choice, I hope you will have beautiful memories until you reach the human world. Her lips curved slightly. Nelio is so kind. But will this friendliness still exist after he finds out I'm a half-wolf? Luckily, I wasn't discovered when I met Edmund, but if one day my identity is revealed. Suddenly Rachel spoke up. The things you're thinking about will absolutely not happen. Eve turned in confusion. Huh? The little girl smiled brightly. You look like you're worried about something. You're afraid of falling, right? Eve evasively replied. Yes, I've never flown before, so I'm not used to it. She looked at the little girl's smiling face, sighing in relief internally. That scared me. I thought she could read my mind. Rachel tucked her hair behind her ear. Don't worry, I'll also try my best to put you at ease. I'll be by your side. So let's look at the sky together. Memories flashed through her mind. The image of a woman appeared, seeming to be Eve's mother. She spoke. Eve, dragons are not as scary as you think. She leaned forward. Have you ever met a dragon, Mom? The woman replied gently. Yes, though not in person. Eve leaned back on the bed. You don't know anything. Eve's mother reached out and stroked her head. But Grandma told me that. Dragons are kinder than we think. Eve sat up straight. That's an old story. Her mother giggled. But it's surely been passed down. They say all dragons are very gentle. So Eve. If you meet a dragon, treat them well. She held out her hand cheerfully. Do Zion and I have to hold on tight so they don't fly away? Her mother's words always echoed in her mind. They will be good to you too. Nelio reached out in response. Of course. In the middle of the vast blue sky, that voice appeared again. Definitely. At the Rammer family mansion, Zion looked around in delight. Sis, is this heaven? Eve's mouth also hung open. It is, isn't it? In the deep red flower garden, she was secretly amazed. I can't believe it. This is completely different from the south I imagined. Can flowers bloom so brilliantly? Zion showed her a butterfly perched on his hand. Sis, look what's on my hand. The butterfly was a vibrant blue. She explained to the boy. That's a butterfly. I've only seen them in books. This is the first time I've seen one in person, Zion said with delight. Fly away, Eve suddenly exclaimed. Zion. She spoke loudly, but Zion didn't seem to pay much attention. Don't run around like that. What if you fall? As soon as she finished speaking, the boy bumped into someone and fell. Zion rubbed his head and spoke. I'm sorry. The old man lowered his voice. You know how to apologize. Very good. Have you been well, little one? Zion shouted excitedly. Uncle. Eve stepped beside him. That is. Hopper nodded in greeting. We didn't have time before, so I couldn't greet you properly. I am Hopper, the leader's attendant. Although it's late, thank you all very much. Eve was secretly surprised. This person is Hopper? Hopper, the attendant from the south. I saw him in the original story. He hates wolves more than anyone, but he looks different from the description. Just a friendly old man? Even though he's human, his northern origin makes me a little scared. The old man said kindly, from now on, if you need anything, just tell me. So Eve took the opportunity to say, in that case, I wonder, could I see an ancient book that is only found in the south? Hopper paused. His voice came out cold. There is a library with all the ancient books, but it might be a bit difficult right now. She pursed her lips in confusion. So he's still wary. It makes sense. Someone from the north suddenly wants to see ancient books of the south. Hopper suddenly clapped his hands. Weren't you tired from the long journey? The attendants came and draped a coat over her shoulders. Eve froze. Huh? The old man spoke and ordered the servant to take her for decoration. First, let's relax. Then, change into clothes suitable for the southern weather. After everything was done, Eve looked much cooler, but she was a little nervous. Hopper took her to the library. Look around. The leader is handling the backlogged work. Eve was startled. Huh? She bowed her head shyly. Thank you. Even though I'm an outsider, I'm still being welcomed like this. Hopper laughed politely. Haha, what outsider? Aren't you the leader's mate? Eve shyly said, you can just call me Eve. She thought in panic, what is this? Hopper laughed politely. Haha, that's strange. How could I call the leader's mate by her name? She clasped her hands together. I'm really fine with it. But she silently urged herself, just say you're not his mate. Why won't your mouth open? At this moment, the old man voiced his curiosity. May I ask why you want to go to the library? If you tell me, I'll help you find some books. Eve broke out in a cold sweat. She was worried. Could it be me? Then she sincerely placed her hands on her chest. In the north, it's impossible to find any books related to the south. So when I came to the south, the first thing I wanted to know was the legend of the dragons. Because I want to help Neelio. She was very afraid this lie would be exposed. Is it really about wanting to become Neelio's mate? Hopper smiled and invited her in. I see. Actually, just having you here is enough to learn about the South. But if you want to adapt to the South, knowing more about its history is also good. I will guide you. Only then did Eve feel at ease and pleased. Another purpose. If my identity is revealed, Zion will also be in danger. At that time, Neelio will also be in danger if he can't find a mate. I can't overcome my feelings. I'm really so selfish. The sun had set behind the buildings, leaving a romantic pink glow in the sky. Eve sat in her room, chin in hand, pondering. Let's see, the history of the southern Caspian continent. In the sky is where the gods rule, and below is where the death gods rule. Humans are the rulers on the ground. The nearly immortal dragons have existed on Earth for a long time. At first, they had not yet adapted to the unfamiliar environment on the ground. But gradually, with the wise support of the red dragon, they were able to adapt and settle in the south. However, one of the dragons had a very high self-esteem, which led to conflicts, and some dragons were killed. The beastmen came and begged the red dragon, the strongest of all dragons, to become their master. With a kind heart and a love for the weak, he accepted to become their master. Meanwhile, some humans and wolves misunderstood that the red dragon was the one who had invaded the south. Due to the humans' evil tricks, their leader was seriously injured. A wolf stole the leader's heart and fled. So the leader of the beastmen was left with only one heart, and his power was in a difficult situation. The other dragons went north to find their master's heart, but it was very difficult to find any clues about the wolf. In the end, that leader died. Thus, a war broke out between the south and the north. As the war spread, there were many great losses. However, the war ended with a reconciliation between the two sides, mediated by the merfolk of the east and the lions of the west. Rumors emerged that the wolf had sold the leader's heart to the dragon hunters it had collaborated with. Thus, the second war between the south and humans began. So all beasts and humans were divided into two, and the relationship between the south and the north could not return to its original state. Many people were curious about who possessed the leader's heart. What, is this all there is? She glanced at the pile of books next to her, a little disappointed. I couldn't find any special clues. Did the original Eve really have an influence on the wolf Nelio, who stole the heart? No way. If she did, I wouldn't have died in Rachel's fire. Because a dragon's fire cannot burn a heart, especially if it's the heart of someone as strong as Nelio. The more I think about this, the more complicated it gets. What is Eve's true identity? From behind, a little girl approached. It was Rachel asking, "Sister, Zion just fell asleep, but it's okay for you to be here today." You must be very tired. Well, it seems you've been busy all day. I should have taken him to his bedroom, but... The girl rested her chin on her hand, her lips curving slightly. Her face showed a smug expression. I should have taken him to the honeymoon suite, right? While sound asleep, she had a dream. She dreamt of her father, Aiden. He stood beside her, watching her play in the snow. He bent down low. Eve, look at this. This ice flower is made from magic. Eve shouted angrily, we need to find some herbs. Hurry up, I'm so cold. Aiden was still cheerful, my daughter is bullying her dad again. She turned away in frustration to look for herbs. The snow is falling so hard. All I can think about are the herbs, we need to get home soon. Her eyes widened like marbles. Eve looked up. Why is it frozen in place? Did Dad do that? Dad, you froze it. Do you have that power? Dad, Aiden looked at his hand in doubt. Her expression was one of wonder, as if she'd just seen a miracle. Later, Eve woke up in bed, her hand on her head. When did I fall asleep? Where is this? Then she suddenly looked down and saw she was in her pajamas. Her face instantly turned pale. Where am I? Why are my clothes like this? Panicked, Eve ran around calling for Hector, Shaun, and Rachel. Just then, Noelle spoke up. The children were just together in the other room. Did you sleep well? She was stunned. Noelle. Why is Noelle here? He answered calmly, because this is my room. She was so shocked her eyes went wide. Really? I'm sorry, I'll leave right away. Noelle quickly stood up. No, it's all right. It's only natural for you to be here, Eve. Everyone in the castle knows you're my partner. I don't need to prepare a separate room for you. She was speechless. Separate. Noelle continued, if you feel uncomfortable, I'll move to another room tomorrow. Eve frowned uneasily. Noelle, are you hurt somewhere? He panted and said, I'm fine, just a little feverish. She walked over and grabbed his wrist. Is that so? Come here. He called her name, confused. She pulled him to the bedside, still holding his hand tightly. Her face was filled with worry. You haven't rested properly since coming to the south. You've been overworking yourself, haven't you? Noelle hesitated. I guess so. You look a little tired today. I'm just so happy to have Eve here. She panicked internally. What? His face is getting redder. Eve leaned in and touched his forehead. Noelle, it seems your fever is getting worse. Are you okay? Noelle stammered, my face isn't red. He bowed his head as if to gather his courage. Then his hand intertwined with hers. It must be the fever. It's getting higher, I think. Can I hold you for a moment? Eve exclaimed in shock. What? Her voice trembled. You want to hug me? Noelle continued his advance. When I'm with Eve, it feels like my mind is turned upside down. So please, just for a little while. The bright sunlight began to stream into the room. Eve had to compromise. All right, if it makes Noelle feel better. She reassured herself. It's just a hug. If it can calm Noelle down. It's just a hug. I can hear Noelle's heartbeat. Why is it beating so fast? Is it because of me? Eve placed her hand on his shoulder. If so, can I be a little greedy? She dared to ask, Noelle, can I ask you something? He replied with a flushed face. What is it? She thought to herself, this might be bad, but I still want to know. She knelt up higher. Aren't you curious why I'm in the human world and not the beastmen world? Or why I lived in the north? She wondered, would he still like me even if I have wolf blood? She fell silent, then her eyes suddenly widened. His surprised expression made her reconsider. What should I do? It seems I asked a pointless question. Eve hesitated. Are you surprised? I'm sorry, I was so tired I said something foolish. She tried to move away, but her foot tripped on her dress. Then she stumbled. And she fell on top of him. She was incredibly flustered. Falling in this atmosphere, what am I supposed to do? Eve laughed awkwardly. It was suddenly so slippery. Sorry, let me get up. Noelle held her tightly in his arms. That's right, I'm very curious. I want to know everything about you, Eve. What kind of child were you? What's your favorite food? I'm curious about what you're thinking. But there are probably some things that are hard to talk about. I don't want to force you out of greed. But no matter what your circumstances are, Eve, my feelings for you won't change. Her heart seemed to flutter. She paused for a moment after hearing those words. The corners of her lips lifted slightly. When I was little, I loved playing with my dad, making ice flowers and playing together. My dad was human too, but I think he could control magic. Her heart blossomed, as if hearing a magic spell. Seeing his attentive gaze, Eve continued, but his powers weren't very good. Sometimes the magic would fail and the snow would melt. The herbs were for my dad too. Seeing the corner of his mouth lift, she thought. Noelle smiled quietly and listened until I fell asleep. Although I couldn't confess that I'm half-wolf tonight, his smile makes me think he'll accept me even when he finds out my identity later. It's so affectionate. In another bedroom, Rachel was looking at some documents. On it was a picture of a pink-haired girl with her basic information. She looked it over and decided, this one will probably suit Sister Dewey well. Give this to the maids. This maid will work for my sister. Suddenly, a sleepy voice called out. Ruby. Shaun rubbed his eyes. Why aren't you sleeping? Rachel calmly reminded him, Shaun, your ears, and your tail. The boy frantically touched his head in a panic. She crossed her arms sulkily. This is why I can't sleep. The boy's voice trembled. It's so warm in the south that I let my guard down. Rachel frowned. Even so, you have to hide them properly. It's no big deal. The boy cried his eyes out. By the way, where is Sister? Where are we? Rachel calmly turned to organize her documents. She's in her room. From now on, this will be Shaun's room, so don't think about finding her. Shaun protested loudly. Why? She coolly rested her arm on the chair. It's very late. It's rude to go looking for her at this hour. The boy felt sorry for himself and clenched his fists. But we always sleep together. Rachel lectured him like a mother. You have to learn to sleep by yourself now. Didn't you learn that from your sister? Shaun stammered. In the north, there was only one room with a heater, so it seemed Rachel had planned everything. She couldn't let Shaun get in their way. Then she made something up. Shaun, you want to become a grown-up quickly, right? The boy clenched his fists determinedly. Right, I want to become a strong and amazing adult like him. She lowered her voice. Then you have to follow the rules. Sit over here. He was curious. What is it? Rachel took the opportunity to give an order. Write this down. Absolutely do not go to your sister's room at night. Shaun obediently copied every word, muttering to himself, absolutely at night. But I still can't sleep alone. I'm scared of the dark. Rachel rested her chin on her hand. I know. Second, when you're scared, you must come to Ruby's room, not any other room. The boy's face turned beet red. Okay. The corners of Rachel's lips lifted in amusement. She suddenly remembered the incident with Camel. You're so timid, yet you confidently said you'd protect me then. Like an idiot. In any case. You know how to write, huh? The sun was already high in the sky. Eve rubbed her eyes. It's morning already. She turned to the side and suddenly saw a bare chest. Eve froze instantly. What? She shot up, covering her face. The culprit casually asked, "You're awake?" She stammered. And Noel. He reached out caringly and asked, "Did you sleep well? If you don't mind, I could use a little more of that. You seem to have a high fever this morning." She shyly covered her face, but peeked through her fingers. I'm fine. Finally, she remembered. That's right, I fell asleep while we were talking yesterday. I forgot this was Noel's bed and just slept here. He pulled her into a tight hug. As expected. A hug from Eve is the best. Since yesterday, Eve had gone through so many shocks. This man is saying such things so loudly. Her heart pounded as he pulled her closer. What? What is it? Is something wrong? They both looked towards the door. Noel seemed to guess. It looks like Eve's maid is here for morning service. Come in. She pushed a cart in. I'm sorry for the noise. Julie shyly entered. I am Julie S. Kara, and I will be serving you from now on. I look forward to working with you. I, Julie Kara, under the orders of Lady Rachel, will serve you starting today. As a small beast man, my sense of hearing is much better than others. I'm sure you've heard about this appointment from the young lady, right? This is the first time I'm meeting a partner, so I'm a little nervous. I heard she has silver hair as beautiful as snow. I'm so excited. Suddenly, she heard a voice from inside the room. Just a little longer. Julie was confused. Huh? The voice came again. You seem to have a high fever this morning. Her face started to blush. Huh? Those words made Julie imagine a suggestive scene. A hug from Eve is the best. She covered her mouth in embarrassment. Am I allowed to hear this? Back in reality, Julie bowed respectfully. It's an honor to serve you. Eve tilted her head gracefully. I'll be in your care. I'm Eve. Noel stood up to leave. Well then, I'll be going first. Let's meet in the dining hall. Eve replied. All right. Julie was lost in her beauty. So beautiful. He lingered and asked, Is there anything you particularly want to eat? Eve placed a hand on her chest. Let's see, I just woke up, so I don't have much of an appetite. Noel said something that made Julie's face flush. You must eat properly, especially after a tough day like yesterday. She screamed internally, but it felt like the scream echoed outside the mansion. Oh my God, these two, the leader and his wife, are so passionate. Sitting before a table full of delicious food. Eve restrained herself. This is crazy. It's just breakfast, not dinner. Noel asked gently, Is it to your liking? She was drooling at the corner of her mouth. Can I ask the chef for the recipe? He replied, I'll ask the chef for you. How is the lip balm I got for you? I'm not sure if the scent suits you. Eve expressed her satisfaction. I love it. This is the first time I've ever used lip balm. Noel smiled with his eyes narrowed. I'll prepare more varieties for you so you can change the scent from time to time. She twirled a lock of her hair. Does Noel use lip balm too? No wonder he always smells so good. Her face suddenly flushed bright red. He looked at her with wide, curious eyes. Why is your face so red? She blurted out, It's so hot. I was just thinking about last night. Noel took the chance to lean closer, resting his chin on his hand. What about last night? You were very sweet and lovely last night. Eve turned red as a chameleon. What? Hey. No, I wasn't thinking about that. No, I was thinking about something else. What? Her voice trembled. I just really like the scent from Noel's body. No, I mean the scent he wears. The servants all covered their ears. We can't hear a thing. Shaun burst in. Sister. Eve felt like she grasped a lifeline. I'm saved. He ran over happily. Sister, I slept all by myself yesterday. How was I? She was overjoyed. Good job, my little brother. I've escaped. Eve happily picked him up. My Shaun is all grown up now. Camel rushed after him. Young master, be careful not to fall. When they arrived, the two men bowed respectfully. Good morning, my lady. The The boy excitedly showed them off. Are these your friend's older brothers? Eve broke into a sweat. These guys are so cute. From that direction, another voice rang out. I really can't keep up with you. They all looked up. It was Rachel, leaning over and panting. Shaun, you run so fast. Shaun then remembered her. Ruby. She pulled out a chair and sat down. I mean, I run a bit slow, so I couldn't keep up. Shaun clenched his hands. I'm sorry. Then suddenly, the girl opened her arms. Eve understood and called out, Ruby, my girl has grown up so much. The girl excitedly hugged her tightly. It's so cool, sister. She politely asked, Did you all sleep well last night? Eve smiled brightly. I slept very well. What about you, Rachel? The girl replied politely, I slept very well too. Shaun whined jealously, Hey, that's cheating, Ruby. Rachel continued to laugh and joke. I thought I'd have a nightmare without you, but I had a beautiful dream last night. She replied gently, Really, that's great. Noel watched with satisfaction. He stared at the scene before him and thought, this is so joyful. Since their parents died, this is the first time I've seen Rachel smile so happily. Of course, it's thanks to Eve and Shaun. The girl who always makes those around her happy, something I've always wished for. I don't care about that legend anymore. She is my wife, the one who will walk with me for the rest of my life. I will always love you. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. Is that so? Do you trust her? She is nothing but a liar. Noel flinched and turned around. But there was only a servant standing there, who hesitated. Is something wrong? He panted in fear, then reluctantly turned away. It's nothing. A servant asked worriedly, Noel, what's wrong? Are you all right? He still hadn't calmed down. Sorry for startling you, I was just thinking about something else. But inside, he was deeply worried. Whose voice was that? I have a feeling I've heard it somewhere before. In the kitchen, Julie was telling stories to the others. The commander was captured. He might have been killed. That's why I saw our commander smiling so brightly today. The others exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God. But I can't believe it, he was the commander. She crossed her arms. So what? Didn't our commander do a great job? Just this morning, he captured that leader alive. The others blushed. The girl with bangs shouted shyly, but no matter what, you can't eavesdrop on military matters like that. Julie replied sweetly, What's the big deal? I only heard good things. What are you thinking? The other girl gave up. Julie, you're really something. Mary put her hands on her hips, annoyed. Everyone is so naive. How could someone like him easily capture the other side's leader? This person is the head chef of the mansion. She took a radish and tapped Julie on the head. Why are you, a maid, always hanging around the kitchen? Get out of here. And you all, go wash the dishes. She frantically put up her hands to block. They were the ones who called me over to talk. I didn't want to. What the heck? I'm not the one who's a gossip. Mary arrogantly crossed her arms. There's so much leftover food. Are people from the north really that picky? Their eating habits are so complicated. The girl with bangs waved her hand. Mary, I think I have to go out for a bit. She turned her head and replied, What? The other girl answered immediately, Hopper is calling for me. In front of a wooden house, a voice called out, Dad. Are they praising me? Hopper heard and smiled happily. That's right. It's a good thing the southern dishes suit their tastes. You must have worked hard. Thank you, my dear. Mary rubbed her arm doubtfully. But if it suits their taste, why did they leave so much food? The old man answered his daughter's question. Leftover food? Are you mistaken? The commander has been very tired lately, so he hasn't been eating much. I think he even wants to learn to cook himself. Mary's hand relaxed. It seemed she was more at ease. All right. Thank you for telling me. Thank God. In the forest, Edmund walked behind his subordinate. He lowered his voice. How much longer until we reach the castle? The subordinate replied politely, We just need to travel for another half a day. He reached up and took off his hood. So then, I'm about to find you. On a sunny afternoon. Noel was still busy. He said apologetically, I'm sorry for making you wait like this. Eve waved her hand shyly. No, it's fine. I didn't know you had so much work. Shaun was immersed with his new friends. The boy squealed with delight watching them perform tricks. You guys are amazing. She watched with her mouth agape. And as for Rachel, she was clinging to her constantly. All right, sister, let's play together. I'll guide you. Eve placed a hand on her chin, the corners of her lips lifting in amusement. She judged with satisfaction, better than expected. I prefer the look of my first friend. The girl skipped as she walked. You said my magic was the best. She felt a bit nostalgic. I was worried that if the two of you met, it would be like the novel, but now I just want to be happy. Rachel pointed into the distance. This is the highest place in the castle. From here, you can see the entire south. This isn't the relationship between Little Red Riding Hood and the wolf from the original story. The girl leaned back slightly. This is my favorite place. Let's have a picnic here sometime. Behind her, Julie had appeared at some point. Eve responded excitedly. Should we? She looked forward to it. Maybe we can become normal friends after all. They walked together. Along the way, a scent wafted by. Eve's mouth watered. Something smells good. Julie also noticed it. It's the path to the kitchen. I heard we're having turkey tonight. She seemed very confident. I hope every day passes peacefully. She clasped her hands in delight. Head chef, you're the best. From the nearby forest, Edmund jumped out and grabbed her ear. The voice that rang out made her stunned. Found you. Eve saw that face and was a little shocked. Is that a bad dream? She stared in astonishment. What are you doing? Why are you in the south? From the side, a voice called out, my sister. Get away from her. The words were released with a storm of fire. He still managed to block it. He smirked smugly. So the Southern leader's sister is the one watching me. You brainwashed Eve, but still followed me like this, because you were worried. How despicable and ridiculous. Rachel shouted angrily, What are you talking about? I brainwashed my sister? Why would I do that? Before she could finish, Edmund appeared behind her. Then he knocked her out to Eve's horror. She panicked. Rachel. Julie was just as scared. My lady. Edmund arrogantly dusted off his hands. Even if she's a dragon, she's still just a kid. So arrogant, not knowing her place. Eve growled. You maniac, what are you doing to a child? His subordinate cautiously reminded him. Leader, this is the Southern leader's biological sister. If the Southern leader finds out, Edmund cut him off. She just fainted, her life isn't in danger. Eve. The South is a scary place. Let's go back quickly. Back to the north. Julie suddenly screamed, Run away, partner. She had dared to choke him. Edmund remained calm. Anything to get in the way. She was pushed to the ground. Suddenly a few voices rang out. What was that? What's that sound? Can you hear it from the door? He dusted off his shoulder. So annoying. Clean this up properly. I'll take Eve back first. A murderous aura emanated from her words. You. I will kill you. Edmund froze for a moment. He let out a long sigh. The brainwashing was done very carefully. Endure it for a bit. Say your goodbyes. Eve furiously grabbed his throat and lifted him off the ground. You've never been dangled in the air, have you? He stared with wide, pained eyes. She continued her attack. A completely empty soul. Just then, a group of people came running. This way. The blonde-haired man covered his mouth. So much dust. The thick smoke made Mary squint uncomfortably. How did it end up like this? Is that the partner? This whole place. What is this situation? Later, Edmund woke from his daze. My head. His subordinate exclaimed happily. You're awake. He was tied to a post. She took the initiative. Can you leave us alone for a moment? Yes, that will be fine. We'll be together, and I'll call out if there's any danger. There's something I want to check first. Edmund spoke sadly. How did it come to this? She narrowed her eyes in annoyance. That's right, I don't understand this situation either. It's clear I used ice magic to kill him, but it seems I hit something. To be precise, it felt like I compensated for F's skill. It seems something similar has happened before. But that's not important. The soldiers obeyed and left. Then we'll wait outside. Call us if anything unusual happens. Then she looked over at Edmund. First, I'll deal with what's in front of me. She squatted down in front of him. This is the first time we've talked like this. I always ran away from you in fear. Why do you keep chasing me? You despise me. His voice held a pleading tone. That's not it. She was willing to listen to him, so she replied. What? Edmund tried to explain. I deeply regret what I did to you when you were little. That's why I understand that you resent me. But if you forgive me and give me a chance. Eve's face was expressionless. I don't want to. Why should I? Every wolf begs for my forgiveness, but I still won't return to the north. Because to me, that place is hell. Eve continued, just because he was a half-wolf, no one looked for my father when he went missing. So I had to use the excuse of digging for herbs to find him. My mother gave birth without a doctor or midwife and then fell ill and passed away. So how can you tell me to go back to the north? Are you sad that your toy disappeared? Hearing that, he hastily denied it. What? No, I never thought of you like that. I swear, nothing like that will ever happen again. If you want, I can find all those who hurt you and bring them before you, including myself. I will do anything for you, Eve. She listened wearily to Edmund's empty promises. Eve said bitterly, my brother doesn't remember anything about our parents. So when he was little, he always asked if our parents had abandoned him. She remembered Shaun's innocent questions as a child. Eve could only explain. At times like that, no, your parents were always waiting for you to be born. In her memory, she hugged the little boy to comfort him. They're just working far away right now. Just sleep for 1,000 nights, and when you wake up, they'll come back. Eve was embarrassed, but at some point he stopped asking about our parents. I just thought he was counting the 1,000 nights, but that wasn't it. The boy had realized it himself. Edmund was stunned. Eve continued, those two are no longer of this world. The overwhelming pain made her cry, tears streaming down her face. You said you'd listen to anything, right? Then, can you save my parents? Can my brother see his parents' faces? A long silence followed Eve's accusation. He hung his head low. That? I'm sorry. She couldn't listen to Edmund's nonsense anymore, cutting him off sharply. It's too late. I didn't say that to get an apology. Eve slowly stood up. If you feel even a little bit guilty, don't say anything about me anymore. Don't ever show up here again. She headed for the door. Then she slammed the door shut, leaving him alone, tied up in the dark warehouse. Edmund whispered Eve. Outside, Eve's mood still hadn't improved from what had just happened. Suddenly, she spotted someone. Eve immediately called out Rachel. The girl looked at her. Eve placed her hands on Rachel's shoulders, asking urgently, Are you awake? How are you feeling? Are you hurt anywhere? The girl slowly replied, I'm fine, sister. Eve noticed that Rachel's expression was a bit strange. The girl was sweating profusely, looking like she was hiding something. Eve thought, what's wrong? Why that expression? Suddenly, Julie ran over from somewhere, her voice trembling as she poured out a stream of words. Partner, are you all right? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? I was so scared when I heard you were investigating those wolves alone. Did they hurt you? Eve was just as startled to see the bandages on her head. She stammered, I think you need to rest. Mary rushed over, pulling Julie away. Don't bother the partner anymore. You troublesome person. Meanwhile, her voice was still booming. I'm so sorry. I should have protected you until the end. Eve could only smile wryly at Julie's enthusiasm. Then she turned to look for Rachel. Rachel, let's go rest too. Where did she go? Strangely, the girl had disappeared. Sometime later, a lot of things happened. Eve recalled, the matter has been resolved. After receiving the late news, Noelle and the other dragons were furious. There was a strong declaration to wipe out the North. But the little girl went to Noelle. Rachel stopped them. He escaped and disappeared before he could be captured, leaving only a letter of apology, probably written by him. I don't want to have anything to do with it anymore, because that matter has been resolved, but why did Rachel stop those dragons? As she thought, she walked leisurely. I want to ask carefully so they don't find out I'm half-wolf, but I don't know why Rachel is like this. Her expression at the warehouse wasn't very good. Julie happened to be walking down the same hallway. She was surprised. Partner. Eve turned to look. Eve called out Julie. She instinctively remembered her injury. You're already working? You should rest a little longer. Julie was flustered. I'm fine. Mary treated me very carefully. I get tired of lying in one place for too long. Besides, recently. She paused for a moment and looked to the side. Eve didn't understand, but followed her gaze. This little one keeps coming to me, so I have to feed it. It appeared when the partner came to the south. Before them was a black and white cat, meowing affectionately. Eve bent down, wondering, isn't that a beast person? Julie was giving the little one food and replied, maybe. I don't know how to talk to others. Even if it's a beast person, it seems to be still a baby. She looked up and was startled, while Eve was shocked. Julie looked at Mia worriedly. See, can you keep this a secret? Eve was surprised. Huh? She explained clearly. If I'm found taking care of a child of unknown identity, I might be thrown out. She said softly, is that so? Then Eve fell silent, standing still. Julie thought frantically, did I say something wrong? No, that's not it. Maybe she's tired from her daily work. Could it be that she's homesick? Julie immediately dismissed this ridiculous speculation. No way. Suddenly, she had a new idea. That's right, at times like this. Julie ran off quickly. Wait for me for a bit. Partner. Eve called after her. Julie. A moment later, she returned excitedly with a large bottle of wine and 2 glasses. I swiped this from the storage. I brought a particularly expensive bottle for you, partner. Eve couldn't believe it. Huh? What? Why are we suddenly drinking wine? Julie was cheerful. When you have a lot on your mind, sometimes you should just forget everything, right? Drinking wine is the best way to clear your head. Eve was flustered. But... Before she could refuse, the red wine was already showing its true value, mesmerizing Eve's eyes. She was someone who lived with the motto of saving for the future. But now she was craving this wine. Eve gave in to herself. Well, then, let's just have 1 glass. Julie cheered. After that day, Eve figured out a rather interesting diagram about animals. Although it's a world of beastmen, there are also animals. In most cases, they evolve into beastmen, but there are also cases where they maintain their animal form. A few days later, elsewhere, Noel was cautiously inspecting the area where the fight had occurred. He thought to himself, there's absolutely no trace of magic left. Who defeated the northern leader? No matter how strong, it's hard for a mixed blood to catch up with a pureblood. What on earth happened? Moreover, there were no traces left, as if the magic had been eliminated. Noel repeated his previous thought. Eliminated. He recalled Eve's earlier words. My dad was human, but I know he could also handle ice magic. However, his skills weren't very good. Sometimes the magic would fail and the snow would melt. Noel realized with a start. Could it be? He slowly stood up and gave an order. Hopper, prepare a top-secret letter. The old man asked, who is the recipient? Noel's face darkened as he replied, the king of the human world. At that moment, he used a rarely seen emotionless gaze to stare at Hopper. The old man was surprised. But he quickly accepted the order and left. I'll prepare it. Just as Noel was about to leave, a subordinate ran up, urgently reporting. Leader. Please forgive me. During the investigation, it was none other than the partner. As soon as the subordinate uttered the word partner, his mood worsened. His face hardened, revealing a deadly, terrifying expression. Turning back time, that evening, Eve and Julie were preparing for their wine party. The two of them sat on a picnic blanket, and seeing her confusion, she quickly explained, when you drink wine, the location is also important. Besides the two of them, Mia was also there, lying down and licking her thick fur. Eve spoke up. Julie, can I ask you something? Julie replied enthusiastically, if I can, I'll help in any way. She thought for a long time. Just as Julie was about to open the wine bottle, Eve proposed a hypothesis. If, Julie, you knew your fate was to be murdered, what would you do? She was startled and exclaimed, "What a profound question." Let's see. I think the most basic thing is to hide as well as possible. Not surprisingly, Julie gave the exact same answer as Eve's first wish when she came here. She sighed. That makes sense, doesn't it? Eve thought reproachfully, I'm worrying for nothing. I should leave quickly. But then she continued, but if it were me, I'd try to face it. Julie's positive energy had unintentionally affected her, helping Eve see her problem in a new light. If it's destiny, then running away won't solve the problem. I already know my future, right? After saying that, she didn't pay much attention to her own words. She continued to open the bottle enthusiastically. It's about to open. As the red wine poured into the glass, Julie's words kept swirling in Eve's mind. Try to face it once, so I won't have any regrets. She handed the half-filled glass to her shyly. My answer sounds a bit too easy, doesn't it? I don't mean facing it head-on, maybe just poke it once and then run away quickly. Eve brought the wine glass to her lips and drank it all in one go. Julie shouted in shock. In one go. She put the glass down and exhaled. Thanks, Julie. You've helped me, Eve said while wiping the corner of her lips. Why did I even think about running away? If Shaun and I leave, what will happen to Noelle and Rachel? What if his partner doesn't appear? The two of them will have to go through the same tragedy as in the original story. Is that the best outcome? I want to create a better future because I want them to be happy. Suddenly, Mia jumped up in fright, crying out. She was surprised. Mel, what's wrong? Mary stood towering over the two of them, growling. No wonder a bottle of wine was missing. She grabbed Julie, scolding her. So, you're the culprit. Another maid approached. Hello, does the wine suit your taste? This is Mary, our head chef. Eve nervously kept staring at her. She hesitated. Julie. It's very sweet. I don't know who fermented it, but the taste is really wonderful. Mary heard the compliment. She was satisfied and let Julie go. Ahem, do you like to drink wine? If you want, I can recommend some great snacks and even better wines. Eve hugged Mary, patting her. Yes, please. When Noelle arrived, the subordinate continued. For this reason, the partner drank too much. Meanwhile, Eve and a group of people were happily drinking. She was already tipsy and didn't notice him approaching, slurring her words. I told you it's true. My lover who overcame countless trials to achieve love turned out to be my own brother, who had been missing for 10 years. With the same kind of development, it's totally understandable. The maids who were drinking with her were excited. I can't believe it. So, what happened next, partner? Eve thought for a moment. Don't be so formal and call me partner. Call me Eve. If you do, I'll let you in on a secret. Once we've had a drink, we're all friends. The crowd, enjoying the lively atmosphere, chanted, Evening, 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 evening. She was dazed. I feel a bit sorry to still have the nim attached, but there's no other way. Suddenly, Eve saw Noelle. Oh la la, it's Noelle. He checked her condition with concern, while the other servants panicked. El leader. They all knelt down. You've arrived. Noelle waved his hand. That's enough greetings. Who got her this drunk? She was still dazed. Noelle, have a drink too. This is really delicious. Mary, representing the group, bowed and explained. The partner, Eve, really liked the wine we fermented, so we had a fun party and it got bigger and bigger. But we should have stopped her from drinking too much. Eve hiccuped. She seemed to have understood part of their conversation. I'm ready to take responsibility. Eve threw her arms around Mary's neck, giving Noelle an attitude. Don't you dare scold my Marilyn. He was taken aback. Marilyn? She waved her beer glass. Do you have any idea how hard it is to cook? The staff works so hard for us, you should know that. She whispered Eve. Immediately after, Eve turned back, cheerfully inviting. Come on, one more drink. But suddenly, Noelle snatched the glass from her. He intertwined his fingers with hers, comforting her. You've had too much to drink. It's not good for your body. Noelle pulled her into his arms, pushing aside the wine glass. You'll be tired for days. Eve was dazed. Then she snuggled into his arms, murmuring, "So warm." The leader's chest. As expected of a partner. In front of everyone, Noel remained composed, standing still as a statue, but deep down, he was blushing furiously. Noel stammered, "I think she's too drunk. Let's go back to the room." She was so comfortable she unconsciously let out a sound. Eve thought, "This is so fun. It must be because it's been a long time since I've had wine that it tastes so sweet. If I just sleep like this, it would be so nice." When drunk, beast men have difficulty controlling their bodies. Because of this, she accidentally revealed her tail. Someone in the crowd of servants noticed it. He was terrified, looking at Eve in fear. She finished her thought. Always. Eve continued to reveal her wolf ears. She leaned stylishly against Noel. The crowd screamed in shock. "A wolf? What do we do about this?" He spoke in a low, threatening voice. "Shut your mouths. I will inform you all precisely about what you're seeing later. But before that, if anyone lets their tongue wander." Noel glared, enunciating every word. "I won't let it slide." After saying that, he quickly took Eve back to his castle. As soon as she was placed on the bed, she opened her eyes, looking around the space. A soft field of grass. So there are places like this in the garden too. Noel chuckled softly. "Eve, this is a bedroom." In her daze, Eve mumbled, Who is it? Who brought me here?" He hastily explained, "I'm so sorry, I'm Noel. But if you sleep there, you'll catch a cold." She continued to ramble. "Noel, I'm fine. You should call me husband." Noel looked at Eve with a heart full of happiness, but he didn't say anything more. She slowly closed her eyes, thinking, "Really now, you're not my husband. Because I'll just keep lying." Thinking that, Eve opened her eyes. "If I don't lie, can our relationship change?" She used her finger to poke Noel's large hand. Eve spoke up. "Noel." He replied gently, "Yes, Eve?" She continued, "I have a very big secret." Noel went along with it. "Is that so?" Eve said softly, "Yes. You'll be very surprised when you hear this. I'll tell you first." He said dotingly, "Eve, whatever you want is fine." She slowly sat up. "Good. Can you come a little closer?" Noel moved closer to Eve. Right after, she placed her hand on his face and whispered gently, "Actually." When their conversation ended, it was soon morning. The early morning sun shone on the exquisite architecture, making the garden's beauty sparkle even more. Inside the castle, Eve awoke from a deep sleep. She was dazed. "Where is this? Noel's room? How did I get here?" Then, Eve's face turned pale as she tried to remember what happened yesterday. Suddenly, she cried out, "My head hurts so much." Eve clutched her head in misery. The intense headache prevented her from remembering anything. She blamed herself in pain. "How much did I drink yesterday? Help me." From the entrance, Noel walked to the bed. "You're awake?" Eve stammered. "And Noel?" He sat down on the bed, reassuring her. "I brought some tea that's very good for hangovers." Still in unbearable pain, she could only mumble, "Thank you." Then she looked up to meet Noel's eyes. But strangely, his face looked even more tired than hers. She was bewildered. Why does Noel look like that? What did I do yesterday? As she thought, she took the hot cup of tea. "I'm going crazy, I can't remember anything. My memory is in pieces. However, I'm still alive, so it seems I haven't been discovered as a wolf yet." Worries piled on top of worries. To temporarily forget, she quickly took a sip of tea. Unfortunately, her expression only got worse. He asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Eve was flustered and hesitant. "Yes, the tea seems to be working very well." Noel sighed in relief. "Good." She still hadn't escaped her train of thought. "He's talking like usual. Is he just simply tired?" Eve noticed the empty teacup. "I finished it." She reached out to touch him. "Noel, I'd like another cup." Noel jumped, startled. He panicked and spilled all the tea on the bedsheets. Eve was alarmed. "Are you okay?" But he was frozen in place. She was surprised and touched Noel's shoulder. "What's going on?" To her surprise, he showed a look of apprehension, completely different from yesterday. Then he unconsciously pushed Eve's hand away. She was stunned, her eyes filled with confusion, not understanding why he did that. Eve was concerned. Noel. Noel realized his own strange behavior. He sighed in frustration. I'm sorry, wait a minute. I was just so surprised. I'll call a servant to change the sheets for you. You should rest comfortably. After that, without waiting another moment, he left the room, leaving her extremely worried. If you're hungry, I'll have someone bring a meal to your room. I have a meeting today, so I probably can't eat with you. Eve watched Noel leave in a daze. What? Is he intentionally avoiding me? Why? She was restless. What on earth did I do? Sometime later, Eve was taking a walk, frustratedly reviewing the events of the past week. I haven't spoken to Noel, and it's even hard to meet him. Meanwhile, I've completely adapted to the South. No, the Southern servants are adapting to me. She recalled the image of two servants eagerly asking after her. Hello, Eve. Is there anything inconvenient for you? She remembered the servants' cheerful attitude. Eve speculated, looking at the servants' faces. I don't think they've discovered my identity. Did I explain that story well? Why does Noel keep avoiding me? She continued to think about it. Even during the picnic with Rachel and Shaun, Eve's mood didn't improve at all. She turned to Julie and spoke up. Julie, I have a question. She quickly replied. What is it? Eve continued. The day I got drunk, what happened? After hearing that, Julie froze for a few seconds. Then she came up with some kind of answer. Nothing happened. As expected. Julie is a terrible liar. Eve realized it as soon as she spoke. She raised her voice. You're lying. Tell me the truth. Julie hesitated. No, this has truly been a peaceful and happy time. When is Miss Eve going to tell us the rest of the story? She awkwardly tried to change the subject. Eve was impatient. Don't change the subject. Rachel witnessed their conversation. The little girl could only sigh. A week ago, early in the morning before Eve woke up, Noel went to find Rachel and told her everything. The girl was astonished. You found out her identity? He turned away, flustered. She doesn't know yet. She revealed it in her sleep. Rachel was exasperated. What is this? You shouldn't have been pretending not to know until now. She thought to herself, I was waiting for her to tell you herself. It never had anything to do with her being a wolf from the start. She's the one who saved you and helped us. There's no reason for me or you to object to that. Rachel bit her lip, trying to find a way to keep this secret. Suddenly, Noel spoke up. We just have to keep it a secret. The girl heard him, but wasn't so sure. That, before she could object, he turned and called out. Hopper. A small flame rose and formed a fiery ring connecting to Hopper. Noel ordered, explain it to the girl. And give an order to everyone living in the province. The next morning, the old man gathered everyone in front of the tree next to the castle, then relayed his words. Throughout the evening, I heard stories about the companion's identity. There will be some who witnessed it directly. In the crowd were Mary, Camille, and Julie. Hopper continued, but until she reveals her own identity, it is forbidden to mention any related matters. If this is violated. He also said to be prepared. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the crowd began to whisper. One person exclaimed, that day I thought I was drunk and seeing things. If only the leader could tell us. Another person worried, why not something else? Why a wolf? It's a bit, something's not right. Although Eve is a good person, what if she suddenly becomes like that wolf from before? Unable to remain silent any longer, Julie stepped forward and spoke. But not everyone is born the way they want to be. Besides, she directly drove away the leader of the North. She emphasized, Eve is just Eve. Camel agreed. I agree. Besides, I've never seen the leader so happy. I saw it very clearly, and I'm sure everyone else has too. Julie was excited. That's right, that's right. The atmosphere immediately shifted. Everyone was surprised. Is that really true? This is the first time I've seen the leader smile. Lady Rachel no longer hides in her room. Only Hopper and Mary remained outside the conversation. She whispered, it seems everyone has decided. The old man sighed in relief. I thought there would be a lot of backlash, but I worried for nothing. Everyone loves Eve. Hopper spoke clearly to the crowd. Then let's remain silent until Eve completely opens her heart to us. The crowd quickly agreed. Yes. Meanwhile, on a tree branch where no one was paying attention, Mia was eavesdropping on the meeting. The little one licked her paws clean, just in time to digest the new information. Mia was surprised. The dragon's pet is a wolf? That's some pricey information. Noelle sat working with intense focus. The brown-haired man held a file and stood quietly beside him, observing. His eyes were fixed on the paper on the desk. The hand holding the pen unconsciously lifted. Suddenly, something made him clench his teeth tightly. The next second, Noelle's face flushed red. He slammed his hand on the table, breaking the pen in half. The brown-haired man beside him jumped in surprise. He quickly said, "I'll bring a new pen." Noelle closed his eyes, holding his head in exhaustion. "Thank you." But he thought to himself, what is this situation? Noelle's mind went back to the scene of him laying Eve on the bed. She let out a soft sound. She wondered, who brought me here? He looked at Eve and replied gently, "Sorry, I'm Noelle." He thought to himself, I was originally going to take her to Shaun's bedroom, but her ears were sticking out, so I had no choice. Eve lay on the bed like a white snowflake. If it's Noelle, it's fine. Because Noelle is my husband. Noelle was a bit surprised to hear that, speechless. He immediately turned and sat on the edge of the bed, covering his mouth with one hand. His face began to turn red. He thought, she must have said that unconsciously, but Eve called out, cutting off Noelle's train of thought. "Noelle." Her eyes looked at him with great tenderness. "I have a very big secret. I'll reveal it to you first." He replied hesitantly, "If Eve wants, then anything is fine." Then he thought to himself again, she's drunk, so she has no guard up. Maybe she wants to talk about her identity. Eve sat up and smiled gently. Actually, Noelle was still busy thinking. I have to say it's fine so she won't worry. And right after that, Eve threw her arms around Noelle and gave him a kiss. The passionate kiss filled the room. They both pulled away. He still didn't seem to understand what had just happened. Eve smiled brightly like a flower. I wanted to give Noelle a goodnight kiss. She then rubbed her eyes. But I'm so sleepy. Good night, Noelle. Noelle was still stunned, unable to speak. He put his hand over his mouth, his face as red as a tomato, still unable to process the shock from a moment ago. Back to the present, he clenched his fist on the table, thinking to himself, after that day, every time I see Eve, I feel a surge of emotion. This can't go on. Noelle thought of Eve's pitiful appearance as he lifted her chin, telling himself, I'm going to hurt her. He stared blankly into space. I have to keep my distance for now. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Leader. Eve, wearing an elegant red dress, stood at the door. The voice continued, Miss Eve has come to see you. She sat in the chair, her gaze heavy as she looked at the teacup in her hands. Noelle was still engrossed in his work. Eve spoke up. Noelle, the tea will get cold. He remained still in his chair and replied, Sorry, I have too much work. She let out a soft sentence. I see. Noelle stopped writing and looked up at her. Is there something you want to talk about? Eve blew on her tea and replied, Yes. I know you're busy, but there's something I must say, so I came here. Her next words startled him. The ink on the paper smudged. About you avoiding me. Noelle stammered an explanation. That's not happening. Eve's serious gaze swept over him. She placed the teacup on the table. On that day, his eyes widened as if he'd been shot through the heart when he heard her say, The day I was drunk, if I did anything rude to you, Noelle, then I'm sorry. Although I don't remember it clearly, but... The next second, Eve rushed in front of Noelle, her expression extremely serious. You can do the exact same thing to me if you want. Noelle was completely confused. Huh? She immediately retracted that expression, closing her eyes tightly. You can do the exact same thing to me again. Eve stood in the middle of the large room, full of anxiety. I must have done something too much to Noelle when I was drunk to make him avoid me for so many days. Please, please, as long as I don't get hit. she said timidly, then we'll hit each other. If there's anything weighing on your mind, just let it all out. Noelle looked at her helplessly. Eve stared at him without blinking. He thought, does she know what she's saying right now? Suddenly coming here and saying I can do the same thing again. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something more. Suddenly, a dark force enveloped his body. It took over Noelle's mind and ordered, take her. The dark hand clung to him and continued to give orders, making his face turn pale. Devour her, leaving not a single bone. Stop pretending to be noble. Isn't this what you want? Noelle suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Eve trembled in fear. Noelle. He tried to lower his voice. Go back. She looked terrified. Huh? He buried his head, covering his face with his hands. It's hard for me to talk right now, so please go back, Eve. Eve was worried. Wait, you don't look well. Are you hurt somewhere? Do you have a fever? Her hand unconsciously touched Noelle's. Immediately after, he swatted her hand away. His eyes turned sharp, and he gritted his teeth. She turned pale, her mouth agape. Noelle. He quickly backed away, turning to hide his face. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. And then he ran straight out, leaving Eve standing there alone. I'll be right back. The scene changes. It was a scorching hot day. On the road, a crowd of people bustled back and forth. A magnificent palace. Grand and majestic, it appeared before their eyes. Rian grinned. Is that really so? He sat majestically on the throne. You're saying the dragon's partner is a wolf? The Western leader, Rhiannola. He looked at the girl before him, asking in confusion, why did you tell me this first? It turned out the girl was Mia Tuna. The little girl knelt and answered cheerfully, isn't this incident related to that dragon? As a resident of the West, of course, I have to tell the leader first. Rian continued to ask, but what if it's not true that she's his partner? The little girl looked up. Although this may sound arrogant, the possibility is very low, because this Mia heard it directly from the people of the South. He sat with his legs crossed leisurely on the throne. Mia was still kneeling respectfully. But just hearing it doesn't completely rule out the possibility that it's not true. So this time, I will bring more perfect evidence. If I have the leader's help, I can investigate faster. The little girl was full of confidence. I will bring back evidence that the leader can no longer doubt. Rian smirked. Her face was full of malice. All right, very good. Do as you wish. This will be interesting. The sound of footsteps echoed. Mia stood from afar, looking towards the splendid castle, her face beaming. I've made it to the south. The little girl couldn't take her eyes off that magnificent castle. I really have to admit, every time I see it, this is a majestic sight. As soon as she finished, she bit into something green. Well then, let's go take a look. A second later, Mia transformed into a cute black cat. She leaped forward, thinking, let's have fun making money today. A little about that green thing. It's exclusive to the Tuna clan. Instinct grass too. This is a rare herb that allows one to transform into an animal form just by eating it. This version was developed with Mia's participation and can maintain the animal form longer without building a tolerance. Eve was sulking. The nightmare of that day. The magnificent castle shimmered even more under the scorching sun. Mia looked at the still closed door without a single gap. She thought, I've been walking around for hours. The little girl stood before an empty food tray, furious, screaming internally. Why can't I even see a shadow of that partner? Thinking of the servants who only cared for the apple trees, Mia's expression turned sorrowful, mixed with a hint of anger. I heard that dragons only know how to plant apple trees. Why are they taking care of them so diligently? I don't need this useless information that doesn't make money. The little girl wagged her tail continuously. It's too dangerous to go inside the house. Shaun suddenly appeared from nowhere and picked up the little girl. Mia's eyes almost popped out. He observed intently. It's an animal. The little girl turned her head to look, a thought popping into her mind. Isn't this the partner's brother? Maybe because he's a wolf, he has a talent for hunting. Just as she thought that, she jumped from his hands. Wait. If I lure him properly, won't he lead me to the partner? I have to jump down and entice him properly. Shaun was startled. The boy's voice was innocent. It melted. Are you hurt anywhere? What should I do? Is it because I touched you in a new way? Mia turned her head with sparkling eyes. She thought, melted? Does he know nothing about cats? On the contrary, that's good. I'll make him melt with my cat charm. The next second, the little girl was picked up by Shaun again. The boy ran while shouting, I'll treat you. The little girl couldn't help but wonder, where is he going? Shaun looked pitiful. He was still holding Mia tightly. A helpless voice called out, Shaun. Eve said sternly, put it back in the garden. Mia was overjoyed. Found her. The boy tried to explain, but sister, it keeps melting. Now the little girl had jumped straight onto the table. I didn't expect to find her so easily. Shaun's eyes sparkled. So you're not hurt? Mia thought to herself, thanks, little wolf. I'll repay this favor later. The little girl glanced at the notebook on the table. With this, I can get information up close. What is our partner reading? Mia's eyes widened. The little girl's mind was screaming. The Legend of the Dragon. Every word in the notebook was clearly visible. Taking advantage of that, the wolf stole the heart of the first leader and ran away. Some say the wolf sold the heart to the dragon hunters they had once collaborated with. What is the truth? The information available is too limited. Is there nowhere to find a precise answer? The little girl couldn't understand. Why is she organizing this information? Mia's eyes remained glued to it, trying to find an answer. What does she want to know? The little girl was lost in her own world, deep in thought. If you knew your fate was to be killed, what would you do? Let's see, maybe the most basic thing is to hide as much as possible. Is this related to the conversation with the maid from before? Thinking back, the southern leader and his brother are also very unusual. Mia sat quietly on the table, watching the two of them. Even though all the servants have accepted that his partner is a wolf, why did he order them to pretend they don't know? Are both the leader and his partner deceiving each other? It seems things are more complicated than I thought. The little girl was overjoyed. She only thought of money, money, money. The more complicated the news, the more valuable it is. Then the little girl told herself, I need to get closer to dig deeper. Then she let out a meow. Mia moved to flip the book, as if it was her right, thinking, and if I want to get closer. The little girl kept meowing. Eve saw this and could only hold back. The little girl flipped to the page with a picture of a mermaid and seemed satisfied. Meow. Her mind was still calculating. Of course, I have to present my own offerings first. Eve was confused. A mermaid? Why this? A look of horror flashed in her eyes. The words on the page were crystal clear. The mermaids who rule the East can see through the truth. Mermaids. She parted her lips. Mermaids can see the truth? Mia put on a cute expression, her cheeks blushing. Understanding the customer's needs in one go is a good trait for a merchant. The gods wished for this world to maintain its purity without any falsehoods. Therefore, they granted the eyes that see through to the essence to the mermaids, who can travel between the sea and the land. However, a certain corrupt mermaid abused these eyes and threw the sea into chaos. The gods bestowed a trident upon the golden-haired mermaid to deal with that arrogant mermaid. The gods sternly warned that if they tried to abuse those eyes arbitrarily, the gods would revoke that power. The golden-haired mermaid punished the corrupt mermaid and ascended to the position of Eastern leader as the representative of the gods. She clenched her fist, a thought rising in her mind. In the original story, the mermaid is a character with a righteous personality. The mermaid leader was the only one who stopped Rachel from massacring the North. Although no more truths were revealed, with their personalities, I might be able to get help somehow. Thinking this, Eve lowered her eyes. If I go to the mermaids, I have to keep my secret from Noel. If my identity as a wolf is revealed to Noel, it will be a big problem. If this is revealed one day, I want to be the one to tell him myself. Back with Noel, he was still sitting and working seriously. Hopper called out hesitantly, "Leader." He held his head in exhaustion and replied, "What is it?" The old man bowed his head, his heart heavy, thinking about his conversation with his colleague. Since the conversation with Miss Eve, he has been like this for days. Did you two have a fight? He remembered the servant's plea for help. "Please do something before we all die, Mr. Hopper." He suddenly asked, Hopper, you have a good relationship with your wife, right? The old man was startled. Yes, that's right. Noel put down his pen and spoke seriously. When you first met your wife, every time you thought of her, did you feel emotional and flustered? Hopper didn't understand what he had just said. Huh? His face suddenly flushed, his voice trembling. Do you constantly hear a voice you don't recognize? The dark force appeared again, ordering, take her. The voice echoed loudly in Noel's head. Take what belongs to you. His face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain. Does it constantly echo or not? Hopper saw that Noel was not well and called out loudly. Leader. He immediately stood up, trying to maintain his composure. It's nothing. Wait, I'm going to get some fresh air. The old man bowed his head. Please return soon. As the old man stood there frozen, his voice echoed again. Hopper, suppose. Noel suddenly stopped. If I go crazy, you know what to do, right? Surprise flickered across Hopper's face. But soon after, he clenched his fist. Yes, sir. How could I forget your request? Back with Eve, she stretched her back tiredly. My back hurts. Eve looked at Shaun, who was sound asleep. Shaun is asleep too. Eve quietly stepped out of the room. I'll go for a walk alone for a bit. As soon as she stepped out the door, Noel was standing there, though she didn't know since when. She looked confused. Noel. He was too shy to meet Eve's gaze. The sunlight hit them, making the scene even more awkward. She spoke first. Why are you here? Noel made up a reason. I was looking for something in the library. She thought to herself, how long has it been since we've faced each other like this? We haven't had a proper meeting since he suddenly left last time. Even so, it's good to see him. Her eyes held a bit of anticipation. Noel, how was your day? Still so busy? A small wish formed in her heart. I want to be with him a little longer. Noel stepped back slightly. It's very late now. His next words made her face fall instantly. If you have something to say, we can talk tomorrow. Noel stepped back slightly. It's very late now. His next words made her face fall instantly. If you have something to say, we can talk tomorrow. Eve was visibly hurt, her eyes welling up with tears. Noel, you said you weren't avoiding me, but why do you always keep your distance from me? Her voice was heartbreaking. If I did something wrong, at least you could tell me the reason so I can change. Noel lowered his head. It's not your fault, Eve. She shouted, you can't even look at me? With that, she rushed right in front of him, causing Noel to blush. Look me in the eye and tell me. She gently touched Noel's cheek. Noel, why are you so feverish? Eve looked extremely worried. Why is your whole body so hot? Why didn't you call me? He exhaled hot breaths, thinking, why is my whole body burning up? I can't even control my body temperature enough for her to touch me. Eve lowered her head, blushing. She then hugged Noel tightly. I'm sorry, Noel. Her voice was filled with guilt. The more I'm in contact with you, the better my magic will work, just until your fever breaks. Then she looked up again. Their eyes met. Eve's eyes sparkled, living up to her title of the White Light. Her lips parted. Noel. He gently stroked her cheek, causing Eve to squint slightly. Noel leaned down, as if the two were about to share a passionate kiss. But no, it was just a trick. A second later, he rested his head on Eve's shoulder. He held her tightly as if she would disappear if he let go. I'm sorry, I feel so dizzy, I can't even think straight. Eve's eyes widened. The shadows of the two were clear on the ground. He said softly, it's too late. Please go back to your room and sleep. Noel smiled gently. Go back to your room first, then we'll talk. With that, he left, leaving Eve standing alone. She couldn't help but think a kiss. I thought you were going to do it. She touched her face, unable to hide her shy expression. No way he would do something like that. Wait, I was actually hoping for it. She continued to touch her hands, her face, her ears, her arms. All the places Noel touched were burning hot. And then Eve's back was turned towards the fleeting darkness. She recalled her moments with Noel. Doesn't this happen often when I meet Noel? Then she remembered the scene of the two of them being close. Before, every time that happened, the temperature would drop immediately thanks to her ice magic. Eve stood there stunned as night fell. Could it be? The ticking of the clock grew louder. Eve's eyes filled with fear. Is the wrath approaching? She recalled the day Rachel ascended the throne. Clearly, in the original story, Noelle's wrath occurred on the day of Rachel's succession ceremony. Could it be that the original story has changed for some reason? Why? The image of two hands clasped together, she wished. I hope Noelle can meet his true partner. I'm just someone who will leave here and disappear from their memories. Thinking this, Eve covered her mouth, her face darkening. Am I being too greedy? Just because I wanted to be by his side a little longer, have I stopped being a supporting character in this story? Shaun, having just woken up, ran outside. I fell asleep. Sister, what are you doing there? Let's go to sleep. Eve was emotionless. You go to sleep first. I need to go somewhere. The boy asked where? She answered calmly, the east. Shaun's face showed panic. Huh? Why all of a sudden? She thought to herself, I need to know more about the legend and the true meaning of my existence. Eve gently turned her head to explain to her brother. I have something to ask the mermaids in the east. Zion's eyes were full of worry as he rushed towards Eve. I want to go with you. She was stern. No, it might be dangerous. The boy was unconvinced. So what? Why are you going alone? She comforted him softly. Because it's a bit urgent. I'll be back quickly, okay? Shaun's heart was still heavy. But Mia suddenly appeared from somewhere. You're not taking him with you? I don't know how long it will take, but don't you feel guilty for your brother having to wait for you for who knows how long in a strange place like this? Eve quickly pulled Shaun into her arms, on guard. Who is it? Shaun, come here. The little girl turned her face away. You don't need to be so defensive. We've been together all day. She didn't believe it. What? The boy's face was also pale with fear. They suddenly remembered the black cat from the morning. The kitten. The little girl smiled mischievously. That's the answer. It's me. With that, Mia joyfully threw open the window. The only cat that can take you two to the east. Eve was still extremely wary. Take me to the east. Why? The little girl turned her head to explain. I have a client who is very curious about your story. Isn't it a merchant's job to meet the needs of their clients? Then she winked confidently. I won't harm you, so you don't need to be so careful. From the start, how could a lowly beast like me dare to harm someone of the dragon lineage? Just think of it as a means of transportation. It would be better if you paid the fare. Eve clenched her fist, thinking. For the first trip, it's better not to go alone. But can I trust this person? Mia immediately made her move. If you don't like it, you don't have to go. Seeing Eve still lost in thought, the little girl continued. I thought you were in a hurry, but I guess not. She was still lost in her own calculations. That's right. I'm in no position to worry about this mode of transport. Immediately after, she let down her guard and approached Mia. What's your name? And then spoke as if in agreement. I think we'll be companions for a while, so I think I should know what to call you. Having achieved her goal, the little girl broke into a radiant smile. Mia then had the two of them stand on a flying carpet. Tuna Mia. Just call me Mia. I didn't really want to be your companion. The little girl couldn't hide her joy, turning to pat Shaun's head. You should thank me, you know. The boy was clueless. Huh? What? Thank you? Eve, however, looked ahead with a determined gaze. Please, I hope I'm not a bad influence on Noelle. And, just like that, the three of them flew into the star-filled night sky. Below them was the magnificent palace. In the quiet room, moonlight filtered through the ornate window, bathing the room in a peaceful and poetic beauty. Rachel lay in bed with her hair down. The girl dreamed of someone's hand trying to reach out. Please have mercy, dragon. Shaun, surrounded by red flames, shed tears. At least let this body be restored. Noelle clutched his head and screamed. Don't come here. Eve appeared like a goddess. Can you let me see your face for a moment? Rachel woke up from the dream, her face pale with fear. Immediately after, she sat up in a daze. And these dreams, please don't let me see them again. Rachel sat on the bed, hugging her knees and sobbing. It's painful enough. With that, she tiptoed to the door, thinking, I don't want to be alone. She called out, "Shaun, sister, are you asleep? Come with me." But she was met with a quiet emptiness. Sister. The next morning, at the magnificent palace, the sky had just begun to brighten. Noelle and a few maids were searching frantically. "Miss Eve, Master Shaun." The blue-haired maid reported. "He's not here." The brown-haired man also looked extremely worried. "But what about the 2 future sponsorship items?" The pink-haired maid was being scolded. "Why didn't you stay and help Miss Eve until the end? How can you call yourself her personal servant?" The girl trembled uncontrollably. "She told me to go to my room first, so." She bowed her head in guilt. "I'm truly sorry. I will accept any punishment. No matter what happened, I should have stayed with Miss Eve." Noelle's body emanated a red, murderous aura. He clenched his fists, veins bulging, blaming himself. "Is it because of me? Because of my greed?" Thinking of Eve's gaze from before, Noelle couldn't stop thinking. "When I acted impulsively, she couldn't even breathe normally. I was scared when I saw a flicker of her losing her composure. Maybe she wants to leave this place." Thinking this, he gritted his teeth. "I should have waited until I had confirmed everything. I couldn't bear it. It's my fault." Rachel stood behind, glancing at Noelle. The little girl then created a flame in her hand. Rio immediately spread its wings and appeared before everyone. The little girl was about to take something out of her clothes. The next second, Rachel's whole body flared up red. She stood as if in a forest of flowers. "Go find the owner of this ring." On Eve's side, she had just woken up. Shaun was still sound asleep beside her. She rubbed her eyes. "Have we reached the east yet? Are we in a port city? Why is the sun so hot?" Before Eve's eyes was the scorching sun with bustling buildings, not the cold of the east. The 3 of them were floating in the sky. She was furious. "Hey, where's this?" Mia, sitting beside her, spoke up. "You're awake? We're almost there." The next second, she grabbed the little girl by the collar. Eve was furious, her face red with anger. "What do you mean almost there? I don't even see a drop of water. Does this look like the east at all?" The little girl panicked and quickly explained. Wait, listen to me first," she shouted. "Listen to what? You liar." Mia's next words stunned her. "The entrance to the ocean is currently closed." She widened her eyes. "Closed." The little girl continued to explain. "The reason is still unknown, but the leader of the mermaid tribe has closed the castle gates for several years now. Therefore, I can't enter through the official route." Eve was worried. "So, what do we do?" The little girl pointed up to the sky. However, Mia's face was overjoyed. "There's a big market in the west." The little girl patiently introduced it. "To put it simply, this is where everyone gathers information. The West is an economy that's more developed than anywhere else. Won't there be a ton of information?" Then she gave a mischievous thumbs up. "Especially since I have a colleague who is the best among the wise merchants. I'm sure he'll know another way to get into the mermaid castle." Eve leaned closer. "So why don't you know?" Mia was very relaxed. "Because I specialize in Southern intelligence. Different specialties." She closed her eyes in resignation. "All right then." Under the sweltering heat of the southern weather, her voice was a bit tired. "I'll trust you one last time." The scene changes. They stood in front of a very large sign. Mia called out loudly. "Sipa, there you are." He seemed quite surprised. "Mia." The merchant friend of Sipa. Mia. Sipa leaned on the table. "You rushed back to the south to find some interesting news. Why are you back so soon?" Mia stammered. "Well." Right after that, Eve pushed aside the curtain and entered. "Hello." Shaun was also peeking from behind. "Hello." He was suspicious. "Who's this?" She got straight to the point. "I want to go to the east to find a mermaid and ask some questions." A second later, her expression changed immediately. She pointed at Mia. "But this cat brought me here, saying she knew the way to the east." Sipa was helpless. "This one." The little girl was still very calm. "Why are you asking? It's just like bringing a customer, isn't it?" Sipa turned back to speak to Eve seriously. "On the way here, didn't you hear Mia say that the mermaid castle is currently not receiving outsiders? Even if I go, they won't answer because they think if I reveal the truth, I'll be punished. She bowed her head sadly. I know, but I still have to go anyway. He was very curious why she had to go. Eve hesitated, unable to speak. It's because. Seeing her attitude, Sipa understood and didn't say anything more. He sighed and closed his eyes. It seems there's a story behind this. Since you came with Mia, I won't ask any more questions. His hand reached for the blue box on the table. No matter how pure and innocent the mermaids are, their personalities will differ. Opening the box, inside was an elegant red gem. He asked, "Do you have any jewelry?" Eve asked naively. "Jewelry?" Sipa explained. They usually like beautiful things. Among them, they like expensive jewelry the most. Thinking of the mermaids mesmerized by the beauty of sparkling jewelry, Sipa continued to explain. There are several factions among the mermaids. If you give them something truly valuable, some mermaids might give us clues, if not the whole truth. She said softly. I'm doomed. Sipa didn't seem to hear clearly. That's right, have enough jewelry to satisfy the mermaids. She quickly corrected him. No, that's not what I meant. The next second, Sipa's jaw dropped. Eve and Shaun were each holding a bag of money. She laughed shyly. The only thing I have right now is money. She held the money in her hand, laughing and talking. I don't think they like money because it's too common compared to something beautiful, but to me, it's beautiful. Do you sell jewelry here? Sipa was like a man who had lost his soul when he saw that pile of money. She continued talking. Can you show me where the nearest place to buy is? After that, Eve walked out of Sipa's shop in a splendid outfit like a noble lady. Mia carried the bag of money and followed behind. Yes, esteemed customer. The gems and money were piled high on the table in all sorts of colors. The salesperson spoke up. These are all the magic stones we have in our shop. Eve examined them carefully. These gems look so good. Do you think she would like this one too? Mia, standing behind, added, I guess it won't be a problem, right? As long as it's beautiful. She made a quick decision. I'll buy all of them. The shop owner was overjoyed. You are so generous, my lady. Another person entered from the door. Excuse me. He wore a black robe that covered him completely. I want to buy magic stones. It doesn't matter what kind. Show me how many you have. The shop owner was very sorry. Oh dear, what should I do if the customer before you just bought them all? His mouth dropped open. What, all sold out? The owner continued. Would you like to place an order? We might get more in this week. He hesitated. I need it right now. How can there not be a single one left? Eve stood by, observing, and thought, he seems to be in a hurry. Then she looked at the pile of gems in front of her. Well, I don't need all of these stones, since what I need is jewelry. Thinking that, she generously stepped forward. If you're in a hurry, I'll let you have them. I just bought these because they were so beautiful. The man immediately grabbed Eve's hand. You are so kind. His hood also fell off, revealing that he was Henry. His heart blossomed. I will not forget this kindness. She screamed in her head. A handsome man. Eve's eyes lit up, her heart pounding. That face made me forget about him randomly grabbing my hand. Henry quickly pulled up his hood. The magical hood. Eve seemed very calm, which made Henry a little disbelieving. No need to be so polite. I'm leaving now. He was about to call her back. All right. But Mia and Eve had already turned and walked away. The little girl praised her. The magic stones look so beautiful, so I'll buy one or two for my collection. She walked ahead. What a waste of money. I'm using my emergency fund to buy this. Mia's voice still echoed. I'm so jealous. Are you showing off the style of a rich lady? Henry was still staring blankly at their backs. What a strange person. He turned back to the shop owner. Ma'am, please wrap all of these up for me. Now, the shop owner was the one who had lost her soul, her face flushed in front of Henry's beauty. He thought to himself, anyone who sees this face of mine, this is the normal reaction. His gaze softened. Only that woman. Her soul. Back at Sipa's shop. Eve, like a true noble lady, generously threw money at Sipa. Thank you for looking after Shaun. Even though it's a small matter, I will repay you handsomely. Mia, standing beside, was not convinced. What about me? He bowed his head as if accepting a holy decree. My lady is so kind. She glanced at Shaun. Well then, we're off to the east now. Take care. Let's go. The boy gently pulled on her dress, confusing Eve. Shaun. Shaun avoided her gaze. Can we stay here a little longer? She knelt down and asked. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Are you hurt somewhere? The boy quickly explained. No, it's not that. The man at the shop told me, the place you want to go is all water. The boy's face turned frightened. Of course, because that's where the mermaids live, so. Shaun's body trembled. I'm scared of water. Eve was helpless. This kid. Eve pulled his hand away. Then why did you want to follow me? Now he was trembling as if about to cry, his hands clinging to Eve's dress. Of course it's because I'm worried about you. But I'm still scared. She was annoyed. Shaun, are you serious? Sipa, seeing the scene, stepped in to help. Yes, it's a bit late, but I think it's better to leave your brother in the West. She glanced at him. What? Why are you suddenly saying that? Sipa answered cautiously. Mermaids are creatures with pure souls. He thought of Shaun being tossed around like a toy. I don't have the ability to see souls. But, looking at your brother's personality, he is very pure and harmless, so someone might target him. If I like something, I'll take it by any means necessary. The boy heard Sipa's words and could only remain silent. Eve's eyes were full of worry. But there's nowhere here for me to leave Shaun. He spoke up. If you don't mind, I can take care of the boy. Her face showed panic. You can? But no, I can't cause you any more trouble, but so suddenly. Sipa burst out laughing. What are you talking about? It's no trouble at all. To be more precise, I feel healed when I'm with Shaun. Do you know what he said to me when we were playing together? The boy looked very interested, sitting and playing with the sand. The dirt is changing. He smiled gently, thinking, it's the first time a child has looked at my face without screaming. His voice was affectionate. Have you never seen a desert before? Shaun was still very interested. Yes, this is my first time in the West. I find many interesting things here. Sipa and Shaun continued their conversation. Is that so? I've lived here my whole life, so I'm not so sure. What do you find most surprising? The boy thought for a moment. I was surprised by the very wide river and the hot wind. And also, the boy looked up at him with admiration. Your eye color too. Shaun opened his big, round eyes, looking extremely adorable. My eyes are only blue, but your eyes have a very magnificent color. Purple, blue, and yellow are mixed together, right? It looks like a real gem. Sipa's heart blossomed, so shy he had to cover his face. What? He recounted the story while sobbing. For 10 years I've been roaming the world. People were shocked and scared when they saw my face. But this kid looked into my eyes and smiled. Eve whispered helplessly to Mia. Is it really okay for me to leave my brother with him? The little girl was just as helpless. He's a bit weird and eccentric, but he's a good person at heart and very trustworthy. Hearing that, Eve felt more at ease. Great, that's great. The next second, she turned sharply towards Shaun. Shaun. The boy quickly replied. Yes. The boy put on a cute, pouting expression with a radiant smile. Sister, I'll be back soon. Can I stay here? Shaun pressed his advantage. Sister, don't worry. Okay, sister. Eve looked at the boy. Do you really hate water that much? After a long hesitation, Eve had to step in front of Sipa. Please help me look after Shaun for a while longer. He smiled gently. Don't worry. Have a pleasant trip. Mia also praised him. He's a good person, so you can rest assured. I guarantee it. Sipa and Shaun held hands and waved goodbye to Eve and Mia. She turned her head and waved back. I'll be back soon. Mia sat adjusting the flying carpet. I've packed all my luggage. Eve stood right behind her and asked, What are you eating? The little girl then transformed back into her cat form. Mia's instinct has been upgraded. A new feature has been added that allows communication in beast form, currently in testing. She clenched her fists in frustration. Do you really have to eat that? The little girl pouted. In this form, I can do many things. I'm not addicted to illicit substances or anything, don't worry. Hearing the little girl's words made Eve freeze on the spot. If you need it, just let me know. The more people who try it, the better. She snapped, I'm a human. What are you trying to tempt me with? The little girl raised an eyebrow. Then she said in a calm voice, no, I mean if there's anyone nearby, you could let them try. You really don't have any friends, do you? Eve was furious. You want to die? The little girl teased. It seems like that's true, isn't it? The little girl turned away sharply, not forgetting to add a final taunt. Come on, let's go. Let's go ask why you don't have any friends. Eve's face turned red with anger. Hey. Mia's expression changed as she looked ahead. I'm in trouble now. Sipa and Shaun stood on the ground, watching them until they were far away. He took Shaun's hand. Let's go inside quickly. It's time for lunch. The boy was obedient. Yes. Suddenly, the boy stopped. Hey, mister, I have a question about this. His voice was indulgent. What is it? Shaun pointed at the huge sign in front of them. Why is the shop's name Bad Ending? The boy continued. You're so kind. Sipa also paused at the boy's question. Why? Immediately after, he explained. It doesn't mean anything. You know how to read, right? Shaun smiled mischievously. Yes, my sister taught me. Sipa looked very excited. How interesting. That's the human language. I named it that because I thought it was cool. He thought to himself, how strange. He thought for a long time. In the beastmen world, they can't distinguish human letters. So it's often used as a type of code. How does this boy understand it? Moreover, even in the human world, isn't writing only used by the upper class? Thinking this, Sipa broke out in a sweat. Could it be? He was about to ask to confirm his suspicion when a sudden gust of wind blew in. What is your surname? Sipa covered his face and reached out to shield Shaun. What is that? A sandstorm? Quick, grab my hand. The boy's mouth was wide open. Rachel, in a red robe, her whole body swirling with fire, rushed toward Shaun. The boy was terrified. Rachel. The little girl's eyes were red as she grabbed the boy's hand with a very worried expression. Why are you here? Rachel angrily gripped Shaun's arm. What were you thinking, leaving without a word? The little girl's hand kept tightening. The boy's voice trembled. Ruby, that hurts. The little girl suddenly realized and let go, shyly turning her head away. What about your sister? The boy answered, my sister went to the east. Rachel couldn't believe her ears. What? Not the human world? The little girl thought to herself, that place is. The little girl was anxious. Let's go find her together. Shaun immediately refused. No, she told me to wait here. Besides, I'm scared of water. The little girl's eyes showed a maturity beyond her years. Rachel extended her hand. Are you talking about the ocean? If you want, not a single drop of water will touch you. You just need to stay by my side. Shaun's face flushed red. He stuttered, yes. The next second, he waved at Sipa. Mister, I'm going to the east too. He immediately refused. What? No, I promised your sister I would take care of you. That place is dangerous. The boy continued. It's okay. Ruby will protect me. He walked up to Rachel, sternly. That's no place for children. Besides, someone is waiting for him here. Suddenly, something shocked Sipa so much his jaw dropped. The girl in the red robe, her eyes also burning red, stared at him. Thoughts couldn't help but surface in Sipa's mind. A dragon? Why is this dragon here? Because she was just a small child, she still bowed politely. We're in a hurry. Sorry for the noise. He screamed in his head. A member of such a notoriously stubborn race is bowing to me? With that, she called out to Shaun. Let's go, Shaun. The boy replied, okay. Sipa was still frozen in place, not believing his eyes. Mia, that one. Thinking of Mia and Eve, he asked the question. Who on earth are you working with? The scene changes. Noel and two others stood in the middle of a dense forest. He spoke first. I didn't even receive an invitation or a request for my opinion. Why do you want to see me at this hour? The green-haired man smirked. If it wasn't you who came in person, but just a representative, would your attitude be like this? Please understand my position, won't you? What can I do? His Majesty is a busy man. Noel lost his patience and shouted angrily. Isn't this the most urgent matter? The next second, he regained his composure and closed his eyes. Fine, now is not the time to argue about this. What would a person who is so proud of himself think? The green-haired man took the initiative to continue. We have received all the documents you sent, but... His next words struck Noel like a lightning bolt. He said that he does not approve. He trembled with anger, clenching his fists. No need to reconfirm? There are many possibilities. The man cut him off. Yes, he said that he doesn't want something similar to happen again in the future. He still hadn't stopped. He never changes his mind once he's decided. Please remember this. Noel smirked. The green-haired man wore a robe with a logo of 2 crossed swords. Tell him that there will be no change. Yes, and let me tell you this. Noel couldn't hold back anymore and turned to leave decisively. This is just a waste of my time. But as he walked, he gritted his teeth, thinking, but maybe this is for the best. He thought of Eve standing in the cold snow and ice. She is so pure. It's best not to let her know about this. It will surely hurt her. Noel unconsciously touched his neck. Eve. His mind imagined kissing Eve's soft hand. If I find her, I must beg for her forgiveness. I'm sorry for pushing you away. I won't force you anymore, so please stay by my side. Eve is a person with a generous heart. She will surely come back. Then he imagined all sorts of things related to Eve. And I will make up for it with anything she likes. The image of her happy face appeared in Noel's mind. I must not let her be upset. That way she can stay here longer. Suddenly, his body emanated a murderous aura. The sound of the dark force echoed. Why do you keep thinking such foolish thoughts? Swallow her whole. His body was completely taken over by that darkness and ordered. Then she will be yours forever. The scene changes to a harbor with very large ships. This is the eastern coast. 2 large spears blocked Eve's way. Please move aside. She was startled and stepped back. She begged, please, please, just let me go down to the sea. The 2 guards remained firm. The port is currently closed to outsiders. This is an order from our superiors. Eve's eyes stared at the 2 spears blocking her way. Everyone's words echoed in her ears, making her bow her head sadly. Oh dear, another girl who doesn't know anything. Give up, girl. We haven't seen any mermaids in a long time either. Eve sat in a small corner, covering her face in sorrow. It used to be possible to go down to the sea. Why is it blocked now? Mia thought back to the earlier scene. The guard had pointed his spear straight at the little girl when she transformed into a human to go in Eve's place. I didn't expect this. Even bribery didn't work. Will they get their salaries cut? He was angry. Don't insult us. She still had her head down. What should I do? I can't do anything if things stay like this. Her eyes looked like she was about to cry. She thought, I don't have much time. I need to find a way to resolve Noel's wrath as soon as possible. Suddenly, Mia stood up. Eve was confused. Hey, what's wrong? The large shadow standing in front of her made her eyes widen. You're... A person in a black robe that covered them completely, but still revealed red hair, leaned close to Eve. Is it true that you want to meet Zen? Her eyes were suspicious. Jen? The red-haired man ignored her expression. Oh my, you don't even know the name of the person you want to meet? I can understand that humans often come to us after hearing rumors. He grinned. If I had known earlier, I probably wouldn't have blocked the entrance. Eve stood up suspiciously. What are you talking about? He continued. Didn't you want to meet Zen? She was still naive. So the person named Zen. The red-haired man leaned close to Eve's ear and whispered. Add a respectful title. That's not someone you can call by name so casually. Then he gave a not-so-nice smile. He looked at her pile of money and precious gems. It seems what you want to ask is also a big deal, so you brought so much. His gaze softened. I guess Zen will be pleased with this. She gave the red-haired man a sharp look. Mia, standing beside, cried out. He then turned his attention to the little girl. What a cute cat. His gaze was very judgmental. This is the first time I've seen someone treat a monster like a pet. Hearing him say that, Mia and Eve could only remain silent. The next second, the red-haired man turned away sharply. It doesn't matter who you are. Everyone is equal in Zen's eyes. Follow me. Mia looked up and said to Eve. I have a bad feeling about this, but there are two of us, so what's there to be afraid of? The man's voice echoed back, making the little girl's face fall. I knew you were a criminal from the start. Even so, he still let the two of them follow behind. You might get the answer you're looking for. Follow me. The scene appeared with a coastline and majestic high rock formations. The cave emitted a magical light. The man in the red-haired black robe brought Mia and Eve there. This is the entrance. Now then. He held out a glass vial containing some blue substance. Please drink this pure water. You must purify your body and soul that have been tainted on land before you can enter. Eve looked at the glass vial, her heart filled with anxiety. I'm worried because I don't know the origin of this medicine. But the next second, she took it and drank it down. There's no more time for hesitation. After drinking it, Eve wanted to vomit. The taste is horrible. The red-haired man gave a strange smile. You did well. Well then, now. He held out his hand in front of her. Let's go see Sir Zen. After saying that, he pushed Eve into the sea, startling Mia, who was standing beside her. The water splashed everywhere. She sank deep into the sea. Eve tried to cover her mouth, telling herself to breathe. Her face darkened. I'm going to die. Sarkly immediately swam to her side. It turns out the red-haired person from before was her. Please relax your body. She smiled gently, holding out her hand in welcome. The sea has accepted you because you have been purified. She thought, a mermaid. Sarkly continued to remind her. Please accept the power of the pure water and breathe slowly. Eve's white hair spread out in the water as she slowly caught the bubbles. Mia saw the fish and immediately rushed towards them. Food. She explained, what you drank just now was a medicine that helps you breathe easily in water. More precisely, it's an adaptation medicine for land creatures. Even those who can't swim can swim with it. Sarkly swam forward. Now, we will move to Sir Zen's residence. Please swim after me. Eve swam after her, playfully interacting with the fish. Oh my! Under the sea were many rare and beautiful coral species. Above the water, a school of fish swam freely with the sunlight shining down. Eve was full of happiness. A fantasy like this. Sarkly turned her head. We've arrived, miss. She jumped in surprise. What met her eyes was a huge mansion. Eve thought, compared to calling this a mansion, isn't it more like a temple? Another person in a black robe came out from the mansion. Please come in, Sir Sarkly. Is the person behind you a guest? She quickly explained, they are here to listen to Zen's sermon. The man in black seemed interested. He continued, it's almost time for the sermon, so I will guide everyone to the main hall. Eve still seemed to not understand what was going on, repeating to herself sermon. She followed the man in black into the mansion, looking around. It's so quiet here I don't dare to say a word. It doesn't feel like I'm underwater. I can walk. The man in the black robe, who had blue hair, held the door handle, turned his head and said to Eve, the main hall is ahead. You can go in and find a comfortable place to sit. She was cheerful. I understand. As soon as she entered, what met her eyes was a crowded scene and a voice ringing out. I hope everyone will have a meaningful time. Eve paused for a few seconds, her eyes wide. She curiously entered with a probing look. What is this? There's a certain feeling here. The person in front of her was praying with great reverence, like a religious place. The next second, everyone cheered in unison. Sir Zen has appeared. Sir Zen. Eve seemed shocked by all of this. Mia clung tightly to her shoulder. Hey, this place is a bit strange. The sounds continued to echo in their ears without stopping. You are so beautiful today as well. Please look at me just once. She was lost in thought. Just by appearing, a warm, loving voice rang out. Everyone is full of vitality today as well. Eve's eyes widened. That person. Arya appeared with a proud beauty and fiery red hair. My followers. Her gaze fell on Eve and Mia. But there's a little girl I've never seen before. Please stand up and introduce yourself for a bit. She was startled as if caught red-handed. Mia held her head in resignation. There's no chance of escaping from here now. In her heart, she thought. I don't know the reason, but everyone here is blindly praising this person named Zen. She parted her lips. Hello, Sir Zen. Then she thought to herself, first, to not arouse suspicion, I should act like a new believer. Thinking that, Eve immediately put on a respectful expression. I heard of Sir Zen's reputation in the West and came here. I was so curious that I had to walk all this way. And indeed, I think it was great to be able to meet you. After meeting you, I realized that I cannot perfectly express Sir Zen's appearance with words. Arya looked at them both with an affectionate gaze. Oh my, thank you. Her voice was gentle. You must have had a hard time coming from so far away. Eve looked at Arya, not knowing what she would do next. Arya slowly walked down the stairs, towards Eve. So, what advice do you seek from me? I mean, it doesn't seem like you came here just to see my appearance. With that, she clapped her hands once. So, what did you want to ask? As soon as she finished, 2 guards rushed to grab Eve and Mia. She seemed to see through everything. Are you trying to impress me even by talking? She shouted. What? Arya maintained her original expression. Did you come here because of that Henry? Sometimes there are girls who are enchanted by that young master and mistakenly come here. Then she laughed with satisfaction. But what can I do? That young master is not here. The next second, Arya's eyes widened. Huh? It was because Eve had shouted. I don't know who that person is. She snapped her fingers again. I will listen while I investigate your story, Miss Halfwolf. Hearing those words, Eve's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, not believing her ears. The scene changes to a magnificent palace. Henry was pelted with gems, accompanied by a shouting voice. Useless. The harsh voice continued to echo. In your opinion, is this amount enough? The butler worriedly approached him. Why, young master? Henry waved his hand. It's fine. It turned out that voice belonged to Mentira. The old man hadn't stopped. You idiot. You still don't understand that the future of the East depends on my power? The old man lost his patience. Get out of my sight. Even if you have to search the entire world, you must gather all the magic stones immediately. Henry had no choice but to obey. Yes, father. He turned away, thinking, he's becoming more and more frail. I need to quickly gather more magic stones before things get worse. Then he spoke to the butler. Have you opened the gate to the surface world? He followed behind. I have installed it in front of the city gate. Henry thought of Eve, who had given him the stones. If that girl hadn't conceded a few days ago, it probably wouldn't have ended with just a scolding. I'm truly grateful to her. He pondered deeply. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since a girl wasn't captivated by me. Henry's mind flashed back to the image of Arya as a child. That's right, the first time since that child. Suddenly, a shout from outside echoed. I told you to hurry up. He glanced over in confusion. The guard stood frozen, thinking, a talking cat. Mia was continuously scratching his leg. This is urgent. Henry quickly stepped forward. Hey you. The guard immediately bowed. Young master. He got straight to the point. That's enough greetings. What's wrong? He immediately explained. Well, I don't know how it got in here, but suddenly this surface creature came here. Mia shouted again. I met you in the West. Henry looked at the little girl and had some big questions. The little girl didn't think any further and jumped towards Henry. My friend has been captured by some cultists. Please save her. The little girl thought back to the earlier scene. I was lucky to escape, but Mia was stranded among strangers. They took all our luggage and no one helped us. The little girl was frantic. You're a young master, so you must have some influence, right? Please, I beg you, help me find her. Henry tried to calm her down. Wait. He still didn't understand what was happening. A surface creature. Please explain to me starting from why you're in this situation. Only then can I think of a solution. The little girl had calmed down a bit now. The mermaids already know about it. The butler seemed to have understood something. Wait a minute, young master. This cat. An image of Arya appeared. He continued, It seems she just escaped from Siren's mansion. Hearing that, he fell silent. And then he turned down to speak to Mia. This is getting complicated. It's very difficult to rescue your friend right now. The little girl started to lose control. Why is that? He thought of Arya, her eyes as cold as ice. Going there empty-handed is no different from suicide. Henry's eyes were mixed, not knowing what to do at this moment. But if I bring soldiers, it could lead to an armed conflict. Suddenly, a pair of legs stepped out from the blue light behind. He spoke up. It's been a long time, successor to the leader. This is the first time we've faced each other since I became leader. He turned his head in surprise. You. Noelle appeared with a brilliant aura. Someone is looking for you urgently. Want to cooperate with me? Night was gradually falling through the window. Eve slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she woke up, Arya's voice hit her ears. Oh my, you're finally awake. She leaned closer with a concerned look. Are you awake now? How are you feeling? She looked up, thinking, you just knocked me out and now you're saying things like that? Isn't that a bit strange? She looked at her with a cold gaze. Arya covered her mouth and laughed. You were babbling just a moment ago. Why are you not saying a word now? I don't like silence, she said confidently. Well then, first I'll introduce myself a little. My name is Arya. In front of everyone, please call me Zen. I don't usually reveal my real name, but because I like you, I'm telling you. The child behind me is my friend, Sarkly. Eve tried to struggle. Arya casually turned away. It's useless. I will absolutely not let you go. Do you know how much trouble I went through to tie you up? Try to escape. I'll catch you again immediately, so don't do such useless things. Her eyes were emotionless, thinking, why did she tie me up? I can't understand. Is it because of the gems I brought? She sat down opposite her, as if she could read everything. I didn't touch that, you know. Her next words made her fall silent. I heard you used your secret fund to buy them, so I'm not so heartless as to touch that. Eve looked at the proud Arya in front of her and wondered. What is this? Is she reading my mind right now? She smiled confidently. That's right, I read your thoughts. She tilted her head, imagining an image like a blindfolded monk. What's it like? Like mind reading? Or a method of care? She crossed her arms. It's not mind reading, but seeing and hearing. What are you imagining right now? Arya then gave a provocative smile. But you, she continued. I can tell what you're thinking just by looking at your expression. Hearing that, Eve's face couldn't hide her anxiety. Sitting in the small room, she continued to ask. So why did you come here? You said you didn't come here for that young master. Arya was very pleased. If it's just me finding out like this, it's no fun. So let's answer each other's questions. After all, I'm very good at giving advice. Is it useless to gain more fame now? Eve immediately turned her face away, not saying a word. She stared at her. I thought you were some kind of person. Even if I give you more chances, you're still like this. Right after that, she stood up. There's no other way. I was going to treat you kindly, but I guess I'll have to rummage through your memories. With that, Arya placed her hand on Eve's head. Then please excuse my rudeness. She closed her eyes tightly in fear. Images from Eve's childhood appeared clearly. Is this your life? It seemed she was very immersed in those memories. You've lived a very happy life. I'm not so bad myself. Let's have a heart-to-heart next time. Suddenly, something made Arya's expression change. Wait, what is this? She screamed. Sarkly saw this and was worried. Arya. She rushed over. Are you all right? Arya looked like she was about to fall backward. Sarkly. Her voice trembled. What is that female-dominant, male-submissive thing? Eve saw this and her face also went completely pale. An image of a girl sitting on a boy's back appeared in her head. What is she sitting on? Is it a person? Another image appeared. Now it was a pair of slender feet touching the Adam's apple of another man. Arya screamed. He calls her master. Feet. Why is she using her feet? Is he enjoying it or does he hate it? In her mind, she's full of perverted things. Hearing that, she could only laugh helplessly. Even if you read my mind, why did it have to be those memories? Anyway, it seems she doesn't dare to touch me anymore. She staggered back a few steps. Luckily, Sarkly was there to catch her. Eve continued to think. Let's try to imagine it in more detail. Arya regained some composure, but... She asked, where did you learn those things? She didn't seem to like the question. Then she answered unhappily. I saw it where I'm from. She insisted on asking where. She was sulking. Why are you asking me that? Arya's murderous aura flared as she lifted her chin. Speak. Eve bit her lip, scared out of her wits. She struggled again. Why did it turn out like this? Is she going to kill me for surprising her? She continued to read her memories. Eve screamed internally. No. Images of Noelle, Shaun, and Rachel appeared at the same time. I still haven't found a way to stop the flow of the original story. I left Shaun in the West and came here. I haven't been able to explain anything to Rachel and just left. If I had known it would end like this. Just a second later, Arya collapsed, panting heavily. She closed her eyes tightly, continuing to think. Noelle, and I should have done a little better. She was thrown backward. Her appearance was extremely pathetic. She sat on the ground, a far cry from her appearance just a moment ago. Arya's body began to tremble. She held her head, wanting to scream. Oh my God, this scene and those thoughts. After that, she screamed in happiness. It's truly a new horizon. Sarkly helped Arya up. Her head was still ringing. I've read many people's thoughts before, but this is the first time I've met a girl with thoughts like this. She jumped again. I think I've found a new hobby. I was truly a frog in a well. No, a fish. Eve looked at her blankly. See, could it be? Looking at her appearance, she thought to herself. She's become a fan? Arya's face was flushed, still reveling in happiness. I almost lived my whole life without knowing about these amazing things. A series of thoughts immediately popped into her head. If the situation hadn't turned out like this, you like that too? We could have shared stories about female dominance and male submission all night. What a shame. Ridiculous thoughts kept swirling in Eve's head. Well then, that's good too. The man had no choice but to put on the collar his master had given him. And then he kissed the back of her hand and said, if you tempt me with this, I might let you go. Arya's expression turned dark. Luckily, I am a siren. Eve was stunned as if she realized something. What? If it's a siren then? She remembered what she had read. The mermaid who rules with pleasure. It said that after enchanting humans with their mermaid abilities, they make them jump into the sea. Those thoughts were read clearly by her. What? You know about that? Right after that, Arya immediately regained her confident appearance. You know about that old legend too, don't you? What is it that they even left a book about? Her voice softened, no longer having the threatening tone from before. What's the big deal about using a little bit of the power I have? To be honest, instead of punishment, only interesting things happen. Meeting girls like you and then. She ran her hand through her hair. I don't really like talking about this. Since you've shown me some interesting things, how about I tell you a little about my family? Right after that, Arya proudly tossed her red hair. I mean, about the red-haired siren. Eve could only stare, thinking red hair? She immediately began her story. After the mermaids won the power struggle for the top position, do you know that we sirens had to live in complete seclusion? She remembered her childhood memories. It's because the legend says that among us, the red-haired siren tried to kill the former leader, so he was not welcomed, even among his fellow sirens. Evil hands reached for Arya and her mother. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have to live in seclusion like this. It's all your fault. She stood still without moving, engrossed in her story. Everyone was too gentle, so they had to bow their heads their whole lives just because of a legend in a book. Childhood memories resurfaced. Her mother's gentle voice echoed. Arya. She remembered every word of her mother's advice. Live and atone for your mistakes. Arya's voice was full of sorrow. My mother had to live her whole life as a sinner. She was cherished and hugged tightly by her mother. Even if it was unfair, there was nothing else to do. My family. The image of a cold Arya standing before a grave appeared. Her voice grew sadder. We could only live like that, but the price was just a lonely death. I don't want to live like that. So I thought I had to start by making money. Another scene appeared. Now it was when Arya emerged from the water. The brown-haired fisherman's eyes were filled with thought. Did you catch anything? The fisherman's face turned pale with fear. It turned out that Arya had appeared before him with a gentle smile. The red-haired siren. Sirens were originally said to possess soul-controlling minds. He was startled and kept backing away. Don't come near me. She stepped out of the water. Why should I do such a troublesome thing? What is the value of a soul, anyway? She just gently touched the fisherman and whispered sweet nothings. So your heart is filled with sadness. His eyes were still filled with fear, but it had subsided a little. She continued to speak. On the outside, you act normal. Arya's hand still gently touched him. But inside, it has rotted and decayed. The wound has festered and festered again. She gently touched the fisherman's neck, using her sweetness to win him over. I won't harm you. I just want to soothe the sadness in your heart. Right after that, she delivered the final blow. She turned and walked away. If you gaze at the vast ocean, you will forget reality for a moment. I know that feeling too. Even so, you shouldn't come here too often. You have to be careful with the water. The man was still not back to his senses. Huh? He quickly grabbed Arya's hand. You're not a siren? Why did you let me go without doing any harm to me, and even gave me a warning? It's like... Having achieved her goal, she smiled triumphantly. She turned her head and pulled her hand away from his. Your request for me to answer seems like praying to a god. But a god must remain silent. Then she gave a smile that could charm anyone's heart. So I can only tell you this much. The fisherman watched her with regret. Hey you. He sat stunned on the shore. I was hoping for an answer, but she remained silent. He was still dazed, as if not fully back to his senses. That appearance, it could only be a god. Having achieved her goal, Arya happily dove deep into the sea. After that, it was very simple. Afterwards, they competed to give her precious gems. She was engrossed in telling her story. People who heard the rumors gathered in front of me and gave me anything in exchange for advice. Arya smiled happily. I just read their memories and just had to show a little empathy. The more she told, the more enthusiastic she became. In this way, the number of followers grew uncontrollably, and my pockets naturally bulged. Arya held the crown in her hand. So, what's so important about things like souls? If you grasp power, everything will be in your hands. Back in reality, she continued. So now I no longer feel wronged about being a siren. I mean, honest and upright mermaids probably can't even dream of a life like this. Arya's story seemed to enlighten Eve's mind. She hadn't stopped talking. Maybe you've never seen a story like this either. The more she talked, the more enthusiastic she became. Well, I'll tell you something else. I can tell you everything you want. Eve felt something was wrong. Oh my, really? In her heart, she thought, this is a big problem. Since she has nothing left to lose, she's acting completely recklessly now. She held her chin and thought. That's right. Do you have any questions? Usually, when you come here, you have a lot of questions. Eve told herself, no matter what, I have to get out of here. Arya reached out to her, smiling brightly. No need, right? Then she pressed her hand firmly on her head. Instead of listening, I should probably go inside and see for myself. Don't worry, it just feels like falling asleep, though I don't know when you'll wake up. Without permission, she did everything herself. Then please excuse my rudeness. She widened her eyes. The next second, Noelle's back appeared. I thought I could see that neat face one more time before saying goodbye. Noelle. Boom. A loud explosion echoed through the mansion. On the beach, a father and son were sitting and fishing. The boy shouted in alarm. Dad, look over here. The father leaned closer. What is it? Suddenly, something made his face turn pale. The water bubbled up. The boy continued. The sea is boiling. The father quickly pulled his son back. We'll stop here for today and go home. The boy was still young and didn't understand. Why? I haven't caught any fish yet. He urged impatiently. Hurry up. I've always told you, haven't I? The waves began to rise violently. In the sky, Something yellow flashed by. He explained to his son, the sea represents the emotions of the mermaids. The image of the shattered mansion appeared. I don't know what it is, but it seems something big has happened under the sea. Two spears clashed, creating a loud and fierce sound. A brawl broke out under the sea. Blood splattered everywhere along with screams. You damn presumptuous sirens, surrender obediently. Henry and Noel stood observing everything. He turned his head and said to him, currently, the sea has no official entrance, but it has been discovered in some cases that sirens are dragging outsiders into the sea. If your friend has also gone into the sea, the probability of being captured by them is very high. His face was sorrowful. I brought as many soldiers as I could, but the sirens have closed off the port, and their military strength is also. Noel's eyes were cold, creating a blazing red flame. If I get stuck in there and can't get out, I'll just have to make it so they have no way to live. Henry was astonished. No way. The next second, he attacked the mansion under the sea. He was still in a state of shock. And this thing will devour the entire ocean. The power of the red dragon. He stood there stunned, looking at Noel's presence. The flames surrounded his body. Henry thought to himself, do I have an ally? He stammered, why are you under the sea? He turned his head, his voice as cold as ice. What, are you going to kick me out? He continued, when I first became leader, I turned a blind eye to the closing of the sea. Henry's face immediately darkened. He muttered under his breath. That's right. He remembered Mentira's instructions. My father, he vehemently opposed the first red dragon to be reborn and take the position of leader. He said he would drain the Eastern Sea dry, just like he burned his own parents to death. Henry thought back. But that red dragon still ascended to become the leader. My father cut off all communication with all regions, including the East. The image of the old man shaking his head. He was very confused. That's always been what I wondered. They say the first dragon leader ruled the underworld with love, not power. So why was he so afraid of its revival? He was still lost in his thoughts. But now that I've seen it in person, Noel suddenly spoke up. Let's go. With that, he stepped into the sea. Henry's eyes were still fixed on Noel. It seems I understand my father's meaning now. He saw through his burning red heart. This person, it won't be long until he explodes. Complex thoughts kept appearing in his mind. The moment his power is released, it will destroy all nearby creatures. Is that why my father didn't allow the southern leader to come to the east? I'm starting to realize and feel apprehensive being with him. Noel landed lightly. Henry was extremely confused. I wonder why even with an ally, I'm still in this state. He looked at Noel's back. Moreover, why? His body emanated a color that was half red and half black. Why is his soul's color being mixed? He turned to speak to Mia, who was clinging tightly to Hopper's shoulder. We need to act separately. Do you know where your friend is being held? The little girl shook her head. I don't know. I was thrown into a jail cell while she was taken somewhere else. Boom! The wall behind them suddenly exploded. Henry's jaw dropped. Did the southern leader cause this explosion? Hopper immediately realized. No, it's not. The old man looked ahead. I can feel this wave, it's... Boom! The next explosion came. The old man just managed to finish his sentence. From her power. The next second, Hopper held his head in pain. Henry was alarmed. Steward. The old man's body went limp. He quickly ran to support Hopper's body. Why is this happening? Could it be the effect of the wave? Suddenly, Henry noticed something. Eve's body had entered Hopper's. She wondered, where is this? He realized another soul is in the steward's body. Elsewhere, a hand rested on the ground. A red-haired girl struggled to her feet. Sarkly, are you okay? Her face was stunned when she saw her reflection in the glass. It turned out Arya's soul had entered the girl. She touched her face. This isn't my body. My soul has been swapped? A voice rang out, attracting her attention. Arrest all the sirens present at the scene for me. Looking down, Arya saw many soldiers shouting. Those who resist strongly can be suppressed, but prioritize capturing them alive. This is an order from young Master Henry. She didn't understand what was happening. Why have the mermaids suddenly come to the siren area? And they say it's an order from that guy? She observed their every move. The impression of the southern leader's companion is. Right after that, Arya had to hold her head, her face not looking bright at all. Damn it. Why did I have to collide with the mermaid's power while I was trying to enter that girl's body? It made the soul images all mixed up. She looked at her hand. Is it a side effect of the explosion? I can't hear other people's thoughts anymore. Arya tried to stand up, determined. First, I have to find where my body is. Shaun suddenly appeared from somewhere. Ruby, is that you? The boy looked around, searching. Where did you go and leave me? She wondered, why is this kid here? Besides, he doesn't look like he's from the east. Thinking that, Arya approached him and asked, Kid, why are you wandering around here alone? Shaun's face was full of worry. I came here to find my sister. The boy was shy, his eyes welling up with tears. I was going down to the sea with Sister Ruby, then suddenly she was caught in a fire and disappeared. Arya seemed startled to hear this name. Ruby. She frowned, her eyes wide. The boy sobbed. She started to panic. Kid, are you crying? The boy was extremely cute, closing his eyes tightly. Ruby promised to protect me. Arya quickly comforted him. No, it's not like that. Don't cry anymore, okay? Do you want to go find Sister Ruby in a safer place with me? Shaun's tears kept flowing. Her voice was extremely gentle. Because I'm slightly injured right now. Once I've recovered a little, I'll be able to know where Sister Ruby is. Suddenly, a spear flew towards them. Arya jumped back in surprise. She trembled and held Shaun tightly in her arms. What was that? Kid, hold on to me tightly. The man ordered. Let that kid go, Siren. Her eyes were unyielding. It was Ren. His voice was harsh. Surrender obediently. He is Ren, the commander of the army. Arya's face darkened. She quickly explained. No, wait. I was just trying to protect this child. Ren's face was stern. Did I ask you anything, you idiot? His next words made her eyes turn sharp as ice. The shame of the mermaids. She immediately regained her composure, smiling provocatively. How childish. Who was it that invaded first? She took the knife from her hip. You always treat those who sit still like criminals. How about I do as you wish for once? Arya held Shaun's neck tightly, the other hand holding a knife, her eyes provocative. I'll show you what a cruel race we sirens are. The next second, Rachel rushed in like a god. She was overwhelmed by that power. Shaun called out loudly, Sister Ruby. Arya's eyes were drawn to Rachel. She thought to herself, even though my powers aren't working right now, I can still tell. That appearance is. The words seemed to jump out of Arya's head. Fire dragon. The little girl looked up with a murderous expression. Get away from Shaun. Ren approached, questioning. A dragon? How can you be under the sea? The little girl's body was still radiating with furious fire. Do you know who you're messing with right now? The little girl was furious. Her hand immediately created a flame. How dare you? Rachel's eyes widened. Shaun's frightened expression when he saw it. The boy quickly called out Ruby. The little girl immediately clenched her fist, suppressing her rage. The little girl's small hand reached out. Let's go, Shaun. We have to find Sister quickly. Shaun returned to his harmless appearance. Okay. The little girl forced a smile. But just now I scared Shaun. In her heart, Rachel thought, I was hasty again and didn't realize. Everyone is afraid of my power. I know that very well. She quickly explained, you were in danger just now. But inside, she was sad. And now, even Shaun is afraid of me. But no, Shaun's eyes sparkled as he tightly held the little girl's hand. You were so cool. Shaun's praise made the little girl blush. You're amazing, Rachel. Rachel quickly turned her head away, her cheeks as red as 2 tomatoes. Why are you suddenly calling me by my name? The boy was clueless. Your face and hands are so red. Is it because you used too much fire? The little girl was a bit helpless. What? The little girl's hand pushed him away. So annoying. Don't look at my face. The boy's eyes sparkled. Why? While Rachel bowed her head to hide her face, she looked up. My face looks Then she said sadly ugly. Shaun paused for a moment upon hearing that. What are you talking about? The next second, he stepped forward and took Rachel's hand. To me, you are the most beautiful person in this world. The boy held her hand with both of his. You always protect me with your magical power. And you warm my hands when I'm cold. I learned from my sister that it's rude to talk about other people's appearances. But I really want to tell you this. He said with all his sincerity. Rachel, you are truly beautiful. The little girl couldn't believe her ears. Immediately, Rachel turned and ran away. You're so annoying. You should just save those words for the person you love. The boy was just as panicked. Rachel. The little girl's voice echoed back. Do you like me? Don't say that. Rin, who witnessed this, also turned and walked away. A dragon standing carelessly like this is very dangerous. Arya sat on the ground. What is happening here? Well, for me, this is a good thing, right? Rachel's voice still echoed. Don't follow me. Her eyes gleamed. I have to take this opportunity to return to my body. On the other side, Eve's body, which someone had possessed, sat dazedly on the ground. It turned out that just a moment ago, Arya had transferred into Eve's body. She panted. Why did I enter this body now? She looked around. Where am I? I need to find my body quickly. Suddenly, strange images flashed through her mind. She clutched her head helplessly. What is this? Does that woman think about this all the time? Her face filled with terror as she looked behind her. A hand gripped the wall tightly. Arya wondered, what is that? Neelio appeared, radiating red energy. Eve. The outside of the mansion was covered in cracks. It felt like it could shatter at the slightest touch. Eve, now in Hopper's body, didn't understand what had just happened. Where am I? She saw Mia in front of her and called out Mia. The little girl frowned. Mia. Eve lifted the girl up. Why are you back here? Were you locked up again? The girl panicked. What's going on? Why are you like this? Then she immediately scratched him. Crazy old man. Eve's hand was all scratched up. You call me a crazy old man? Isn't that a bit much? As she spoke, she found herself in a silent void. Looking at her hands, Eve couldn't stay calm. My hands, why do my hands look like this? No, wait. This isn't my body, is it? Henry, who had been observing from the side, slowly spoke up. You. He approached. Have you ever been to the West? He continued, at the jewelry store. Your soul is very unique, so I remember it clearly. Henry turned to Mia. Is this lady the friend you were looking for? By the way, she has the same soul as the girl who was with you then. The girl's face went blank. Soul? I don't know what you mean, but have you finally found her? The sound of shattering made all three of them jump. Eve narrowed her eyes. Henry couldn't hide his worry. Oh no, the building. He urged, the Southern leader's power is growing. We need to get out of here quickly. She was stunned. The Southern leader. She wondered, why is he here? He glanced at her and replied, I heard he came to find his girlfriend. He looked up at the mansion. Let's leave this place first and talk later. The Southern leader can't control his power properly right now. Her face instantly darkened. Eve thought of Neelio. If he loses control, it will be disastrous. At that thought, she rushed off. No. Henry panicked. Wait. Where are you going? He ran right after her, grabbing her hand. She still wanted to find him. Let go of me. I have to find him quickly. Henry tried to stop her. I don't know what's happening, but it's very dangerous right now. She used all her strength to pull her hand away. The most dangerous person right now is Neelio. Please wait outside with Mia. Now he could only watch helplessly as she left. Oh God. The frantic figure of Eve running away carried the same color as Neelio. That woman is the one whose soul is mixed with the Southern leader. Their souls are attracting each other. Elsewhere, shattered pieces fell all over the floor. Arya, in Eve's body, was sweating bullets. Dragon. She wondered, why are you here? Neelio's body trembled uncontrollably as he walked towards Arya. Eve, please, listen to what I have to say now. He didn't know the person in front of him wasn't Eve and continued to approach. It won't take long. Just give me a chance to explain. Arya had no idea what was going on and just backed away to avoid him. Despite Arya's dark face and confused eyes, he continued to apologize. I'm sorry if I startled you. I was too hasty. From now on, I won't do anything you don't like. Eve. Nilio's eyes welled with tears, his body still trembling. So please, don't leave me again. Nilio kept advancing on Arya and Eve's body. Eve, now, please listen to me. He tried to take her hand, but she immediately pulled back. It won't take long. Just give me a chance to explain. Arya's eyes widened in terror. An image appeared in her mind. The fire dragon's memories are appearing in my head. Next was the image of a small fox, appearing randomly. A voice overwhelmed Arya's body. Eve. Her face was drained of all color, terrified to the extreme. Arya hung her head. Oh God. Nilio stood there, staring at her. Her body trembled in spasms as she gritted her teeth. I heard rumors that the Southern leader went to meet his girlfriend. But I never expected it to be that woman. Is this really love? The scene of Nilio possessing Eve flashed in her mind. His feelings for this woman, is this possessiveness? No, it's more than that. Isn't it closer to lust? Thinking this, Arya clenched her fists. Anyway, I have to escape first. It doesn't matter if I can't get my body back. His body emitted a deadly red energy, his face grim. She used all her strength to escape from Eve's body. I have to get away from this monster. In a daze, her last memory in Eve's body was of him lunging towards her. Eve. Under the sparkling white water, Eve sat limply in Nilio's arms. He didn't quite understand what was happening. Eve. She just leaned against him in silence. He asked worriedly, Are you okay? Are you feeling tired? Eve suddenly woke up. Nilio. On Arya's side, she was still trying to escape. I can't believe I possessed the dragon girl's body. She ran tirelessly. Does that poor girl know what he's thinking? No one can withstand that desire. Suddenly, Henry grabbed her arm from out of nowhere. Her eyes widened. Why is he here? Henry called her name in a harsh tone. Arya. She cursed under her breath. Damn it, Henry. The walls were covered in cracks, both large and small. Eve was still limply leaning against Nilio. Her eyes were wide, and a series of questions filled her mind. Why am I here? How did I get back into my body? She remembered just a moment ago, when she was still in Hopper's body. I was clearly running in someone else's body. I just wanted to return to my own. Suddenly, he called out, Eve. She quickly stood up, checking his body. First, I need to check Nilio's condition. His temperature seems to be completely stable. Nilio's low voice startled Eve. I'm sorry. I was hasty with you without thinking. He gave a forced smile. You probably don't want me to touch you, but I'm worried you'll get hurt if you fall. I'm just thinking about myself again. If you feel pressured because you can't leave, just do what you want. Eve looked at Nilio with a heavy heart. Nilio, does that mean? He continued, it's all right even if it doesn't last long. He knelt, bowing his head, not daring to face her. Please, just stay by my side a little longer. Eve gently touched Nilio's cheek. Nilio, you're not a burden at all. She looked at him with affectionate eyes. I want to help you, Nilio. That's why I came here. But in the end, maybe I just caused you more trouble. You seem quite surprised for you. She gave a smile as radiant as a rose. Yes, because my magic can't lower Nilio's temperature. I wanted to find another way. Then she felt regretful and bowed her head. So I left without a word. I thought I didn't have much time left, and Nilio's temperature was very high that day. Nilio sat in a daze listening to Eve speak. I'm sorry I couldn't help you then. Her words were a bit strained. If I were really Nilio's girlfriend, I could have easily solved the problem. A second later, he hugged Eve tightly. That's not it. He explained, it's not because your magic didn't work. My temperature rises when I have trouble controlling my emotions. They looked at each other passionately. I thought I couldn't solve it. Their faces were both blushing. He rested his head on Eve's forehead. And I didn't dare tell you. Nilio asked again, so there's no other reason? If I caused any misunderstanding, I'll explain everything. She quickly explained, I don't want to cause any misunderstanding, but since you all can see the truth, I was wondering if you could understand the bond between Neilio and me. Suddenly, she realized she had misspoken. Oh. A series of thoughts flashed through Eve's mind. I made a mistake. Let me explain further. I have to reveal my true identity. But he seems very calm. Is that all? Neilio asked directly about his concern. You didn't leave because you were afraid of me, did you? She was stunned. That's not it. Hearing her answer, he was happy. If that's the case, then that's great. He smiled as brightly as an autumn day. No matter what, it doesn't matter to me. Having you by my side is all that matters. Neilio placed his hand on his chest. I would be very happy if you stayed by my side. Eve's eyes drooped slightly. She lowered her head, her body starting to blush. I can probably say it now, even though my blood is mixed with. If I really... She gently parted her lips. Neilio, Large rocks suddenly fell. Neilio quickly pulled her into his arms. Are you hurt anywhere? Eve was a little panicked. No, I'm fine. A large hole appeared. She urged, let's get out of here first. I don't think the building can hold on much longer. He agreed. Right, we have to hurry. Neilio held out his hand. Forgive me for a moment. Immediately after, he carried Eve in a princess-style hold. She was shocked. He was very concerned for her. Are you comfortable? I think it'll be too late if we leave. Eve stammered, oh no, it's fine. Neilio's voice was full of charm. Thank you for understanding. Please lean on me, Eve. She obediently complied. Yes. Eve's face flushed red. She leaned into Neilio's arms, unable to help but wish, I wish Neilio was my real boyfriend. He walked proudly with her in his arms. She was still silently wishing. To Neilio's real girlfriend, I'm truly sorry, but can I stay by his side just a little longer? His steady footsteps slowly left the mansion. Neilio still held Eve in his arms. He lowered his head. This far should be safe. She said shyly, thank you, Neilio. An excited voice rang out. There they are. He was surprised. Wait, why are they here? Rachel immediately threw herself into Eve's arms. Big sis. Zion and Rachel appeared right in front of her. She hadn't even processed what was happening. Rachel and Zion. The little girl was extremely worried. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? The little girl chattered nonstop. Who would do something like this to my sister? Let me see. Eve gently knelt to comfort her. I'm fine. Neilio called out Rachel. He bent down and asked, how did you get here? I told you to wait in the south. The little girl gritted her teeth. He scolded, what if you were in danger coming here alone? Rachel, not backing down, shouted, you think you're the only one who worries about her? A second later, the little girl burst into tears. When you and Seong suddenly disappeared, I was so scared, you know. Eve was shocked by the girl's attitude. Sometimes I wondered if you would leave us behind. She gently took Rachel's hand. I'm sorry, Rachel. Were you that worried? She thought, I used to think no one would worry if someone like me disappeared one day. I'm just Neilio's fake girlfriend. Because before, no one ever looked for us. Eve remembered when she was little, her mother holding her. If we go deeper into the forest, we'll be safe. My love, I will protect you. Now, she was the one hugging Rachel. I thought it wouldn't matter if I left without a word. The little girl was still sobbing. Even so, the whole family was very worried, you know. Everyone was so worried when you disappeared without a word. Eve closed her eyes tightly, holding the girl. I know. I'm sorry. Thoughts lingered in Eve's mind. My desire is growing. I'm fine. Even if I have to lie for the rest of my life, I want to live with these people. I don't want to reveal my identity, because I don't want to be abandoned again. Neilio bent down, his voice soft. Eve. Zion also had tears in his eyes. Don't cry, Rachel. Rachel held Eve's hand tightly, not letting go. I brought Zion from the west. The girls smiled brightly at her. It would be a hassle to pick him up later. Did I do a good job? Zion had a sulky expression. Am I a bother? Eve smiled encouragingly. You did well. Thank you, Rachel. She suddenly remembered something and wondered, but it seems you didn't come here with Neilio. So how did you find out? A shouting voice from somewhere startled her. Let her go. Her eyes fell on some soldiers arresting a few other people. Those people are. Sarkly shouted, I did it. She looked towards Eve and continued to shout. I'm the one who brought that girl to the sea, so let Zion go. Another brown-haired man added, I'm the one who beat that girl. Zion only talked to her. A blue-haired man followed. I'm the one who manages the mansion. Zion knows nothing. Eve was in a state of utter confusion, frozen as she heard those words. Zion did nothing wrong. Take us instead. Try laying a finger on Zion. Her heart was full of questions. Sirens are selfish creatures with no sense of kinship. Those voices continued to overlap. Zion was just trying to protect us, she thought, but now. Suddenly, Aria's voice rang out. That's enough. She walked in front of Henry and Leotat. Even though it's over, it all started with me. She turned to Henry. You promised me. He replied, all right. Immediately, she gave an order. Detain only this girl. Release the rest. They protested. What are you saying? That's ridiculous. What right do you have? No. Henry approached Eve and showed his respect. We Easterners have been too rude to you. On behalf of my father and the people of the East, I apologize. She was shocked. What? Why? He introduced himself. Allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Henry, and I am the next leader of the East. Eve's mind felt like it was about to explode. What? You're the next leader. She thought, but in the original story, the next leader of the East was clearly. An image of a mature Rachel appeared. The girl crossed her arms. What business could our esteemed singing fairy have here? A person in a black cloak replied to her. I heard you brought a wolf from the. Rachel smirked. So, he continued, you are the ruler of the continent, the fire dragon. Perhaps you don't understand the complex relationship between the North and the South, but we cannot sit idly by and allow an indiscriminate slaughter to occur. His voice softened. Please, give up on revenge and put an end to this meaningless killing. The girl raised her hand to her mouth. It's been a long time since I laughed like that. All right, in return for that laugh. With that, the girl lunged and grabbed Aria's hair. So she was the one in the black cloak. Should I stain the ocean the color of your hair? A sea of red, I think that would be very interesting to see. At this thought, Eve's face turned pale. It was the one with red hair. Zion's voice broke her train of thought. Sis, are you going to scold those people? She was skeptical. Huh? The boy pointed at the red-haired girl kneeling on the ground. That big sister is really nice. She helped me before. Zion continued, she tried to help me find you and even saved me from some dangerous guys. So please don't scold her. The red-haired girl didn't even understand what was happening. Me? Henry warned, if the boy has met a siren, don't trust his words too much. He might have been mind-controlled. The red-haired girl shouted in frustration, you don't know what you're talking about. I didn't brainwash the kid. Look, if that were true, his eyes should be purple. Leotat kicked her. Shut your mouth. Do you want to add another charge? She screamed, guard, what are you doing? He glanced over. I'm sorry, but you dared to interrupt what the young master was saying. Henry gestured with his hands. Even though she's a siren, she's still an Easterner. Don't treat her with disrespect. You're the one who taught me that. The man bowed his head. I accept your reprimand. Eve witnessed it all, thinking, this is strange. Something is very strange. Thoughts ran through her mind. Sirens, creatures who deeply desire pure souls and beautiful things. Then she remembered Siba's warning. With your brother's innocence, others might take advantage of him. Then she remembered Aria's words. They said they bought it with emergency money, so I didn't have the heart to ruin it. Her mind was full of questions. But she's not interested in Zion's soul or my gems. Of course, they admitted they were sirens, and it's obvious she has the ability to manipulate souls. Neilio, seeing she was unwell, immediately approached and called out, Eve. He asked worriedly, is something bothering you? She remained silent, not saying a word. Eve turned her head away immediately. She walked up to Henry. Mr. Henry. We might have been lucky. They are all too naive. I have not bowed my head my whole life for a legend that only exists in books. But in her heart, she thought, but that look on her face, it keeps bothering me. She made a request. Could you postpone her punishment for a while? Leo Tat's sharp statement struck her like lightning. That's impossible. He stepped forward to explain. That siren has been causing trouble for the East for a long time. She gathered soldiers illegally and expanded her influence, even bringing outsiders to our waters. To be precise, this incident will. Eve stomped her foot on the ground. Wait. She said sternly, don't you two know how much I was affected by this incident? She continued, so I think I also have the right to question her. Henry bowed his head, seeming to have his own thoughts. Leo Tat spoke first. This is an Eastern matter. Even if you are the dragon's girlfriend. A second later, he turned and walked away. I will take you to the interrogation room. Take Arya to that room first. The man shouted, young master. He tried to stop him. No, you can't. You can't let the siren take advantage of this situation. He gave a sharp glance. This is a very difficult decision. Eve's eyes were full of determination. He continued, don't make me regret this decision. Eve and Leo Tat stood before the cell. We've arrived. As he searched for the key, he warned, I've taken basic precautions, but since we don't know for sure what tricks the siren will pull on you. His eyes were extremely serious. Allow me to observe. Evelyn refused. No, it'll be fine. She looked inside. I don't think. Arya was sitting forlornly inside. She continued, she will harm me. Leo Tat's expression was extremely harsh, but Eve cut in. And even if I am in danger. Then she gave a warm smile. I believe soldiers from the East will be ready to rescue me immediately. He gritted his teeth angrily, unable to say another word. His hand clenched tightly. It's an honor to have your trust. Eve walked in resolutely. He tried to add, then I'll wait outside. Seeing her enter, Arya looked up. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Her next words startled Eve. I must have done something wrong, haven't I? Arya was handcuffed, her head bowed, not daring to face her. I was wrong. Her voice was full of bitterness. It was all my fault for luring others and blackmailing them. The others were just blinded by money. They are all good people. I don't dare ask for forgiveness. Please punish only me. She frowned, wondering, why do you want to protect them so much? She still kept her head down. A second later, Arya looked up with guilty eyes, her body trembling. Without them, with my red hair, I wouldn't have survived until now. She remembered standing before a grave as a child. I didn't want to become like this either. No one would accept me unless I walked this path. Her hand trembled uncontrollably. I only did it because I wanted to survive. Eve stood silently, listening, like those who had been abandoned. Arya seemed on the verge of tears upon hearing Eve speak. How can I believe that what you're saying is the truth? You know, sirens can hypnotize people. Her voice was full of helplessness. You probably won't believe me, and I know I have no way to prove it. But I really don't have the ability to hypnotize people. I just do what looks like the truth. That's all. Even sitting in a cell, she exuded a noble beauty. Lonely people often believe in false comforts. Arya was slightly startled. Eve's body felt as if it were falling into a void. She was confused. Why are you like this? She approached. You said you only do what looks like the truth. Thinking about it, you said I wouldn't be punished for telling the truth. Her question surprised Arya a little. Can sirens pay for telling the truth with money or something? Arya's face was dazed. No, there isn't. I always thought it was because I'm a cursed, red-haired siren. She opened her mouth wide. So. And then Eve leaned close to her ear. When you found out I was a werewolf, you didn't suffer any punishment either. She forced a smile. A thought flashed through her mind. I came to the East to learn about Neelio and myself. I don't need to look into the situation in the East or help those who threatened me. But an ancient memory suddenly surfaced. I suddenly thought of my past self. Scene change, Eve entered a magnificent room. A voice made her glance over. Eve. She also opened her mouth to call back. Neilio. He stood up immediately. Are you okay? Then he immediately came before Eve. I heard the person being investigated now is the one who harmed you. She replied calmly. I'm fine. I just asked a few questions because I was curious, that's all. Neilio's face grew worried. What were you curious about? You can tell me. Unless. Immediately after, he dropped that expression. Then he spoke softly. It's hard to explain right now. She blushed, not daring to look at him. Yes, that's right. And then she reassured him. But I'll tell you about it soon, so can you wait a little longer? Neilio smiled gently. Of course I'll wait. Eve's heart overflowed with happiness when he said that, because he trusted her. Henry interrupted their conversation. Did the interrogation go well? Eve replied immediately. Yes, thanks to you. He came before her. If you're okay with it, could you share any clues discovered during the interrogation? It would surely be helpful when we interrogate her again later. Eve immediately agreed. Okay, I just want. She made her request without hesitation. I want an audience with the Eastern leader. He was startled. What? She explained. It's a matter that needs to be discussed in person. He regained his composure and calmly refused. I'm sorry, but my father is currently not accepting requests for direct meetings. Or you could tell me what the matter is, and I'll relay it to him. Neilio's sharp voice made Henry open his eyes. It seems your mind is a bit slow. As he approached, he said, Don't you know that disrespecting my girlfriend is the same as disrespecting me? Now Neilio's body radiated a murderous aura. Does the next leader of the East not understand the most basic rules of hierarchy and etiquette? Henry helplessly bowed his head. I understand. I will take you. Eve glanced at his back. Neilio leaned in and whispered worriedly in her ear. Be careful, Eve. Henry led the way in front, with the two of them following behind. He kept reminding Eve, there's a strange energy lingering throughout the castle. Henry stopped in front of a large door. This way. He didn't open the door immediately but warned first. Currently, my father is not feeling well. If he makes you uncomfortable, please be generous and understanding of his behavior. With that, he knocked on the door. Father, it's me, Henry. A voice came from inside. Come in. But Eve's gaze fell on Henry's trembling hand. She was confused. Is he shaking? Contrary to their bewildered state, Mentira was extremely cheerful. Oh, my son. Henry replied softly, Father. The older man in front of her looked exactly like him. He had bright golden hair and a kind face that gave off a simple, familiar feeling. Mentira was overjoyed. You're back, my son. You've worked so hard. You always have to suffer because of this useless father. He asked, So did you bring back enough magic stones as I requested? After a short pause, Mentira noticed Eve standing behind his son. He exclaimed. Then he asked cheerfully, Who is the young lady beside you? Henry stammered, she is. Seeing his confusion, Mentira continued, Oh my, Henry, you're quite something. You've already brought your lover home. She thought in surprise, what? Suddenly, from behind, the sound of soft footsteps approached them. Neilio spoke indifferently. It's been a while, leader of the East. The old man stared at him in shock. Since I became the leader, you have blocked the way to the sea. And it seems you don't know I have a mate. He gently put his arm around Eve. The old man stammered, leader of the dragon clan. Mentira fell silent, then asked coldly, Henry, what is the meaning of this? Henry was startled, sweat beading on his forehead. He slowly replied, Today, a large-scale incident occurred in the mermaid territory. Since it was urgent, I handled it immediately. As Henry looked up, he was frightened, his face turning pale. The atmosphere grew cold. Mentira's face darkened, his voice a firm threat. You dared to go there on your own? I've told you so many times not to set foot in Siren territory. He let his clenched fist fall. With such a foolish air, Mentira raised his arm. How can I step down from my position as patriarch? Henry shut his eyes tightly, looking as wronged as a child about to be scolded and beaten for some harmless act. Unable to stand by and watch any longer, Eve shouted, That's enough. What are you doing? Why would you raise a hand to Henry when he's done nothing wrong? The old man glanced over, understanding Neilio's earlier words. So this is your mate? The old man's purple eyes now exuded a frightening aura. Mentira wondered. Strange, I've never received any reports about the eldest son having a mate. She immediately felt a jolt of fear. Oh no, lying about being a couple won't fool a mermaid. What should I do? While Eve was anxiously thinking, the old man suddenly bowed his head. I apologize for my ignorance. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Having incompetent subordinates is also my fault. Allow me to reintroduce myself properly. Mentira placed his hand on his left chest and introduced himself sincerely. I am Mentira Daro, the leader of the East. Hearing this, she let out a sigh of relief. He can't read my thoughts. So, what brings you two here? Henry stepped forward to explain to him. The red-haired siren has caused serious harm to the eldest son's mate. After understanding the situation, Mentira quickly took the blame. Even though it's the siren's fault, it happened in the Eastern Territory, so I offer my sincere apologies. Oh my, you two have come all this way. Eve carefully reviewed everything. Something is very wrong. He doesn't know I'm just a fake mate, yet why does he show hostility every time he hears the word mate? Neilio, beside her, noticed her anxiety and called out, Eve. Are you all right? Why has your face suddenly darkened? Eve explained in a panic. No, I'm fine, just a little tired. Mentira watched the two of them silently. Suddenly, the old man asked, Your name is Eve? She asked back, Yes, that's right. But why do you ask? Mentira gave a gentle, harmless smile. I'm sorry. It's shameful that I've only just learned your name. You have suffered because of those scoundrels. On behalf of the East, I sincerely apologize. If you have any requests for compensation or measures, please don't hesitate to tell us. Perhaps a party would be a good idea. I haven't had the chance to inquire after the eldest son due to health reasons, so I hope to make amends this way. After listening to his long speech, he turned to Eve. I will abide by Eve's decision. Just choose as you wish. She pondered for a moment, then said decisively, I will attend. A thought circled in Eve's mind. The more I investigate the East, the stranger things get. People say the red-haired siren is cursed, so why does the Eastern leader have red hair? And why can't the mermaids in front of me read minds? Everything I'm seeing is so confusing. A servant approached and offered, I will escort you two to the guest room. Until then, she was still repeating that thought over and over. Everything I'm seeing is so confusing. At the bottom of the ocean, through this party. Lost in thought, she suddenly turned her head. Behind her, Mentira was kindly reminding Henry. Because we have a distinguished guest, don't mess things up this time. My beloved son. But strangely, he didn't seem to be lucid at all. Henry wasn't looking at the person in front of him, but was staring up at the ceiling. He replied vaguely, Yes, father. Eve was immediately frightened by the speculations in her mind. A long while later, when everyone had left and only Mentira was alone in his private room, he turned to face the window, clasping his hands behind his back. Suddenly, Mentira burst into hearty laughter. He laughed a long, triumphant laugh. I am finally free. He screamed maniacally while clutching his head. Mentira fumbled to open a small compartment under his desk. Inside it was a mysterious and ancient book, estimated to have existed for centuries. He thought, the manual passed down exclusively to the patriarchs of my clan. Mentira quickly opened the manual, carefully reading every line on the page. Beware the dragon with only one heart. When that dragon appears, you must immediately hide. If you can survive until the dragon dies, peace will return. He was stunned. I never expected the prophecy to come true in my generation. He said his mate's name is Eve. Mentira continued to read intently. But if the dragon has a mate, you must be even more cautious. The mate's name is... After reading, he sneered. How foolish. Pretending to be noble and intelligent, yet he can't even find a proper mate. Now I just need to wait for him to be consumed by his own power and perish. The red dragon coming here in person was unexpected, but it's very advantageous for me. With that thought, Mentira turned and walked away. He opened the giant door. In his secret room was a glass case displaying an exquisite diamond. Manhwa was excited. Old stories are always buried by new ones. He swiftly approached the diamond. Then he gently grabbed it, put it in his mouth, and swallowed. A feeling of suffocation overcame his body. Manhwa cried out in terror. His body couldn't support itself and collapsed. After the terrified cry, the unpleasant feeling from before completely vanished. Instead, an intense wave of pleasure washed over him. Scales began to appear on Manhwa's face, and he started making strange sounds. This party will be the most magnificent one ever. Manhwa remembered the image of Arya imprisoned in the dungeon. How could he forget that sad face? He grew even more excited. I will show you all who the true Lord of the Sea is. The flame burned in the glass, its warm golden light shining through the iron bars. Henry held the lantern, slowly descending. Arriving, he looked up, the mark of a hand still visible on his cheek. His voice was sad. Why does she have to keep causing trouble? Inside the bars, a woman with long red hair, her hands shackled, Arya. He growled, "Why do you keep messing things up? If you had just waited quietly for a little longer." She didn't care about his words. How much longer? How much longer do I have to live like I'm already dead? She continued, "It's been 12 years. 12 years of just waiting, of just believing your words. So it's ruined. In all that time, has anything changed? We're still treated like insects, still living like this." Henry gritted his teeth. "That's because if I become the leader." She pursed her lips, her voice icy, each word stunning him. "You're still stuck in your father's shadow, unable to decide anything for yourself, just running around collecting magic stones, right?" She burst out laughing, a twisted, pitiful laugh. "Do you really think you can escape that shadow by becoming the leader?" Her words left him stunned, unable to believe his ears. Arya gritted her teeth in anger upon hearing what Henry said next. "Why can't you believe me? I've done so much for you." In a rage, she stood up, grabbed Henry's collar, and screamed, "I don't need any of that, so leave me alone. We will live on the land you trapped us in, live like true sirens." He was in pain. "What's wrong?" "Let go." The lantern in his hand fell. He also pushed her, making her sit on the ground. "There's no reasoning with you." The candle toppled, the light flickering. "You always listen to others." He looked straight at her, his eyes reflecting both pain and despair. "So why won't you listen to me?" Back in the past, on a sunny day at sea, a young boy emerged from the water. Looking up were steep cliffs. "So this is the surface?" He nimbly climbed onto a rock. Then he excitedly raised his hand to show his determination. "The practice for the succession class has begun." Thinking about the pile of homework, he was dejected. "My teachers are so foolish, always assigning homework. They say a leader must understand the lives of commoners." A voice echoed in his head. "This is today's task." Henry thought about a bright future where he would be king. "But I'm destined to rule this vast ocean, so I'll start gaining experience now." "That's right, you could call this studying ahead." Suddenly, a voice startled him. "What experience?" The speaker was a girl older than him with red hair. She was sitting in a cave. "And what's a succession class?" Seeing this, he covered his handsome face. "A girl." He silently berated himself. "Damn it, of course there are girls on the surface. What if she's captivated by my beauty?" That was the young Henry Dorrell, age 9, who possessed outstanding looks. Legend says the Dorrow clan was famous for their stunning looks. Their beauty unintentionally attracted all races, and I was no exception to that legacy. He was being pulled from all directions, his shirt unbuttoned, his expression a mix of a smile and awkwardness. "Ladies, I'm not going anywhere. Don't pull me." Henry raised a hand to stop her, a slightly smug look on his face. "Excuse me, but could you step back a little? I don't want to hurt the feelings of a lady who might have fallen for me." Unexpectedly, he received a blunt reply. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're not my type." He froze. "What?" He was confused. "Are you saying your heart didn't flutter when you saw me?" Arya was surprised by his strong reaction. "Why should it flutter?" He immediately moved closer, his voice full of drama. "Look again. Look at this face. His forwardness unintentionally scared Arya. Hey, get away. The waves crashed against the cliffs. The crimson sunset fell upon the mountains. It was a late afternoon. That was the first time we met. The light reflected on the waves. So, as the sun set, the sea glowed with a brilliant orange. He had a lump on his head, his eyes teary. Arya probably felt a little guilty too. You came to the surface to study the lives of commoners? Sorry for hitting you. Henry replied. That's right. The coast is mermaid territory too. The two walked and talked. You're pretty good, skipping class for such a noble-sounding reason. Hearing that, he got worked up. Skipping class? That's not it. Arya wondered, what do you mean? It's not? He shyly turned his head. If I help you, will you believe me? Listening to the people is a leader's basic responsibility. Her words stunned him. Since you're the first person I've met, I'll grant any wish you have. A soft voice rang out. Then can we meet sometimes? She shouted in a panic. It doesn't have to be often. Hearing her suggestion surprised him. I just want a friend. He turned back, facing Arya, which made her freeze. Oh, that might be a little difficult. Suddenly, he gave a radiant smile. Do you know why? Because I'll want to see my friend every day. She smiled happily. Let's get along from now on. I should be Henry. What should I call you? She was happy. Call me Arya. They walked and talked again under the sunset. Your eyes are so beautiful. Why do you cover them? Arya wondered. No special reason. Should I get my bangs cut? After becoming friends, he kept using secret research as an excuse to run everywhere, helping fishermen catch fish, making necklaces out of shells, and giving them to children. And we spent so much time together. That was the most precious time for me. But if I could turn back time and return to that day, I would never call you my friend, nor would I say, let's get along. That way, I wouldn't have had to fall for her. Then one day, he rushed out the door. Damn it, I'm late. She must be waiting. A man's voice came from behind the door. Young master, skipping class again today? He was startled. What is it? The man said helplessly, do you know how hard Lady Vanessa has to work because you skip class every day? Henry's history teacher. He flailed. But my friend is waiting. Leo Tat was suspicious. You have a friend? Young master. Of course, he was annoyed. Of course I do. Who do you think I am? There's someone I study commoner life with and do secret surveys with. That person has a very kind heart. Leo Tat was surprised. Study commoner life. There are no nobles your age taking the succession class. He clenched his fist. Oh, that person must be a commoner. She's helped me a lot, but she also has a lot to teach me. The man smiled happily. Oh my. He shyly and anxiously glanced around. So can we just postpone the lessons for a little while? The man thought, so it's not a friend, but his first love. Henry smiled. Even I was surprised to hear that. His description of her panicked the man. Her eyes are like lilacs turned into gems. Her cheeks are always a little rosy, which makes her even more adorable. And her hair, how should I put it, it's like silk woven from the sunset. A brilliant red. The man trembled as he spoke. Young master, forgive me if I'm being too forward, but by any chance. What race is she? The two walked silently along the beach at sunset. The sea breeze gently blew through her hair. He happily raised his hand to admire it. On his hand was a bracelet she had made. Thanks for the beautiful bracelet. Who did you learn to make it from? She hesitated. I just learned it as a hobby. She leaned towards him. Hearing that, he was happy. It's about time for you to go home, right? I'll wait to see you off. He said cheerfully, which startled her. I'll take you home today. He was excited. Sorry for always leaving first. It's okay. The road is long and a bit difficult. Then we should go together. You've been walking on those roads alone all this time? She moved closer to him. But you need to get home quickly too, right? If the leader finds out. Henry tried to dispel Arya's worries. It's okay. My father doesn't care about me. She was still hesitant. But he suddenly held out his hand. The sun is about to set. Let's go quickly. She suddenly lunged and pushed him. It's okay, just go ahead. The push sent him tumbling into the sea. When she came to her senses, she quickly covered her mouth in fear. Oh no! Despite that, he was still cheerful. Sorry, it was my fault. It's okay. I can breathe underwater, so it's fine. He sighed softly. Sorry, I think I've imposed my thoughts on you too much. He waved goodbye to her. I'll go ahead. Be careful on your way. See you tomorrow. Seeing that he wasn't angry, she cheered up. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Remembering those things, he was a bit tense. What race is she? He felt a pang of guilt and glanced away. I've never thought about that. I just know she lives in a coastal village nearby. Leo Tat was curious. Young master. Is it possible that she's a siren? He gripped his hands tightly in fear, trying to hold on to a slim hope. No way. Red hair is common on the surface. Right? Besides, if she were a real siren, she would have known my identity from the start and tried to trick me, but she didn't recognize me. The man explained frantically. They approach you with that intention. They are creatures very skilled at deceiving others. But he didn't believe it and shouted no. He tried to defend himself. That kind of behavior can't be to trick me. Still not giving up, he tried to convince the man. That's right. Today I'll bring the butler along. I plan to go to the anonymous cemetery to pray for them. He lowered his eyes sadly. If it's you, you can read her heart for me, because I can't see the truth. The man suddenly grabbed his hand. Young master. He advised gently. You shouldn't say such careless things. Rash words can bring trouble. Hearing that made him even sadder. As you said, I'll be with you today, but I can't stay long. Henry said sadly, I understand. At an anonymous cemetery, Arya was standing before a tombstone. She clasped her hands in prayer. Merciful Lord, please hear my prayer. Grant eternal life to those who live freely in the world of heaven, and give them a warm resting place where they can forget the pain of death. Please grant that to my mother. She closed her eyes and prayed sincerely. Please give me the courage and kindness to live until the day I can become the good child my mother wished for. Suddenly, a call interrupted her prayer. Arya. Hearing his call, she slowly turned her head. Young master. But before she could finish, the sight before her stunned her. Before her were the butler and Henry. He cheerfully introduced him. Let me introduce you. This is my longtime friend. The butler was also horrified when he saw her, thinking, it can't be. Seeing the butler's expression made him wonder. At this point, the man's face was filled with fear. Butler. But he kept repeating the same phrase. It can't be. His forehead was covered in sweat from fear, but he still tried to protect him. Please get behind me, young master. He pointed frantically at her. That is definitely a red-haired siren. Hearing that angered him. You see clearly, don't you? Very quickly. The man suddenly hoisted Henry onto his shoulder. At this, he began to scream frantically. Let go. You have to hear her explanation. Arya, no. Hearing their conversation terrified her. You can't be a siren. But contrary to his reaction, she just stood still, which amazed him. Then her image grew more and more distant. Arya. After returning, the butler immediately reported the situation to my father. My father then ordered increased surveillance of the siren's land, and I too was placed under house arrest and couldn't leave my room. He banged on the door. Open up. Seeing no response, he continued to bang and shout. Even if she really intended to deceive me, she's still just a child. She can definitely change, so please let me talk to her for a moment. The door opened, making him happy. You're just in time. I need you. Before Henry could finish, the man interrupted. Young master. His words stunned him. I'm sorry. He continued, I hope you know that everything I do is to protect you. Hearing those words made Henry sad and confused. What do you mean? I don't understand. Explain clearly. Seeing the man's sad expression and why are you making that face? The door closing left him stunned. He closed his eyes sadly and thought, even if she is a siren, she's still my friend. Suddenly, he turned to the window. So to end the story. His eyes glinted with determination. Looking at the open balcony, you and I will end this. Back a few days ago, the two sat on a rock. Arya, can I share a secret with you? Hearing that, she was also curious. What is it? Hearing that surprised her. Even though I'm a mermaid, I can't see. Their reflections shimmered on the sea's surface. The truth. Did something happen to you? No, I've never been able to see it. Hearing those words made her a bit tense. Therefore, my father is trying everything to extend his reign because I'm not qualified to succeed him. He was serious. I think you would be a good leader. She was surprised. What? Henry offered advice. Sometimes, leadership isn't about absolute truth, but about balancing interests. But she just waved her hand. That sounds like something a schemer would say. The light reflected on the sea. I didn't mean it like that. Of course, the truth is important, but... His words made him blush. I think it's not enough to unite people. You have the kindness to protect everyone and the understanding to see people's true nature. The more she talked, the redder his face and ears became. I believe you will do well. If you're still worried because you can't see the truth. Suddenly, he jumped up, startling her. Then why not appoint good advisors to assist you? He enthusiastically held out his hand towards her. All right, if I become the leader, the first thing I'll do is eliminate all forms of discrimination. I've studied the history of the East and realized that the tribe is greatly underestimated. But I don't believe they were inherently evil. There must have been unavoidable circumstances, or maybe it was all just slander due to political conflicts. Hearing those words made her eyes light up. The criteria for choosing the future leader in the East should not be based on race. I will judge that for myself, so... He stood up and made an offer. Will you join me? He gave a radiant smile, extending his hand towards her. You, who always listens to my stories and distinguishes right from wrong regardless of status, are the person I truly need. Arya was still frozen by the offer. Please be my first advisor. The waves crashed ashore. Arya. He was frantically searching for her. Are you here? If you can hear me, please answer. His own heart was just as restless. I've searched all the places we used to go together. This is the last place. He frantically looked around. Arya, I don't believe the words you said were lies. Even though he heard him call her name, she remained silent. He thought worriedly. So please, come out and talk to me directly. He turned his head and saw her sitting there alone. He thought, don't make me doubt you. Her expression was sad, and there were wounds on her face. He softly called, Arya. Seeing Arya like that frightened him. Why is your body like this? What happened? He reached out to touch her, but she dodged. Why do you have so many wounds? She suddenly swung her arm and pushed him away, leaving him stunned. Don't come near. The push caused his finger to get caught in her bracelet. To Henry's surprise, Arya's bracelet broke. She pulled her hand back, afraid. A cursed mermaid like me shouldn't touch the hand of a noble like you. Arya turned away, not wanting to face him. His eyes. So you really... She bowed her head, admitting it, which stunned him. That's right. I am a descendant of the red-haired siren. I will never appear before you again, so please withdraw your soldiers from the siren's land. Hearing that astonished him. Wait, Arya, that's not what I wanted to hear. The fact that you're a red-haired siren doesn't matter at all. Henry knelt on one knee. I just want to know one thing. He looked up, his eyes filled with sadness and a hint of hope. Everything about you, the moments we spent together. Arya's face grew even darker. Was it all just to deceive me? His eyes widened in shock when he heard what she said. Yes, that's right. It's very difficult for us to find work, so we're always hungry. The day I met you, I was just looking for a job. I thought if I could get close to the next heir, I might get something. Her eyes widened in shock, her questioning voice echoing. Why did you have to lie? He continued, I don't know much about you, but I know this. You're not the type to play with someone's feelings. She bit her lip, her eyes wide. Please, tell me the truth. She sighed. Old memories began to surface in Arya's mind. Who knows? Henry stood frozen in place. How can you be so sure when you can't even see the truth yourself? A silence fell. Henry turned and walked away. I understand. He walked quickly. Well, I think I should go. You should go inside too. He paused. And he continued, I will try to persuade my father to retract the order to closely monitor the sirens. She stood still. I'm sorry. Leotat stood at the door and knocked. Master, it's me. Hearing no response, he grew a little anxious. He opened the door and stepped inside. Excuse me. Leotat was extremely worried about him. You've been like this for days. You should at least eat properly. But since Henry was sitting on the bed reading a book, he didn't pay much attention. Leave me alone. He calmly read his book. I need to catch up on all the lessons I've missed. I'm still short on time. Seeing this, the man grew worried. But, young master, before he could finish, he was cut off. Please. He trembled. At least I need to study properly. The man was stunned. Because I'm just a flawed person who can't see the truth. The man moved closer. Young master. He knelt down. The pain you are feeling now will help you become a benevolent leader. He placed a hand over his chest. You, more than anyone else, understand the pain of not having what others take for granted. His eyes were filled with sadness. Use that understanding to become a king who listens and soothes the forgotten sorrow in the deepest corners of the ocean. He said sadly, we'll see. On the rock, Arya was bowing to Henry. It is an honor, my lord. Henry looked ahead. Can I really do it? Back in the present, he turned and walked away. Behind him, she was still sitting behind bars. When I can't even earn the trust of one person. A knock on the door sounded. A voice from outside called into the room. The Southern leader and Zion have arrived. A woman's gentle voice rang out. Yes, I'm coming. Now in a white formal suit, he felt a bit awkward. Beside the boy stood Nelio, whose black suit enhanced his majesty and coldness. His eyes widened in surprise. Oh, hello, sis. In front of them were Eve and Rachel in magnificent formal wear. You look so beautiful today, sis. She came over and flicked the boy's forehead. Zion, you should say those words to your lover. Hearing those words made Zion blush unconsciously. The girl quickly ran off. No need. What's the point of flattering that fool? Zion also chased after her. Hey, wait for me, Rachel. I've learned how to be an escort too. Hearing Nelio call her name, she looked up. Eve. He approached her and held out his hand. She blushed too. You look very beautiful today. Both of them shyly turned away. Thank you. You look good today too, Nelio. She linked her arm with his. Then let's go. He blushed shyly. What did you say we should call each other? He said softly, my lady. Eve smiled happily. All right, husband. She and he entered the hall, followed by the two happy kids. No matter what happens, trust me and wait. Today, I will end everything. All eyes turned to him, some scrutinizing, some curious. Murmurs arose from the crowd. Oh my God, the dragon leader and his wife. I've only heard about him, never seen him in person. These things made her uncomfortable. So it's true. The two have found their mates. So you're not planning to run away. She thought, it's too obvious. The other mermaids, I don't doubt the relationship between me and Nelio. Seeing the two approach, Mentira called out, I've been waiting, Southern leader. His words made Eve frown in annoyance. She also felt annoyed. I thought the gazes of the other mermaids were lingering, but... In front of her, the old man was wearing a deceitful smile. Behind him, Leotat and Henry both had sad expressions. This party was prepared in a hurry. I hope you still like it, Eve. It's nothing compared to this person's gaze. The old man's eyes were full of calculation. She judged, as if he knew something. After greeting them, he turned to announce to everyone. As you all know, the reason we are holding this party today is because the wife of the Southern leader was injured while visiting the East. Arya was escorted up, stunning everyone. So today, I'm taking this opportunity. Her eyes widened in shock. Arya knelt on the ground, her hands cuffed behind her back, with two guards behind her. We want to punish that cruel person. The old man approached her. This ruler continuously expands her power and disrupts the order of the ocean. Even though they are of the same race as us, They ignore what we have done in the past. She has gone too far and is now harming outsiders as well. To protect the peace of the East, we cannot continue to turn a blind eye. From the old man's hand, a ring of water appeared, and a weapon was summoned. So, standing before Arya, he held the traina. The old man's face became excited. I want you to execute her yourself. Hearing this, both Eve and Henry's eyes widened in shock. Henry suddenly shouted, "Father, what are you saying?" Leotat quickly tried to stop him. "Young master," Henry continued, "didn't you say it would all end with her exile? You promised me." Mentira placed a hand on his shoulder. "Henry." The old man leaned down and whispered in his ear. "Because you are too weak, isn't it time for me to act?" His eyes were filled with fear. "Or not? Are you planning to do it yourself?" Then the old man turned sharply towards Eve. "What do you think?" The old man gave a tired smile. "Can you forgive the rudeness of the sirens to this extent?" Eve glanced at Arya. The girl still had her head down. Hearing this, the old man smiled happily. "I agree that using brainwashing to hide the truth is a serious mistake." But Henry was terrified. "But..." She stepped forward. "Get out of the way." Eve seriously suggested, "As the victim, I want to personally administer the punishment." She continued, her gaze firm. "If possible, the leader is holding it. With that, I want to do this myself." The old man turned to look at his traina. The people around immediately started whispering. "Oh my God, what did she just say? Is she planning to use the traina? Only the leader is allowed to use it." Leotat also stood up. "Even if she is the wife of the southern leader." He continued. "The request just now was a bit too much. The only ones qualified to use the traina are those of the eastern leader's bloodline. It's true that the southern leader's wife was injured." The old man agreed. "All right." He handed her the spear. "If that is what you wish, please punish the siren yourself." Leotat quickly tried to stop him, cursing the old man. The old man raised his hand to signal. "It's fine." She gripped the spear tightly. "If this can bring peace to the East, then let it happen." Her gaze became resolute. She judged, his influence on the crowd is amazing. He knows how to manipulate public opinion. You could have just said it was disrespectful and refused outright. But instead, you cheerfully accepted an unreasonable request. I am an unreasonable person who doesn't know basic etiquette. He becomes a generous monarch who accepts even unreasonable requests. The whispers continued unabated. "My God, isn't that too harsh? Even if you are the dragon's mate. How dare you make such a request?" Eve was determined. "Then so am I, based on the image you've created." The old man's eyes widened in surprise. She swung the spear, pointing it at the old man, causing him to back away. "Should I try forcing you?" The old man's face was covered in sweat, his eyes wide with fear. The others were just as panicked. Even the elder. But the most surprised person was still Mentira. "What does this mean?" The children panicked. "Sis," Eve spoke coldly. "Using brainwashing to hide the truth is an unforgivable act, even if that brainwashing has covered the entire East for hundreds of years." The old man raised his hands, but she paid him no mind and turned to the girl. "How should one pay for that crime, Arya?" The incident left her stunned. "No, Eastern leader." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "I can't believe it. What are you doing?" The guards saw this and gave an order. "What is happening? Protect the leader now." Melio held out his hand, a flame igniting in his palm. "If you touch the hem of my lady's dress." A ring of fire surrounded the three of them. He said coldly, "Prepare to face the consequences." The old man still wore a confident smile. "I don't know the reason, but please lower your spear. This could negatively affect the relationship between the East and the South." But Eve didn't care about that. "I'm not talking to you, Leader Mentera." She became serious. "Or should I call you Siren?" Leotat was furious. "How dare you make such slanderous accusations? Even as the wife of the Southern leader, I cannot tolerate such an insult." He continued to shout. "Southern leader, you should reprimand your wife for this." But he only replied coldly, "Why should I?" His words terrified the man. The dragon always follows his mate's wishes, no matter what. He was angry. You should be grateful that my wife ordered me to restrain myself. Otherwise, this place would be ashes. The old man spoke up. What a pity. He said calmly, the woman you are protecting is the biggest liar here. Mentira gave a sick smile. Not only is she a liar, she's pretending to be the maid of A. The fire had spread to the ceiling. The old man reached out and grabbed the spear. What do you mean by that, Eastern leader? The old man implied, I mean exactly that. She lowered the spear. That woman cannot possibly be your mate. The old man swore. Trust the eyes of a mermaid, my gift of clairvoyance, Southern leader. Hearing that, she just smiled. The old man was suspicious. She's laughing. She continued, strange. There was a stern warning that the god would take back the power if she abused it. The golden-haired mermaid punished the arrogant mermaid who was chosen as the Eastern leader. The entire Beastman community knows that mermaids are always careful with the truth. She remembered. And as a representative of the god, even if it's granted, if it's revealed, it will still be punished. She stepped forward. So why do you dare to say you're telling the truth now? The flames had died down a bit. A naive purple-haired boy said. The mother beside him was scared. Oh, even my mother used to tell me not to speak the truth carelessly. Hearing that, the mother beside him covered the boy's mouth. The old man gritted his teeth. Mom, why is the leader still fine after telling the truth? Does he have a special power? The boy's mother tried to signal him to be quiet. Shoo, be quiet. Don't say such things. The old man began to fear the boy's words. Why? I want to talk too. The other kids keep teasing me because I'm not allowed to. The boy's mother was helpless. Please be quiet. She continued, I thought mermaids would be punished for telling the truth, but you're fine. It's as if your truth has no weight. The old man stood there, stunned. Is it because you didn't see the real truth? Or was the legend itself a lie from the beginning? People began to murmur. Wait, so the leader is really a siren? What do you mean the legend is a lie? The girl still had her head bowed. So why are we? Hearing that, Arya's eyes widened in surprise. She had no idea about this. Leotat quickly defended him. Perhaps the lady only believes in lies that she thinks are true. The leader can read minds to distinguish truth from falsehood. But that doesn't mean he's a siren. She glanced coldly at him. About that. Hearing his name mentioned, he snapped out of it. Mr. Henry can testify. He stammered. What? Me? When I first met your father. He remembered, his eyes filled with terror. He mistook me for your lover. Old memories began to surface in Henry's mind. Oh my, Henry, you're quite good. You've brought your lover home already. The girl raised her head. But Arya, she recognized me immediately and stated my identity without hesitation. How could a siren know my secret when no one else did? She turned around. So once again, why don't you answer yourself? What am I really? The old man's eyes were filled with astonishment. He rushed forward to grab her, which caused him pain. The spear fell from her hand. The old man tightened his grip on her neck, shouting, You! How dare someone like you? The old man was now consumed by anger, ignoring his son. Father! Mentira shouted, Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll break her neck. I've tried so hard to protect all of this. Eve was being choked, her whole body trembling. I can't breathe. The old man laughed maniacally. It's fine. I just need to hypnotize them again. No matter how much you stragglers struggle, the true ruler of the East is. She thought, I can't pass out now. She grabbed the old man's hand, thinking, I need to find something, anything, to pry his hand off. Suddenly, flashes of light surrounded the two of them. At this moment, the old man was in another space, surrounded by countless fishing nets. He was stunned. Huh? Looking at the net he was holding, it was torn. Why isn't the mind control working? Almost. I need to mend it immediately. The old man was impatient. The net in his hand wouldn't mend. Wait, why does it keep breaking? He collapsed helplessly. Did I use too much force before? Or have I been using it for too long? Damn it, without this. The old man's eyes widened. Back in the banquet hall, He sat on the floor, mumbling, drawing everyone's attention. The prey will escape. His eyes were filled with fear. It can't be. She was clutching her neck, tears still in her eyes. Why did that woman? Neilio stood before her, to the old man's astonishment, able to use the human king's magic. He immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Eve. He turned his face, a smile still on his lips, but on his head, his hair formed two horns. I can't just stand by and watch those who threaten you anymore. The sky darkened. A bolt of lightning lit up the entire area. The people in the castle were terrified. A large black dragon roared loudly. People shouted, "Run!" The dragon kept growling. Everyone cried out, "Save me!" Eve was terrified. No, Neilio. She was worried. Has he lost control? Standing before his claws, she thought, if this continues, both Zion and Zadel will be in danger. I have to find a way to calm him down. She looked up at him. Eve realized. He's still conscious. I have to get him back to his human form quickly. In Neilio's current state, his heart might not be able to take it. She reassured him, Neilio, I'm fine. Please revert from your beast form. Neilio was furious. They tried to kill Eve. I can't bear to lose you right in front of my eyes again. His eyes widened. A voice echoed. Can't bear to lose me again. Has something similar happened before? When? She shouted loudly. Neilio, look at me. Look at me, Neilio. I'm here, right beside you, Neilio. I know you were worried because I left the south without a word, but I won't do it again. I've realized the place I truly want to be is by your side, Neilio. Neilio spoke. I'm really... He transformed back into a human. I'm sorry. Once again, emotions overwhelmed him. I should have trusted you and waited like you said. Eve's heart was in turmoil. You make me impulsive, but you're also the one who controls me. But that's not a burden at all. On the contrary, it's so sweet. And I want to give you everything, even every breath. She didn't blame him. It's okay. You were just trying to protect me. She thought, if I can't possess you, then I will surrender myself completely to you. Whispers were directed towards them. People gossiped. She calmed a dragon. Is she really his mate? People's faces darkened. So what about what was said before? Clearly someone is lying, but if it's true, it's not surprising. After all, the legend about the punishment for telling the truth was spread by that clan. Arya was tied up. There's something, I always felt something was wrong. Why do I keep seeing strange things? I used to think it was just a hallucination, because I was cursed. But I keep having dreams where a golden-haired mermaid kills me over and over again. Her footsteps hurried away. Arya was furious. So it was you. Not only did you steal my eyes and kill me, but you also brainwashed everyone. The tremors continued. Arya lost control in Henry's arms. Why did you do it? Why? Henry tried to calm her. Arya, wait. Calm down. Please, explain it to me too. Henry's tears fell. She was furious. My family, what did we do wrong to suffer so much? All just for the position of leader, our entire family. Arya was so exhausted that she fainted. Eve pondered, thinking back to what Arya had said in the Grand Hall. Could she be the reincarnation of the Eastern leader? The arrogant mermaid in the legend. The golden-haired ones framed the first Eastern leader to usurp the leadership position and fabricated that story to brainwash the entire East. The truth is, the sirens who were said to eat souls were actually the golden-haired ones. Arya suddenly sat up. That's not the truth. Sirens don't actually crave souls. Eve was surprised. What? How do you know that? Arya explained, the Triana is telling me the whole truth. As a symbol of the leader. It's as if I've witnessed the entire history of the East. I can't imagine how the previous leaders endured all these memories. Through the Triana, I'm hearing all the information about sirens and their stories. They can't see the truth, but they have the ability to stir people's emotions strongly, and they can read the color of souls or possess a striking appearance. In her thoughts, a golden-haired boy appeared. That's right, just like that person. A voice broke her train of thought. Arya. She sighed. I'm sorry. I was just lost in thought for a moment. Anyway, we used to help each other. When my family upheld justice by reading the truth, the sirens created internal cohesion by winning people's hearts. But then, a siren aimed for the leadership position. They framed the first leader and exiled my entire family. To gain legitimacy, they claimed to be mermaids and accused us of being soul-eating sirens. Due to that discrimination, other siren families were also suppressed. In addition, the ability to brainwash is not an innate ability of sirens. Eve was worried. Please don't push yourself. You've been through a lot. Your body must be exhausted. Please rest and recover. Arya gave a faint smile. You're still worried about me after all this time. Her eyes opened. Arya suggested, "Can I see your hand?" Eve was puzzled. Huh? My hand? Why? Arya stated Eve's purpose. You came to the east to confirm whether I am the wolf who stole the dragon's heart in the legend, right? I will confirm it for you. As I am now, I can read your past life. Eve was hesitant. Actually, I want to know if I'm the one who had a bad influence on Nelio. Even if it's a past life, I think it's just something strange, hard to describe. Arya interrupted. You're talking about another world, right? Eve asked. You can understand the concept of another world? Arya smiled brightly. Whether I understand it or not, I can still see that it's true. And you saw the female dominance, male submission mindset in Eve's other world, right? Eve stammered. Yes. Arya instructed, but first, you need to know that your soul originally belonged to this world. You were exiled from this world and sent to another. Eve was scared. What? Is that true? Who could do that and why? Arya shook her head. I'm not sure yet, but for now, that's all I can read. To know more details, I'll need your cooperation, Eve. Are you ready to accept your past, no matter what it is? Eve's eyes were thoughtful, her hands gently clasped. Yes. They held hands. Arya's eyes looked straight into Eve's. Eve closed her eyes. Just as I thought, something is wrong. In Eve's two worlds, there are no dragons. So why is her soul bound to the dragon race? And besides dragons, what else is there? A girl in a black scarf appeared. So brazen. You are a lowly being. What do you think you're meddling in? Arya's hands were tied, in sharp pain. The voice spoke again. If you uncover everything so easily, the game won't be fun anymore. Arya's eyes widened. She woke up with a start, quickly letting go of her hand. She was scared. What the hell was that? Eve asked. Arya, what's wrong? Arya shivered. What on earth is involved with you? Your soul is intertwined with a dragon, and when I tried to dig deeper into the reason, an intervener appeared. Eve wondered, what? Who was it? Arya shook her head. I don't know. I couldn't read its thoughts, and I didn't dare to try. But if it can affect someone's subconscious, it's definitely not a normal entity. So in the end, I still can't tell if you have that heart or not. I'm sorry. Eve waved her hand. Don't be sorry, Arya. You did your best. Arya reported again. But I have good news. The fact that your soul is intertwined with a dragon could also mean it's connected to that heart. In other words, you could be the wolf from the legend. Eve was overjoyed. I see. Really? I'm so happy. No words can describe this feeling. She thought, if I'm the wolf who stole the heart, I wonder why I lived in another world. And why did the Eve in the book die in a fire? There are still so many things I don't understand. But just thinking about the possibility that I could be his companion makes my heart soar. Arya suggested, there's another way to check if you have that heart. Do you want to try it? Eve wiped her tears. What is it? Arya uttered, imprinting. Eve wondered, wait a minute. What's imprinting? Arya explained, a dragon will offer one of its two hearts to its mate to be able to withstand the other's magical power. Immediately, an image of Zion and Rachel appeared, with Rachel in charge. I'm giving you this, so you'll crawl at my feet for the rest of your life. Zion sobbed. No. Arya continued to explain. The mate who receives that heart can also control the dragon's power. Dragons only go through a mating season with their mate. And during this time, they will imprint to create a path for magic to flow. The imprinting process. Eve cut her off. How can Nelio and I do something like that? Arya agreed. That could be scary since a dragon's mating season lasts for days. She shouted, and her face turned completely red. Why are we even talking about this? A loud scream, sis. Rachel shouted. Zion keeps chasing me. Zion, with tears streaming down his face. Rachel, why are you running away? Don't avoid me anymore. Play with me. Rachel shook her head. No, I don't want to. I hate crybabies. Zion froze. Huh? Eve was tired. You kids, can you be quiet for a bit? Zion promised. I won't cry anymore. I won't whine and I'll act more mature. Rachel paused. Now that I think about it, I like people who cry, especially the whiny type. It's my type, right? You did well. Eve yelled. Why are you mentioning my type? She was embarrassed. It's so noisy. Sorry. Arya smiled shyly. It's okay. Your youngest sibling really speaks her mind. Arya's eyes widened. The soul of the Southern leader's youngest sibling. Am I seeing these things because I'm tired? There's no way that kid would do that. Scene change, Manhwa was locked up, shouting. Open the door. You there, what are you standing there for? I've done nothing to deserve this treatment. Hurry up and... A command was given. Shut your mouth. It was Ren. I feel so humiliated to have lived my life as a servant to someone like you. How much innocent blood have I shed with my own hands just for the crime of following the wrong master? That is the shame of our mermaid race. I'm trying my best not to tear that mouth of yours apart, so you'd better shut up. The old man cursed. You bastard. Ren's subordinate spoke up. Commander, sorry to disturb you. Ran was polite. What is it? The subordinate continued. The Southern leader has ordered this person to be brought to him. Manhwa trembled. Why me? That's not for you to know. Get up. Henry was silent. What's going to happen to us, Ren? The higher-ups will make a decision. I'm sorry. I don't know anything about your father, but I truly respect you. Even though you were brainwashed, you realized your father was losing his composure. He became more ruthless by the day. When he announced a pay cut for the knights to collect magic stones, I was shocked. Thinking back, it was probably to replenish the magic power used for brainwashing. I know you opposed it until the end. In the end, you were exiled from the East under the pretext of collecting magic stones. Henry was disappointed. But in the end, nothing was resolved. Not only did I fail to stop my father, but I ended up participating in his crimes. Please have mercy on my butler. The crime belongs only to my family, and the butler was only influenced by the brainwashing. Ran was disappointed. That's not within my authority. If you want to plead for that. Henry looked up. Ran continued. Then it's better to talk to her. Arya began. Hello. The girl sat down. The two were separated by iron bars. I came to talk to you. We have a lot to discuss. The girl sat down. I came to talk to you. We have a lot to discuss. Ren looked at them. This woman is the true leader of the East. As soon as the brainwashing was lifted, the Triana appeared in her hand, an undeniable truth. My eyes too. Everything told me it was the truth. However, it's also true that she disrupted the order of the ocean as the leader of the red-haired faction. So in the end, how should she be dealt with? A voice broke Ren's thoughts. Do what you think is right. I'm just as confused about this as you are. Please step aside. I have something to discuss privately with the person in front of me. Ran was scared. But there's a risk he'll escape. Arya reassured her. You know Henry isn't that kind of person, right? I'm asking you. Ren had to accept. Then I'll wait nearby. Call me immediately if anything unusual happens. Henry spoke first. I'm sorry. For making you live a life full of suffering. When things settle down, you will rise. I will do as you say. If you say I must pay for my sins with death. Arya cut him off. Just death? That's not enough. The punishment I have for you is exile. Don't cling to anything. Don't settle anywhere. Feel the pain of wandering for a lifetime. After your wanderings, contact me. Henry was stunned. Huh? Arya continued. Write a letter to a messenger. Just let me know how you are, in any way you can. And at the same time, If you discover any injustice, such as discrimination based on race, just report it to me. While carrying out this punishment, you might not even have a place to set foot on the sea. Henry couldn't believe his ears. How can that be? This isn't a punishment, but… Arya cut him off. Don't misunderstand. I'm just giving you a troublesome responsibility. In this world, there are many coastal areas, and those coasts are in human territory. Those coasts are all part of the human territory. As a child, Henry had once promised, when I become the leader, the first thing I'll do is eliminate all discrimination. Henry remembered. Could it be the promise from that day? Henry was silent. He tried to banish the thought. No, it can't be. I shouldn't hope. Arya was also deep in thought. Not once have I forgotten. Because I'm still trapped on that day. A voice shoved a red-haired girl. You're so suspicious. Why don't you get lost? The girl cried out. The person shouted loudly. I told you not to sell this kind of stuff in front of my shop. You red-haired jinx. Sarkly asked. Sis, are you okay? Arya was calm. I'm fine. This kind of thing isn't strange anymore. Let's hurry up and pick everything up. The red-haired mermaid clan once tried to assassinate the Eastern leader. As long as that name exists, no matter how hungry we get, no one under the sea will pity us. A life of just making small items and selling them, living day by day. On bad days like today, it's hard to even get enough for one meal. What kind of family is this that can't even make money? Arya was frustrated. I can't live like this forever. I'll try going to the surface. They won't know much about the situation underwater, so there must be a place that will take me. Sarkly was scared. What are you saying? We're not allowed to leave this village. Do you know how strict the guards are? Arya gestured. Do you know how I managed to hold a funeral for Mom in a place where our family isn't even allowed to be buried in the village cemetery? Sarkly was suspicious. Don't tell me. Arya smiled. Don't tell Aunt. I know the way to the surface. It's the path smugglers use to transport contraband. Even living a life full of doubt, I've learned to take advantage of everything. As expected, there are many outsiders on the surface, so there are also many who know nothing about red hair. Perhaps the fact that there are so many red-haired people on the surface contributes to that. Can you sell me that necklace? How pitiful. Arya knew. Most customers bought out of pity, but I didn't mind. It's better than being bullied. Going to the surface was the right choice. It's been a while since I sold everything and even had time to say goodbye to my mom. When I get back, I'll have to finish the thing my aunt asked me to do and prepare jewelry for tomorrow's sale. I'm also out of materials. I wonder if there are any beautiful shells near the beach. She mentioned the chair was broken a few days ago, right? It's better to throw it away and buy a new one. I need to work harder. Maybe I'll rest a bit before heading back. The sun began to set. Arya thought, every time I look at this place, I'm overwhelmed by its breathtaking beauty. This place is filled with things that can't be seen in the dark depths of the ocean. The vast sky, the salty sea breeze, the gentle lapping of the waves like a soothing melody. And suddenly another voice cut in. This is the surface. Henry in her imagination. Starting my succession program. She was amazed. The sun is so bright it's blinding. It sends a chill down your spine. Just a glance and I knew he was the leader's only son. And yet, Arya remembered asking Henry, what was that experience like? She realized she had wanted to get closer to him. Arya dreamed. No matter what happened during the day, time still passed with the sun slowly setting over the horizon. And when the sun set, Arya stood up. She turned away. It's time to wake up from the dream. The scene changes to the home of Arya's relatives, the Sarkly house. Arya greeted them. I'm here, Aunt. Sarkly's mother was grateful. Thank you for your hard work all day, Arya. Sorry for the simple meal. Arya was polite. Oh, no, thank you for the meal, Aunt. She asked, is Sarkly asleep already? Arya replied, he's been asleep all day, so he's been out for a while. The woman suddenly called out Arya. I heard you've been working on the surface lately. The girl froze. Did Sarkly tell you? I told him to keep it a secret. The woman was hesitant. That's how he is. You know, in my family, lying never works. Arya was scared. I'm sorry. The woman continued, I know that ever since your sister passed away and you came to live with me, you've always lived under pressure and guilt. So I didn't stop you when you did odd jobs, hoping it would ease your heart a little. But this village is very dangerous, especially the surface, where you don't know anyone. For example, a person like that boy, the one you've been meeting frequently lately. The girl was terrified. Then she jumped up. And I won't cause any trouble. He doesn't know who I am. He thinks I live on the surface. Besides, living expenses have gone up a lot lately. Sarkly is growing so fast, so he needs new clothes. And he has a certain charm that helps me sell things really well. Look. I sold out today too. No. The woman's interruption made Arya unable to hide her fear. The only reason you've been able to see him until now is because you've been lucky. Do you really think you can hide your identity forever? Arya said meekly no. The woman advised, then end it now, for our safety, but also for yourself. Don't you want to keep it all as a beautiful memory? Arya made a request. Then can I say goodbye to him one last time? The woman looked at her sadly. All right, go. The girl remembered. If Aunt had been a little stricter that day, would that have happened? No, from the beginning I shouldn't have hoped. Scene changed to the Siren Village Hall. What are you saying? The image of an elderly Siren Village chief looking worried, along with sounds of protest. Not only cutting off trade with other villages, now you want to forbid all sirens from going out? Are you planning to let us wither and die here? He said slowly. We have no other choice. If we obey, we will have to figure out how to deal with businesses that involve outsiders and also check the village's food reserves. An elderly woman spoke up. Village chief, let me say something. My eldest son went to the west to work. He's returning this week. We plan to use the money he earned in the village to pay for his surgery. But if you forbid entry and exit like this, are you saying my son won't be allowed into the village? The village chief was worried. He uttered a single word. Yes. The woman was worried. Please, just delay the order until my son comes back. If he doesn't get treated in time, he might lose his leg. A man said angrily, how did things turn out like this? The village chief breathed heavily. The leader said. He remembered his scene with the leader. What did that person say? Then he continued. A red-haired girl escaped from the village and got involved with his only son. A knock echoed on the door. Sarkly's mother came out. Who is it, so early in the morning? She was startled, looking at the person in front of her. What's wrong? Sarkly was startled. So noisy. Mom, what are you doing? The scene before him was someone grabbing his mother's hair. Sarkly's eyes widened. What is this? Don't do that to my mom. Someone in the crowd shouted. Hey, we found the girl. Scene change, in the water, a large basket of shells. Is this enough? It was Arya. I couldn't sleep, so I wandered around collecting shells. I found many strange types, so I'm planning to make some new items. She fell silent, remembering. That day, I wondered how the young master was doing after we parted ways. He probably thinks I deceived him. He must be angry with me. Henry was always honest with me. If only I could see him one more time. And say I'm sorry for tricking him. The girl wandered home and was horrified by the scene before her. The green-haired man spoke up. What's this? Is there another girl in this house? Arya was scared. Sarkly. Arya was terrified. The green-haired man turned around. What is this? Have you lost your mind? The green-haired man flinched. He screamed. My eyes. He groaned. Arya turned to Sarkly. Sarkly, are you okay? The green-haired man was angry. You crazy woman. Hey, who are you? Arya snapped back. You don't recognize me even when I'm standing right in front of you? I'm the red-haired girl who met the chief's son. The green-haired man scoffed. The tribe said they only had one child. How absurd, ridiculous. Arya stood up. The villagers kept tormenting me, so I went to the surface. And then what? I happened to meet the chief's son. You probably don't have a problem with me leaving the village, do you? After all, you were silent when the other mermaids broke the rules and went to the surface. If I remember correctly, you yourself have used that path. If you have a problem, I'll confess everything to the chief and expose everything. The green-haired man turned pale. You insolent red-haired brat. The girl shouted loudly. This hateful red hair. Is it such a great crime to just want to make a friend? Is that feeling so wrong? Arya screamed. The green-haired man retorted. Instead of bowing your head and begging for mercy, you threatened to expose everything? Don't you know your place? Isn't that why your family was exiled? I said we should have killed them all. Arya retorted. Then why don't you do it yourself? Do it now. Oh, wait, you don't even have the guts. Sully ran to hug Arya. Arya was worried. Sarkly, are you conscious? Are you okay? Sarkly exhaled. We were wrong. Please forgive us. Arya couldn't believe her ears. Sarkly, why are you saying that? Don't do that. We didn't do anything wrong, at least not as wrong as him. Sarkly spoke up. Still. My mother is still being held inside. So please stop. Arya was disappointed. Is it really my fault? Am I not allowed to be friends with Arya? Why? Just because I have red hair? Then what about that child? Isn't everyone fond of him just because he's the noble heir of the tribe? Is it acceptable to harm someone like me? She was resentful. How dare you, when you don't even know the truth? The girl didn't understand. Was my existence born to suffer? If so, then this is only fair, right? This way, you will also find me disgusting. Henry turned away. I will try to persuade my father to withdraw the surveillance order on the mermaids. I'm sorry. Arya couldn't believe it. Huh? Why don't you blame me? Shouldn't you hate me for daring to mock the future heir of the tribe? Even though I'm just a red-haired girl? I'm no different. I'm just taking my anger out on someone I can easily take it out on. The girl cried. I'm sorry, young master. The truth is, I didn't want to say those things. I wanted to apologize for deceiving you. The truth is, I knew from the start that the young master wasn't someone who easily holds grudges or discriminates based on race. Why did I dare to take advantage of that kindness when I truly admired you for it? After that day, I decided to. A song began to play. We were born in different circumstances. If our positions were reversed, perhaps you would have become as cruel as me. I have every reason to be this way. Because if I weren't, I wouldn't have been able to endure it. A voice broke her thoughts. Arya. Henry spoke up. The name Jen comes from siren, doesn't it? It symbolizes your determination not to submit to discrimination. You are different from my family, who deceived everyone and hid. I sincerely respect you. That unwavering will surely support the entire vast East, and history will remember the name Arya. I am glad that the world will know the real you. As a final request from a friend, may I have the honor of being the first to welcome the new clan leader? He looked straight at Arya. Henry smiled. He kissed Arya's hand. Henry smiled. May your name shine forever, my lord. Take care. Arya hoped. Now I'm sure of it. You can't see the truth. But if I had been honest about my situation from the beginning, you would have tried your best to help me. If I had been more honest, would our relationship be better than it is now? Neelio and Mentira sat opposite each other. Neelio wondered, after you became clan chief, I wondered why you disappeared, and now I find you doing something so pathetic. Tell me everything. I'm trying to control myself from tearing you to shreds right now. The old man said slowly, my family has passed down a prophecy. Be wary of the dragon with one heart and its mate, for that mate will bring destruction to all. When I heard that you only have one heart, I was too afraid to stay and had no choice but to run away. Neelio wondered, is that mate my wife, the only one who knows your true identity? She broke the brainwashing in the East. The old man's eyes looked straight ahead, his mouth smiling. That's right. Your mate, whose real name is Lily, is called Eve in the legend. The old man thought, you foolish thing. Your body can't even handle that heart, yet you still believe the person beside you is your true mate? Fine, you took what belonged to me, so I will take what is yours. Die in the arms of a fake. Eve looked at the sparkling jewels piled as high as a mountain. A servant in a hooded cloak spoke up. This is everything. She was curious. So, are you giving all of this to me? Arya spoke softly. A small gift as a thank you for saving our family. It's just a small part of our assets, so please don't feel burdened. The dazzling brilliance of the jewels made Eve a little dizzy. She hesitated. Even so, it's still too much. The girl pleaded. Please accept it. Aria's eyes held a hint of sadness, her voice soft. You know, mermaids love beautiful things. Thanks to you, Eve, I was able to close a memory that was both beautiful and precious. The girl bowed with reverence. Once again, as a member of the East and as the one called Aria, I sincerely thank you. Eve smiled. I'm glad I could help. Eve was curious. What do you plan to do now? Aria replied, I plan to atone for my mistakes. In her mind, the image of Henry walking away without looking back appeared. I used to think my actions were justified self-defense against discrimination. But as a person, I have realized that the true qualities of an Eastern leader are tolerance and sincerity. Nelio approached and reminded her. Eve, it's time. Eve turned and replied. Yes. I'm leaving now, Aria. Take care. Her eyes widened as she watched the two of them walk away side by side. Aria called her name. Eve. Aria spoke. I don't have the ability to see the future, but I'm sure you will live a happy life, because by your side will always be people who truly cherish you. So, please be honest with each other. That way, you two won't miss the happiness right in front of you. Eve's hand clutched her hem, wrinkling it. She thought, I guess she wants me to reveal my true identity. The ability to control the dragon's power, the soul bond between me and him. I can feel it. All the pieces are slowly falling into place. Eve stood on her toes. She walked beside Nelio, her heart in turmoil. I really have to tell him the truth about the blood flowing in me, to free myself from the guilt of deceiving him, and to truly love him. People whispered and gossiped. Now that the dragon has left, let's get back to work. Where do we even begin? The meeting to handle the incident is probably the top priority. Aria's servant stood still, listening to everything, his face sorrowful. 13 years ago, Leo Tat's father smiled and said to him, serving the clan chief is an honor for our family. Never forget the meaning of your name, Leo Tat. He smiled. I will remember, father. Leo Tat was 36 years old, and his name meant loyal. It was said his hair had the brilliant golden color of autumn. The Mer people of the Tay family had served as retainers to the Eastern clan chief for generations. However, since Leo Tat was the second son, he was never officially appointed and only did odd jobs. But the clan chief, noticing his outstanding talent, invited him to be the butler. Leo Tat smiled with satisfaction. He pulled me out of a life of being forgotten for over 20 years. I will serve you with all my loyalty. Mentira sat cross-legged on a chair, sipping a glass of reddish gold wine. He then said to the man standing opposite him, Leo Tat, let me tell you an interesting saying. If your name is too great for your station, you will not die peacefully. Loyal, normal, a second son who can't even step into the mansion. How interesting. I wonder if there's a way for a talented person like you not to be crushed by your own name. I know. From now on, you have no name. That will be safer for you and easier for me to call you. How convenient. Leo Tat's face darkened, full of anguish after Mentira's words. The old man sneered. I look forward to working with you, butler. 2 weeks after entering the mansion, I still hadn't been assigned any work. When I asked the other butlers, they said there were no instructions from above, and they couldn't do anything more. I felt a hint of contempt. Of course, I understood that just being able to step in here was more than I could expect. With my status, I couldn't even get close to the mansion. So when the clan chief called me, I was overjoyed. But is this really the relationship between a master and a servant? Someone's voice rang out. Are you in there? Leo Tat was startled out of his thoughts, his face filled with fear. He was bewildered. Who is it? Yes, I'll open the door right away. Leo Tat was worried that Clan Chief Dixon had come here, but when he opened the door, it wasn't the person he imagined. Henry smiled at him. It's me, Leo Tat. He couldn't hide his surprise. Young master. Leo Tat asked kindly. Is the water temperature to your liking? Henry replied. It's just warm enough. Sit down. I came because I have something to discuss. The man wondered, if you had summoned me, I would have come immediately. Why come here yourself? He sighed. Actually, the communication system to your room hasn't been completed yet. And there are still many people who don't know who you are. Leo Tat's voice lowered. Is that so? Henry noticed his strange behavior and comforted him. I want to apologize for that. The man was stunned. Apologize? He explained, not understanding the circumstances of those below me is not something a future leader of the East should do. I sincerely apologize. The man was so shocked his voice stuttered. Why are you suddenly apologizing, young master? Please, take back your words. Henry interrupted. We are the ones who called you to work in this castle. A few months ago, my father suddenly said, it's time for you to prepare to become the leader. So he told me to choose my own close aides. Thinking back, I believe it was just a fleeting thought of his. The way you've been treated is because he completely forgot about it. But because of that, I was able to meet you, Leo Tat. You always care for the forgotten. You proposed policies based on practical experience to improve the lives of servants. You even questioned the tradition of a husband receiving his wife's dowry. Right now, I need an honest person like you to give me straightforward advice. Please, will you be my guide? Leo Tat agreed without hesitation. Of course, he said, thank you. Then I must see my father immediately to talk about promoting your status. The man corrected Henry. Young master, even though your status is higher than others, you shouldn't end a conversation one-sidedly like that. He was startled. Has it started already? So what should I do? Leo Tat instructed. You should say that you enjoyed the conversation and thank them for their time. Henry exclaimed with delight. Oh, right. I really enjoyed our conversation today. Thank you for your time. The man smiled back politely. Yes, it was an honor for me as well. I am truly happy to serve you as your butler, Sir Henry. I hope to continue serving you, my lord. In his mind, he made a note. Yes, my master is Sir Henry. Leo Tat's face turned pale. Even though it was all a lie, and the real leader was someone else. He became frantic. Then that person is none other than the red-haired mermaid. Leo Tat wondered. Isn't a retainer's duty to protect their lord? Sir Henry is a worthy person to become a leader. If he becomes the leader, the status of the merfolk would surely improve. But then, unable to bear it, he revealed the whole truth. Leo Tat fell into the ice-cold lake. His face was as if all life had been drained from it. I have given my entire life force, my core, to that wolf. The core, the source of a mermaid's power, is the root of everything. The pain of having to force open the hidden truths, the agony the young master had to endure. You will have to feel that too. Henry walked ahead, his voice sad. Leo Tat, I spoke to my father about your title, but he said I wasn't qualified to interfere in that matter. It seems my actions were seen as overstepping my bounds. His body trembled, his calves scraped. I'm sorry. I will definitely. Leo Tat cut him off. It's all right. Your safety is more important than my name, young master. If you call for me later, when you have become the leader, that will be enough. Until then, just call me butler. Henry's tears rolled down his cheeks. I will. I will definitely become the leader and restore your name. A large white tent stood in the middle of an island. Sipa looked worriedly at the trembling Mia. Mia, what happened in the east? But the girl didn't listen. Mia clutched her head in fear. What should I do? It will be fine anyway. After the pet ran away like that, the girl remembered Henry's question. It's dangerous here, so go to the surface first. Your friend will definitely be saved, don't worry. The girl remembered, he said he would take me back. Mia covered her face and trembled nonstop. Ziba stood silently watching her. Damn it, I can't believe the leader is involved. He spoke up. Hey Mia. I don't know what's going on, but if it's that serious, why don't you get help from your family? Mia turned angrily to look at him. Are you kidding me? You know my position in Tuna, right? Ziba sighed. That's right. He scratched his head, turned away, and said to Mia, It's too noisy outside. Let me go check. The girl sat still without a word. Eve and Zion entered with a smile. Mia was surprised. Huh? She asked. How's Siba doing these days? I came to visit the stray cat. Mia turned when she heard the familiar voice. The girl was so moved she had tears in her eyes. Eve, Sipa, and Zion were all stunned. Mia hung her head dejectedly. You just disappeared like that. What was I supposed to do? Do you know how worried I was? The little girl puffed out her cheeks angrily. Eve gave a strained laugh. I didn't expect it to hurt this much. Ziba was confused. Huh? What? The innocent boy asked Mia, are you done crying? The girl blushed. Crying? Something just flew into my eye. Ziba explained about the girl to Eve. That kid, she complains a lot, but she's actually very affectionate. Sometimes she doesn't even understand her own feelings. Mia crumpled the hat Zion was wearing on his head. Do you know how surprised I was when you suddenly went east? The boy whimpered. Siba turned to her. Anyway, Sir Rachel also came looking for you, so I had a general idea. But you two are quite close. Eve was helpless. I've explained everything about Mia and Ziba, so don't worry anymore. Your glare is really scary. I even prepared a gift to thank you. He was surprised. Huh? You already paid me last time, she retorted. But you didn't take the money from Zion. The mermaid gave me some gems. Huh? It's nothing. It seems I took the wrong jewelry box. I'll bring another one next time. I have to go now. Thank you. Ziba was stunned by the pile of dazzling gold in front of him. Please come visit again. She called out, I'm leaving, Mia. Take care. Mia turned her face. I have to go. Eve was confused. Huh? What's wrong? The girl was helpless. You. Oh my God, seriously. She was surprised. Why did you suddenly change back to your true form? Eve's eyes widened in amazement. Mia had transformed back into a black cat and was lying at her feet. I am the bad cat that endangered a customer. If you want compensation, I will do everything I can. I'm sorry. Eve wondered, so you knew? But Mia was still sobbing. Why? Eve knelt down. Even so, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have achieved what I wanted. She smiled brightly. You are the most wonderful cat who gave me courage. Mia's eyes were filled with tears. Ziba waved goodbye to her. See you again. Eve also smiled and waved back. The capital city appeared magnificent and splendid. Julie happily hugged her and sobbed. Where did you go without a word? I won't leave your side again, even if it's Eve's order. She was embarrassed. I'm sorry. Were you worried? Julie was frantic. I was really so worried. Camel also cried until his voice wavered. We'll try harder, so please don't leave again. Mary was also happy. I'm glad you returned safely. If you were injured abroad, what would I have done? Eve, being hugged tightly by Julio, could only give a strained laugh. Everyone was in a panic. What? Sir Eve and Sir Zion are back? Where is Sir Eve? Rachel grimaced. Who are those people? They're not paying any attention to us. But the sobbing continued. The girl judged. She's accepting them. It's because they're too emotional. Neelio smiled. He patted the girl's head. That's why we cherish her so much. Rachel smiled, her mood cheerful again. Well, that's fine too. Zion appeared out of nowhere and cheerfully started a conversation with her. You're emotional too. The girl stepped back, her voice stammering. What is this? Why all of a sudden? I know. Zion got close to Rachel's face. What about you? The girl was dazed. What? The girl blushed and panicked, thinking, you said you like emotional people, so does that mean you like me too? Rachel shyly turned away. I'm going inside first. Take care of my sister. Zion used his sparkling eyes to ask Nelia for permission. All right, I'll take care of Rachel. She was confused. What are you talking about? He smiled. Neelio looked at Eve, who was surrounded by everyone, and thought, that's right. I have to take care of her too. With that thought, he began to walk. Neelio hugged her tightly. My mate. His voice was gentle. My lady. Eve was a little surprised. Neelio. Oh, it's so stuffy. He was concerned for her. You must be tired, and you have a fever too. Go inside and rest. Eve thought, Neelio is making me so embarrassed. Is it because I heard Arya talk about the imprint? Thinking about it, I also have to explain my imprint to Neelio. At night, Neilio looked up at her with his handsome face, not blinking, which made Eve a little hesitant. But how do I explain this to someone so innocent? Look at those innocent eyes. She quickly changed the subject. This feels nice, but is it okay to do this during the day? He teased, it's nice and cool anywhere. She got embarrassed. So you were just talking about cooling down. I'm going in first. Excuse me, everyone. Julie covered her mouth. Let's get back to the main topic. Camel scratched his head. Right, we still have work to do. Preparing for the master's wedding. It was late at night. The candle was lit, burning brightly. Eve kept pacing back and forth in her room, her heart restless. This is bad. I kept procrastinating because I didn't dare to talk about the imprinting, and now it's this late. Thinking about what she did with Neilio made her embarrassed. Are you hungry? Since we were just in the sea, maybe we should take a bath first? Taking a bath only made the situation more awkward. Neilio appeared behind her, calling her name. Eve. She turned her head in surprise. He smiled harmlessly. Can you help me cool down? Eve sighed internally. I can't avoid this anymore. She held out her hand in front of Neilio. Can you hold my hand? He replied happily. Of course, Eve. He held her hand tightly, making her blush. Neilio's actions were like a big puppy, which made her embarrassed. Is he really a dragon? He's acting just like a puppy. So cute. And he just smiled. She thought, first, I need to focus on channeling cold energy. Huh? Eve was confused. Neilio, what are you doing? Neilio was intently looking at Eve's hand, which he was holding. It's just, Eve, your hand is so small and pretty. She was speechless. Eve was very conflicted internally. Can I really tell him about the imprinting when he's this happy just from holding my hand? Even so, I still have to say it. It's the only way to stop Neilio from going crazy. There's no ulterior motive, really. She hesitated and began to speak. Neilio, Eve squeezed her eyes shut. Neilio looked up with his handsome face and asked, I'm sorry, are you okay? She quickly reassured him. I'm fine. I didn't even realize I was injured. He looked downcast, carefully examining her hand. You must have gotten burned when you held my hand. Dragon scales are very sharp. I'm really sorry. Eve comforted him. It's okay. It's almost healed. There's no blood. Neilio took her wrist. Then he brought it to his lips and kissed it lightly. Eve was startled, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. She called out Neilio. He looked up at Eve with innocent eyes. Dragon fluid has healing properties. It helps with rapid recovery. Neilio gently lifted her hand and licked her palm. Eve was embarrassed. Neilio, wait. He was concerned for her. Look, Eve, it's completely healed. She looked at her hand and replied, yes, you're right. Eve touched Nuriel's handsome face. Neilio, your face is so red. Are you really that hot? He held her wrist. Yes, Eve. It's unbearably hot. Even though I'm touching you, why do I still feel like I'm on fire? It seems just holding hands isn't enough. Can you come closer? Eve was so embarrassed she felt like she would combust. Neilio stared at her as if hypnotized. She sat on his lap. Of course. Now, how do you feel? In his eyes now, there was only her image. It's still not enough. I want more. If she moved her body then. Eve touched Neilio's nose. We need to be even closer. Connecting under the current to create a flow of magic, that is the imprinting. To imprint, I must release the seal. But right now the heat inside Neilio is too powerful. If the seal is released, his magic could erupt. She kisses his lips gently. I need to cool him down first. Neilio closes his eyes, savoring the kiss. Then he kisses her deeper. They kiss for so long it feels like an eternity. Neilio touches the inside of her nightgown. Eve seems ticklish, and she's taken aback. He is startled awake. Neilio opens his mouth to say something, but he buries his face in her shoulder. Eve is surprised. Eve, Neilio's voice is a bit whiny. I'm sorry, I almost lost control again. If this continues, I'll end up hurting you. She explains, Neilio, you really don't get it, do you? Do you think I'd kiss someone I have no feelings for? He snaps to his senses. So then, Eve's heart skips a beat. She touches Neilio's lips with her hand. Do you want to imprint with me? He never expected the woman he loves to say something like that. Neilio is afraid he misheard. Are you serious? Eve smiles brightly. Yes, I want to be with you, Neilio. He hesitates slightly. It will be difficult. You're small. You might not be able to withstand a dragon's power. She offers some advice. Then let's take it slow, practice first. Eve's beautiful face appears before Neilio's eyes. And if I get hurt during it, you can heal me just like now. He whispers, that's right. Neilio grabs her shoulders. Then he pins her down. Eve, you're truly intelligent. So, to begin the training session you proposed. Can you help me? Neilio pins Eve down. Eve, you really are smart. So, to begin the training you suggested, can you help me? Eve wraps her arms around Neilio's neck. She kisses him deeply. Of course, Neilio. He looks at her, lost in love. Eve's passion ignites. It's not enough. Just a little more. Even if this heart melts completely. I still want to become one with you, she says as their lips part after the sweet kiss. Eve lets out a soft moan, leaving his mind filled with only a sweet, cool fragrance that envelopes his entire body. Neilio bites her neck, making her go numb. He thinks perhaps this feeling is the peace one finds only with their mate. But at the same time, I worry if she can handle all my desires. Neilio is lost in thought for a moment, however. I won't know unless I try. His hand unbuttons her shirt, one by one. Eve, if you agree, can I go further? Can I go? Before he could finish, he was stunned. She's fallen asleep. Neilio's face turns beet red. She must be exhausted from everything that's happened. Why now of all times, even her ears are relaxed. As Eve sleeps, she makes a cute sound. He smiles happily. Well, this isn't so bad. Just as I find comfort in you, it means you also feel safe with me. Neilio touches the tip of her nose with his. My mate. He watches her sleep soundly. I'm curious about what comes after the kiss and what comes after that, but I'll wait patiently. Because from now on, you'll be the one to teach me everything. Early morning, the sun casts its warm rays upon the earth. Eve groggily wakes up after a long sleep. She is dazed. So bright. Did I fall asleep? I had a very improper dream. Eve's eyes fly open. The first thing she sees is Neilio's firm abs. That body. He smiles. You're awake. She's surprised. Why are his clothes so wrinkled? Could it be that wasn't a dream? Neilio strokes her hair and tells her, you should rest a bit more. There's still time before breakfast. She cries out, okay. Eve thinks nervously, why does it always end up like this every time I wake up next to Neilio? I don't hate it, but wait, didn't he say he didn't know anything? Why is he being so physically intimate then? How far did we go last night? Suddenly, she realizes something isn't right. Something is twitching. Ears. Eve pushes Neilio away. He's a bit surprised. Eve? She clutches her head. Wait. She trembles uncontrollably, trying to plead, please don't look this way. I'll explain everything, Eve panics. My ears, how did they get exposed like this? When did Neilio find out? What if he thinks I've been deceiving him all this time? Maybe I can convince him I was going to tell him soon. His voice calls out. Eve. Eve looks at him, terrified. Neilio speaks softly. Please rub my head. She still holds her head, confused. Your head? He confirms, yes, Eve. Eve is confused, her voice full of pain. Why are you acting like nothing happened? Neilio just smiles. He says, don't worry. A dragon must obey their mate, no matter who they are. She's still flustered. Are you really okay with this, even though I'm like this? Even if I'm the wicked wolf who stole your heart? Neilio pulls her into a tight hug. That happened a long time ago. Besides, didn't you say you'd always be by my side? That means I've won your heart back. Eve is curious. You're not angry that I lied? He reassures her. I'm sure you had your reasons. She sobs. I don't understand. Why are you so good to me? Neilio's words are as sweet as honey. Because I love you. Regardless of what the legends say, The only thing that matters to me now is that I want you. Let me be with you, Eve. Eve wonders, how can you trust others so easily? What if someone tricks you? It worries me. So, she takes the initiative and kisses him. I must become your mate and stay by your side to protect you. She thinks to herself, why did it take me so long to realize that? His eyes and heart have always been turned towards me. Eve takes the lead. I want to bond with you because I dream of an eternity with you. Are you willing to give me the key to the seal? Neilio smiles. You really want to make a pact with me? I don't know how to describe it. I'm so happy. But it's difficult to perform the ceremony right now. Eve gives a forced smile. Oh, is it because of your heat? So, maybe later. Neilio interrupts. No, that's not the problem. Her eyes widen. He explains the key is currently in the human world. Eve is curious. What? Why is it there? Neilio patiently explains, you know the reason the beast and human worlds were separated was because of the war, right? The first dragon leader felt immense regret for causing the war. To avoid repeating the tragedy, he sealed himself away and entrusted the key to the human kingdom. Eve makes a suggestion. Then let's go get the key right now. Of course, they'll use my heat as an excuse to refuse, but if I go there and prove I can control it. Neilio's expression darkens. He worries for her. No, Eve, I don't want you to go there. The truth is, the king of the human world. Eve worries. If I go with you and prove I can regulate the heat energy. Neilio stops her. No, Eve, you shouldn't go there. The truth is, the king of the human world. A strange noise suddenly sounds, startling Eve and Neilio, who look over. Rachel appears at the door and calls out softly, Sister. She's surprised. Rachel. Eve is flustered. What do I do if Rachel finds out about this in this way? He comforts her. It's okay, Rachel. She trembles weakly. Actually, I was planning on telling her beforehand anyway. Neilio's face is grim. He thinks, there's no need to let her know that we've discovered your identity. Neilio grabs a round, black cloth. He drapes the cloth over her and pulls her into an embrace. This should do it. Neilio commands, come in. Rachel enters with a pout. What took you so long? I've been waiting for you. Are you? The little girl sees her brother and sister and asks, are you okay? He puts a finger to his lips as a sign of silence. She's still sleeping. Rachel questions, sleeping in such a hot and uncomfortable state? He explains, your sister catches colds easily. The little girl becomes even more curious. Then why are you shirtless? Neilio quickly replies, it's because I hate the hot air. She thinks resentfully, what kind of logic is this? Rachel leaves the room. All right, I'll come back later. Tell her I said goodnight. He whispers, just loud enough for Eve to hear, that was easier than I thought. Rachel adds another sentence, but I definitely heard her voice. Neilio reminds her, you can leave now. Eve speaks softly. Sorry, I'll find a way to explain so everyone isn't too surprised. He constantly reassures her. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Neilio takes her hand. As long as I'm here, no one can deny you. At the break of dawn, the sun casts blinding rays down upon the kingdom. A precious ceramic vase is smashed on the floor, making a loud noise. A questioning voice rings out, repeat what you just said. A person with long orange hair is kneeling, head down, answering, Mentira, I mean, the siren's lies have been exposed one by one. They say a real mermaid has been reinstated as the Eastern leader and is correcting past mistakes. And the person who helped the mermaid discover the truth is said to be the Southern leader's mate. The mysterious person asks again, a mate. She replies, yes, I heard that person broke the siren's charm. I heard a blue flame appeared. Therese is uneasy. It can't be, that dragon's words must be false. She worries, Your Majesty. She commands, bring her here. Servant, bring her to me. With the proper ceremony. The orange-haired person replies, yes, Your Majesty. Therese touches the painting. You can't be dead. Right, Aiden? The capital is still peaceful, the sky clear and blue. Eve still has soft ears. She worriedly touches her ears. It's been hours and they still haven't disappeared. If this continues, I won't be able to leave my room. Neilio indulges her. I think that's a good thing. She feels helpless. This man, honestly. He gently advises her again, don't worry too much. The people in the South hold you in high regard, Eve. Eve replies, if that's the case, I'm very grateful. Neilio suggests a new idea if she's still uneasy. Why not wear a cloak? Eve looks at the red cloak draped over her. I guess that's the best option for now. She thinks to herself, I can't stay cooped up in my room forever. I need to get the key and leave the human world as soon as possible. But if I act recklessly, it'll cause big trouble. If the wolves, the cause of the previous war, invade the human world, the king will surely not rest easy. Someone's voice calls out, Lady Eve, are you in there? Eve is startled. Julie's voice, she must have come to help me get ready. Am I supposed to pretend to be asleep forever? Then she speaks up, come in. Julie replies, yes, thank you. Eve's eyes widen as she thinks, wait a minute. With Neilio's current state, it will be easy to cause a misunderstanding. Julie's imagination is as wild as mine. If she sees the scene, will she faint on the spot? She hesitantly explains, Julie, if you're wondering why the situation is like this. She maintains a straight face as if she saw nothing. It's all right, Lady Eve. Just ignore me. A hint of suspicion arises in Eve's heart. She looks at Julie standing opposite her, showing no reaction. She suddenly speaks, I've prepared the warm bath that Lady Eve likes. Please come with me. Eve sighs. She rushes forward to hug Neilio, acting cute. No, I don't want to. I don't want to take a bath. He's so startled his face turns red. Eve, she continues. If I take a bath, I'll have to leave my husband, right? If I take a bath, I'll have to leave my husband, right? And my husband doesn't want to be away from me, right? Neilio gives a forced laugh. He holds her in his arms. If my wife says so, then I surrender. Please don't tempt me anymore. She drags out the cheesy conversation. Oh my, so many people are watching. Husband, you're so bold. In her heart, she's crying. I'm sorry for doing something so strange, Neilio. But it's strange. Why is there no reaction at all? If this were the usual Julie, she would have screamed and jumped up and down. She imagines the scene where she'd make a huge fuss. Oh my goodness, I hope you two have a hot time together, Lady Eve, then run off. Should I try it? Neilio speaks up to break the awkward atmosphere. How long are you going to stand there? You can leave now. We have a lot of work to do. She bows her head. Yes, I understand. Eve adds, oh, by the way, could you bring me a cup of the tea I usually drink after spending a night with my husband? Julie replies, yes. She rambles on, the tea you mentioned is good for recovery, the kind you brought from home. I can't recover well without it now. She grits her teeth without saying another word. Julie withdraws. I'll go prepare it. Eve pushes him away, stammering, I'm sorry, that must have startled you. Neilio is still smiling. It's okay, I actually enjoyed it. She's confused. Yes, you. He's curious. But we don't have any tea we usually drink, do we? Eve's voice drops. That's right, we don't. I just made it up to test her because I felt something was a bit off. She believed the lie that the real Julie would never believe. I also feel a hidden sadness in her. If it were the real Julie, she wouldn't act like this. Eve turns her head and then suddenly notices something. Where Julie just left, there's a green leaf. This is. Neilio picks up the green leaf and wonders why a foxkin's transformation leaf is here. The foxkin, in the original version of Little Red Riding Hood, she was the one who pushed the relationship between Shaun and Rachel to the brink of collapse. She could move between the human world and the beastin world with her transformation leaf. So, when Rachel got angry and wanted to destroy the world, she received orders from the human king and infiltrated the South. While looking for Rachel's weakness, the foxkin discovered that Shaun was being held captive. Feeling a bit of sympathy, she suggested they escape together using her transformation magic, but Shaun trembled and replied, I can't leave. Only when I personally eliminate Rachel, the one who murdered my family and sister, will I stay by her side. At that time, Shaun was torn between love and hatred. And then, at that very moment, Rachel overheard their entire conversation, and their relationship shattered. Rachel was in pain. That's right, how could he ever love me? But why has the Foxkin, who was only supposed to appear at the end of the original story, infiltrated the South at this time? Eve wonders, did she come for Neelio? Why Julie? Why not one of Neelio's close guards? Neelio speaks up. Could it be that the king is targeting Eve? She's bewildered. Me? If he's the king of humans, he can use many types of magic and hates beastin. Why is he so determined to find a beastin like me? Eve asks him, is he planning to use me as a hostage to threaten Neelio? He objects. No, it's not like that. Neelio grips her hand tightly. Eve, I have something to tell you. Eve stares at him. Is he shaking? Neelio calmly tells her, you told me about your father. After that, I went to find the king of humans. She wonders why that has anything to do with him. He explains it's because the king's magic is the same shade of blue as yours. She is stunned. It suddenly reminds me of the past. The image of my father using magic for my mother appears in my mind. Those flowers were a translucent blue. What does the human king have to do with me? She proposes, Neelio, can you do me a favor? He pauses for a moment. Then, Neelio flashes his familiar smile. Of course, if that's what you want. A giant blue phoenix appears before the two of them. Eve hesitates. I have a favor to ask. She thinks to herself, come to think of it. This is the first time I've seen Neelio's phoenix form. Julie pushes the cart along. Eve, I've brought lunch. When she receives the order, she smiles slyly. Come in. Julie sets each dish on the table. I'm sorry, Lady Eve. The tea requested is out, so I brought a different kind today. She replies with a casual tone. Oh, what a pity, but it can't be helped. By the way, did you bring an extra portion? Julie answers, there's one more serving on the cart. Do you need more? Eve smiles like a flower in bloom. Actually, I heard you were reprimanded because I snuck off to the east. I feel bad, so would you like to have lunch with me? She's timid. No, I can't. A lowly servant like me eating with the master. Eve cuts her off before she can continue. A lowly servant. Julie, you are an important servant to me. I also have something I want to ask you. In the East, I heard some strange things about the human king. Do you know anything? Julie dodges the question. I'll go get the food. A moment later, she returns and sits across from Eve at the dining table. So, what did you hear about the human king? She's calm. Come on, let's eat and talk. Aren't you in a bit of a hurry? If someone saw this, they'd think you were a spy. Julie pauses, looking clearly uncomfortable. She replies, that's not it, you're being overly suspicious. Eve quickly ends the topic. Haha, sorry. Let's eat before it gets cold. I heard you like carrot and pumpkin soup, so I had the chef make it especially for you. Julie is silent. Could there be something inside? It turns out, the current Julie is the orange-haired girl in disguise. Even though I'm immune to most poisons, I don't want to be tortured. I need to hear about the king, so I'll just eat quickly and get it over with. I hope if there's poison, it's a painless kind. What is this? There's nothing wrong with it. It's delicious. Eve watches Julie eat intently, then smiles and asks, how does it taste? It goes well with the salad too. Try it. She looks down at the plate in her hand. All right, she thinks. Maybe I was overthinking it. Immediately after, Julie transforms into an orange fox. Eve exclaims, got you. The fox falls, colliding with the chair, looking bewildered, not understanding anything. She explains, that's right, it's the first time you've eaten instinct grass, so of course you're surprised. To calm your panicked mind, you should take a nap. The fox trembles uncontrollably. A piercing scream echoes through the castle. Eve lets out a tired sigh. Someone's voice exclaims in admiration, unbelievable. Mia appears next to Neelio. They just needed to catch the foxkin. Why drag me into this? I've been dragged in as an accomplice. Eve pets the cat's cheek, her voice apologetic. Sorry, I only meant to ask you to pick some instinct grass, but I ended up dragging you into it. Mia is pleased. All right, I'll let it slide this time. Neelio gently reminds her, Eve, it's almost time to go. She looks up. Oh, right. If we use the teleportation gate to the human world, it'll take some time. Another voice rings out, the human world? Rachel stands before her, holding a flower wreath. Her face is full of fear. Sister, where are you going? Eve clenches the yellow flower, silent for a moment before speaking. Rachel, there's a place there. Eve is stunned to hear Rachel's hesitant question. Is there something you're unhappy with? If there is, tell me and I'll fix everything. So can you stay in the South? Don't go. Eve looks emotionally at the little girl in front of her and thinks, oh my God. Rachel looks like she's about to cry. She really wants to stay with her. Eve thinks she's afraid I'll disappear without a word, just like last time. Every time I say things are urgent, I just make them both worry. Then gently strokes Rachel's jet black hair. It won't be like that this time. Let's be honest with each other. Eve hugs the little girl and comforts her. Rachel, it's not like that. I'm just going out for a bit to find my brother. Eve closes her eyes and says softly to the little girl, I'll be back soon, because wherever you are, everyone will be there. Surprised by Eve's affectionate actions and words, Rachel's eyes well up with tears as if she's about to cry. The little girl steps back from Eve's warm embrace and says to her, I'll use preservation magic. Then the little girl smiles brightly at the person in front of her and says, so this place won't wither before my brother and sister return. Eve looks at the little girl before her with eyes full of love as she hears her say, I'll wait, sister. The magnificent white villa becomes even more splendid under the bright yellow sun and clear blue sky. The red flag with its solemn pattern flutters in the wind. The human world is complete. The orange-haired girl, dressed simply, stands with a servant in the splendid room. The servant asks respectfully, You've arrived. She replies, Yes, is Her Majesty inside, and receives the answer, Yes. The person points, She is waiting in there. The person standing and looking down from above is Therese Real. Her blue eyes are sharp. She is silent for a moment, then says, Oh my, I told you to enter politely. Why are you so careless? The girl with the orange hair respectfully takes off her hat and bows. I apologize, Your Majesty, for not having enough divine power. She uses some sort of blue magic on the girl. Enough, no need to say more. That magic surrounds her and the boy behind her, then jade-green eyes and snow-white hair gradually appear from under the disguise. Therese says to Eve, I'm sorry for making you travel so far. Inside the cage is an orange fox, cowering and looking very scared. Eve replies, I apologize for hurting your guard. I wanted to meet you directly, but couldn't think of any other way than to change my appearance. With a serious expression, Eve asks, Why did you summon me, Your Majesty? She is silent for a while. Then she slowly walks forward. All right. Therese says as she walks towards Eve, the face is exactly the same, and your skill with herbs is also very proficient. Eve's face immediately shows astonishment when she hears her say, You look just like Aiden. The silhouette of a golden-haired man appears, looking somber. Eve asks in surprise, How do you know that name? The name of my brother. Therese replies, That's right. Then, unable to contain her emotions, she says, I am Therese Real. I am your grandmother. Eve can't believe her ears. Impossible. Surprised, she looks at the woman before her. The king of the human world, the person standing before me, is my grandmother? Eve recalls Aiden's face, smiling gently and sincerely. I thought my brother was just a normal person who accidentally drifted into the underwater world. Neilio takes Eve's hand. He says, It's because the king's magic is the same blue as Eve's. She thinks about the past. Neilio has explained it before, but I still don't understand. Eve questions the woman before her, Why are you only looking for me now? If you were family, you should have found him when he was still alive. Her body trembles as if she's about to cry. She is silent for a moment, then says, I guess I should have told you from the beginning. Then she gestures towards Eve and Neilio. Won't you give me a chance to explain? Eve watches in silence. Neilio gently places a hand on her shoulder to calm her. It'll be okay, Eve. Neilio says gently, I'll wait here. Eve turns back and nods to the person behind her. Yes, Neilio. Then she reaches her hand towards Therese, telling Neilio, "I'll be right back." Blue smoke surrounds the two of them. Eve looks at the image before her in surprise. Stone tablets show scenes of a young blonde boy sitting, and then him as a grown man. Eve wonders, "Brother." She says to Eve, "This is within my memories. It's my past and your father's." Eve looks around and thinks, Dad was always smiling. Then Therese continues, "Since you don't believe me, I'll let you see for yourself." The stone slab shows a scene of a boy crying under a tree. Eve, but as a child, you looked so sad. In the vast forest, two kids are bullying a blonde boy. The green-haired one says, "Hey, are you really that stupid?" Then he creates water in his hand. "You can't even do a simple spell like that. Don't pretend to be our brother out there." The brown-haired boy laughs mockingly. The blonde boy says resentfully, I'm trying." While trying to create blue crystals, the magic vanishes. The blonde boy cries out. The two other kids start mocking him again. "Haha, is that all? This is pathetic. Mom will be so disappointed if she finds out." Suddenly, a woman with golden hair and a very noble appearance speaks up. "I never taught you to be like that." The two boys from before turn around in surprise. Then they call out, "Mother." The woman says seriously, "I taught you that brothers should help each other." The two boys can only listen in embarrassment as their mother speaks. "What disappoints me is your attitude." Finally, they bow their heads and apologize. "We're sorry." The woman continues speaking to her child. "I transferred my magic to Aiden because he lacked magical ability since he was young, but it was no use." Then she gently strokes the head of the crying blonde boy. "Magic isn't important. You're good at medicine. There are many things you can do." Therese suddenly speaks up. "After that, I left him alone. Because the more I interfered, the more Aiden hated himself." Then she continued, "And one day, Aiden met your mother." In the northern forest, on a night when snow covered the ground, the blonde young man was running with all his might from something. A voice calls from behind, "Where are you running, little kid?" "Aiden, we even prepared a gift for you." At the feet of the person shouting from behind is a severely injured eagle. Then that person yells loudly, "We went through all the trouble of catching prey for you, and yet you run away. All you have to do is use your great ice magic to finish it off." Ignoring the cruel words, Aiden closes his eyes and continues to run. As he ran forward, he thought, "I hate everyone and this game of hunting beastkin just for fun. I also hate myself, someone with no decent magic who can't save anyone." Suddenly, he tripped on a rock in front of him while lost in thought. At this rate, while falling off the cliff, he thought, "I just want to run away." The feeling of free fall made him feel surprisingly serene. He closed his eyes and resigned himself to his fate. In a house amidst green trees, a small bird perches on a branch. The warm air is a stark contrast to the snow from before. Suddenly, Aiden startles and opens his eyes. When he realized he was awake and lying in bed, he cried out, "It hurts. I'm still alive." Then he thought to himself, "I'm really hard to kill. But living this long feels so meaningless." He slowly propped himself up and asked, "Where is this?" Aiden was surprised to hear someone else's voice. He turned towards the sound. "Oh my God. A beautiful woman with fluffy white hair." She asks, "Are you awake?" Then she tells Aiden, "You were unconscious in the forest, so I brought you here." Then she sits down and continues, "Oh, I didn't touch your things, don't worry." Suddenly, she turns her whole body and shouts. Aiden's face flushes as he stares at the girl. She says, "Your face is so hot. You must have a fever." Aiden is dazed. He knows she misunderstood. Aiden stammers, denying it, "No, it's not that. It's not a fever." But the girl doesn't seem to hear him. She says, placing her hand on Aiden's forehead to check his temperature, "Your face is as red as a tomato." Aiden says embarrassedly, "Wait." Then Aiden suddenly makes a strange sound. He quickly covers his mouth with his hand, and the girl freezes. And when they realize the truth, both of them blush with embarrassment. She speaks softly, "You don't have a fever. Would you like me to bring you a glass of water?" Aiden touches his chin in embarrassment. "Yes, please. Bring me some." From then on, their story began. They were always by each other's side. Therese looks at the memory and says, that's how the two of them met and quickly became close. Eve watches in silence. Then she continues, your mother lived a very lonely life. She lost her parents and siblings very early on. Since they were both lonely children, perhaps they really needed each other. Maybe she regrets it now. I shouldn't have treated those children like that. In the luxurious, dark blue mansion. Therese, still young then, shouted, do you know how long I've been looking for you? And now you dare to say such things to me. Aiden silently listened to all of his mother's scolding. A prince of the human world marrying a werewolf. But he remained firm in his choice. She is the one who loves me for who I am. Mother. However, at that time, she fiercely objected. How can a human love a beast like that? A wolf, no less. It's a ridiculous story that needs to be eliminated. If you've made your decision, then give up everything. Money, status, even the name is real, everything. Even so, he was willing to endure it. Yes, Your Majesty. Therese looks at her child in astonishment. Behind Aiden's resolute back, she says, let's see if a man with nothing can survive in the land of the beast tribe. She stands on the high steps, waving her hand. Don't ever think of coming back here. From now on, you are no longer my son. At the end of the memory, Therese turns to Eve and says, that's the last memory I have of Aiden. Do you believe me now? Eve looks at her silently. Then she continues, you still seem very confused. She reaches her hand towards the girl. That's right. Touch me. She carefully touches her hand. Suddenly, a blue light emanates from both of their hands. Therese smiles gently, just like that blue light. Behind Eve is the illusion of Aiden. She says to her, you are truly Aiden's daughter. The reason I didn't look for your father, and even increase the oppression, was intentional. Of course, I thought he wouldn't last long and would return to the human world. But he didn't come back, not even once. It was then I realized he would never return. I sent people to find him, but it was too late. By then, he might have gone too deep to be found. Now I regret it deeply, but back then I kept reassuring myself that he was living well. That must be why he didn't come back to see me. Eve doesn't understand. But you could have kept searching. If you had found them sooner, my parents might not have died. Therese's face turns pale. She continues, at the end of my search, I reached the far east of the beast tribe's land. And then, a merman deceived me. He said that the boy had forgotten the human world and that I shouldn't disturb his peace. I foolishly believed him, not knowing he was a fraud. Then he stole my magic stone to silence me. A human king receiving help from the fish tribe was the perfect excuse for blackmail. This song is by Mrs. Nguyen Thi Hung. And pulls out a sparkling stone. Do you want to hold this? Eve stops singing. She is curious. Therese narrows her eyes. Now I'm certain. Aiden wasn't lacking in magic. He had both types of magic. More than 20 years after giving up the search for Aiden, on a fateful day, the Red Dragon searched for Aiden. The Red Dragon broke his vow and sent a secret letter. There is a person who possesses magic similar to my son's. It's the daughter of the youngest prince who was once called useless. After her father passed away, she lived quietly and raised her younger brother alone. Impossible. She once said the Merman tribe was still living peacefully, so that was the reason he didn't return. A cowardly excuse to cover up his escape. Besides, how could a dragon talk so easily about its own granddaughter? This must be a conspiracy, using false information to create chaos and seize the key to the prison. I believed so, and then a child who looked exactly like Aiden in both appearance. She looks at Eve and says, and ability, came to find me. Eve sincerely replies, so I exposed the merman's lies. Therese smiles warmly. Yes. She politely asks, while you were with the merman, did anything strange happen? When he attacked me, I did my best to use my ice magic, because I thought it would be somewhat effective underwater. But then a blue light spread and... Eve freezes. The pupils in her eyes suddenly dilate, her gaze filled with an indescribable mix of astonishment and confusion. Eve can't help but exclaim, her voice trembling with shock, what's happening? The gem in her hand shatters into small pieces, falling like rain. She lets out an unconscious sound. She is stunned and thinks quickly it disappeared. Seeing this, she explains, that stone is a magic stone that can amplify power. It's identical to the one I gave that merman. Although it absorbed some of your ice magic grew stronger, but seeing it disappear right after, it seems you also possess the same type of magic as Aiden. One is ice, and the other is nullification. Eve is surprised, her brows knitting slightly. That body. So everything that's happened until now is because of nullification magic? Therese realizes, now I understand why Aiden couldn't use that magic stone. Tears stream down Therese's cheeks, her choked voice blurts out, I never thought. Nullification, she suddenly falls silent, the thought returning, sharp and bitter, something that only existed in records, could actually be Aiden's power. If I had realized then when the magic stone disappeared, she trembled, if I had known sooner, I wouldn't have hurt Aiden. She covers her face with her hands. Eve stands there, utterly silent, unable to utter a single word. She suddenly remembers sitting on Aiden's lap as a child, holding an old book, looking up with curious eyes and asking softly, Dad, you're a human, right? Why do you live in the world of the beast tribe? Aiden freezes. He opens his mouth to say something, but the words get stuck in his throat before he can utter them. A moment later, Aiden suddenly tickles Eve, laughing happily. Because Dad is a wicked wizard who kidnapped a naughty and cute little wolf. Eve struggles, laughing and grimacing. Stop treating me like a child. He whispers again. Oh, my little daughter is still so small. Eve's curious voice rings out. Dad, be serious. Don't you have parents? Aiden looks at her, his gentle eyes filled with affection. Of course I do. But even living in the human world, I always felt lonely. She asks again, why? Did no one play with you? He replies, that's right. Then I met your mother. We had a very happy time, so I decided to move to the land of the beast tribe. No, perhaps it was at that time. Maybe it was because I wasn't brave enough, so I chose to run away. To this day, I still can't remember my father's face from that time. She calls out earnestly, her voice trembling, Eve. Have you ever thought about going to the human world? She is momentarily surprised, her eyes wide as she stares at her. Eve's eyes widen further, a look of shock flashing through them as she hears her mention the dragon. The dragon told me that my granddaughter wants to go to the human world. A name suddenly echoes in her mind, uttered in silence, Neelio. Aiden spreads his arms wide, a gentle smile on his face, his warm voice carrying a sense of familiarity. This is where your father was born. I can fulfill any wish of my only grandchild. Even if you want to take back the name Asriel. Do you want to live with me? After a long silence, Eve finally speaks softly, her voice a little hesitant. The only reason I came to the human world is to remove the shackles that are imprisoning Neelio. Please, give me the key. Tears continue to stream down her cheeks. Therese agrees. Her voice chokes. I understand. I want to ask you one thing. Was Aiden happy? For a moment, Eve's cheeks flush and her lips curve into a slight smile as she answers, yes. I believe that my father was very happy. She remembers the image of Aiden again. Late at night, Dad would still be sitting and sorting the herbs he had just picked from the mountain. He would often tell me stories about Mom, the only person who ever supported him in his pursuit of pharmaceutical research. Although a hint of sadness would sometimes cross Dad's face when he mentioned Mom, it seemed he was still reminiscing about the one he loved. My father's life was never unhappy. She smiles through her tears. His smile looks just like Aiden's, doesn't it? All right, I'll give you back the key. Eve smiles brightly, thank you so much. Therese continues to speak, her voice slow but weighty, startling her. She immediately looks up at her. Sometimes. Can you and your brother come visit me, even if it's just once every few years? That would be enough. She smiles gently upon hearing Eve's affirmative reply. If you'll allow it, she responds modestly. I have never denied my child anything. Eve flies to Neelio's side. When she sees him before her, Tears uncontrollably stream down her face. He looks up and asks softly, Eve, why? Why are you crying? Eve embraces him without a word, quietly resting her head on his shoulder, enjoying the warmth and peace she had longed for. Neilio glances at the top of Eve's silver-white hair and asks softly, his voice full of concern, is something wrong? Did the king do something to you? She replies quietly, no, it's nothing. It's just, I've been reunited with my family. Let's go home, Neilio. Where I belong is by your side. The hall is filled with sunlight, while Eve and Neilio visit the human world in the south. A young lady stands there observing, her voice decisive. Hey, not that one. Bring flowers with more vibrant colors. The servant beside her quickly replies, yes, my lady. The small cat Mia watches the wedding scene with wide eyes. The decorations are truly grand, bustling with preparations for the clan leader's wedding. An impatient shout rings out. Where is Julie? She's Eve's personal maid. Mia leisurely licks her small, soft paw with her tongue, lazily thinking. I heard you guys are planning a group proposal to get her to agree to marry the clan leader. What if she refuses? The people of the South are so naive. Suddenly, a slender hand of a young lady grabs and lifts Mia up. Hey, you cat. The young lady decisively drops Mia into the bathtub, raising an eyebrow in reproach. Are you planning to go to the wedding looking this ragged? Mia panics and squeals, her forepaws flailing, splashing water everywhere. The young lady speaks sternly, unable to hide her mix of annoyance and helplessness. Stay still. How do you have so much sand on you? Mia can only think weakly. There, the helpless girl. If only I had kept my human form. Zion stands nearby, his eyes showing a hint of surprise when he sees Mia. Her fur, now brushed smooth, shines under the lights. The boy exclaims softly, this is the first time I've seen Mia shine like that. The boy is startled when he hears Rachel suddenly ask Zion, is this okay? Rachel lowers her head slightly, nervously staring at the flower wreath in her hands. I put a lot of effort into making this, but what if Sister Eve doesn't like it? I should have shown it to her before she left. The boy smiles warmly, giving a thumbs up to reassure her. It's fine. It's decorated with your sister's favorite colors. Besides, she'll love anything you make. Rachel, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes wide and sparkling. Whispering, she asks, really? The boy holds up the flower wreath, a joyful smile on his face. I'm done. This is for my sister, isn't it? It looks a bit small. Zion smiles brightly. The boy places the flower wreath on the little girl's head, his voice filled with joy. This is for you, Rachel. It really suits you. You look so pretty. Rachel silently tilts her head, her cheeks blushing like a peach, her eyes sparkling as she looks at Zion. The little girl slightly bows her head, mumbling something unclear. Thanks. Zion's eyes widen in surprise. Huh? What? Rachel is a bit flustered and speaks more clearly. I said thank you. The boy playfully puts his hand to his ear. Huh? I can't hear you. Rachel suddenly feels a tingling all over her head, both angry and confused. The little girl suddenly stands up, tears streaming down her face, and shouts, thank you very much. Zion squints and laughs loudly, his eyes twinkling with mischief and delight at the little girl's adorable reaction. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Rachel continues, I have a lot to do now, so please don't say anything. Rachel holds the wreath tightly on her head, her eyes squinting slightly against the wind as it rushes past. Her hair billows in gentle waves. Zion squints, glancing behind him. Suddenly, the little girl hears a familiar voice calling, Zion, Rachel. Rachel looks up and sees a brilliant blue bird appear in the sky, spreading its wings and descending. She thinks to herself, Eve is back. On the bird's back, Eve and Neilio are smiling brightly. Their eyes are filled with joy and affection. And Eve's feet gently touch the ground. Rachel rushes forward to hug Eve. I missed you so much. Sister. Eve smiles warmly, responding gently. Me too. Have you been well? Meanwhile, Neilio lifts Zion high into the air. The little boy laughs with delight, waving his hands in the air. His eyes sparkle with mischievous joy. Wow, so high. Rachel holds up the flower crown for Eve. Yes, I made this. Please accept it. Eve smiles. Thank you. This is the most beautiful flower crown in the world. Neilio gently reminds them, everyone is gathered at the central square. Let's go greet them. Eve is a bit worried and hesitant. Oh, right. I can't keep avoiding it. He notices her unstable emotions, while Eve continues her internal monologue, but I still feel nervous. Neilio comes forward, pats her shoulder, and gently holds her hand, his eyes reassuring. Don't worry, Eve. Rachel also encourages her. Everyone here loves you. Eve nods. Yeah. She reflects, trying to comfort herself. I will try to be brave. Rachel stands still, not saying a word, a sense of confusion, unease, and worry rising in the little girl's eyes. The central square is incredibly bustling at this time. Eve points to the long red carpet leading to the ceremony hall. Her voice is soft but firm. So, you all prepared all of this while I was away? The surrounding servants bow their heads slightly, their eyes showing a mix of apology and anxiety, exchanging tense glances. Yes, please accept our proposal, Lady Eve. Although the clan leader's personality isn't the best, he is very gentle with you, hardworking, handsome, and even has beautiful fur. She is just as confused. All right, I get it. Say no more. The servants are enthusiastic. Their voices are lively. Chattering away. Would you like to try on some of the dresses inside? We weren't sure what style you liked, so we prepared many different kinds. Neilio shakes his head apologetically. I'm sorry. I don't know how things ended up like this. Everyone's just too excited. Eve smiles brightly. No, actually. I'm very happy. I truly feel like I've been accepted by everyone as a part of this place. He thinks anxiously, but once I tell the truth, there's no turning back. Some people will feel betrayed and avoid me, but if I really want to stay here, I have to be honest with them. Just like how everyone has always been sincere with me. Eve gently pulls down the brim of her hat. I have something to tell everyone. Actually, the servants pause, their eyes filled with astonishment, all turning their attention towards Eve. Rachel breaks out in a nervous sweat and calls out, "Sister." Two wolf ears suddenly appear on Eve's head, standing erect, covered in soft gray fur. Then she speaks seriously, I don't want to keep deceiving everyone anymore. I have wolf's blood in me. I'm sorry for hiding it until now. If you're disappointed or hate me, I won't blame anyone. But my feelings for all of you. Suddenly, one of the servants speaks up, his voice tinged with relief. Eve blinks, her eyes widening in surprise. Finally, my lady is willing to open up. Hearing this, Eve softly utters a sound. The people around her look at her with affectionate eyes. As gentle as water. A male servant smiles and says, We've been waiting for you to say that for a long time. Thank you so much for your courage. Because wolves are afraid of dragons, we were also afraid you would be afraid of us. The servants eagerly express their feelings, their eyes attentive, their voices lively but gentle. Hey, Our Lady is special. There's no way she'd be afraid of a dragon. She was just thinking of us and waiting for the right time. Pretending not to know was exhausting. I kept wondering how long I'd have to keep it a secret. Now that it's out, I feel so relieved. Anyway, everything turned out fine in the end. The wind blows gently, a few yellow leaves gracefully drift, flying up into the sky. Eve chuckles lightly, thinking, so everyone already knew. I really should have told them sooner. Everyone must have felt awkward because of me. I'm so glad they accepted and understood my situation. Neilio glances at Eve, his gaze calm. Eve still has lingering doubts, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. So why do I still feel so small inside? She says softly, her voice gentle but sincere. Thank you all for understanding. He observes, glancing at her subtly, his eyes hiding a bit of concern as he softly calls Eve. Eve stands there dumbfounded, watching the servants bustle about, their voices frantic. Oh no, the sun is rising. Let's get inside quickly. I'll have to remake the veil to fit your hand. Lady Eve, can you help me measure it again? We'll probably have to postpone the wedding. Eve lowers her hand, whispering, "Yes, I'm sorry, but I'm a bit tired today." The servants reply, "You've traveled a long way, so it's understandable. We can do it whenever. Just call us anytime." Neilio purses his lips, remaining silent, his eyes intently watching Eve from behind. He and the two kids stand in silence, their eyes fixed on Eve. No one says anything, only a gentle silence spreads, making the moment solemn yet warm. Neilio takes her hand gently, concerned. "Eve, you don't look well. Are you not feeling okay?" She replies softly, her voice trembling. "I'm fine, just a little surprised. Everyone already knows my secret. It's really a bit embarrassing." He freezes. A moment later he says, "Everyone was afraid you would avoid them if you knew they found out early, so they waited until you said it yourself. Of course, I know that silence isn't always the best option." Hearing Eve's next few words, he momentarily purses his lips. "It's okay, Neilio. I'm very grateful that you're always so thoughtful. I have to let my grandmother know about this. I'll go back to the human world one more time." Neilio replies, "Oh right. I'll open the gate for you. This time, how about we bring Zion and Rachel along too? The Empress would be very happy to meet everyone." Eve skillfully declines. "There's no need. I know everyone's plans have been delayed because of me. I don't want to bother anyone." He pleads earnestly, "Don't say that. I'm willing to do anything for you." Eve turns her face away. "I'm really sorry, but please let me be alone." The flower petals gently sway, dancing in the faint breeze. Eve reflects, "I know I don't deserve to say this, but I can't help but wonder if my efforts look pathetic in their eyes, even though they're not the type to think that way." Rachel is flustered. "I'm sorry. Sister, it's all my fault. I'm the one." Eve looks at the little girl affectionately. "No, it's all my fault. Rachel, don't worry about it anymore. It's just selfish, I'm sorry, just for a moment, I just need to calm down. Zion, can you stay with Rachel?" The boy looks at her and agrees. She turns her back on everyone, walking away silently. "I'll be right back." Eve stands silently under the sun, letting the gentle breeze blow through, softly rustling the strands of hair by her cheek. She tilts her head in deep thought, silently pondering, "I know I don't deserve this. I was the one who lied first. But wait. What if those warm smiles weren't actually sincere? What if they always thought differently? Whether it's true or not, once doubt has been sown, it will grow uncontrollably." Suddenly, a soft voice calls from behind, stopping her in her tracks. "Hey, you fool." She pauses, turning slightly to look back. Mia, in her cat form, eyes squeezed shut, for soaked in sweat, speaks hastily, "Are you planning to walk all the way to the human world?" Eve is silent, her deep eyes seeming to hide all her thoughts. Finally, she speaks softly, "You knew my secret too?" Mia bows her head and replies softly, "Sorry." Mia's eyes show a hint of sadness. She remains silent, unable to speak when she hears her exclaim, "So everyone really knew, except me." Eve lifts her head slightly when she hears Mia's suggestion. "Asking the Dragon Brothers would probably be weird, right? Let me take you, so don't wander off alone anymore." She clenches her hand slightly, silently blaming herself for being so useless. "Once again, I can't do anything on my own." Mia exclaims in a panic, "That's not what I meant." Her eyes sparkle, smiling as if she understands. "Yeah, I know, it's just..." Eve thinks to herself, "I feel so pathetic." The human palace, magnificent and luxurious, stands tall against the vast sky. Therese exclaims joyfully, "I was hoping to see you again, but I didn't expect it to be this soon." Eve gently squeezes the flower crown, bowing her head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry for showing up so suddenly." She looks down from above, asking caringly, "How did you get to the human border all by yourself? If you had used the dual teleportation gates, you could have come straight to the gate." Her eyes suddenly widen in shock. She continues to ask gently, "Something must have happened in the south. Can you tell me about it?" Eve trembles slightly, her voice choked. "I thought those people didn't know who I really was. I was always afraid of my secret being exposed and felt guilty for lying, but it turns out they all knew. Why didn't they just tell me? Why did they pretend not to know? I can't understand Neilio's feelings." She gently takes Eve's hand, her eyes filled with care. My granddaughter, you must already know the answer. The boy was the one who broke the contract just to contact me. He knew full well that the decision to come to the human world might lead to another painful separation. Besides, that hot-tempered dragon isn't the type to easily soften up to a common wolf. She pauses slightly, surprised by what her grandmother just said. Neilio is hot-tempered? Like Neilio always is. He's been good to me. Eve's eyes lower slightly, her lashes trembling as if to hide her emotions. She gently strokes her hand, as if comforting her. I guess. He wanted to hear it from your own mouth, so he waited until you confessed yourself. You really can't guess what that dragon is thinking? Well, I'm just glad my granddaughter is here. You'll be staying here for a while, right? She politely replies, just for a few days. If that's okay. She laughs happily. Hee, you can stay here for the rest of your life if you want. How about we go see Aiden's room number 8 to relax your mind? Eve is surprised. Father's room. I want to see it. Night falls, silent and hazy. Neilio receives a reply from Mia and quietly holds the letter. He slowly reads each line. Your mate has arrived in the human world. I will ensure her safety during her stay. Mia Tuna. Neilio feels a sense of relief after reading the letter. She arrived safely. His eyes flash with a cold light as he thinks to himself. That expression, I've never seen it before. I don't even understand what I did. A giant black dragon lowers itself in submission, bowing its head before the silver-haired woman. Please leave me alone. It lies still, offering its loyalty with its very life. Dragons are born to absolutely obey their mates. So how can I defy her words? But I can't lose her like this. There is only one conclusion. If I have to beg, I will beg. If I have to lick her feet like a dog, I will do it. As long as I can win back her heart. He cries Eve. Then he resolves, I'll do whatever it takes. Eve and her grandmother Therese enter a room. She exclaims happily. Wow, the room is so clean. Her grandmother smiles kindly, following behind her. I placed a preservation charm. And we also clean it every day. Of course, she sobers up when she hears Therese say, it would be more fun if your brother came along too. His name is Zion, right? Where is he? She turns to look at her grandmother and replies, he's in the south. Her grandmother ponders. Leaving your brother there means you trust the south a lot, doesn't it? Her face turns sad, and she falls silent. Yes, they are very good people. She takes her hand. Are you hungry? I'll have a meal prepared right away. She nods gently and replies, thank you, grandmother. She leaves. Good. Go ahead and change into something comfortable. She sits before a table laden with food, which overwhelms her. Her grandmother sits opposite her and says, it's a lot, isn't it? I didn't know what my granddaughter likes, so I made everything. She replies shyly, I can't eat all of this. Her grandmother smiles happily, blushing slightly as she continues, I got carried away. It's been a long time since I've eaten with anyone. She replies, I will enjoy the meal. As if suddenly realizing something. Come to think of it, is it just the two of us? What about the other family members? Her grandmother's eyes filled with sadness. Everyone has passed away. She is startled. The Israel bloodline has never been long-lived. I am a rare exception. It seems so. Those without magic use physical strength to cast spells, while the Israel family uses all sorts of complex spells, which is very taxing on the body. I can extend my life with amplification magic. I tried to share that power with my descendants, but it was unsuccessful. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry to leave. She looks down sadly. I see. Her grandmother claps her hands cheerfully and replies, but now I have a new precious family. Eve Israel, do you want to become the successor to the human world after me? She exclaims in surprise. She is flustered. That's impossible. Her grandmother replies cheerfully, impossible? Aren't you my direct descendant? She explains, but this is so sudden. Her grandmother consoles her, don't worry, I'm not forcing you. It's just something for you to consider if you don't return to the beast world. You are such a lovely child. A group of servants are bowing to me. This startles her. Oh, It's a great honor to meet the princess. She panics. What? Mia looks at her jokingly. Do I have to call you princess now too? Mia, she says, angrily slamming the table. Am I about to die? Your Majesty, please discipline your subordinates. The servants say in unison, we will serve the princess with all our sincerity. She screams, please just call me by my name. The servants reply, oh my, princess, please watch your words. How can you speak so informally to us lowly servants? She lies down flat, hand on her forehead in helplessness. This is so stressful. Zion would definitely love this. Or maybe I should have brought him with me. Mia looks at her and asks, how long are you staying here? She replies thoughtfully, I don't know either. The little girl asks her, you love that dragon, don't you? You went all the way to the east, risking your life for him. She closes her eyes and replies, I don't know anymore. Right now, I just want to rest. In her dream, she sees a gloomy and dark castle. It's so hot. Where is this? Smoke. I can't see anything. Is there a fire nearby? She sees a boy with a sea blue phoenix. Someone's there. She widens her eyes in surprise at Neelio. She exclaims, Neelio. She tries, but can't speak. Neelio, don't go, it's dangerous. He turns and walks away into the flames. She reaches out to pull him back. Please don't go. She wakes up with a start, gasping for breath. She sits up straight, breaking out in a cold sweat, breathing heavily. It was just a dream, but it was still incredibly terrifying. What was that dream? That's not in the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Mia asks worriedly, are you okay? She replies, it's nothing, just a nightmare. She thinks, my mind must be in turmoil to dream something like that. Neelio won't lose control. Once the true bond is complete, she holds the key in her hand. She hugs her knees and bows her head. Everything will be fine. Elsewhere, it's raining outside. The wind is blowing relentlessly. Zion hugs Rachel, comforting her. Rachel, don't cry. Okay. The little girl's face is tear-streaked as she cries. Zion, what should I do? What if she says she doesn't want to be with me anymore? Zion pulls the little girl into a hug. No one has ever been truly happy with me. I always mess everything up. I'm afraid she'll abandon me, just like in the dream. A new day begins. Therese is standing in her room, enjoying the morning sun. Suddenly, someone arrives. Your Majesty, the princess is here to visit. She turns her head and smiles gently. So early in the morning? How diligent. Let her in. Eve stands shyly at the door and asks, did you sleep well, grandmother? Therese is stunned. She cries 2 streams of tears. The girl calls out, grandmother. When she sees her grandmother crying, she panics and walks over to ask, are you okay? Her grandmother wipes her tears with her hand. It's nothing. I must be getting old and more emotional than I realize. But I'm so happy to hear you call me that. 2 maids clap and praise her. It's true, the princess's eyes look like the entire ocean, and her hair is as soft as silk. Her heart is just as gentle. She's so considerate that she doesn't even let us servants assist her during her bath, which makes us feel embarrassed. She cries helplessly, that's enough. It's clear she has no intention of stopping them because she is very pleased with the current situation. Well, that's only natural. You are my granddaughter, after all. She takes her hand and leads her away. Come on, today I'll give you a tour of the entire castle. There are many things I want to show you. Around the castle, there is a portrait of a young woman. She is surprised, her mouth agape. Her grandmother explains to her, these are portraits of all the generations of the Israel family throughout history. There's even a portrait of your father here. She points to his portrait. This way, I'll show you the painting that Aiden loved the most. She explains that this is a depiction of a legendary queen. She stares at the painting. Is she the founder of the Israel family? Her grandmother replies, no, this woman is our royal family's benefactor. During the war between the beastskin and human worlds, she saved our ancestors from a perilous situation. Her power was so great it could even suppress dragon fire. The previous kings searched far and wide to repay her, but they never found her. Rumors spread that she might be a queen or a witch from somewhere. Whoever she was, if it weren't for her, this bloodline would have ended long ago, so this portrait was painted to honor her. She smiles, watching Eve stare intently at the painting. Therese continues, like you, Aiden couldn't take his eyes off this painting. Sometimes, he would sit and stare at it until he forgot to eat. She gasps in surprise. Her grandmother says gently, "Let me take you to the greenhouse. It's filled with all the herbs that Aiden used to care for." Her jaw drops. Father's herbs. She is proud. Yes, I'd love to see them. So this is where Father's herb journal began. How adorable. But hey, do your ears always stick out like this? She touches her ears. No, normally they only appear when I'm excited or lose control. But since returning from the east, my ears haven't retracted. Her grandmother strokes her chin thoughtfully. Did you happen to touch a mermaid's core? It looks like a pearl. She thinks I don't think so. She seems to remember something. Then she recounts, I was once given a gemstone, and then it suddenly disappeared. Her grandmother thinks, do you remember the foxkin who tried to kidnap you? The scene shows two people dragging someone away. Before it went down to the south, it stopped by the east and heard that a one-eyed mermaid had been causing a disturbance there. He shouted that the lying wolf would be destroyed by the dragon and that the whole truth would soon be revealed. At the time, I wondered what that meant, but thinking back, he might have used the magic core to reveal your wolf form. Her grandmother's anger flares. Thinking back, how dare he do that? To play such a trick on my granddaughter. She is worried and confused. Please calm down. She continues, anyway, thanks to your nullification ability, the effect was limited to your ears appearing. As long as you're not a mermaid, the core's effect won't last forever, so don't worry too much. She looks dazed. Yes. Night falls. She lies flat on the bed. Turns out the greenhouse had more to see than I thought. It still smells like my father. I think staying here for a while might not be so bad. She enters a dream. That castle appears again, but this time surrounded by flames. She thinks to herself, it's that dream again. Eve speaks up. Why aren't you saying anything? Neelio is surprised. She continues, I've given it my all, so why? Eve doesn't understand what's happening anymore. Her own words just keep coming out automatically. Her eyes widen when she hears what he says. What more do I have to say? He looks at her and replies, when it was all caused by my own mate. She startles awake, then opens the door. She sits up, panting. What kind of dream was that? I feel like Neelio is angry, but I can't remember what we said to each other. So after I left, he must have been really angry. She looks at the flower crown and thinks, the flower crown that Rachel made for me. I have to use preservation magic on it. I can't let it wilt before she comes back. Sister. She covers her face. It really hasn't wilted at all. She thinks, actually, I always knew. If they were really people who hated me just for being a wolf, they wouldn't have looked at me like that. I can't keep running away. She bows her head before Therese. I'm sorry for coming here unannounced. And also for leaving again. But now I understand. Her grandmother smiles gently, and she continues. I can't ignore the precious feelings I've received. I have to face my own true emotions. Her grandmother smiles gently, closing her eyes and nodding slightly. It's a pity. I also didn't want to show you the human world. She smiles brightly. I'll be back soon with Zion. The two of them share a heartfelt embrace. They hug each other tightly. All right, promise. Her grandmother says to her, let me open the gate to take you back. She turns around, let's go home. She replies to her grandmother, it's okay, I came without notice. I don't want to cause any more trouble. I also want to take some time to think about how to apologize properly. Her grandmother looks at her. If that is what my child desires, then I accept. She sees her off to the carriage. Have a safe journey. The sun is slowly setting. It was already evening. A soldier helps her down. We've arrived at the border area. He is worried. The carriage can't go any further from here. You'll have to walk the rest of the way. If you wait a bit, I can escort you to the border. She smiles gently. It's okay. This is a neutral zone. There's no real danger. Besides, I live nearby. I'll be fine on my own from here. He bids her farewell. Thank you for understanding. Please stay safe, princess. A dangerous smiling face, princess, listen. Mia tags along behind. I should have brought the original fatigue-relieving medicine. I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. Mel, Eve says wearily. Isn't your beast form better suited for mountain climbing? Mia continues, what are you talking about? My physique is much more resilient. Mel, Eve laughs awkwardly. We're almost there, just a little further. I can carry you if you want. Suddenly a voice rings out. His Highness's taste is quite strange. It startles her. A smirking man points a knife at her. Keeping a beastskin as a pet? She thinks, a highway robber. He advances on her. Hand over that cat, we'll find it a better place. And maybe you can give us a little adoption fee, too. She thinks to herself, since when has he been following me? If he called me princess, he must have been following me from the foot of the mountain. She speaks firmly, her hand behind her back preparing to attack. Mia is not an object. I'll give you everything of value I have. Just let us go. She thinks to herself, is he alone? One person should be easy to handle. Mia shouts, Eve. There's a boy standing behind her. He whispers to her, Shoo, don't worry. He stabs her in the back with a knife. It's just a toy. But then another knife is pressed against her neck. But this one is real. Don't make me use it. I don't want to scratch the paint. The other guy from before comes forward. Let me see your face. I hope you're pretty enough to sell for a good price. Mia lunges and bites his hand. He cries out in pain. He shouts and swings his arm violently. You crazy thing. Get away from me. Mia whimpers. Meow. Mia falls to the ground. She screams in pain. No, Mia. The man behind her holding her laughs mockingly. You really care about that pet, don't you? Stay quiet and I'll let the cat go. I usually rank women higher than animals, you know. She thinks to herself, human traffickers. He tells the other guy, bring the rope. Remember not to leave any marks. Suddenly the other guy panics and shouts, hey you. His face is blank. He shouts, your hand is on fire. The other one sees his hand on fire and also screams. He pushes Eve. He uses water to put out the fire, but it doesn't work. The flames won't go out. Eve is stunned. She seems to have realized that if even water can't extinguish it, then someone is coming. Neelio appears. She immediately guesses Neelio. The other guy cries out, begging, please, please stop. The other one shouts in panic. A monster. Neelio doesn't seem to be letting the two of them off. He continues, engulfing the two men in flames. They scream in agony. Eve's face is full of worry. Neelio. He looks like he's closing his eyes, about to collapse. She's worried. Something's not right. That form, it's like... She remembers what happened in her dream. Then she screams, Neelio. No, please, wake up. She hugs him, thinking, he's so hot. It's like my whole body is being submerged in lava. She desperately uses her magic to heal him. Ice magic, nullification, anything. Please work. The magic is so strong it explodes. I can't let you disappear again, just like in the dream. She holds his hand, eyes shut tight. He turns to look at her, gently calling Eve. I was going to leave quietly, but then I got scared you were in danger, so... She looks at him worriedly and asks, Neelio. He blames himself. You said you wanted to be alone, and yet I still came. I'm sorry. He continues, but when I think about the possibility of not seeing Eve like this anymore. 2 streams of tears fall from his eyes. It's truly too much to bear. She is surprised and worried. Eve approaches him. Neelio. Why are you? He replies. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have come here. I was wrong, I'm truly sorry. She's worried about him. Please wait a moment. It's okay. Look at me. Please, Neelio, she says, worried and sweating. He looks down. It's all my fault for deceiving you, for not following your orders. I'll do anything. Just don't leave me. Neelio remembers when he first met Eve. He says, even after knowing I was a dragon, you still treated me gently. I wished I could be with you forever. Eve, but I was afraid that if I confessed the truth, you would leave me. Neelio is silent, his body trembling slightly. He says, Eve, you are my salvation in the face of death. Eve is surprised. He continues, if I have to kneel before you, I will. If you want this whole world, I will offer it to you. So please, please don't abandon me. Eve rushes forward and hugs him tightly. Neilio stiffens slightly, suddenly feeling emotional. They embrace each other, a gentle and silent hug. Neilio sobs. Eve feels a pang in her heart, thinking, why is he crying with such a pained expression? What am I to him that makes him tremble at my touch and beg for a little gentleness from me? Her hand gently rubs Neilio's back. Eve asks Neilio, can you show me your face? I'm afraid I'll forget it. Eve continues, I promise I won't tease you. Eve's voice is a bit hesitant. I just want to see my husband's face. Neilio remains silent. Eve asks again, you don't want to? But you just said you'd do anything I want. Neilio is a bit flustered. They let go of each other. Neilio looks at Eve with a hesitant expression. Eve gently asks, why are you crying like that? It hurts my heart. Don't cry anymore. Neilio is teary-eyed. His voice hesitates, forgive me, I should stop, but I've caused trouble again. Eve gently kisses him. She laughs awkwardly. Oh my hands are too short. But I'm glad the tears have stopped. If you keep crying, I'll kiss you again. Neilio's face is blank. Neilio rubs his eyes, looking like he wants to cry again. Eve is speechless. Oh my, but this time it will probably hurt. She smiles gently. Eve takes Neilio's index finger and says, I'm sorry for leaving for the human world without hearing what you had to say. I was ashamed and hurt, afraid you would think my desperate struggle to live was pathetic, so I left without a word. At that time, I found a family I never knew I had. They were incredibly kind and gentle. They promised I could live here like a princess if I wanted. Neilio asks, so does that mean Eve will stay in the human world? Eve takes his hand and says, but then I found out that it was you, Neilio, who told my grandmother about my existence. Even though it meant being separated from me, you still helped me reunite with my family. Eve gently takes Neilio's hand. Just as you did for me, I want to help you find your family too. She looks up and smiles softly. Neilio has shed tears at what Eve said. Neilio, will you marry me? Arya once told me that our souls are connected. I think that means because I have the ability to nullify, I can cancel out your power. Neilio hesitates. Eve sighs softly. I understand. This is a big thing to think about. And one day, if your true destined one appears, I will quietly leave, but until then. Neilio freezes. Before Eve can finish, he pulls her into a tight hug. He hesitates slightly. It's just that I'm so happy. I can't live without Eve anymore. This moment is so surreal, I'm afraid it's just a dream. Eve gently strokes Neilio's face. This isn't a dream. She wraps her arms around his neck and kisses his nose. Face to face. Eve says gently, I love you, Neilio. Now and forever. Neilio is teary-eyed. Are you really sure? Dragons live for a very long time, longer than you can imagine, Eve. She smiles gently. That's fine. In fact, I'm glad. Neilio replies, me too. They embrace each other. Neilio says, from now on, I will use all my time to love you, Eve. They part, letting out a soft moan. Then they kiss again. Neilio kisses Eve, his eyes welling up with happiness. Eve stands on her tiptoes. Neilio embraces her, moaning softly. Neilio's ears turn bright red. So you know it's all real now, right? Eve teases, still not sure. Neilio touches her back and replies, yes, I still can't quite believe it. So please. A cat meows softly, causing the two of them to awkwardly push each other away. Eve turns away in embarrassment, thinking, I've really lost my mind. What was I thinking, jumping on someone who's injured? She says to Neilio, give me a little more. The cat asks her, Mia, are you okay? Eve replies, Eve. Its paw gently touches her face. I'm sorry, everything that happened was because of me. Mia seems a bit sad and says, no, I'm the one who should be sorry. If only I were in human form, I could have protected you. Eve asks, are you hurt anywhere? Mia replies, I'm completely fine. Mia, Eve says, you could have internal injuries, you know? Neilio approaches and asks, you're Mia, right? The little girl thinks to herself, I'm dead. I've already caused enough trouble by sneaking Eve away. Neilio gently pets Mia. You were always by Eve's side when she was struggling. If it weren't for you, things might have been much worse. I'm truly grateful to you. Mia wonders. Me? The little girl runs off. Don't pat my head. I'm a proud beastin. Eve chuckles to herself. Seems she's very susceptible to compliments. Mia asks, but wait, what do we do with these robbers now? Mia, Neilio hesitates. They're too dangerous to be left alone. The enemy moans. Mia exclaims, they deserve a good beating, both of you. Please step back. I'll handle this. Back with Zion, the boy is reasoning with the little girl. Rachel, the wind is cold. You've been out here all day. Let's go inside now. Rachel asks sadly, what if our sister never comes back? She probably wouldn't want to stay with someone like me. Suddenly, a voice cuts her off. Oh, don't say things like that. Rachel's eyes widen in surprise. Eve extends her hand towards the little girl and continues, you are the most adorable child. Rachel is so surprised she can't speak. Sister. Is it really you? Not a dream? Eve chuckles. Why are you two so alike? She hugs the two kids. See, it's real now, isn't it? Thank you for waiting for me. Rachel is overwhelmed. Zion shouts, you idiot, sister. Eve sighs. Zion is angry. Do you know how worried we were? I hate you. Eve is flustered. I'm sorry, I promise it won't happen again. Zion persists, shouting loudly, I don't believe you. How many times has this happened? She's helpless. I'm at a loss for words. Then she asks hesitantly, can this be considered proof? Eve joyfully holds up the flower crown. I'm planning to wear this flower crown at the wedding. She asks the two kids on that day, can you and Zion place it on my head together? Zion is excited. It's the flower crown, the one I made. See, your sister loves you very much, Rachel. The little girl hugs Eve tightly. All right. Eve questions the two kids, but why are you still awake at this hour? Staying up so late will make you short. Zion replies, ouch, I want to be as tall as Neilio. Eve continues, well, that's a bit of a stretch. Zion's jaw drops. Neilio trembles slightly, his face turning red. The night sky descends. Flames burn brightly all around. Neilio sits leaning against something. This place again. The same dream as before I met Eve, a glimpse into a past life. Every time I dream of the scene, my whole body feels like it's on fire. But it's okay soon. She will come to me. The scenery never changes. Even though my past self struggled against it with all its might, she still didn't stop, getting closer with every step. Neilio looks up, curious. Who are you? What's your name? He thinks to himself, a pure scent, as fresh as early spring. Eve replies, I am. Neilio's eyes are on her, thinking, at that time I didn't know who she was, but now I know. My destiny, my Eve. Eve replies to his question, I'm no longer the girl you once knew. It's explosive. Neilio suddenly freezes. What did she just say? Suddenly, he is pulled back. Neilio is utterly bewildered. From somewhere, a girl gently touches his shoulder. Do you really believe that liar is your destiny? If even you yourself are not sure. She crushes the pomegranate. She continues, then I will be the one to win this bet. Neilio is shocked, sweat pouring down his face. He hugs Eve, thinking. No. Eve is a bit confused. Neilio. He becomes agitated, his face turning pale. I won't lose her again. Eve is a little scared. Neilio, what's wrong with you? Do you need me to use cooling magic? A thought flashes through his mind. It's better to devour Eve than to lose her again. Eve punches him hard, shouting, Neilio. He snaps out of it. Neilio looks over, softly calling Eve. She asks worriedly, are you okay? Are you hurt? Neilio trembles. What the hell was I thinking? He sits up. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Eve replies, I was a little startled, but I'm fine. What about you? You have a fever. Neilio says it was just a nightmare. Eve can't help but be curious. What kind of dream? If you can talk about it, you might feel better. Neilio replies. It's nothing. You're tired. Go back to sleep. Eve hesitates slightly. She softly calls. Neilio. Neilio replies. Yes. She rushes forward to tickle him. Neilio bursts out laughing. Wait, what are you doing? Eve has a mischievous look on her face. I use this on Zion whenever he hides something from me. Neilio laughs and says, Eve doesn't seem to be changing her mind. You won't be able to keep any secrets from me if you keep doing that. Just tell me, you'll feel better. Neilio is flustered. All right, I'll talk. I never knew you had such a mischievous side. Eve is triumphant. See? You should have just said so from the beginning. So, what did you dream about? Neilio no longer hides it from her. A dream where I was left all alone. Leaning against him, a grown man being afraid of something like that isn't very attractive, you know. She thinks to herself, so it's because of me. Eve reassures him, don't worry, I'll always be by your side, Neilio. A girl introduces herself, long time no see, I'm Julie. She reminisces, not long ago, I was captured by a group of strangers. A girl with orange hair said, nothing will endanger Lady Eve. She's extremely excited. But now I'm back and I even have gifts after a short break. Julie throws open the door. How is everyone doing? She freezes when she learns that the young lady hasn't left her room for days. The master just keeps wandering around the garden. The whole house feels like a funeral. Julie asks, what's wrong, uncle? The uncle is silent. That, Julie thinks, after hearing everything. She is angry. How can you laugh when the young lady had to force herself to say that? He holds his head. Don't hit me with a carrot. Julie thinks to herself, we've waited a long time for Lady Eve to return. Eve smiles. I will marry Neilio. She is teary-eyed. So, you'll return to the south? We thought you left us because we were too terrible to you. Eve raises her hand. Say no more. Don't apologize anymore. Eve feels guilty. I was the one who lied first. You must have been very tired having to pretend not to notice everything. I'm truly sorry and thank you. Julie hesitates. Lady Eve. Then we must start preparing for the wedding again. Wow, Eve is flustered. Wait a minute, the wedding date hasn't even been set yet. Oh my, Eve thinks to herself, they really are kind to the point of being foolish. I want to become a part of their family as soon as possible. A few days later, Therese enthusiastically welcomes her grandchild. Welcome, my lovely child. She asks Eve, is everything okay with the clan leader? Eve replies cheerfully, yes, it's all thanks to you, your majesty. She thinks to herself, I came to the human world to announce the wedding to her. Her grandmother turns, your grandchild is. Right? The boy stammers, hello. Therese takes the boy's hand. You look just like Aiden. I've missed you so much. Rachel speaks up, it's a great honor to meet you. Therese seems a bit surprised by the little girl's appearance. So Therese has met the little girl. The clan leader's younger sister has also arrived. The little girl introduces herself, yes, I am Rachel Ramir. The little girl hesitates slightly. Rachel asks, are you planning to take my sister and Zion back with you? Therese smiles. No, I just want my family to be happy. She turns, Eve and Zion are happiest in the south, aren't they? Eve smiles softly. Rachel is a bit dazed. The little girl says, I won't let my sister lift a finger. Zion follows, I'll help Rachel too. The grandmother laughs and says, oh my, that's admirable. She is excited. Then I should return the favor. Would you like to tour the royal palace with this old woman? The two kids are delighted. Yes, she says to Eve. You should rest first. She thinks to herself. Oh, she's already taken the initiative to spend time with me. That's wonderful. Grandmother. Therese takes the two kids for a walk. She teases Rachel, and the little girl's face turns red. The little girl signals no. Zion pokes her cheek. The boy offers a bouquet of flowers, and Rachel's face turns bright red. The three of them laugh and joke happily. The two kids are fast asleep. Eve says, we're about to leave, but the two of them are sleeping so soundly. It doesn't feel right to wake them up. Therese replies, is it that late already? What a pity. Eve suggests, oh right. I wanted to ask you a favor about the wedding. Her grandmother is slightly surprised. Eve asks, could you walk me down the aisle? In place of my father? Therese is bewildered. How could I? What right do I have to stand in Aiden's place? Eve takes her hand. Grandmother, isn't it natural to walk down the aisle with a family member? Therese silently cries. She hugs Eve. My lovely child, thank you. Thank you for considering me family. In the evening, Neilio came to pick up the children and me, but there was a problem. Therese stiffens. Should I call you my grandson-in-law? Neilio replies, you can just call me whatever you're comfortable with, Grandma. Eve is a bit worried about the tense atmosphere between the two. Because of the long period of no contact due to conflicts between the species, the atmosphere between Neilio and my grandmother is quite awkward. Zion seems very reluctant to leave this place. Can't I stay here a little longer? Perhaps Eve is not too surprised by his question. Zion wants to stay in the human world for a while longer. The gap between the human world and the beast world will heal over time, but... Zion says timidly, I heard the room I slept in was my father's room. Can I stay a little longer? I want to be with my father for a little longer. Therese says, if you two agree, I can look after the children for a while longer. You two must be busy. Eve replies, if you could, we would be very grateful. She asks Rachel, what do you think? The little girl stammers, I'm fine, you must have been very busy too. I can't stay any longer. And Zion must miss his family too. I shouldn't be a bother. Eve tells Rachel, then you should definitely stay with Zion. Rachel doesn't quite understand her. Eve? She explains to the little girl, when your sister and brother get married, you and Zion will also become one family. Think of it as practice. Grandmother would also be very happy to become Rachel's family, right? She is delighted. Of course, of course. My beautiful granddaughter-in-law is always welcome. Eve is very grateful to her. Thank you for taking care of the kids. Therese strokes the two kids' heads. Don't worry, send me a letter as soon as you set a date. Eve thinks to herself, father's mischievous nature was definitely inherited from grandmother. Neilio asks, shall we go? Eve takes his arm. Yes, let's go. Neilio trembles slightly. Therese looks at him. Then she suddenly speaks up. Wait a minute, my dear grandson-in-law, are you all right? You're trembling. He quickly reassures her. I'm just a little tired. I rushed here right after finishing work. She doesn't want to force him to talk either. If you say so, then remember to take care of yourself. A few days later. Neilio cherishes her silver hair. Oh, Eve. Your wolf ears are gone. She's surprised. Really? She runs her fingers through her hair. We need to readjust the veil. I'm sorry. He smiles. Then I'll give the staff a raise. She replies, that's a very materialistic solution. Neilio adds, actually, that design probably hasn't been finalized yet. They're still busy looking for the perfect model. Eve sighs. That's definitely it. Someone speaks up, sir, it's morning. Neilio pretends not to hear. I don't want to go anywhere. There's too much work. Eve holds his arm. You're neglecting your duties as the king of the beast world. Cheer up today. I'll visit you in the evening. Neilio smiles and asks, are you telling me to go? It sounds more like an invitation. Eve smiles mischievously. This man, it's so early in the morning. The wedding of the two of them seems to be approaching. Neilio and I are both very busy preparing for the wedding. Neilio is extremely busy, handling both social affairs and managing the sending of invitations, on top of his usual duties. I want to help but am not familiar with the work in the South. Someone asks loudly, does Lady Eve like this dress? Two employees argue. The brown-haired one says, that other one is too plain. We have to choose one that will make the leader faint when he sees it. The pink-haired one argues, hey kid, a delicate design is true sexiness. The two of them turn. Lady Eve, which one do you like? Eve is lethargic. Anything is fine. The brown-haired girl sighs after the tense argument. Eve is extremely tired. I'm exhausted after trying on 84 wedding dresses. I can't even move anymore. The sun sets. Mia calls, hey, are you okay? Why is he shouldering her work too? Neilio sighs. Rachel should be the one handling social matters. He says fervently, I can't let her face those schemers. Rachel doesn't need to worry about anything. Eve, he's such a doting older brother. Isn't he being too overprotective? Eve says Neelio is right. Mia is surprised. She suddenly remembers her younger brother, thinking of Zion's tiny hands, writing dozens of letters just to please the adults. Eve says it's better to do it yourself. Mia is silent. The little girl says, shouldn't they do their own part of the work? Eve asks if I were busy, he would do it, but let kids be kids for now. When they grow up, they'll have plenty of things to worry about. Mia breaks out in a cold sweat. That's exactly the kind of thing you would say. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought it up. Suddenly, Mia transforms back into her human form. Eve and the little girl are stunned. A loud cracking sound echoes. Mia panics. Eve falls down. My back. Neelio guesses, it seems the medicine has worn off. He extends his hand towards her. Are you okay? Let me help. Eve replies. Stop laughing first, then help me. Mia is full of regret. Sorry. I must have miscalculated the transformation time again. I'm a cat again. Eve gives a forced smile. By the way, why don't you just stay in human form? What's the point of always being a cat? Mia replies, I want to stay here a little longer. Eve doesn't quite understand the little girl. Mia trembles. If I wasn't a cat, you'd probably hate me, right? Seeing Mia's expression, Eve quickly adds, what are you talking about? I was worried that I've been keeping you here for too long. The little girl smiles faintly and says, it's okay. I don't have a home to go back to anyway. Receiving Mia's answer, she asks again with some confusion, you have a surname in your name, though. It's Tuna. At that moment, a memory from the past suddenly floods back into the little girl's mind. And that was the first time Mia met her mother. She had looked at the little girl with an expression of utter disgust and said, hey, go take a bath. Very soon after, Mia closed her recollection with a firm affirmation. They are not really my family. The commercial center of the Beastian world in the West. It can be said that everything in the world is distributed through this place, but it is said that where capital concentrates, desire also concentrates. In the end, even Beastin were bought and sold. When things got that bad, the Western leader banned slavery. However, some influential figures took in orphans into their clans under the guise of relief, and the children were treated like slaves. Because on the surface it was an acceptable method, the leader was forced to set two rules. First, the number of adopted children per family was limited to 3. Second, they were not allowed to bring more than 2 people at a time and had to let them become independent as soon as they came of age and me. In the room filled with warm light, Mia's mother was reading a book while speaking to the little girl. We'll need a name to call you for convenience. I will call you Mia Tuna. Receiving her new name from her adoptive mother. The little girl happily replied, yes, mother. Then, Mia continued the unfinished story of her life. This is the second time I've been adopted. At that time, I just wanted to be loved by my first family, but Mia's mother narrowed her eyes at the little girl and exclaimed, not only can you endure it. Andy Tuna looking so destitute. After saying that, she immediately threw a small bag towards where Mia was standing. Out of curiosity, Mia quickly approached and opened the bag. At that moment, the little girl's expression immediately turned to astonishment mixed with panic. Mia's trembling voice slowly rises, basic instinct. Mia's mother paid no attention to the little girl's expression and continued, although I brought you here because I needed someone to do errands, you are now a burden to our clan. Don't cause trouble. At this moment, Mia truly felt disillusioned by the family she had always hoped for love from. In this place, I am just a tale. A secret tale that specializes in handling the hidden corners of the family. I am someone who can be thrown away at any time. The reason I didn't run away despite being treated like that is still in that familiar office. Mia's mother intently looks at the report in her hand and ponders. A few seconds later, she happily speaks up. You handled the work more neatly than I thought. You're quite useful. Receiving her praise, Mia smiles happily. Happy thoughts began to sprout in the little girl's mind. I want to see mothers smile more often. I wish mother would smile at me. I, who have been alone since birth, believed that this was the form of a normal family. How foolish. Today, I will trade with the merchant on this side. Suddenly, some noise nearby caught Mia's attention. This guy is really funny. He's finally fighting back? The little girl's gaze unconsciously turned towards the source of the sound and saw a familiar group of kids who always bullied others. Them? They've caught someone again and are causing a scene? Why do they live like this? I should probably get out of here before I get caught up in it. Suddenly, a man rushed past and accidentally bumped into Mia. He quickly ran forward, shouting, "You useless thing." Faced with the man's very unexpected appearance, those guys all felt very uninspired. What? And he hurriedly hugged the boy, shouting loudly, "Who the hell are you to dare hit my precious son? If you want to hit someone, fight among yourselves." Looking at the man's appearance, the thugs sighed in annoyance. What a pain, get him. Immediately after, his agonized cries echoed in the small alley. These guys. A moment later, Mia carefully bandages the man's wound and then lets out a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's not broken. He lets the little girl bandage his wound while speaking in a somewhat reproachful tone. If you were nearby, you should have jumped in and fought with me. This bastard. It turns out that when she saw the fight happening in front of her, Mia couldn't help but call for help. Over here. Thinking back to the situation, the little girl slowly replies, "I've already called security and treated you. What more do you want? You don't even have to pay for the medicine. You can't win, so why do you keep picking fights? People like that just cause more trouble the more you react. Besides, look. It seems the boy isn't your biological son, is he?" The next words he said were completely unexpected by Mia, causing her to pause. Even though we're not blood-related, he's still my family. Even if he's only lightly touched, I worry so much, and I want to be the one to take the blows for him. Your parents must be the same way. As soon as he mentioned Mia's parents, the little girl sank into a pensive silence. From that day on, whenever I ran errands, I observed many people, how parents teach their children. How children treat their parents. There was so much to learn, so I also did intelligence work. Usually, the information clients wanted was the weakness of their rivals, and the weakness of most of them was their family. And there was one more thing I learned from that. Sitting in a high and mighty position and keeping a sufficient distance from the little girl. Mia's mother continues to give orders. This time, even though it was difficult, you managed to get it. You may leave now. Mia suddenly looks down at the ground and softly calls, "Mother. If one day I get seriously injured and can't do anything anymore, what will you do?" I know it's a meaningless hypothetical, but there are times when I'm absent too. If you think about preparing for this. Before the little girl could finish expressing her thoughts, she was annoyed and cut her off directly. "You're asking such a strange question." "Then I will prepare for the next adopted child." Her very direct answer made Mia silent for a long time before asking again, "Do you really not have any feelings for me?" Mia's mother continues the little girl's words with a cold and emotionless voice, just like the first time. "It was just a formal adoption. Did you really think we were a real family?" How outrageous. Mia hears and silently tells herself, "I absolutely cannot become a weakness for this family." Then the little girl smiles and replies as if nothing happened. "Impossible, ma'am." Back to the present, Mia is sharing her story with Eve. After that, I only lived with my colleagues who provided information. Anyway, maybe because I'm an adult and have grown up, they don't look for me anymore. I know it's a mistake, but here, I feel like I've become a member of the family. Even being treated as a pet is fine, as long as I can stay here a little longer. Hearing the little girl's story, Eve feels a little heartbroken and speaks up, hot tears simultaneously welling up on her face. "What? Why are you saying such things? What's so important about the blood flowing in your body? Can't two people become a family just because they want to?" Neilio also speaks up, "I don't know what your purpose was in coming to the South. I guess you came to gather my weaknesses, but I know that when you helped Eve, you were always sincere. Eve was very happy to be with you. You can stay here as long as you want." Living with us forever would be even better. Faced with their kind treatment, Mia is a bit flustered and continues. But soon after, she returns to her usual lively self. That? My commission fee is a bit expensive. Will that be okay? It may not look like it, but even the Western leader had to yield to me. Seeing the little girl's expression, Eve's eyes widen in helplessness. Why are you bringing up your business-like personality here? Meanwhile, Mia continues enthusiastically. Come on, let's calculate. It will be applied from today. At night, there's no need to pretend. There's a nighttime surcharge too. The more she listens to what the little girl says, the more a sense of doubt rises in her. Why do I feel like I'm being tricked? Mia quickly winks and presents a piece of paper to Eve. There's a family discount, so you can use it for free for life. On the paper is written, service contract, Eve and Neilio are family for life. Party A, Mia. Party B, Eve, Neilio. Come on, representative, please sign here. Is there a large penalty fee for canceling the contract? Eve sighs softly and takes the contract from the little girl's hand. Neilio, beside her, sees this and says that a contract is not something that is done today. You've been completely drawn in. Eve, Mia thinks with satisfaction at that moment. That day, the fact that they came back to find me made me happy, but I have to keep it a secret. It's so embarrassing. Seeing Eve's constant happy smile, he thinks deeply. It's a good thing the number of people who make Eve happy is increasing. Let her side be filled with things she loves like this. Even if one day I disappear, she can still be happy again. Under the night sky illuminated by the moonlight and the bright stars in the eastern country, Neilio sits quietly and listlessly by the window in the incredibly magnificent and splendid mansion. His eyes are dull as if he's thinking about something. Then Neilio's soft voice gently calls out Eve. At first, I just wanted to find the wolf who stole my heart and get it back. But then I met the person I love and she could control my power. I thought I had found my true mate, but Eve's nullification extinguished the heat if she wasn't the one holding my heart. I am the winner of the bet. But that harsh truth made Neilio reflect on everything. He says wearily and then collapses to his knees with a look of unwillingness. Why did you do this to me? If it's not Eve, then who is it? He thinks to himself, if it's really not her, then what should I say to her? Time passes quickly. A new day begins at the mansion. At this moment, Eve is standing in her bedroom, watching the servants bustling about cleaning. Move the decorations over here a bit. The guest chairs have arrived. Seeing this scene, she can't hide the radiant smile on her lips, filled with happiness. There's no need to rush. At the same time, a few thoughts also pop into Eve's head. The wedding preparations will be completed soon. The news of Mai and Neilio's wedding has spread throughout the entire Beastin world. I heard that the story of my identity was also revealed, which caused a commotion in the north for a while. I heard EGA personally stepped in to calm public opinion. According to rumors, the racial policy in the north has also become much more flexible. I also want to go back there one day. Although it's not like I've forgiven the pure-blooded wolves. But because this is a place full of memories with my parents, and that time was truly happy. Realizing she was overthinking things, Eve pats her own face repeatedly. Why am I suddenly so sentimental? Get a grip. Mia said she would visit the West for a bit. Before leaving, the little girl happily waved goodbye to her. I'll bring a congratulatory gift. With that, Eve turns and leaves her room. I'm going to see my husband. He's in the library, right? At the same time, in the library, Neilio is engrossed in a book. But deep in his eyes, there is still a hint of confusion. Suddenly, Eve unexpectedly appears from behind him with a familiar call, Neilio. You didn't hear a thing? Are you that focused? Seeing her mischievous and playful demeanor, Neilio bursts out laughing and nods repeatedly. Yes, yes. At that moment, Eve's eyes are drawn to the book Neilio is holding. This is the book I read when I first came to the South, the book titled History of the Caspian Continent and the South. Hearing her say that, Neilio is a bit surprised and exclaims, Is that so? Eve slowly continues. Along with that is the action of turning each page of the book one by one. Yes, at that time I wanted to know the details of the dragon's legend. I just wanted to know if I could find out why I can control your temperature, because at that time I didn't know anything. But why are you reading it, Neilio? As soon as she looks up at her fiancé standing in front of her, Eve suddenly realizes that something is not normal. Strangely, there is a wave of heat. She asks worriedly, "Are you in pain anywhere? It seems you have a fever." Neilio puts the book away while answering. "Lately, it seems I've been accumulating fatigue. But don't worry." Despite that, her eyes unconsciously look at him with a very worried expression. After a few seconds of thought, Eve gently expresses her feelings. "Neilio, will you imprint? We should have done it as soon as we got the key to the bracelet from her grandmother. Hasn't it been delayed because of me? If you're shy now that it's daytime, tonight is fine too. If Neilio doesn't have to suffer, I can do anything." His voice suddenly cuts her off. "Eve, it's difficult right now." Receiving this answer, she looks at Neilio in astonishment. He gently explains, "But you've noticed that my current magic power is unstable. If I take off the bracelet now, an outbreak might occur." Eve's voice trembles as she speaks, as if pleading with him for something. "But I can control your flames." Neilio's gaze slowly falls. "When we imprint, even that might not be controllable." Her eyes turn slightly red, and her words become more hesitant. But Neilio calmly tucks a loose strand of her hair behind her ear and says, "When my magic stabilizes, I'll tell you then. If my heat were to harm you, I would never forgive myself." She quickly falls into a state of silence for a few seconds. When she understood that everything Neilio did was out of concern for her, Eve couldn't control her emotions and rushed forward to hug him tightly. "You have to calm it down quickly. Because I want to quickly become your mate, Neilio." He smiles very gently and says softly, "I promise." Time passed by quickly. There are only 2 days left until the wedding. Mia respectfully bows her head. "I seek an audience with the sovereign of the human world." Therese looks at the little girl and calmly asks, "Are you the cat that came with Eve last time?" The little girl replies, "Yes, that's right. It's an honor to be recognized by you." She continues to praise Mia. "Your human form is quite beautiful. You must be popular." The little girl replies cheerfully, "Hee, I've heard that a lot." Her confident demeanor causes Zion to stare with wide-eyed astonishment. "The future clan leader's wife is busy, so I came in her place. Because they have to practice the ceremony, they asked me to bring the 3 of you." Receiving the little girl's words, Therese turns her head and says to the children, "I see, get ready. My children, you two seem to be getting along very well today." The little girl quickly explains to her grandmother, "That's not it. Zion just suddenly became like this." "What is it?" "You idiot." The boy suddenly speaks up. Then he starts crying like a newborn baby. "Brother Mia, I hate him." Faced with the boy's declaration of hatred, Mia exclaims in confusion, "What? What did I do wrong?" Zion replies to Mia's question with a resentful tone. "Normally, you're like a cat, just wandering around everywhere." Mia is a bit stunned and says, "Repeat that, wandering? You think of me like that?" Zion continues to cry, his voice getting louder and more exaggerated. "So why did you have to come looking so cool? What if Rachel falls for you?" In the middle of the magnificent, vast palace, the little girl's scream echoes throughout the entire sky. What the hell is this idiot talking about? Luckily, all 3 of them returned safely. Mia says helplessly, planning to check on someone else. Zion, crying, continuously clings to Rachel's body. Who wouldn't like such a cute child? The little girl is a bit annoyed and quickly says, "Hey, really, don't do that." On the wedding day, the space is decorated magnificently with all kinds of flowers, from the main gate of the party to the fountain. The pink-haired woman, Julie, exclaims, "Oh my goodness, it's so beautiful." At this moment, Eve is wearing a pristine white wedding dress, meticulously designed. From her hairstyle to her makeup, everything is carefully done. She looks as radiant as the sun today. Eve carefully places the key inside her glove and says to Julie, "Thank you for preparing for me since early this morning." Receiving her thanks, she replies cheerfully, "I am the one honored to prepare for your day." Suddenly, a servant's voice announces, "Miss Eve, a guest has arrived." Hearing this, she immediately gives the order, let them in. At the same time, Eve silently guesses who it is. If it's a visitor at this time, then. Seeing Therese enter, she joyfully calls out, "Grandmother." She quickly walks towards her and says with a smile, "Congratulations on your wedding, my dear. You look radiant. I was so worried before the wedding, but now I'm so relieved. You really love that dragon boy, don't you?" Eve lowers her head slightly, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Yes, of course." Therese suddenly stands up and smiles in a way that makes her next move unpredictable. "If you say so, then I don't want to let you go." Suddenly, the servant's voice announces again, "Miss Eve, the Eastern clan leader has arrived." At this moment, she smiles and walks inside to talk with Eve. "Long time no see." Seeing her arrival, she can't suppress her surprise. "Oh my goodness, I didn't think you would come. I thought you were very busy." Arya cheerfully continues her words, attending the wedding of a benefactor is a matter of course. It won't be long before the East is also opened up. At that time, I want to invite you formally. At this point, she finally notices the person standing next to Eve. Arya falls into deep thought for a long time before continuing. "The king of the human world is here too?" Therese crosses her arms coldly and continues, "All right, you've arrived." At the end of her words, the atmosphere between the three of them immediately becomes cold and completely frozen. After Mentura's identity was exposed, the two had a meeting. She was deceived, but in the end, she was the one who collaborated with Mentura. Arya was a victim, but because she became the representative of the merman who deceived the human world. The relationship between the two is complicated in many ways. However, her face shows a bit of confusion. Then she finally speaks. "It must be very difficult to clean up his mess. If you need help, just say so. I will actively support you." That sentence left Arya completely astonished. It took a few minutes before she had the courage to accept the offer. "I won't refuse." Eve bows her head, smiling to herself. They're both kind people, so cooperation won't be far off. By the way, why hasn't Mia come? She brought her grandmother and the children and then left alone. What kind of gift is she planning to bring? Suddenly, a piercing scream attracts Eve's full attention. It was Julie's scream. She rushes over to check on the situation. "Are you okay, Julie?" she warns loudly, "Don't go outside." But it was too late to stop Eve. She couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed. Outside the mansion, countless men are blowing horns, scattering flowers and walking towards them, and they are bare-chested from the waist up. This is precisely why Julie is extremely embarrassed, holding her head and saying, "The hot guys are in the castle." The two following behind are Therese and Arya, who are also very surprised, except that her eyes are shining as if she's struck gold. "Why are you suddenly talking nonsense?" At that moment, the sound of footsteps draws nearer, along with good wishes. "Congratulations on your wedding, Maid of the Dragon. I am Heroine, the clan leader from the West. Beside me is my lovely husband." Receiving blessings from this clan leader, she is a bit surprised and thinks to herself, "The Western clan leader? Did Neelio invite her?" She suddenly approaches excitedly and says, "I really wanted to meet you." Rian's somewhat casual behavior makes Eve feel a bit distant. "Why me?" Then she continued, "Actually, I'm also a big fan of romance novels. Especially lately, I've been interested in something called male pregnancy. I heard from Mia that you're a master in this field. I'd like to discuss this matter with you in more depth." The servants behind start chattering excitedly. "Male pregnancy, what's that?" Meanwhile, Rian continues to smile and ask, as if she doesn't know what's going on around her. "If your maid is a specialist in that, wouldn't that be great? Can you spare some time for me later?" Not far away, Arya hears this and exclaims enthusiastically, "I want to join too." Beside her, Therese thinks helplessly, "Is this the trend among young people these days? It's a bit much to jump on the bandwagon." Thinking this, she turns her head to leave. "I have to go check on the children." Eve nods in response to Therese. "Yes." Rian's husband also speaks up. "Honey." At her husband's reminder, she suddenly remembers something important. "Oh, and this. I brought a congratulatory gift." Will you accept it? Eve is a bit stunned and says, a gift? What is it? She slowly waves her hand. I hope you like it. Is the unique magic of the Western clan leader. It is the Great Hall. She looks at the box with some concern, not knowing how to describe it. The clan leader's magic? Is it okay to give this to me? Rian clears her throat a couple of times and then states her request. You have to pay a proper price for the story. Eve repeated, slightly confused. The price of a story? Ada nodded slightly and then laughed out loud. As I said, I'm a romantic, so I've collected love stories from all over the world. I'm also very curious about the Southern Chief's love story. I've asked at every meeting, but he absolutely refuses to talk. Every time we meet I ask, your face looks brighter lately. Do you have a lover? Should I give you some advice? But he coldly rejects me, stay out of my business. And that's exactly why I decided to find out myself, so I snuck in a little, through that cat. She sighed helplessly, that Mia. Ada smiled, as bright as the sun. So far, it's been a very satisfying story. I'm giving you this in the hope that this happiness will last, so please accept it. Of course, she couldn't refuse the gift and replied, thank you. With that, Ada quickly approached to instruct her. Now, I'll show you how to use it. Earth magic isn't just about the ground. Every existence has its own meaning. Like a seed carried by the wind that takes root in the soil. If you use the earth, what you desire will come to you. Even if it's time itself. It looks great on you. If you need more later, just let me know. Eve gently touched the earring and said softly, thank you. At the same time, in the mansion's guest room, Mrs. Therese was leisurely sipping her tea. Beside her, little Rachel spoke up in frustration, I'll send it through Mia. Zion's voice came from behind them. I'm almost done, just give me 10 minutes. No, wait, just 5 more minutes. The little girl had truly lost all patience with the boy. Zion, are you going to be much longer? I'm leaving first. But Therese stopped her. Now, just wait patiently. Doesn't everyone want to look a little cooler in front of the person they like? Her whisper made the little girl blush as she shyly replied, he's already cool without trying. Hearing this, Therese couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Suddenly, the girl asked, Grandma, have you seen my brother? I don't know where he's been all morning. Therese quickly returned to her serious demeanor and answered, let me think, I don't believe I have. You'll go and come back, right? But the little girl told her, no, I'm leaving for good. This time, I can't let my sister miss out. Therese carefully reminded the girl before Rachel left completely, if you dress strangely, I'll scold you. At that moment, she suddenly couldn't grasp the meaning of the words, this time. Meanwhile, Mia arrived late and was punished by Eve. Who told you to go around saying he's my type? The little girl cried out in pain. In the magnificent palace. Hopper said softly, Chief. Are you all right, sir? Hearing the old man's question, Nellie became somber. He gritted his teeth and thought, at the very least, I can't let the wedding be ruined. I must endure this at all costs. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Nellie's train of thought. A sweet voice drifted through. Brother, it's me. Can I come in? Hearing that voice, he immediately recognized it. Rachel. Nellie quickly shouted, don't. Seeing him raise his voice like that, Rachel instinctively backed away from the door. She spoke fearfully, brother. Realizing he had scared her with his loud voice, he lowered his tone and replied, I'm not ready yet. I'm sorry, but could you go and greet the guests for me? Nellie spoke gently, you can handle it well even without me, right? From a distance, someone called out. Rachel, where are you? I'm looking for you. Hearing this, the little girl quickly said goodbye to Nellie. I understand. Don't be late. See you later. Hearing her leave, he finally let out a breath in front of the large door. Nellie said sternly, Hopper. Carry out what I asked of you earlier. Hearing this, the old man asked no further questions and immediately accepted the order. Yes, I will certainly carry it out. A bell suddenly rang. The sound drew the attention of everyone outside the castle. From a distance, a brown-haired boy walked over, looking fidgety. Seeing his anxious expression, a blonde girl gently called out, Hey, are you from the south? I'm from the human world. The two happily shook hands. The girl looked at him with curiosity. Looking at you, it's hard to tell humans and beastmen apart. What's your tribe? The boy shyly replied, I'm a hawk person. The girl said eagerly, I see. Let's be friends. By the way, what's in your basket? Hearing this, the boy instinctively reacted. This is a plant that our chief grew for his mate. Originally, it grew in his mate's homeland. Go ahead and take one, it's very sweet. The girl happily took the gift from her new friend. She replied joyfully, thank you. Just then, another scene successfully captured their attention. The girl exclaimed excitedly, that must be the bride. They're too far away, I can't see clearly. The boy was also amazed by what he was witnessing. The boy suddenly exclaimed, she's like a snowflake. He stared intently at the bride walking ahead and thought, what if she melts under the sun? Everyone inside the castle celebrated for them. Even the guests in attendance were wholeheartedly supportive. Nelly stood thoughtfully, listening to the buzzing crowd behind him. Suddenly, he turned around. Before him was his own bride. The wedding officiant solemnly announced, may the bride enter the hall. Seeing Eve, Nelly unconsciously blushed. Rachel and Zion, seeing their happiness, excitedly tossed flowers to bless them. The wedding officiant joyfully announced, congratulations to you both. May you be together forever. Her radiant smile made him shy. I truly love this person. Even if you're not my true destined mate. The one I love is you and only you. In that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Nelly's ear. Well then, I've won this bet, haven't I? See you in the basement. The woman had just finished her sentence when he coughed up a mouthful of red blood. Nelly collapsed onto Eve, staining her white dress with blood. His entire body trembled. Seeing Nelly like this, she was terrified, her voice trembling as she called his name, Noel. Fearing the situation would worsen, Therese quickly embraced Eve and warned her, stay away. Right now, you're dragon. Her words confused a young man in the crowd. Huh. Therese continued, it looks like he's about to cause an explosion. Run. Rachel clutched the flowers in her hand, looking at her brother with a pained expression. The little girl blamed herself, no, brother. I was wrong. In the critical situation, someone ran towards them. Before Zion and Rachel could realize it, they were swept up and carried away from the scene. The little girl pleaded, wait, Hopper, let me go. I have to go to my brother. The old man clenched his teeth. Hopper said painfully it was the chief's order. In case anything happens to the chief. He ordered me to lock you in the den. Hearing the old man's words, Rachel froze in shock. Amidst the chaotic crowd, a man shouted, the exit is this way. Everyone, please move quickly. Eve still couldn't calm down. She thought, Leah? What are all these sounds? Leah is the cradle of the lineage, a place others cannot approach. Arya's voice cut through the silent atmosphere. Eve, what are you doing there? She thought, does she want to lock herself in Leah? From a distance, desperate screams echoed, evacuate now. The red streaks instantly created a suffocating space. She wants to give up her life and die alone. People outside saw that she had no intention of leaving and shouted in alarm. She said firmly, I'm fine, but I don't know. Her small shoulders were trying to endure that unexpected rage. Eve gently took a key from her pocket. I brought the key to the handcuffs. Arya was horrified by the scene before her and blurted out, what is this, you haven't imprinted the mark yet? Eve's lips couldn't help but tremble. She said, heartbroken, Nelly, I told you to stabilize your magic. Hearing her, Arya shouted in surprise. If his magic is unstable, you have to do it even faster. Removing them in this state will only be more dangerous. The more Arya spoke, the more irritated Eve became. I'm the one who's curious why you didn't tell me anything. But right now, saving his life is the priority. As soon as the cuffs are removed, they will leave an imprint. If I create a magic path through it, it might disappear. So, please help me. The woman hesitated before replying, it doesn't seem entirely impossible. Realizing she could no longer stay silent, Therese quickly intervened, but Eve could be seriously injured too. The handcuffs. Arya was stunned by her words. Therese continued, those handcuffs, do you know their origin? Eve, not understanding the meaning behind her words, asked, huh? Therese quickly explained, I heard they were used by the first chief of the South. After that, Noel wore them to control his power after his second awakening. The woman was lost in thought. Arya continued, those aren't ordinary magic-controlling handcuffs. There's an ancient magic inscribed on them. To remove the handcuffs, you must first dispel the magic. The key can wait. Hearing her explanation, she became extremely worried. Then how do we get them off? Arya said sternly, I don't know. Because the formula itself is written in an ancient language. Red characters had already appeared around Nellie's neck. They were characters that were difficult to understand. The woman hesitated to speak. Of course, with more time, I could try to decipher it, but the time we have left is. Eve turned her head to look at Therese. Eve stammered, no matter what, we just need to buy some time, right? Time was still ticking away. She sincerely pleaded with her. Can you extract the nullification from me and create a magic stone? Hearing this, she was stunned, momentarily speechless. After calming down, Therese immediately refused. No, it's not just using a little bit, you're talking about extracting a magic stone. Humans are not like beastmen. Weren't you told you'd use your life force to cast magic? I have an enhancement, so I'm an exception. Humans aren't allowed to create magic stones on their own. Before she could finish, she was interrupted. She said shyly, if it's about that, it's fine. Grandma, beastman blood flows in me too. For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to be born with two bloodlines. Besides, a dragon and their mate will offer everything to each other. I promise to become Noel's mate, so even if I have to wring out everything I have, I still want to save him. She spoke shyly, you don't have to be like Aiden in this regard too. The principle is simple. Focus on the fact that magic is the source of life, which is the heart. Just as the heart pumps blood throughout the body through blood vessels, try to channel what you want to your fingertips, and the magic will concentrate there. She slowly followed each step, finally crystallizing her magic. She continued to guide her, focus it. Good, that's neat. If I add my enhancement to this, it will be a bit more effective. The magic of the two suddenly radiated dazzling blue streaks, enveloping the space. The magic was so powerful that even Eve had to squint in pain. Her blue eyes seemed attracted to something, causing her to involuntarily speak. The crystallized magic of the two of them was gradually accepted by Nellie's body. His complexion slowly began to brighten, and she felt a flicker of joy, thinking, his temperature has dropped. Seeing him gradually recover, she ordered, quick, take Nellie inside. Day after day passed in that magnificent, resplendent palace. Rachel looked at Eve and hesitated to speak, sister. You should get some sleep. It's been 2 weeks since the wedding. The little girl suggested, I'll watch over him for you. She held Nellie's hand tightly and said firmly, no, I'm fine. I'm okay. Rachel still blamed herself. The girl stammered, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. No one can be happy living with me. As soon as she finished, she covered her face and burst into tears. I've made you unhappy too. Eve sadly turned to look at Rachel. She sorrowfully and gently approached to comfort the little girl. Why would you say that? Rachel was so happy to meet you. He's just in a little pain. It's nobody's fault. She felt a pang of sadness. Sometimes Rachel blames himself excessively, even when it's not his fault. Eve continued to soothe Rachel's heart. If we keep transferring cold energy like this, the fever will break. She couldn't understand what had driven this child to this point. I want to ask why so badly. But Eve hugged him tightly in her arms, her voice full of certainty. Nellie will wake up soon. She was resolute in her decision. Right now, I can only try to hold back my tears in front of Rachel. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Arya rushed over, shouting, Eve. She hugged a stack of documents and announced happily, I found a clue to dispelling the ancient magic. This announcement made Eve's eyes fly open in astonishment. Arya began to explain in detail, Although we can't connect directly because the Southern Chief has lost consciousness, it might be possible if we use Eve as a medium. Your two souls are already bound together. It won't be a direct memory reading, so it will be unstable, but it's still worth a try. It's just that we have to go back so far in time, it will put more pressure on your body than last time. Can you handle it? Without needing much time to think, she answered with determination, of course. For Nellie, I can do anything. Receiving Eve's consent, she gave a faint, helpless smile. I asked a redundant question. A moment later, the two sat down on a chair together, Aria's hand holding Eve's tightly. Well then, let's begin. With that, she closed her eyes to begin the process of going back in time. Aria's consciousness gradually sank into a dark space, filled with the smell of smoke. Carrie asked anxiously, "Do you see anything?" Aria looked around and reported, "It seems like something is there. But it's too blurry to see clearly." The closer we get to the Southern Chief's memory, the further we move from Eve. I need a stronger binding force between me and Eve. As if understanding her meaning, Mrs. Terrace slowly nodded. If that's the case, it's simple. With that, a stream of energy was transferred into her. Opposite her, Therese was casting a spell. As she cast, she explained, "I will amplify you. Your power will explode, helping you maintain the connection with my granddaughter." Can you try? Aria looked at her hand joyfully. The surging power made her fingertips tremble with excitement. It's not just enough, it can make what I only dared to imagine a reality. We will enter the memory with its owner. Take a deep breath. This time we're going even deeper. Eve quickly complied. After an unknown amount of time, her eyes suddenly flew open. Eve and Aria's bodies felt as if they were sinking deep into water. She kept reminding her, into the deepest layer. The further you go down to the seabed, the more it will feel like your lungs are filling with water. Even so, you must absolutely not stop breathing. Act as if you've been here from the very beginning. A moment later, the scenery began to change. They were surrounded by a vast sea of fire. Aria's voice gently echoed in her ear, "Open your eyes, Eve." Before Eve was a desolate scene of raging fire, mixed with white snow falling, blanketing the sky. Aria announced a piece of news to her, "We succeeded." Eve raised her finger, lightly touching a falling snowflake. The air was pungent. Her voice, slightly weak, asked, "Can a memory be this vivid? It feels like reality." She also expressed, "This is my first time moving through a memory, so I'm not sure. Just being able to see this is a miracle." At that moment, the warmth from Eve's hand caused the snow to melt. Aria suddenly stepped up beside her and asked, "Do you know where this is?" It's possible we've entered Eve's past instead of the Southern Chief's memory. She tilted her head, looked around, and confirmed, "No, it seems to be the north. But this is a battlefield I've never seen before." Arya emphasized, after the Great War between humanity and beastmen, there were no other special events. It's very likely this is a memory from the lineage and a past life at that. This scene must be the most important moment. Just then, a voice spoke, drawing Eve's attention. "Why have you come?" Her eyes showed clear astonishment as she looked in the direction of the sound. Amidst a wall of rotting wood stood a person with an appearance identical to Nellie. Opposite him stood someone wearing a black cloak that concealed everything but their silver hair. A lot of blood was streaming down his face. He looked like he was struggling. Eve speculated doubtfully in her mind. Nellie's past life. Yes, the person from the north. Nellie struggled to speak. A lowly wolf wants to show sympathy? You're doing something useless. Get lost. She frowned slightly. Who is that woman? If that was Nellie with that sharp look, it would be terrifying. Could it be his mate? Just then, the other person spoke up, "Impossible, because I want to help you." That sounds stunned Eve. A familiar voice. No, it's a voice I've never once forgotten. I've always hoped to see you again, even if only in a dream. In her memory, a large hand held a small one, a gentle voice echoing, "The one I love most in this world, my Eve. Blessings will come to a child who does good deeds." Nellie gave a faint smile. "What, you want to do a good deed?" That person continued to nod. When Eve saw that face clearly, the image of her mother in her memory became clearer than ever, along with her past advice: instead of living to hate others, live to share with them. And at this very moment, that sentence was reenacted once more, because I must love to share, not to hate. Eve froze. Then, in a brief moment, she dashed towards the two people who were talking. Arya shouted in alarm to stop her. Eve, don't. Come back. She ran straight towards them, clenching her teeth in anguish. Tears also couldn't be held back and started to flow. Eve reached out her hand and screamed with all her might. Mom! The woman heard the call from behind her and naturally turned her head. And at that very moment, the moment it seemed she could be reunited with her mother, Eve woke up in a panic. A feeling of suffocation hit her, causing her to cough repeatedly. Her chest burned as if she had just been pulled from the bottom of deep water. Terrace was alarmed and rushed to her side to comfort her. My child. It's okay now. You're okay now. Eve sobbed, her breath still unsteady. I saw my mother. At a distance where it felt like I could just reach out and touch her. Before the emotion could settle, a severe headache suddenly struck. She let out a soft moan. I can't hold on any longer. Then, before she could say another word, Eve completely passed out. Sunset fell upon the mansion, painting the space in orange hues. She lay on the bed, groggily waking up. Arya quickly noticed Eve's movement. You're awake. She looked towards the woman and her lips moved slightly. Arya. The woman spoke with concern. Looking into the past must have put a strain on your body. She sat up with a worried expression and asked, How are the children? Therese gently replied, They're resting. They seem to have panicked when you collapsed. I should go tell them you're okay. At that moment, Arya suddenly spoke up. The woman you saw in the memory, was that Eve's mother? She was silent for a few seconds, momentarily unsure how to answer her question. Finally, Eve nodded in acknowledgement, yes. The woman cursed under her breath, damn it. So this is what it feels like when souls are connected? Therese was confused. What do you mean? What did you see in the memory? Arya honestly recounted it to her. I couldn't see clearly either. But in front of the Southern Chief was a she-wolf who looked just like Eve. And she was the Southern Chief's mate. After hearing this, she furrowed her brow slightly. Does that mean my daughter-in-law's past life? The she-wolf who stole the heart in the legend was a human? Eve mumbled softly, so that's how it is. Even though her soul is similar to Noelle's, the reason he died in Rachel's flames was originally not because of me, but because my mother was the mate who carried Nellie's heart. She sadly looked out the window. Perhaps Noelle already vaguely knew. Because I'm not the real mate, if we imprinted, I wouldn't have been able to endure it. And I didn't even know. I'm such a foolish child. At this, Eve couldn't help but bury her head in the blanket. Night soon fell, bringing with it a frighteningly dark color. She gently went to Noelle's room and lay down beside him, confiding, Noelle, it seems I could extinguish your flames thanks to my nullification. When did you know I wasn't the real one? Why did you love a fake? Mother, what should I do now? Even now, if I call out to you loudly, maybe you'll look back at me, just like in the memory. Thinking this, she seemed to realize something and her eyes widened. Eve began to piece it together and analyze. Arya clearly said we would see the past. That means no matter what I do, I can't affect the memory. But we made eye contact. My mother's gaze, I still remember it so clearly. Eve sat up. It wasn't just seeing, I actually went back to the past. How on earth, and by what principle? Was it a variable that appeared when Grandma's magic and Arya's ability mixed? If this assumption is true, there might still be a way to save you. A night of rescue passed quietly like that. The first rays of sunlight shone down, signaling the start of a new day. Therese looked at Eve with affection. My little one, do you miss me? Let's go for a walk together. She smiled in response. The south is warm, so it's not cold even if we go out in the morning. After saying that, Eve gently looked up at the sky. She suddenly asked, Isn't it a truly warm place? The sunlight, the people, and everyone. At this, Eve suddenly reached out and took her hand, expressing, I also want to be useful here. I think that opportunity has arrived. Once again, into Nellie's memory, no. I'm going to the past life. Therese was stunned by the words she had just uttered. What? Eve recounted, last time, I made eye contact with my mother. That means I didn't just see a piece of memory, I actually time traveled. I want to go to the past again. She froze for a few seconds, then let out a sigh. I think you're mistaken, my dear. Didn't that person also say it was the first time something like this had happened? You must have been confused and saw it wrong. Therese pushed Eve's hand away and turned to leave, but she still tried to run after her to explain. No, I'm sure of it. When I called for my mother, she looked at me. She angrily interrupted, What do you plan to do once you get there? Are you planning to steal the heart of the first Southern chief? Many people have dreamed of time travel, but at the same time, no one can interfere with it because mere observation and interaction are two completely different things. If you're not careful, the law of cause and effect will be reversed, and your very existence could disappear. Please, can you reconsider? I don't want to lose anyone else. Although Mrs. Terrace said this, Eve maintained her determined attitude. I understand. Even I would try to stop it, but I can't just lose him like this. Because Nellie is not only the person I love, but he's also the benefactor who helped you and me meet. I will definitely come back and walk down the aisle with you. I promise you. She looked at her, silent for a moment, then spoke. You'll come back. Remembering the image of the man who left so resolutely, Therese thought, those are the words I wanted to hear most from that child. Something even I couldn't do. I'll be able to say the words I so desperately wanted to say. The scenes of the past and present seemed to intertwine, making her remember that flow of memory once more. Finally, Therese agreed to what she desired. I will wait. Eve's gaze softened as she looked at her. Then she quickly returned her embrace in the warm sunset glow. She said softly, I'm going now. The pure and pristine morning sunlight shone into the room. Arya looked at Eve, who was avoiding her gaze, and spoke in frustration. If I knew you were planning such a reckless scheme, I wouldn't have used my ability. Although she knew this, Eve had no other choice and said shyly, I'm sorry. The woman held her head in frustration and questioned, Don't feel sorry for me. Worry about yourself. Last time, I was lucky and nothing happened, but if the two timelines, present and past, get mixed, distortions can occur and you could get stuck in the memory forever. Even if you go, you must absolutely not reveal that you're not from the past. Eve's eyes showed a thoughtful glimmer, then she nodded at Arya's reminder. I'll remember. Arya turned her head, continuing to instruct her. Another concern is that we don't know how long you can stay in the memory of the Southern leader. Well, perhaps. That earring was a gift from the Western leader, wasn't it? Eve touched the exquisite earring and replied softly. Yes, the earth contained within can even adjust time. I brought it just in case. Therese approached her and held out a small magic stone in front of Eve's eyes. She called out softly, Mississippi. Take my enhancement with you as well. I've made it as small as possible to carry easily, but the concentration is still full, so don't worry. Arya reached her hand towards the two of them and spoke slowly. Making it this small makes it easy to lose. Can I borrow it for a moment? A moment later, looking at the exquisite bracelet on her wrist, Eve couldn't help but exclaim. You're so skilled. It looks beautiful. Do you make these things often? Arya was silent for a moment, then answered Eve's question with a sense of nostalgia. I used to give many to an old friend. So, shall we begin now? Eve looked up at the hand placed on her forehead. She quickly closed her eyes and thought, it feels like last time, that feeling of being swallowed into a deep abyss. I've only tried it once, and I'm already used to it. Suddenly from outside, a little girl rushed into the room, calling out, Wait. Eve thought in confusion, Huh? The girl continued to run faster, her urgent voice echoing, Sister, the heart. Find me there. Seeing the necklace thrown towards her by the little girl, Eve's eyes widened in surprise. In an instant, her body was no longer in the familiar room, but was transported to a cold land in the north of the past. Eve asked herself in a daze, Huh? Where is this? It's so cold. Looking at the snow-covered landscape before her, she walked aimlessly while silently pondering, This isn't the place I saw last time. Did I enter the wrong one? And this ring. Isn't this the one Rachel told me to sell? Anyway, it belonged to Rachel, so I returned it. And yet it came back to me. Why give it to me now? She seemed to say something just now. Could Rachel have some memories too? Eve shivered in the cold wind, unable to cry. It's so cold. It wasn't cold last time. Why is it like this now? If I had known, I would have worn thicker clothes. I've only lived in the South for a few months, and I've already forgotten the northern weather. Suddenly, the sound of someone's footsteps from behind made her turn her head cautiously. Looking at the forest full of dry, desolate tree trunks before her, Eve thought with suspicion, is someone here? Remembering what Arya once told her, you must absolutely not reveal that you're not from the past. Eve thought in panic, I have to hide. If I get discovered, suddenly her eyes caught sight of something. Instinctively, she quickly used the magic in her palm to create a shield on her arm, blocking the incoming shard of ice. The man pursed his lips in surprise when he saw Eve could block his attack. He approached Eve, his voice cold as he remarked, "You're using a type of magic I've never seen before. Are you human?" Eve looked at him, thinking with suspicion, the northern chief. He slowly approached Eve, his tone questioning. First you fall from the sky. Now you're manipulating ice. I've never seen a wolf with magic like that. Eve cautiously stepped back, her voice hesitant. This is... She looked at the magic bracelet on her wrist with a hint of pain, clenching her teeth and thinking, nullification magic is unknown to the world. Even my father and I, who are from the distant future, realized this late. If I speak carelessly, it could cause a distortion. To protect herself, she tried to find an excuse to evade. Well, I don't understand what you're talking about. Besides, I'm a wolf. He quickly refuted Eve's words, lies. If there was a wolf like you, rumors would have spread throughout the entire north. Wait a minute, looking closer, I recognize you. You're from the Lily family, aren't you? Eve was frightened as their faces were very close and moreover, she heard his tone of admiration for her. You look quite similar. Eve thought to herself, a wolf that looks so much like me that I could be mistaken for family. It might be my mother. She wanted to explain this to him. The person named Lily. But then he suddenly whistled. His abrupt action stunned Eve. Just a few seconds later, she realized with fear what he was doing. Looking at the forest of bare, dry trees before her, Eve thought, is there someone else here? I feel a sense of foreboding. At that moment, he smiled and said, just in time, I had something to see her about. Come with me. The ones who came here are all close acquaintances of hers. Feeling his hand tighten on her arm, Eve thought in panic, I'm in trouble. From his reaction, it seems he also has a grudge against my mother. Eve suddenly grabbed his wrist. Right after that, she didn't hesitate to land a powerful punch on his face, then said coldly, I don't know that person. At that moment, Eve calculated that she had to escape first. He was stunned by Eve's sudden action and collapsed in pain. He stammered, what did you do? Eve looked at him coldly and spoke slowly. I just wanted to leave quietly. She had frozen her hand with ice magic to increase her attack power. Seeing that her previous punch wasn't enough to his surprise, Eve followed up with a kick, knocking him unconscious so he couldn't follow. She quickly ran off into the falling snow. Hearing the shouts from behind, hey, over here. Eve was so surprised that a sense of fear rose within her. She didn't expect the man's companions to arrive so quickly. Because of her footprints, it wouldn't be easy to shake them. What kind of relationship do they have to be chasing me like this? Suddenly, a man in a white hooded cloak pulled her hand and said, this way. The snow continued to fall, blanketing the entire forest. The two of them hid under a tree root, while 3 wolves stood not far away, surrounding them. Eve panicked and struggled in his arms, shouting at the man behind her. What? Let me go. He whispered, wait a moment. I'll help you. The wolves received the command and split up in different directions. They ran powerfully far away from where the two were temporarily hiding. He watched the wolves leave and said softly, this way, they won't be able to follow us anymore. How did you get involved with such vicious people? She hesitated and said, well, I'm not really sure. Suddenly, Eve's gaze stopped on his handsome face. Seeing a face that looked strangely similar to her own, she was stunned and thought, this face. He pointed at his own face in confusion and asked softly, "Is there something on my face?" Eve quickly said, "No, it's nothing." Suddenly she sneezed, startling Raven. He was silent for a moment, deep in thought. A moment later, Raven slowly took off the cloak from his head and asked, "So, how do we get home?" She exclaimed in slight surprise, "Huh?" He slowly draped his cloak over Eve and continued, "Even though we got help, we'll soon face them again. Let's rest a bit and then move on." Eve looked at him, thinking, even though it's the first time I've seen him, I have a sense of trust. After some thought, she nodded and said softly, "Then I'll be counting on you." Could it be? It's probably because he looks like my mother. Raven took her to a small wooden cabin deep in the forest, where he lived with his sister. Raven poured her a cup of warm water and placed it on the table. "Here you go, I've warmed it up." Eve gently replied to him, "Thank you." The large wolf looked at her as if to say, "Hurry up and praise me, I just saved you too." Looking at this adorable white wolf, Evelyn nodded repeatedly, all right. She thought, at this time, beastmen have just turned into humans, so they live interspersed like this. He asked with suspicion, "But why were you being chased?" She thought for a few seconds, then chose her words to explain. "They suddenly mistook me for someone else and started chasing me." "What kind of people are they anyway?" Raven looked at her and honestly answered her question. "They are a merchant guild representing the North. If there's money to be made, they'll do anything. They're so large-scale that it's no exaggeration to say most wolves work for them." Eve exclaimed in disbelief. Why would such busy people be in the forest? The two sat facing each other in silence. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "Raven, it's me. Open the door." He quickly stood up and said to Eve, "It must be my sister, she's off work." "Excuse me for a moment." She hesitated and replied, "Oh yes." At this, she fell into thought again. He has a sister? She remembered what she had been told. "My daughter-in-law also had a very lonely life. I heard she lost both her parents and her only sibling early on. It seems my mother also said she had a sibling." Lily walked in and let out a sigh, "It's so cold." He came over to help her with her things. "Hurry and come in, I'll carry that for you." Lily chatted happily with him. "Today I picked out things that were in good condition to bring." "That's great." Looking at the girl who had just entered, Eve's eyes widened in surprise. The moment their eyes met, I confirmed it. She smiled and said, "Do we have a guest?" "That you are the past life of my mother." Raven explained to Lily. "I saw her being chased in the forest, so I invited her over." Lily exclaimed with a mix of surprise and anger. "What? Theo? Why is that guy around here?" She suddenly turned her head to look at Eve, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. She faced Eve, her voice filled with a mix of suspicion and surprise. "Huh? Why do we look so much alike? I think I've seen you somewhere before." Eve silently looked at Lily, 1,000 words rising in her heart, but unable to be spoken. "Not now. Let's meet in the distant future. I loved you so much, to the point that even now I have never forgotten you." "I shouldn't say that." So in the end, Eve just said softly to her, "I don't know either." Lily looked at her with eyes full of confusion. "Really? Why do I have such a familiar feeling? Anyway, I know the reason I was being chased. Theo and I have a bad relationship. He must have thought you were involved with me." "I'm sorry." Eve smiled and said, "No, it's not your fault." Lily suddenly asked, "But what's your name? Where are you from?" Hearing this question, Eve froze. This is inside Nellie's memory. If a character who isn't in the memory suddenly appears, it could cause a deviation. It's true that Lily and I look very similar. Eve smiled and fabricated a lie. "The truth is, I've lost my memory due to an accident." Lily looked at her in disbelief and exclaimed, "What?" Eve continued to look at her and said, "I only know my name is Lily." Eve thought to herself, "I'll just borrow that name for now." As soon as she heard Eve introduce her name, Lily exclaimed in surprise, "Really? That's strange, my name is also Lily. Do you remember anything else?" Eve pretended to think for a moment. But then she shook her head and said to her, I'm sorry. Besides that, Lily let out a soft sigh. Oh, what do we do now? Oh, right. If you don't mind, you can stay here. Suddenly from behind, her brother's voice reminded her. Lily, don't act rashly. She glanced at Raven with some annoyance. So we should just leave a girl with amnesia alone in the forest? She needs a place to stay until she gets her memory back, right? With that, she turned to ask Eve. What do you think? Faced with her kindness, Eve naturally couldn't refuse. I would be very grateful. At the same time, thoughts quickly raced through her mind. Good, if I stay here, I might learn about the relationship between my mother and Nellie, along with the heart and... In the middle of the very warm room, she gently spoke, I'll be in your care. But in her heart, she truly had a wish. I just want to be with you, Mother, even for a little while. Lily happily replied to the person who looked just like her in every detail, We'll be in your care too, Lily. Eve stared intently at the smile on her lips and thought, I want to explain Mother's smile to Zion in more detail. A little while later, the two went outside for a walk under the snow-filled sky. Along the way, Lily asked with concern, Are you hurt anywhere? Eve also looked over and slowly replied, No, it's thanks to your brother helping me. Why did Lily get involved with such a rude person? She quickly fell silent for a moment before honestly telling her, It's because I didn't handle it well. Eve was a little surprised and exclaimed, Huh? Lily continued to share her story with a new acquaintance like Eve. Because Theo confessed to me when I rejected him. Since then, he started harassing me in a subtle way. If I had acted correctly, you wouldn't have had to go through this. I'm sorry. At that moment, the image of her mother sitting and taking care of her all night suddenly rushed back into Eve's mind. She lowered her voice. Why do you have to apologize? Lily asked back, bewildered, Huh? It's because I acted wrongly and bothered those around me, including my colleagues. In that situation, Eve slowly asked her, her eyes clearly showing a hint of sadness, what would have been the more correct action? Why should self-blame be the victim's part? How many choices does a person have when they're pushed to the limit? Lily slowly wanted to move towards her, but Eve's firm and steely voice continued to echo. I think just being able to endure in that environment is already extraordinary. No one has the right to casually criticize Lily's choice. Lily made the best choice. Receiving such strong support from a complete stranger, she opened her eyes wide in surprise, then responded to her words with an exclamation, You're so cool. How can you be so decisive with amnesia? Eve suddenly remembered she was pretending to have amnesia and replied with an embarrassed laugh that, I don't remember clearly either. It must be innate. Seeing that she had quickly found a perfect excuse, Eve breathed a sigh of relief internally. I got too into it. Even so, Lily is my mother's past life. I don't want to see my mother struggle. Lily smiled unconsciously and said to Eve, I'll remember that. The next day, at Warehouse 6 in the north, Lily's workplace. Lily was looking at the crates and sighing at a colleague's unforgettable and undeniable request. Then I'll leave this to you, Lily. She asked dejectedly, Do I have to move all of this by myself? The colleague quickly replied, Don't complain, everyone can handle this much. Thanks to someone, the goods here are overflowing. Lily was silent for a moment, then nodded in response. Yes, I understand. While carrying the crate, Lily thought to herself, I heard it's even worse on Raven's side. I wonder if he's okay. It seems he got off work early, worried about leaving Lily alone. Suddenly from behind, the guild master came and snatched the crate from Lily, catching her off guard. He even smiled brightly and asked, What are you thinking so deeply about? Faced with his sudden appearance, Lily spoke with pressure in her voice. Why are you here? He replied, Oh, this is heavy. Who made you move these things? Let me go scold the person in charge. Lily quickly tried to stop him. It's fine, I'm strong enough to do it. The guild master found Lily's panicked expression amusing and laughed. After thinking for a moment, he teased her, No, Lily, what you should be saying right now is, I'm always grateful to you, guild master. I was thoughtless last time. Truly, no one is as good as you. You should say that. There's no need to beat around the bush. Lily looked at his face and thought, If I refuse, Will he just give me more work? How many people have to suffer because of my situation? That's right, it'll be easier if I just accept. With that thought, she prepared to say what he wanted, thank you. Unconsciously, the image of Eve appeared in her mind with the words, no one can casually criticize Lily's choice. Lily made the best choice. At that very moment, she felt as if she had been awakened. Lily's lips curled slightly as she thought, if it were that girl, she probably would have been honest with her feelings. That girl spoke so clearly. The guild master started talking to her again. Right, I came here to say this. Yesterday, I saw a girl who looked exactly like you. I thought she was a relative, so I treated her well, but she ran away. Lily suddenly spoke to him. Please give it back. The guild master was bewildered and didn't understand what was happening, She firmly spoke her mind. I have other things to do, so I don't have time to talk to you. And in the future, I probably won't either. He suddenly became suspicious and asked her with a bit of fear, what's wrong? Are you sick? Lily quickly shook her head and replied, no, I'm perfectly clear-headed. Even talking to people I don't want to, and you doing my work for me is also very annoying. I'll be taking my leave. After she just left like that, he stood rooted to the spot with a confused expression. A smile that was neither good nor bad suddenly appeared on his face. Looking at her departing back, his sly voice suddenly rang out, we've only been together a few times and you've already forgotten what's right and wrong? It seems you've forgotten who you have to thank for being able to live in this barren land of the north. If you want to refuse my grace like that, I clearly gave you a chance. At this moment, in his hand was Lily's profile information. In his office, the guild master was sitting in deep thought about something. The image of Lily's strong demeanor and decisive words kept appearing in his mind since he returned to the office. Because of that face, I've overlooked it a few times, but you just keep pushing my buttons. How should I punish you? She has an older brother. Should I take care of him first? I just need to send a few servants. At that moment, he suddenly had an idea. There's also this. With that, he picked up a piece of paper and opened it. Inside, it was written, if you want your foundation to remain intact, offer the thing you hold most dear. A few days ago, during a meeting, he angrily threw a book and shouted, these foolish dragon hunters. What? They want us to offer the dragon's heart, the symbol of immortality, when they've already received full payment, giving those dragons a weakness to exploit. Furthermore, there's this condition. If you want your foundation to remain intact, offer the thing you hold most dear. They want to take the wolf's mate hostage? A dragon hunter present quickly chimed in with an opinion. But if we ignore the condition, a war could really break out. Knowing this well, he became even more furious. Damn it, I know. I need some time to think. At that very moment, a bold idea flashed in his mind. Is there no way to tell if they're a real mate or not? At the same time, darkness had already covered the small house of the Raven siblings. Eve stayed awake, waiting for the two to return. As soon as she saw her, she exclaimed happily, Lily, come here. Seeing her arrival, Lily's heart also felt a spark of warmth. Oh dear, it's late. You should have gone to sleep first. Raven is even later. Did no one come? This is a strange place, it must be scary, but he still hasn't arrived yet. As she spoke, Eve was happily playing with the large wolf in the house. No, Tommy is here, so I'm not scared at all. Seeing the increasingly close relationship between the human and the animal, Lily also smiled happily. When did you two become so close? After speaking, her gaze shifted to another direction. In the end, Lily still decided to share with Eve. I understand, Lily. Noticing her words, Eve looked up in surprise. Huh? She smiled and told her what happened. Today, for the first time, I properly refused him. Hearing this, her face seemed to flare up with anger. Did something happen with Theo? Lily slowly shook her head and told her. Don't worry, I've taken care of it. Your expression is terrifying. It's all thanks to you. Without you, I would have had to live as a coward for the rest of my life. Thank you for giving me courage. Receiving such a sincere thank you from her own mother, she gently replied, no, it was nothing at all. I'm glad I could help a little. At the same time, a few thoughts intertwined with Eve's words. The words I said comforted my mother. It feels strange. Seeing Eve so moved that she started to cry, she worriedly approached to ask, "Are you hurt somewhere? Why are you suddenly like this?" She slowly wiped her face with her hand and continued, "It's nothing. My head just throbbed a little, as if memories were trying to return." At the same time, she was thinking to herself, crying in a place like this must look strange. Lily spoke gently and placed her hand on her forehead to check her temperature. "Look at me for a moment. You seem to have a slight fever. Go lie down in bed and I'll bring a wet cloth." Faced with the warmth and affection Lily showed her, Eve had a slight longing to express to her, "It's not that. Just like this, stay with me a little longer." After putting her to bed to care for her, she carefully asked, "Are you really okay?" Eve chuckled and nodded, "Yes, your hand feels cool, Lily." A strange feeling suddenly arose in her heart. Why do I feel like we're playing a role-playing game? I'm the mother and you're the daughter. At this very moment, she missed her own mother even more. Only now, she was right in front of her. I remember every time I had a fever, my mother would do this for me. When I was young, I often got sick because of the ice magic circulating in my body. Every time, my mother would put her hand on my forehead and sing a lullaby. My mother's hand couldn't ward off the cold, but with just that touch, I could sleep comfortably. Listening to what Eve said about her mother, Lily smiled in admiration. "She must have been a very good mother." She replied gently, "She was. My mother always told me to do good things, and then I would receive blessings." Hearing this, Lily felt a little confused. "That sounds very abstract, doesn't it? Are you talking about sacrifice or devotion?" Eve quickly continued her words. "No, that's not it. My mother meant it's about the heart that cares for others. And those hearts will be rewarded live by helping others rather than hating them. Because Lily has a heart like this, thank you for being kind to someone like me, whom you've never met before." Lily was surprised by her words. She thought for a moment and then laughed out loud. "Lily, you're the one who is kind for saying these words." She replied softly, "But it's the truth." Lily then changed the subject, "Are you sleepy? Should I leave?" But her answer was, "No, please stay by my side." This made her wonder in her thoughts. It's strange. Although her appearance is clear, this is definitely the first time I've met this person. After some thought, Lily agreed with Eve, "I'll stay here." A thought continued to cross her mind. Why can't I take my eyes off her? The next morning, as the snow grew thicker, it had already covered the landscape outside in white. Eve was sitting by the window drinking tea and quietly telling herself, "So much snow has fallen. This is my second day in the past. I wonder how Mother and Raven are doing. The longer I stay here, the more clearly I feel that I've gone into the past, not just a memory. I can only intervene when she steals Noelle's heart. I must try to maintain the flow of the past as much as possible. Perhaps revealing myself to Mother is okay. To what extent will intervention cause distortion? There's no way to know the standard." Noticing a strange sound not far away, Evelyn quickly opened the window to look outside and wondered, "Why are they barking? Did someone come?" She immediately became panicked when she saw a wolf get shot. A thought immediately came to her. These guys are so loud. Are they robbers? What should I do? The little ones will get hurt. I can't act rashly. Eve unconsciously stepped back, unfortunately knocking over a hot cup of tea, spilling it on her hand. It's hot. As soon as she made a sound, Yvonne realized she had just done something very dangerous. From outside the window, a robber looked in with a blank stare and said, "Found her." The woman with platinum blonde hair. She was suddenly blindfolded with a black cloth. He shouted to his accomplices after catching her. "Hey, help me carry her away." Eve couldn't escape the brute's grip. "Who are you? Let me go." "This isn't a robbery, it's a kidnapping." He sneered, "Look at this attitude. Sending her down south, are we asking for trouble?" She seemed to understand. "Wait, the south." The purple-haired man was extremely pleased. "All right, you'll soon be offered to the dragon." Eve was a bit puzzled. Could it be the black dragon? What's its name? He obviously couldn't explain clearly. "Well, I'm just the middleman. It's a long way, so take a nap, Lily. In another setting, at a luxurious, resplendent mansion with lush green foliage full of life. The knight was standing guard in the great hall. Suddenly, an extremely annoyed voice came from the throne, unacceptable. Why can't we just wipe out the north? Those wolves were the ones who invaded first. The subordinate didn't know what to say if the chief found pleasure in killing. He thought to himself, the merciful black dragon is dead. How dull. That's a thought I've always had since I became aware of my own existence. Even though someone entrusted me and sent me down to earth, I find no interest in anything. Because eternity is no different from boredom. In the meantime, some people followed me, and soon I became the master of the South. I quite enjoyed watching the weak struggle to survive. Just when I thought observing their lives wasn't so bad, the wolves from the north invaded. They used a unique type of magic, not found in the world of beastmen. Although they failed to steal my heart, they caused great damage to the South. While wondering how to deal with them, I realized that they dearly love their pets. If that's taken away, they will never give up again. Nellie didn't mind waiting. When will my companion arrive? I've already shown them mercy. Why is it taking so long? The subordinate hurriedly pleaded. They should be arriving soon. Please grant a little more mercy. He could temporarily be patient, as going all the way to the north was also troublesome. He praised Nellie effusively. That was a wise choice. Even the wolves are in awe of the chief's mercy. Nellie closed his eyes and thought. So boring. Isn't there anything interesting? The mirror was partially covered by a cloth. Eve sat frightened in a corner. How do I get out of here? Just as she heard that, the blindfold was suddenly pulled off her head. The man with the scar compared her to the portrait. The face is similar, but are we in the right place? The purple-faced man confidently asserted, she must look like the portrait, and there's only one woman living in that house. He still felt worried. Don't we need to confirm with the head of the merchant guild? She's the woman chosen to be the mate. The purple-faced man was more eager to complete the mission. All right, what if we delay and the dragon attacks? It was only then that Eve realized, so they mistook me for Lily. She found it very confusing. Why would the northern chief send Lily to the south? For what reason did Lily steal the heart? The history books don't record the details, so I can't know the full situation. Eve was suddenly pushed down. Her head hit the wooden floor. Eve thought they had left. Have they stopped? But the two kidnappers were still outside. Is everything ready? The kidnappers spoke frankly. Don't worry, this time we can really steal the heart. You know what will happen if we tell the head of the merchant guild. Even a small mistake could cause both the North and the human world to turn their backs on us completely. Steal the heart. She was in a dark space. What is this sound? While rumors circulate that they sold the heart to the dragon hunters the wolves collaborated with. Eve immediately thought of it. Dragon hunters. My goodness, so Lily went to the south this way. But in a situation where I don't know why Lily stole the heart, is it okay for me to go? If this causes a distortion of history. If cause and effect are reversed, my very existence could disappear. Wait. From the very beginning. It wasn't Lily, but me who went to meet the dragon hunters and headed south. Why hasn't anything happened? Eve didn't understand what was going on. Could it be? Is it because they think I'm Lily? She looked into the reflective mirror. Eve's hands were tied, so she couldn't act rashly. First, I'll observe a little more. I must not change the assumption that Lily went to the south. If something goes wrong while pretending to be Lily, a signal will come. The purple-haired man lifted the curtain. What, you're awake? He still wasn't at ease. Even though we've arrived, we need to make her sleep for her to be obedient. The scarred man agreed, all right. Even when she was being kidnapped, she made a lot of noise. She was thrown into a wooden box. The kidnapper manipulated Eve psychologically. You should probably go to sleep. She was locked in the box. Really? Can you just let me stay awake for a bit? The magnificent mansion appeared magically in the middle of the forest. Someone was tapping their fingers on the arm of a chair. Below, the famous guild master of the North solemnly introduced, it contains the cold magic of the North. Nellie didn't want to waste time. He immediately reminded him, No need for greetings. Have you brought what I told you to? The guild master nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. He briefly fell into a contemplative state. At that time, seeing that he said nothing more, the guild master was secretly feeling pleased. The sacrifice was easier than I thought. I thought wolves had a habit of only loving one mate, but it turns out that's just nonsense. How mundane. After a moment of thought, he continued to flatter. Before that, we have prepared something to apologize for the disrespect we have caused. I am confident that it will surely please the chief. Nellie's subordinate didn't allow them to talk much. What other tricks are you planning? Don't pay attention to them and just kick them out. He suddenly stepped down from his throne. One of his guards saw this and called out, "Chief." But Nellie paid no attention. The only thing he needed to know right now was, "What is that?" The guild master flashed a smile and emphasized, "The northern wolves trust the master of the beastman world. It will be useful when the heat becomes unbearable." Faced with the precious gift they offered him, Nellie remained silent. The subordinate wanted to ensure his safety. "Please stop for a moment, Chief. This is an item that was not confirmed during the inspection of goods. Special props must be meticulously inspected, yet this is contraband." Faced with the baseless accusations from the opposing side, the guild master feigned innocence. "I apologize for this. As it is an important item, I brought it myself. Perhaps I forgot to submit it during the inspection." He didn't stop Nellie's subordinate. "You may proceed now. I apologize for the trouble." He held the ring in his hand. Nellie's subordinate observed it closely. "This is poison." The guards were all horrified. Heat. In that state, he will lose control. The ring's power had taken control of his body. Everyone was worried for their own safety. "Someone, quick, separate him from the ring. But if we touch it, won't we lose control too?" The energy was like a flame, burning endlessly. Nellie acted directly to resolve the tense situation. The ring flew out of the subordinate's hand. It quickly fell to the ground. He cried his eyes out. The subordinate passed out after escaping the gates of hell. I thank you." He ordered the servant, "Take him away and seal it. By the way, it seems the 7 wolves have magic other than ice magic. Thanks to that, I'm a little more interested." The gray-haired man held a vial of potion. "What luck?" He opened the potion vial. The gray-haired man spoke cryptically. "There's still something I haven't prepared yet." Nellie probably guessed his intention. Damn it. Still haven't given up? The flame struck the gray-haired man directly. He sneered openly. "Do you think this pathetic thing can work on me? How foolish. As expected, I should just kill them all." One of his accomplices was holding a weapon to a soldier's neck. Nellie suddenly called out, "That fool." The gray-haired man intended to counterattack. A sharp block of ice suddenly grew from his palm. Hot, fresh blood began to flow down the ice block. The Northern Guild master threatened him. Of course, the previous things were just bait. If you lose control, your heart will also disappear. Why do something so wasteful? The space of the magnificent palace was quickly enveloped by the power of fire. Everything exploded in an instant. Eve was awakened by the noise. She struggled continuously. "What is this sound?" "It's off." Eve pushed open the lid of the wooden box. She panicked for a moment. "What is this smoke?" An ominous feeling immediately made Eve realize something was wrong here. She saw fire everywhere. The entire castle was engulfed in a sea of flames. The only one who could cause an explosion this big is Nellie. With that thought, Eve tried to run as fast as she could. She thought to herself he couldn't have lost control. "Please, not that." Nellie cornered Eve. Nellie's anger was at its peak. "There's still one left." "You damn wolf." She saw him. "Nellie,